To those who bleed orange and black,
It is out of here.
good morning. This is Murph and Marcus. Brian Murphy and Marcus the Waterboy Boucher. Streaming live at twitch.tv/the sports leader.
True story, that's us. We're here Tuesday morning. So much going on. NBA madness, 49er draft, tension, and my boy Marcus Boucher keeping his at the ballpark streak alive. I know when you come in with the backwards cap, must have been a late night last night for you, brother.
It definitely was, Murph. It's now 11 straight Giants home game. Tonight, we try to make it a dozen. Luis Severino versus Logan Webb. And Murph, when I got this kind of streak going on, I expected the spotlight to be on me walking into the studio today.
Let's try. As long as you can be a little tighter than Camilo Doval post-spotlight,
Shout out Club Camilo.
So how was the spotlight?
It was awesome. I really enjoyed it.
Where were you when it went down?
I was down the right field line, probably section 102, 103.
Was that just you hanging out, or do you have like...
No, that was just me hanging out.
Did you just roam?
Oh, so a lot of times, especially during the week, I got my transistor radio, and I'm just roaming around the ballpark, seat diving, looking for some seats. I
say this with great respect, but somewhere inside of you is a 75-year-old woman.
Yes.
All right, you know what I mean? I say that with great admiration.
I'm the crazy A's fan out there with the scorebook and the transistor radio.
When I was a kid, and my buddy Rusty used to take me to A's games. For some reason, they'd like to go to A's games. That was not my thing, but they would take me. And I remember sitting there, these ladies, and they had these bucket hats with pins and transistor radios and scorebooks. And I was like, look at these ladies at A's games. Because there were small crowds back then. That's you, brother.
That's me. I'm just missing the bucket hat, Murph.
And the scorebook.
Yeah, when's the next bucket hat giveaway for the Giants?
Although Copes will bring a scorebook.
He will bring a scorebook.
Yeah.
And shout out to the Gotham Club, where you just made it appearance.
Yeah, my debut.
They will give you like the individual scorecards for the game so that you can keep score if you want. One of the coolest features at the Gotham Club.
Have you done
it?
No,
I took the scorecard. I didn't make score, though.
I think the cooler feature is you get a full cocktail.
Yeah,
That's
exactly.
the cooler feature.
I'd say after a couple cocktails, I wasn't filling out that scorebook.
Yeah, exactly. The official scorer is drunk. He's seen it from the thing.
Got crooked lines everywhere. What's going on? So you just
roamed around. So when you were down the right field line, that was just where you had chosen to sit for the evening?
Yeah, so...
Because there were plenty of seats, right?
Oh, yeah, there was a lot of open seats. I just went down the right field line, and I'm sitting there about seventh inning. Giants are up 4-1, 5-1 after the light strobe show from Michael Conforto. And all of a sudden, I look out to the bullpen, and I'm thinking to myself, do I want to get out of here to go catch the end of this Lakers-Nuggets game?
Which was getting juicy.
Which I wanted to, which I threw on my phone anyways. Yeah. But then I see number 75 stretching out.
You could see him stretching.
I could see him stretching, getting loose in the bullpen. I'm like, what is Camilo doing getting up in a 5-1 ball game?
Those are eagle eyes of you to see him stretching. Were they that desperate to start the spotlight?
I think they were. I think they were desperate just to get him in a game because it feels like Camilo hasn't thrown in a couple of days.
Seems like he hasn't thrown much this year at all.
No, and so especially him coming in a non-save situation, which has been troublesome in the past for Camilo.
Shall we say he loses focus, perhaps?
Yes. I mean, especially when you have a light show like that. But then, ninth inning comes around, the lights go down, the whole place turns orange, and then the spotlight gets shown on Camilo Doval.
Kruk and Kipe said it was red, but orange makes more sense.
Yeah, because they're orange and black.
They're not red and black.
They're the Giants.
They're not the San Diego State Aztecs.
And so the whole place was shaded orange, which I like a lot better than just turning the lights off for the home run strobe show.
Yeah.
And here
you got to see your first, because remember you said you and I both missed Friday night.
That's right.
I was straddling a urinal like Adam Sandler and Big Daddy.
And I was buying a beer.
And you were buying a beer. And so how was the Conforto one live?
Well, it was cool. I mean, I told you I saw the tease before for the Nick Ahmed double where they prematurely showed off the lights. So I've seen the light show experience before. But if I had to pick one, if you're giving me the strobe lights for the home run or the Camilo Doval spotlight, give me the spotlight every day. It
seemed much more dramatic. By the way, you mentioned Nick Ahmed. You mean my favorite Giant?
Dude, that's your
Nick
boy.
Ahmed?
That's your boy.
By the way, Doval's only pitched in 7 games out of 24.
Yeah, so last night I think they were just trying to get him in because he hasn't pitched in a few days.
Yeah, he only has 3 saves out of 24 games. So great. Well, dude, you're our man on the scene. You got to see the spotlight. If people don't know what we're talking about, the Giants have announced that in an effort to reach the kids, and by the way, reach the kids, 16-year-old Murphy kid going, so cool, man, so cool. Can't wait to see it.
It was so tough, Dad. So tough.
Exactly. And so they are going to now feature, first of all, these strobe lights when they hit home runs. And it was like, it's nice. It's not overly dramatic. It's not. I thought it was going to be a little more dramatic.
Yeah.
With the strobe lights.
I actually don't want to be more dramatic because then it would start really reminding me of down in Dodger Stadium. Because they've been doing it for a year now.
They do it very dramatically.
Yeah.
And then Doval, they've announced, just for those of you who don't know, that they're going to do a spotlight when he comes out. It's kind of funny because, like, of the 26 guys on the team, like, why does he get the spotlight? Why don't we shine the spotlight on Austin Slater when he's coming up?
Well, it was pretty funny because we have some good post-game sound of guys like Ryan Walker. It's like, oh, that's a pretty cool experience. Even Keaton Wynn, who was out here dealing last night, was like, yeah, you know, it would be cool if a pitcher takes a complete game into the ninth inning if they get the spotlight
did
treatment.
Wynn suggest that?
Wynn suggested it last
that.
night. So I would love to see Logan Webb coming out for the ninth inning with the spotlight.
You know who would have been the king of getting that? Would have been Tim Lincecum coming out Game 1 against the Braves in 2010, although he would hate it.
Yeah, Tim would not be down with the light show.
I wonder now, let's say Doval's worked a few days in a row and they need a save from someone else, and say it's like Taylor Rogers is coming out. Will they give him the spotlight treatment?
That's a great question because,
or is
again,
it Doval only?
I thought it was only going to be save situation. So I was shocked last night to see it in a non-save situation.
That's right.
So I think it might be
just
exclusive
Doval
to
only?
Camilo Doval.
What if he's doing mop-up duty in like a 10-1 loss?
What if they do a bullpen game and Camilo Doval gets the start? Are they going to do the spotlight then?
These are all things they got to figure out. Yeah, you're right. It should have been a save situation only, right?
That's what I would think. Just like they're only doing the strobe lights for home runs. But,
maybe the spotlight person didn't realize 5-1 ball game's not a safe situation. They just biffed it.
Maybe they got Mike Holder keeping score.
They already biffed it when Ahmed doubled, and they did it.
That's true.
And Ahmed had another near miss yesterday too with the bases juice. Hit that ball down off the wall. We all thought it was a bases clearing double, and it was foul.
Yeah, but then a pitch or two later, RBI single up the middle, knocked down by Lindor, 2 more RBIs.
That's why Nick Ahmed is my favorite Giant.
Taking the title from Matt Chapman.
Oh, my God. This guy, he is just grinding it out, isn't it? So we should call it in, huh, before we get on to the 49ers and Brandon Aiyuk and all the NBA excitement from last night. So, yeah, Pat Burrell calling in Rob Manfred. Manfred saying, hey, man, I was trying to sleep out here in New York, and I saw strobe lights. I saw spotlights coming from San Francisco. He said, why don't you not worry about it, you empty suit? Just put this one in your books. San Francisco Giants 5, New York Mets 2.
Beautiful baseball. Beautiful baseball.
Let's go, San Francisco. Let's go, Giants.
It never fails to put a smile on all our faces, does it? Right? There you go. And then, listen, we're finding our way through, and that little call-in is organic. It may get some add-ons as the year goes on. But we decided, when the Giants hit a home run, we haven't celebrated it. We used to have a way of celebrating it, but out of respect, we've retired that. Out of respect. Salute. And so we were looking for a new one. You guys know me. When they hit home runs, what do? They activate strobe lights. Now, you got to understand, when I discovered the B-52s in the early 80s and I discovered the song Strobe Light, it made me laugh every time because they're literally talking about the entire song's about a guy inviting someone over saying, and then let's turn on the strobe light and let's get at it.
Let's get after it.
It's kind of a funny concept for a song. And I was like, when the Giants announced they're going to put on strobe lights at the park, I'm like, the only strobe light pop reference I got is the B-52's early 1978 ditty Strobe Lights. So should we call it in? Mike Conforto. Michael Conforto, young Tony, number 5. Yeah, it works. Yeah. That's it. That's all we need. That's it. That works.
Strobe light.
That works. It's worked with a little jangly new wave punk guitar lick in the background.
Wow, and Murph, word around the streets is being at the stadium last night, the way that the strobe lights were being described.
It's orgasmic.
Well, there you go.
Under the strobe lights.
I got to say, I was way more pleased with that than I thought I would be. That really tickled me.
Under the strobe lights. Whoa.
Oh, man. It's actually, when I was driving home last night, yesterday afternoon, morning, I should say, I had Siri play it for me, and I was laughing all over again. All right, guys. Giants get it 5-2. They go at it again today. Man, Denver Nuggets 101, Lakers 99. How'd that happen? And Marcus's New York Knicks.
Bing bong.
Steal one from the Sixers, 104-101. All right, John Lynch said the words, I wouldn't anticipate that. What did those words mean? We'll get that, and we'll get the guest list from young Tony, who's playing artful sound bites behind the glass here. Ball game tonight, by the way, 6:45 p.m., right? Severino Webb, you mentioned it, 6:45, and Marcus will be out there. Who knows, maybe another strobe light, maybe another Spotlight on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader. I say this with great respect, but somewhere inside of you is a 75-year-old woman.
Yes.
All right, you know what I mean?
San Mateo, shout out to you for supporting KNBR, San Mateo's sports leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at ODFIGroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
We are less than 60 hours away from the NFL draft. I see the countdown right now on ESPN. 58 hours, 49 minutes, and 14 seconds by the time you hear this sports update. And if you want to tune in for all the 49ers draft coverage, come on down. The 21st Amendment. I'll be there. Copes will be there. JD will be there. And you'll be there. Drinking some $3 pints. 21st Amendment. Thursday night. Come join the draft party. Check out all the details and more on our socials and on KNBR.com.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Now, back to Murph and Marcus on the sports leader and streaming live on KNBR.com and the KNBR app.
Obviously, you welcomed Aiyuk contract questions, so I was going to ask you.
Wrong.
Is there any chance he is not on this roster Friday?
I wouldn't anticipate that, Yeah.
Well, there it is. I wouldn't. You always had the when a question in the negative is answered in the negative, you're like, wait, what does that mean? It's like,
Well, Murph,
is there any chance he's not on the roster? I wouldn't anticipate that. You're like, can't we just ask that more? Will he be on the roster? I would anticipate that.
Well,
now we
Murph,
got double negatives going here.
that's what I'm saying. But with my basic math knowledge, I believe two negatives make a positive.
As you know, what I frequently would say when we're sort of just drifting around, I'd like to leave you with a positive message, but I don't have one. Would you take two negative messages instead, right?
Be positive, bro.
You're supposed to give me the Cope's chuckle because that was Woody.
Yeah, sorry.
That was the Woodman. You have a little business to take care of here, buddy, I think, right?
Well, I got business because I can anticipate that the show will be sponsored by Redwood Credit Union. Watch your money grow with a high-yield savings certificate at Redwood Credit Union. See how much you can earn at redwoodcu.org.
All right, so we'll spend all day parsing John Lynch's words, and of course, John Lynch's words could be. It's like it's the week where you're totally allowed to lie.
Yes.
You know what I mean? It's like, first of all, I think in general in the NFL you can lie at any time.
I think everybody lies.
Really?
Yes.
In life, you mean, or just in sports?
Both. I would say in life and in sports.
Lie, what's the last lie you told, brother?
That my guy Young Tony was going to meet up with me at a Giants game.
Okay.
I don't know.
Okay.
I'm just throwing him under the
Or
bus.
is it like if somebody asks you to do something, do you say you have something like, I have other plans or something like that?
Oh,
or
that's when I'm busy.
is that the most recent lie you told
Yeah,
or something?
I got a hot date. I got other plans. I got
I
something
think the most
to do.
recent lie I told, it was probably something political I said around here to avoid a conflict, so I don't want to say it on the air.
Wow, that's smart.
Yeah.
I was going to say, if we want some in-house lying, it's when John Curley told us that he listens to our show.
Dude, I mean, bro, how did we let this guy in the building? It's unbelievable.
What is
man.
this pop culture showdown you guys do?
I mean, well, too. Who is it? Which one of you? He went Josh. He just went straight Josh Holland. Which one of you is Murph? Which one of you is Mac? You know what I mean? So anyway, yeah, I don't know this guy. He's anyway. John Lynch is lying.
Yeah. I mean,
And,
how can you believe
they're all
anybody?
lying.
Everybody's a liar.
Everybody's lying because why would you give away your? I was called by the night before our Little League draft. I was called by the guy in front of me, and he asked me who I was taking, and I was like, "Do I lie to him?
Of course you do.
Do I lie to him?
Why
Yes.
would you tell him?
So
Why would you give away any competitive advantage?
well, there you go.
And it's the same thing with John Lynch. Why would he say, oh, no, we're trying to get Brandon Aiyuk off the roster? That would just tank his trade value if they are looking in that direction.
I mean, everything points to why would they? I mean, every reason in the world says you keep him. Number one, you're trying to win a Super Bowl, and he's a great, gigantic part of you trying to win a Super Bowl. Number two, you can afford him. The way you can structure a contract these days and the way you can play with the cap, you can sign him to his extension deal. And number three, he's under contract for next year.
Ding, ding,
And
ding.
I don't think he's going to sit out. I mean, the only other option is for him to hold out. I don't think he's going to hold out. Why would you miss a chance to make $14 million in your life? you know?
Correct.
So everything points to him staying unless, and we got it. You got to just think of somebody calls up and says, we're going to give you a top 15 pick. And you're like, wait a minute, I just cleared up that salary cap issue and I'm going to get like Malik Neighbors or something like that. Yeah. I mean, then you think about it, right?
And that's why for the last 2 weeks, hell, since the 49ers Super Bowl ended and we started talking about all these off-season storylines, I've been bringing up the DeForest Buckner trade.
Yeah.
Because I saw the quotes going around yesterday of what John Lynch said about DeForest Buckner and how he anticipated him being on the 49ers for the foreseeable future. What happened? They traded away DeForest Buckner. We saw it this last offseason with the Warriors and Mike Dunleavy. Oh, yeah, Jordan Poole's going to be here for the next 4 years. 4 days later, he was shipped out to the Wizards for CP3.
Yeah.
Like, this happens all the time in sports. Now, I agree with you. My belief is Brandon Aiyuk will be on the 49er roster on Friday, but we can't read too deep into these quotes.
Well, Kyle Shannon will tell you he doesn't know where he's going to be on Sunday.
I can't guarantee that anybody in the world will be alive Sunday, so I can't guarantee who will be on our roster on Sunday. So that goes for all of us.
So we're good for Friday, just not Sunday.
Yeah.
All right.
I won't anticipate anybody being alive on Sunday like my guy Jesse Gaethje.
Which would affect your giant streak, by the way.
Exactly.
If you're not, if we're all dead by Sunday.
God knows.
I don't think Marcus would make the game Sunday against Joey Bart's Pirates.
That's it.
Who are coming in.
Bart and the Buccos are coming to town.
John Lynch cut C, Young Tone, with the more formal comment on Aiyuk and their desires here.
Before, questions, I know a couple years ago there was a lot of talk about another receiver, Debo, and I said the same thing, but with BA, BA, I've communicated on a couple occasions, on many occasions, our wish is that he's here and a part of the Niners for the rest of his career. We're working through that, and, as such, I was a player once, and I never liked my business being out in the public, and so I'm going to respect that. I'm not going to speak for their side. I can say we're having good talks, and I'm just going to leave it at that, and we'll focus on the draft here today. But that's just want to understand you guys have a job to do and respect that, but that's kind of the tone I'm going to take there.
Hey, it's good to have John Lynch back in our lives here. By the way, Nick Wagner had an interesting tweet yesterday. Nick Wagner of ESPN, and he was saying that adding to the evidence of like why Aiyuk would stay and why it just makes all the sense in the world. He says you can do a new deal for Aiyuk with minimal cap hits in the first couple years, so it's not going to kill you. And Wagner's reasoning was, and I kind of like, he says by the time you get to 2026, when his numbers would spike, these are the people whose contracts would be expired. George Kittle, I hate to say that, but we're kind of getting to near the end here. Charvarius Ward, Deebo Samuel,
Correct.
Christian McCaffrey. I hate to even think of a world without Christian McCaffrey. So then those, and Trent Williams,
Correct.
Javon Hargrave, these would be guys who would be exiting, and therefore the new generation would be led by Purdy and Aiyuk and whoever else that is.
Yeah,
So,
and that's a good explanation because we have had a lot of people asking, why would the 49ers even give him a contract extension when he's still under contract for this 5th season? Well, it's because of the reasons you just laid out. Because you can move money around so that $14 million hit is not on the cap salary next year, and so that they can maybe push it back to when Debo contract, Christian McCaffrey, Kittle, Trent Williams, all those guys are all.
and the cap keeps going up.
Correct.
So we just got that huge news right when after the Super Bowl that the cap had gone up dramatically, right? So listen, it's all good if the Niners can somehow. Now the next question is, what do you do at 31? Because I was reading some more draft stuff, and just I'm tempted. It appeals to me to trade back. I know. I know.
Trade back, not up.
Yeah, it doesn't. I'll do a trade up too. I will. I'm not against that. But I also I feel like if they could trade back and get a couple of second rounders or a couple of high second rounders.
Yeah, but do you think they'd want to accumulate more draft picks? They have 10 draft picks and not a lot of roster spots.
Well, that's a good point. Something to think about. Maybe you would trade the other picks later on.
Yeah.
Maybe you would. I don't know.
See, so my takeaway from John Lynch's comments yesterday, he was talking about the 49ers big board in general and how they have 22 players with a first-round grade. Well, that tells me they're either hoping and praying that one of these 22 players fall down to 31, or they should be making a trade with one of those 10 draft picks to go get one of those guys.
Well, I see he did talk about it yesterday. Here it is. Cut J as in Midnight Joker, as in Jokic, who went for 25 and 20 last night. 27 and 20
Shout
last
out the
night.
Midnight Jokers.
Here it is.
We've shown, in our time here, the very first move we made in a draft was trading back a spot. And so we've traded back, we've traded up. And I just think you have to be flexible. I think, having said what I just said, sometimes trading back gets you later round picks. So I think or mid round picks. And I think maybe your thought process, if that pick you gain allows you to move back up someplace else, then maybe that's a good thought. But those are the things you got to prepare for all these scenarios.
Okay, right. I got 10 picks, right?
Yeah.
10 picks, and it's one in the first, one in the second, they're mostly stacked in the back end of the rounds, right? But we've talked about this, how many players they've picked in the back end that have wound up being players on the team.
I mean, you can make the argument that John Lynch is better in the 4th and 5th round than he is in the 1st and 2nd.
Yeah. I mean, honestly, whether you want Talanoa Hufanga or George Kittle or whether you want Dre Greenlaw, I mean, it's crazy how much more successful they are. And I was reading another piece on the D-line situation, talking about all the misses on D-line in the John Lynch era. Yeah. Solomon Thomas, Javon Kinlaw, even Drake Jackson, they're counting already, is now.
Yeah.
I mean, the way Branch wrote about him today in the Chronicle was like, he was already done with Drake Jackson. I'm like, damn, we're done with Drake Jackson already? After 1 year, we're done with this guy?
Yeah, after a year and a half, the guy just really hasn't been on the field that much, hasn't been that productive. But it is interesting seeing how much they invest in the trenches, but only on one side of the ball. Like, John Lynch has been going heavy, D-line, since the day he walked into that building. Yeah. But on the offensive line, they didn't draft a single offensive lineman last year.
No.
After losing Mike McGlinchey.
I mean, right now, their line, Trent Williams, they got in a crazy trade. Aaron Banks was a second-round draft pick.
Okay.
So that's like the owner. Jeff Brendel was a street free agent. Mm-hmm. Spencer Burford and Burford was a 5th rounder, but they're moving in Feliciano.
Tacos didn't come.
and then Colton McKivitz. So I guess 3 draft picks, but not high draft picks.
Not investing in your offensive line, which is something I think they need to do this year, especially when we're talking about the uncertainty of how much longer Trent Williams is going to play.
They have 1 in each of the first 3 rounds, a 1, a 2, and a 3, and then 3 in the 4th. 3 in the 4th. So that's the deal.
Shout out to Dallas Cowboys for that Trey Lance draft pick.
Yeah, the first 4 rounds.
4th rounder.
First 4th rounder is Trey.
And by the way, shout out to John Lynch getting more value on Trey Lance, than the Jets did for Zach Wilson, than the Bears did for Justin Fields, or that the Patriots did for Mac Jones.
That's a great stat. I want to get into that later in the show, but we got to get to the guest list right now. On Tuesday, April 23rd, 2024, Young Tone, who you can see. I didn't realize until halfway through the show yesterday we could see him. I'm not always looking at the screen. There he is. Look at him. He's actually, this kid's so disciplined, but he's working on the least amount of sleep he's ever had coming into a show.
Uh-oh.
Young Tone, you're playing hurt for the first time, huh?
Not playing hurt, just tired.
Okay, well, that's a little
still
hurt,
here.
right?
Damn.
Not hurt, just tired.
What happened? Did you pull an all day or
something? Can we
something?
just go with the metaphor? You're playing hurt?
I did pull an all day. That's all I do.
Damn.
So,
and an all-nighter, too,
What inspired
apparently.
you pulling your late night last night?
I played 18 holes and then finished up, and then you get back to the house. You're watching NBA. You're watching Giants. I mean, it's a
Isn't
long...
that every night of our lives?
Yeah, but when you have a couple friends over, like, you're not...
Oh, look at you.
Ooh.
You're not
socializing.
A couple of friends,
You're not getting
Murph.
to bed on time.
But
But
not getting invited, huh?
I could have gone to bed, but I chose not to.
Lady friends, perhaps?
No. Monday. It's Monday.
What, Monday's not a day for... You don't break
I
up the
played
strobe
18
light
holes.
on
You
a
think I'm
Monday?
playing with like 3 chicks?
Yeah.
Oh, I like that.
Maybe.
Chicks. I like that. What do we got today, buddy?
All right, coming up at 7:30 this morning, we got Dwayne Kuiper calling into the show.
Yeah, he good. We got to win. We got to win.
We did.
Get going, buddy. Get going.
7:50 big hit. Mike Silver calling in at 8:15. Cooler content TBD. Todd Husak promoting the Niners draft. 8:50 this morning, and then Marcus Thompson at 9:15.
All right, back to the game last night. Who is this guy, Keaton Wynn? Next on Esports Leader.
Giants gamers. Murph and Marcus keep your morning moving on the sports leader and streaming live on KNBR.com and the KNBR app.
Yeah, that was so sick. I saw it on the TV and I was like, oh my gosh, I wish I was outside for this. Yeah, that would have been cool to see in person. But hopefully they do that more often. It was so cool.
We have starting pitchers in entrance.
Yeah, maybe if we were like, having a good game and going to the ninth or something, then get spotlight.
So that's Keaton Wynn saying this light show they unveiled last night for Camilo Doval, he wants a piece of it. Just like Ellie Goulding. We're going all lights rejoins here. What was the other one you had, Young Tone? First one?
All of the Lights by Kanye West.
Yeah, Kanye. You can play Kanye on the radio?
You can play the instrumentals.
Okay, all right.
I just wouldn't talk about it.
All right. So, light. I would say there's no shortage of light tunes available for you if you want to go that way today. There's a fair few, my friend. There it is, Keaton Wynn, man. Who is this guy wearing number 67? I think he's my favorite number 67 in Giants history.
Is he the only number 67? He can't be the only one.
He might. Well,
the only recognizable figure.
Here's my question: did Jose Quintana wear 67 in his month as a Giant? That I completely forgot.
I saw your tweet yesterday.
Well, dude, we talked about him on the show yesterday.
We did.
We didn't go deep on him. We were just talking about the game tonight. I'm like, yeah, they're coming in with a veteran lefty, Jose Quintana. Nobody said to me, forever Giant.
No.
And then I'm watching the game, and Kruk and Kuiper are laying out their scouting report, and Kruk goes, he's former Giant. I was like, no, he's not. He's like, yeah, former Giant. Yeah, he was here. And he goes, 2021. I'm like, 2021? They won 107 games that year. I don't remember Jose Quintana. I looked it up. He was here for a month.
Yeah.
At the end of the year, they claimed him off waivers August 30th. He appeared in 5 games. Then my kid, who's looking at his phone the whole time, just tick-tock, doesn't even look at me. He's, totally, I remember that, Dad. Totally. You don't remember that?
Duh, Dad.
Yeah, exactly. And then Curly comes in strutting with his quarter zip. He's like, you didn't remember Quintana? I'm like, no, I didn't remember Quintana.
Come on.
Do you remember Quintana?
To be honest with you, no.
Thank
and
you.
I was working on the morning show at the time. I would have thought because I would have made a joke yesterday about Forever Giant, but the guy was on the team for 5 games through 9.2 innings.
The people who harumph and say that they remember him, you might be lying like John Lynch.
Yeah, I'm not buying it, guy. All I'm saying is Jose Quintana is not going to end up on this date in Giants history with Ryan Murphy.
Well, given Mike Holler's terrible taste, and by the way, I'm not talking behind his back. Somebody save this and send it to Holler.
Oh, please
Given
do.
Mike Holler's terrible taste for highlights, I'd say we will get Jose Quintana.
Yeah, there's a good chance of it, actually.
Hey, Young Tone, you're a Giants fan. Do you remember Jose Quintana, the Giant?
I was literally just telling Curly I had no idea.
Okay.
Thank you.
So we're
for 5 games, apparently.
We're 2-2,
Yeah.
but Curly's strutting around like he's freaking Mike Murphy, the clubhouse guy.
Yeah, well, I'm glad to know that 75% of our show is truthful and honest.
SF Giants who wore number 67. I'm going to find out right now. But this kid, Keaton Wynn, bro, first of all, I mean, Marcus, you're my minor league guy.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I trust you implicitly. Had you been tracking Keaton Wynn the way you track your Bryce Eldridges and your Reggie Crawfords and all those guys?
I would say no, to be completely honest with you. Like, he was not on my Kyle Harrison, Carson Whisenhunt, Reggie Crawford kind of scouting list. Like, all
would you
these
say
guys
you're
I saw
tracking
young.
Hayden Birdsong more than you were tracking Keaton Wynn?
I was tracking Landon Roop more than I was Keaton Wynn a year ago. And then Keaton showed up in the second half of the season, pitched extremely well. And I remember going down to spring training this year down in Scottsdale, and we were asking, who's going to be the 4th and 5th starters? And I even questioned myself, what do you mean who's going to be the 4th starter? It's going to be Keaton Wynn. We're just trying to figure out if Tristan Beck or Mason Black or whoever the hell is going to be the 5th guy in the rotation. But Keaton Wynn was fantastic last year, and it feels like he's only getting better this season.
So is it all about the splitty? Is that it? It's just the split finger. So I read that he is throwing the split finger at a higher percentage than any pitcher in Major League Baseball.
He gives me some Alex Cobb, almost Kevin Gausman type vibes.
Wow. Funny you say that. I believe there's a Gausman quote out there.
Really?
Fantastic performance, or at least there's a quote from Keaton Wynn who says, found success in emulating Kevin Gausman. We got cut V as in Victor. Here it is.
I mean, all last year, I watched so many of his outings on, replays like bats and stuff like that. I just tried to emulate what he does. I've had some pretty good success lately of doing it that way.
There it is.
Yeah.
He says he's watching Kevin Gausman.
Yeah, if only we were still watching him in a Giants jersey.
Well, I mean, this kid, so yesterday, if you missed it, 6+ innings, pitched into the 7th, 1 earned run, a shot by Pete Alonso, who I know you put on your Instagram story as a future Giant.
Oh, bring in the polar bear to San Francisco, baby.
Did you see he's like bearing down on the all-time Mets franchise home run records?
Dude, he's an absolute
I mean, he's got like 40 to go, but he might become the all-time Mets home run leader.
And I got to say, I love watching Keaton Wynn's outing yesterday, but I was kind of hyped up just seeing Pete Alonso go deep just to prove that he can hit home runs in the ballpark for when we're recruiting him next year to come to the Giants.
Well, so can Michael Conforto. As you know, yeah, we're going, Tony. This is for my guy in the 209.
Oh, doubling down twice.
Oh, why not?
In the 6 a.m. hour.
Michael Conforto, are you ready for the Conforto Jack? No, I'm throwing you a hot potato. Don't worry about it, kid. By the way, the background on Keaton Wynn is that he's an Iowa kid. Is this heaven? No, it's Keaton Wynn in Iowa. Dude, he played Iowa Western Community College. 5th-round draft pick 2018, pre-Farhan, bro.
Wow. Who does this guy think he is? Brock Purdy? George Kittle going in the 5th?
Yeah, Bobby Evans pick.
Hey, yo, Bobby.
So this is a guy who just came out of Keokuk County, Iowa. I mean, he's like out of the freaking cornfields.
I mean, wasn't there a story last year in his first major league start? It was the first time he ever entered a major league ballpark.
That was him.
Yeah.
I remember that.
The guy
story,
had never gone to a major league ballpark in his life.
By the way, Giants who've worn 67, this is like Jose Quintana level. Actually, this is Copes level. Copes loves to flex.
Yes.
Loves to flex.
Mr. Immaculate Grid over here.
So if I told him 2010 Giant Henry Sosa wore 67, would Copes be like, duh? Yeah, duh. Yeah, Henry Sosa, 2010, dude.
Henry Sosa.
2010. The guy's
Sammy Sosa?
Part of the most iconic team in San Francisco Giants history.
Sam Howell? Sammy Sosa? Who are we talking?
And then in 2017 and 18, a guy named Roberto Gomez wore 67. Okay, I'm 0 for 2 now.
No.
Okay, I'm 0 for 2. And then in 2019, 20, and 21, Sam Selman wore 67. I have a vague memory. Was he a lefty pitcher?
Sure.
Sam Selman?
Sounds like it.
And then in 2022, a guy named Andrew Vasquez wore it. Seriously, these are all Copes names.
67.
Dude, Sosa, Gomez, Selman, Vasquez, and now they've given the exalted number to Wynn. Keaton Wynn. So I am going to say he's my favorite 67 in Giants history.
Keaton Wynn shows up at town and says, give me Sosa's number.
Rip it off of Selman's back and give it to me, baby. He was a lefty. I got that right? Sam Selman. Dude, he was on the team for 3 years, 19, 20, and 21. We should probably give him a little more love. That's kind of a Farhan. Farhan's listening right now in Seacliff going, you guys don't remember Selman?
Yeah.
What kind of posers are you?
He's like, come on, Jose Quintana was one of my 66 moves that year, Murph.
Seriously. Well, here's Conforto on the splitter. And Michael Conforto leaving the yard and then grabs the microphone, put on the headset on NBC Sports Bay Area, talking about the nasty splitter.
I mean, he's been awesome. Obviously putting some runs on the board for him, can let him settle in a little bit and work his pitches, just pound the zone a little bit. The splitter's nasty. I've seen it in spring training. You see some awkward swings on it. And obviously the fastball's got life as well. So, I mean, he's a great pitcher, great teammate as well. And he did a great job for us tonight.
Okay, man. Looking forward to my next Keaton Wynn Day, which is literally Win Day.
Tell him, Murph.
Literally.
Just win, baby.
And then finally, Bob Melvin on Keaton. Because, once again, we have starting pitchers out there on the mound in the 7th inning. And again, I know not everything's about the Gabe era, but you just, other than Logan Webb, you didn't see that too much.
No.
But then he put 2 on, they went and got him.
You didn't see this prior to Bob Melvin.
Were you okay with them going to get him with 2 on, nobody out?
I wanted him to stay into the game.
2 on 87 pitches?
Yeah, I mean, that's not a lot. Ask Mike Krukow about it. 87's nothing.
They went and got him. And they brought in Ryan Walker, who did a great job.
As long as Ryan Walker's not walking guys.
Got to give Ryan Walker love because he got out of that jam and tamped that thing down quickly. So here's Bob Melvin on Keaton Wynn pitching deep.
That's his mindset, too, is he wants to go deep in the game and take as much onus off the bullpen, shorten the game that way. So pitch count's way under control. Has basically been that way here for a while now. I think he was in the 70s when he went out for the 7th. Obviously got the first 2 guys on, but, his mindset is to pitch as long as he can. He's a really good young pitcher. And, when you only walk 1 against that lineup and give up 4 hits, 6+, it's a pretty good outing.
Damn, man. Go Keaton Wynn, go.
Mm-hmm.
And once again, we're in that era. Hayden, Landon, Keaton. It's my little league team. It's my Little League squad. They've all reached the bigs.
Shout out Blaze coming to town with the Diamondbacks,
And
too.
with his buddy Slade.
That's it. Blaze and Slade.
So, by the way, Rob in Pleasant Hill says he has a number 67.
Oh.
We just went through him.
Hit us,
Does he have
Rob.
another one
What do
for
you
us?
got?
Hey, Rob, good morning. How are you, man?
Good morning, Murph. How are you?
We're doing good, buddy.
Hey, I just wanted to call. You were talking about 67s. It's a little bit of a running joke. You missed the most famous 67 of all with the Giants. Late 80s or mid to late 80s, early 90s was bullpen catcher, first bat boy, Mike Mullane. He's famous. He's in the pileup on the 89 NLCS championship win.
Is he really?
Just thought I'd throw him a shout out. He was a longtime Giants employee.
Mike Mullane. Dude, this is incredible. Mike Mullane, bullpen catcher, 67.
Exactly. It started as a bat boy in 7th grade out of De La Salle High School. His dad was a San Francisco cop, and he'd commute in after school and be a bat boy and for Roger Craig, and then he was a bullpen catcher through college at St. Mary's.
Is he one of your boys? Did you grow up with him?
He's one of my boys. I grew up with him. That's why it's a running joke when they gave him number 67 that no one would ever wear his number, and then in the 2000s we realized that wasn't true.
That's so good.
And then
man.
here comes Keaton Wynn, yeah.
Rob, that's a great poll, man. The fact that he's on the doggy pile in the 89 NLCS. Thanks for that call, man. Appreciate you, Rob.
That's
great
incredible.
Knowledge. That is incredible. So, yeah, I'm getting out-knowledged everywhere. I didn't know Henry Sosa. I didn't know Roberto Gomez. I didn't know Mike Mullane.
So this day in Giants
Son of a
history,
cop.
Mike Mullane was on top of the doggy pile.
That is fantastic. Hey, 760 texts in on the Golden State Lumber and Billy Terrell text line says Blake Snell can learn a couple things from Keaton Wynn. Can learn a couple things from Keaton
Is
Wynn,
Keaton
too.
Wynn going to knock Blake Snell out of the starting rotation?
And before we finish this Giants segment, get back to the Niners. 408 says, can we talk about the growing numbers of Marlin dudes behind home plate?
Oh, dude, there's too many of them.
Yeah. He says, 408 says, I don't need it.
Are they clones?
I don't. Do you guys need it?
No.
Is it funny anymore?
No.
Bro? No. It's
No, not
funny
at
anymore.
all.
No,
Marlon's
no.
man's a D-bag, by the way.
Yeah, and now there's are they do you see the guy dressed as an ump too?
Yeah, that was kind of funny.
Okay, all right.
I'll take those two guys behind home plate over Angel Hernandez.
All right. By the way, if we're going to go Keaton, we do got to do a Mount Keaton more, and you got to go Michael, right? I mean, Michael Keaton might be one of the more underrated and complete, sort of like the new, I mean, he's just one of those beloved actors. Anything you see Michael Keaton do is lights out. Then I got to go with Woody's gal, Diane, right? Diane Keaton, Mount Keaton more.
Nice.
Give me a chuckle. I'm short one. Keaton Wynn, Diane Keaton, Michael Keaton.
Yeah.
Anyway, we'll search for another
I
Keaton.
don't got deep Keaton knowledge,
My
Murph.
buddy Malcolm has a kid named Keaton, so we'll go with him.
Throw him on the mountain.
My buddy Malcolm's son, Keaton.
Oh,
All
come
right,
on.
there you go, guys. There's Mount Keaton more. All right, back to John Lynch. What's the game plan going into the draft? Brandon Aiyuk trade speculation, and Brock Purdy spoke yesterday. He's having his first full offseason. This is news, guys. Brock Purdy and John Lynch next on the Sports Leader.
Yeah, that was so sick.
From the Chilton Auto Body Traffic Desk. It's time for KNBR's Opening Bell Report. Sponsored by Protect Your Assets with David Hollander. Concerned inflation will ruin your dream retirement? Learn more. Listen to David's show every Saturday morning or call 1-866-PROTECT. Murph and Marcus continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
First of all, I want to, we have an ownership that's very supportive, and they support us greatly. Jed, John, Denise, Jenna Mara, they believe in Kyle and I and our leadership, and they believe in our when we think something's going to make us better, they say go for it, and they don't give us a lot of restrictions there, and that's comforting to know we can go be bold and do things like that. And yeah, we gave up a lot. We did it for reasons that we had and motivations, and it didn't work out. But thank God for Mr. Irrelevant. he helped us. And
all right, John Lynch talking about the Trey Lance trade, which is unbelievably still being discussed. Many things to discuss. Am I hearing Metallica right here?
Yes, 714 checked in at 6:30 this morning. Chasing Light by Metallica.
Did you guys see the story that James Hetfield? This is definitely for the guy who used to sit in that chair there, my man P-Mac. That Lemmy from Motorhead's ashes. So eventually we're all going to meet our makers. Some will choose to be buried. Some will choose to be cremated. Lemmy from Motorhead was cremated. Hetfield had Lemmy from Motorhead's ashes. This is in the Chronicle today, by the way, today. Had his ashes tattooed onto his middle finger. So he said, without Motorhead, there's no Metallica. And now Lemmy is with me forever and can fly the bird at the world. How about that?
Wait, you're telling me
Lemmy
you can have somebody's ashes tattooed on your body?
It's all news to me. It's all news to me, brother. Is this opening up a new thing for you here, bud?
I mean, I'm not tatted up, Murph.
Here it is.
I might have to sprinkle some ashes on me.
The frontman for the Bay Area rock band revealed that he had the cremated ashes of the English group's frontman Ian Lemmy Kilmister tattooed onto an Ace of Spades insignia on his middle finger. Quote, this is all on Instagram, with the steady hand of friend and tattoo artist Corey Miller, a salute to my friend and inspiration, Mr. Lenny Kilmister. Hetfield wrote an Instagram post. Without him, there would be no Metallica. Black ink mixed with a pinch of his cremation ashes that were so graciously given to me. So now he is still able to fly the bird to the world.
Wow.
It's incredible, huh?
And how about the timing of this story, too? Because yesterday after the show, for whatever reason, me and you, we brought up the topic of like life and death and how we're all going to die one day. And you're like, you'll forget about me in 30 minutes. It's like, no, Murph, once you're dead, I'm going to get a portrait of you tattooed on me.
That was true.
Now I know that I can get those ashes of your cremation tattooed on me. You'll be with me forever, Murph.
I get asked, would the tattoo be bearded Murph or non-bearded Murph?
I'm a bearded Murph guy.
I'm a bearded
Murph guy.
Dante Whitner joins Tolbert and Copes at 4:50. And while we're on one more digression before we get into John Lynch, Shout out to everybody on the text line who finished Mount Keatonmore with two choices. And this is for you, Young Tone, now. This is for you, buddy. What if I said to you the name Alex P. Keaton? Alex P. Keaton. You down with an Alex P. Keaton?
Nothing.
I thought maybe not. So there was a very popular show called Family Ties featuring a young Justine Bateman and Michael J. Fox. Very funny show. Here's the catch to it. It was so popular, it followed the other popular comedy, Cheers. Cheers.
Don't ask Tony about Cheers.
Okay, the other one that was brought up was a silent film star, Buster Keaton. Buster Keaton, you down with a Buster Keaton?
Is that Buster's like cousin?
No. Okay, all right. I'm writing all these down for the end of the show, Keaton. So Buster Keaton and Alex P. Keaton. All right, guys, back to the Niners.
Thank you.
Lynch on Trey Lance. You had this stat for me.
Yes, because yesterday I noticed on Twitter that Trey Lance was trending. And I said, why are people talking about Trey Lance right before the NFL draft?
Yeah.
Well,
why are they?
It's because Zach Wilson was traded yesterday. And now he joins Trey Lance on the list of 4 first-round quarterbacks from the 2021 draft who have now been traded within 3 years, Murph.
I'm going to stop you right there and say, you are on red alert, Caleb Williams, Jaden Daniels, and Drake May.
Yeah.
And you know what? This is your week to pick out your suits, get all fancy with your bling. And guess what? In 2 years, your A is getting traded to the Broncos. All right? That's all I'm going to tell you right now.
2021, Trevor Lawrence was the first overall pick. He's the only quarterback from that first round still on his current roster.
Dude, that is crazy.
Number 2 overall, Zach Wilson, Mr. BYU, Mr. Pro Day Combine that made everybody freak out and think he was the next.
Niner fans on KNBR dying for this guy.
Begging
dying for this guy.
Zach Wilson.
Yeah.
Well, yesterday, he got traded to the Denver Broncos. And the Jets had to throw in a 7th-round draft pick with Zach Wilson just to get a 6th-rounder in return.
Okay, that's incredible. So Zach I'm going to write these down here. Zach was the number 2 pick, right?
Number 2 overall.
Okay, number 2 pick plus a 7th netted them a 6th.
Correct.
Okay, all right, that's incredible, dude.
Then we go to Justin Fields.
Okay, what was he picked?
He was the number 11 overall draft pick in the 2021 draft class. He was traded to the Pittsburgh Steelers this offseason for a 6th-round draft pick.
6th round.
Now, I believe it's conditional. Could move up to either a 5th or a 4th, I believe. But as the terms are right now, it's a 6th-round draft pick.
Yeah, okay.
Then we go to Mac Jones.
Number
15 overall.
Okay.
He was traded to the Jacksonville Jaguars, now backing up Trevor Lawrence, for a 6th-round draft pick.
Oh, my God.
And then we circle back to the reason why Trey Lance was trending. Number 3 overall draft pick.
Yes,
And yes, we can get into the details what the 49ers had to give up to move up to draft him. But when he was traded to the Dallas Cowboys last year, John Lynch and the 49ers were able to reacquire a 4th-round draft pick from Trey Lance, which means the Niners got more value from the Cowboys for Trey Lance than any other quarterback that was drafted outside of Trevor Lawrence in the 2021 draft class.
Dude, I guess John Lynch deserves a round of applause right here, dude. I mean, outfoxing everybody. Incredible. And he had a comment on Trey, too. Do we have that cut where he's talking about the Trey Lance era? I mean, we didn't mean to make today's show about Trey Lance, but just it's interesting that he's even on a topic. But man, oh man, Zach Wilson and a 7th for a 6th-rounder. Here's John Lynch on Trey Lance's future here, yeah.
You know, I always am careful of this because, Trey Lance's story hasn't been written yet. You know, he's in Dallas right now, and I still think Trey's got good football in him. You know, we'll see. That will play out. But I think also the freedom that, when you've done something and you feel like maybe it can improve us to move on. We aren't beholden to, we drafted the guy. We just got to stick it out. We can do the things we want to do. And I think that's served us well as, and people can comment on, the thought process that went into it. We certainly study it, say what went right, what went wrong. And we do that with all our picks. But I think we're in a real good place as a football team, as an organization. And we got to find a way to get a little bit better. And that's the focus of this whole offseason. And this draft is an awesome opportunity to do just that.
So that 4th-rounder the 4th round will be on Saturday? Is that right?
You are
they do
correct.
The 1st round Thursday, 2nd and 3rd rounds Friday. So that 4th-rounder Saturday is the Trey Lance pick.
Yeah.
That'll be, sprinkle some gold dust on number 124.
We'll be keeping an eye on it.
Yeah.
And it just goes to show how quickly someone's career can start and end in the NFL. I mean, Trey Lance is still a huge question mark. Only started, 4 games with the 49ers? So who knows what's going to happen with his future. But Murph, just going back to that 2021 draft class, man. I mean, my guy Overnight Dave has a whole folder saved of all the ESPN analysts saying that Mac Jones was going to go to the 49ers. I remember coming into the show almost every morning talking about whether or not they were going to go Justin Fields, whether or not they were going to go Mac Jones, whether or not they were going to be able to get someone like Zach Wilson. Murph, we even turned it into a bit, which is my little bit of a surprise I got for you this morning. I had to reach into my bag of Bobby Boucher Productions, a little classic Brian Murphy on the Kentucky Derby 2021 NFL draft style.
That's right. Yes. Oh, gosh. This is old days. We were younger. Here we go. Yes.
And they're off. Going into the first turn, it's Sir Lancelot by 2 lengths over Fields of Dreams with Mac and Cheese another length behind in third place. Coming down the stretch, it's Trey Lance around the last turn. Trey Lance from behind. What started out as a tight race among 3 great thoroughbreds turned into a decisive win for Sir Lancelot as he pulled away down the stretch, finishing 6 lengths ahead of Mac and Cheese with Fields of Dreams a distant third, 30 lengths behind.
And we'll look forward to seeing you all at the races. Good day, everybody.
That's the end of that bit.
Oh, man. Sammy Spear.
Dude,
double tap.
The
points
Sam
in the sky.
Spear chef's kiss at the end.
Oh, man. So was I reading a text? I think that's what I was.
Well, I
was reading a text.
Yeah, and I had to piece together like 3 different clips. Those are like 3 different audio clips that I put together to put that race together.
Dude, wow. Hey, you're listening to KNBR AM and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, Cumulus Media Station. I think we were still at home because that's spring of 2020. We came back in May of 2021.
Yeah, you might have been doing
When
that.
was the draft in 2021? Was it in May or April?
Updates from your kitchen, Murph.
I might have been with my egg timer going off there. Wow. Dude, great pull.
Good times.
All right, well, we'll see what happens this year with the horse race at number 30. April 29th, so we weren't back. We came back in May. So that was done from home, reading a text or something. Yeah, I think somebody sent in a text because I was like, it's like a horse race. One day it's Jones, one day it's Lance, one day it's
Mac and Cheese
Fields.
is 3 lengths behind.
I tried to do it in my Sam Spear voice. All the while, the guy picked in the 7th round was the guy.
Yes.
Brock Purdy, who spoke yesterday for the first time publicly. He will be at the Dwight Clark event on May 16th at the California Theater in San Jose. And so we get Brock. He's looking good. He's looking buffed. He's doing lots of commercials. He's got his first full healthy offseason.
Shout out to my guy Brock Purdy curling those 100-pound dumbbells in his new Toyota commercial.
We'll have to play that. And the riff opens to him going 262, 263. So anyway, here's Brock. Brock, how you been, buddy? This is cut Anna's and Nancy. How you been, Brock?
Married, went on a honeymoon, got some time away, and picked up the training again. And so now we're back here, ready to roll. So I'm excited. It's been good.
That was it, huh? I was expecting a little bit more.
I got married, Murph.
Apparently, he says he got married a bunch of times.
Oh, at least like 6 or 7. I was listening to him this morning. I was like, yeah, Brock, we get it. You got married, all right?
I'm just going to say, I mean, listen, they've been married for a month. I don't want to be that guy, but to
Obviously
be that
got
guy.
married.
I mean, just there's a little bit of a tiny red flag there, all right? You know what I mean?
Obviously got married.
We know who has hand. Let's put it that way. We know who has hand, and it ain't Brock. All right, buddy? When we measured his hand size at the combine, it came up very small. Jenna's hands were much bigger. Do you know Hand from Seinfeld, Young Tone? So they do a whole episode. They do a whole episode. George comes in. He's upset because he feels like his girlfriend has the advantage in sort of calling the shots, like whether or not she wants to go out that night or whether she wants to even be with him that night. He goes, she has the upper hand. I feel like she's always got the upper hand. And Jerry goes, hand. Everybody wants hand. Nobody can get it.
Ooh.
And it sounds like Jenna has hand. Anyway, we're just joking, Brock. We're just joking. Brock Purdy about the contract, and this is obviously the story. Can you imagine being in his shoes, playing this one more year, knowing, like, what's waiting on the other side?
$50 million.
Just that's it. I mean, like, that will be the guarantee, right?
Yeah.
Like, he might get that in a signing bonus. What would you do with $50 million besides retire tomorrow?
That's a great question.
Yes, right?
I'm getting the hell out of here, I'll tell you that.
Where would you go?
That's a good question. I'd probably like buy like a private island.
Okay.
Can I do that with $50 million?
I don't know if $50 million gets you the islands.
I don't know. I'm not a 1%er. I don't know what I could buy.
I thought you would you'd buy a little condo down in Henderson. Be right near us. Come see the practices.
Go buy a houseboat on Las Vegas.
Our OTAs are starting real soon. You can come down and hang out.
No, maybe I'd buy a yacht, go full Klay Thompson, and just ride around the Pacific.
I don't know what the hell I'd do. I think I would definitely buy a place in Ireland for sure. I think I'd go Ireland, Hawaii, and here. That would be it. 3 joints. And then I'd just opt between the 3 of them. That's it. That's what I would do.
Not a bad life.
That's my game plan, guys. I'm all set. So give me that $50 million.
Yeah, all you need is $50 million.
All I need to do is be the 7th round pick in the draft and throw a few touchdowns to Brandon Aiyuk.
Yeah, come on. Take the 49ers to the Super Bowl, Murph.
Well, here he is about this payday waiting for him. What about your payday?
For me, I've said this time and time again, just in terms of taking it one day at a time. I'm trying to win this year and do everything I can for this organization this year. Everything else happens how it happens, but for me, I need to get better from last year, on the film and the things that I saw from, last year. In my rookie year, it's like, man, I've got this thing in me where it's like I want to continue to master my craft, and that's that. And so it's a business, obviously, too. But for me, man, I love this game. I love just competing with these guys in this organization. I love this organization, and I want to continue to represent myself for them and in the right way. So that's where I'm at with that. Getting too caught up in all that kind of stuff is for me, that's nonsense. So, just taking it one day at a time and getting better.
All right. Be where your feet are, that whole deal. So you can have a good year?
Murph, to be completely honest with you, I don't think we've seen the best Brock Purdy. And this is a take that I had last year. Once we saw him improve throughout the season, recovering from the internal brace surgery, and watching his arm strength pick up and get stronger week by week by week. He's entering his first full off season. I know it's crazy to say we haven't seen the best Brock Purdy when he was an MVP finalist last year, but I think this kid is going to continue to grow another year in Kyle Shanahan's system. I think the best is still yet to come with Brock Purdy.
So last year, 31 touchdowns, 11 picks. He led the NFL in QBR at 72.8. He was 5th in the NFL in yards, 4,280. His Super Bowl performance was 23 of 38, 255, 1 touchdown, no picks. He did not throw that pick, a rating of 89.3. He did throw a pick against Detroit, and he was 20 of 31 for 267 in that game. He did not throw a pick against Green Bay. So in those 3 games, Green Bay, Detroit, and Kansas City, threw 1 pick in 38, 69. What's 69 plus 39? Pause.
Nice.
108. 1 pick in 108 attempts, postseason attempts.
Damn.
It's pretty good.
Not bad at all.
Were there a couple dropped ones? Am I forgetting?
There's a couple missed throws in the Super Bowl, but no interceptions.
Well, is Brandon Aiyuk, like the theory is that he and in BA are the dudes, right? They had great chemistry. They had synergy, right? So they asked Brock, what are you thinking about as this guy might not come back? Cut W, young tone, about Purdy and Aiyuk.
I love BA, and what we've done has been pretty cool. And like I've said this before, I'm just thankful that I have and had the opportunity to play with him and throw him the ball and win games with him. It's been awesome. And we're at the time of year where obviously you don't know. Like as a player, it's obviously out of our control to sign guys and stuff. Like that's up to the front office and all that kind of stuff. But for me, I do trust John and Kyle in terms of getting guys who are going to make plays and be the right fit for our offense and everything. So my job as a quarterback is, trusting those guys to get the right guys and play and execute and win. And it's obviously it's a business as well. So you have ask and negotiations and all these kinds of things. At the end of the day, BA has been a brother to me, and I want the best for him. And but we're at that time of year where negotiations happen and the business side of things kick in. So that's where I'm at with it, though.
I wonder a year from now how it will go for him. I wonder if he's going to be, will it be contentious? Well, it depends on how he plays this year, too.
That is true,
right?
But you would think the way that we've seen the 49ers conduct business before would be the same model. Whether we're talking about Debo, whether we're talking about Nick Bosa, whether we're talking about George Kittle, it seems like each and every summer they kind of hold out, they have the stare down, they meet at the poker table, and then by the time July comes around, John Lynch convinces a couple guys to restructure the contract, and they work out a deal.
That's the plan. More BA and Brock Purdy. Has he been talking to him? Cut X, Tony. X-ray.
We've shot each other some texts, just checking in, how's he doing, and then seeing him at the facility, and like the off-season-ish when he's coming in just to do like some rehab stuff. I've ran into him, but outside of that, it's I've told him I want the best for him and love for him, so that's really been about it. So.
All right, so standard stuff. He loves his guy.
And I'm sure Brandon Aiyuk appreciates that now he actually has a quarterback that will text him back.
Nice pull. In fact, that is kind of nutty that Jimmy G would go dark on his. It's like texting my kids. It's unbelievable.
No love.
Oh, dude.
Ghosting.
Well, you're kind of a ghoster, bro.
Hey, I've been better, all right?
Has he?
I don't know.
John Joe, has he been better?
Yeah,
About
kind of.
that, yeah.
Whatever. Leave me alone.
Young Tony, have you tried texting this guy?
Leave me and Jimmy alone.
I actually did text him yesterday, and he responded relatively soon. I gave him some time.
Was it a matter of urgency or just a social text?
I actually did not have Maria Lopez's number. I needed her number to thank her for the gift.
Okay.
The Logan Webb jersey giveaway.
Okay, and you sent a thank you text for that.
I've yet to send it. I played 18 holes, got the contact. I've yet to send it, but I'll thank her
unbelievable.
again.
How hard is it for you to thumb out if just, hey, Maria, thanks for that jersey?
Well, I mean, like I said, I was playing 18 holes. I was a little busy.
You could do it right now.
You want me to do it right now?
Well, your buddy was teeing off. You could have done it.
I mean, yeah.
He literally texted me after I gave him Maria's number.
right now.
He said, thanks, Brody. He could have just sent that to Maria.
Yeah, he could have, absolutely. I mean, and first of all, the thank you text. I mean, I think the verbal when she gave it to you is good enough, but you're a polite kid.
Also good to have it. I didn't have the number. Yes, you're exactly right, though. I did thank her in person.
Yes.
I was going to send her another one. I also wanted to have the number just in case.
You know what, Murph? I actually want a thank you note from young Tony now. I want him to write it out.
510 says you're forgetting 2 balls Purdy threw directly into the numbers of Packers players in the playoffs. My name is Glenn.
Hey, Glenn. What's up, Glenn?
Joe Montana threw one into Louis Billups' arms, too. All right, guys, here's the deal. That's your Niner talk. Dude, NBA was crazy last night, and LeBron is pissed. The Nuggets are heroes. The Sixers are choking. Did Nick Nurse call a timeout? Are officials ruining the NBA playoffs? Next on the Sports Leader.
And we'll look forward to seeing you all at the races. Good day, everybody.
That's the end of that bit.
Menlo Park, shout out to you for supporting KNBR, Menlo Park's sports leader.
From the Chilton Auto Body Traffic Desk.
All right, we got our good friend Steve Moskowitz on the line bright and early Tuesday morning. Steve, you want to talk to everyone when they can't pay their taxes or even didn't file their taxes, what to do?
Call. Just yesterday, I had one of your listeners call, and he called with his adult son, and he imagined a horror story. And that's why he'd been living this way for so long. And I said, you know what? All that horrible stuff you're imagining, it's not going to happen. He was so relieved because, you know, when you don't file taxes, when you can't pay the bill, you start imagining all types of stuff. You don't have to live that way. And although, yes, the government can really do horrible things to you for not paying the taxes and not filing the returns, there's so many good, practical, realistic ways to avoid it. And here's all I'm asking your listeners. Just call me. Let's have a nice chat. If you don't like anything I say, you can hang up on me. No problem. But let me tell you what it's really like. We have so much experience here. And if you want, we'll go ahead and do these things for you. And then you can have a normal life. Don't imagine horrors. Find out what's really going on for me. Let's just have a nice chat.
Well, that sounds pretty good, Steve. So for more information, the number to call is 1-888-TAX-DEAL, 1-888-TAX-DEAL. You can go online to MoskowitzLLP.com.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. This is KNBR, and this is Murph and Marcus on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
Out top to DiVincenzo, his shot won't go. Hartenstein the rebound. Hartenstein gets it out to Anunoby. DiVincenzo a three. Bang! Bang! Knicks take a 1-point lead.
Shot clock at 8. DiVincenzo to the corner. Brunson with 6. Pulls for 3. Off the rim.
The 2 calls from last. We're going lights. All rejoin in honor of Camila Duvall's lights. What do you got? You going here, buddy? Yeah. Light of day?
Yes. Looking for it. 8:05 at 6:30 this morning. Light of Day by Springsteen. By the way, there's no actual audio version.
That's a deep
This is the
pull.
live version.
That's a deep pull. Wow. I'm
8:05.
impressed.
Shout out Slow.
Very impressed. And they're rocking away, too, man. Wow. I'm really impressed, dude. Very good. I think is it from a movie, I want to say? Anyway, it's really a deep pull. All right, guys. Fun stuff. Last night. I was rooting for the Knicks, so it was fun to see Dante DiVincenzo, former Warrior, hit that shot. So did anybody miss it? The Sixers are up by 5 with 30 seconds to go. They lose the game.
Knicks go on an 8-0 run. Jalen Brunson with a double bang, and then Dante DiVincenzo still got that dog in him, Murph.
After Isaiah Hartenstein gets the offensive rebound. Now, also the key play is after the Knicks cut it to 2, the Sixers get the ball in. And there's controversy. Nick Nurse is trying to call timeout. The ref doesn't grant it to him. Embiid claims that other players are trying to call timeout. The refs don't give it in. They get the ball in, I believe, to Tyrese Maxey, and he gets what appears to be roughed up and fouled. They don't call it, and the ball turns over to the Knicks.
Let the boys play, Murph.
So, A, they don't call the timeout, and B, they let the boys play on the inbound pass. Then you fast forward to the Laker-Denver game. Lakers up 20 in the third quarter, 10 in the fourth quarter. LeBron's doing his thing, and instead it comes down to a Jamal Murray bucket. The Nuggets complete a 20-point comeback. You just heard the Jamal Murray. Incredible. Have you guys seen the picture going around of the shot? It's from the opposite baseline. It's Murray at the peak of his jump, AD at the peak of his reach, the entire Nuggets bench holding each other back. Everybody in the crowd standing and riveted, grabbing each other's chests and wrists, and it's just the ball leaving Murray's hand. I said it to Brad Mangian, the great photographer. I'm like, dude, tell me this is a great sports picture. He goes, this is a great sports picture. Damn. So Jamal Murray hits it, and the Nuggets just own the Lakers 10 in a row.
Is it 10 straight now?
10 in a row, even though, all sorts of questions. And by the way, earlier in the game, now this is kind of weird that LeBron made this a deal because it happened in the third quarter.
Of course. You're telling me LeBron's complaining and blaming somebody else for him losing?
In the third quarter, Michael Porter hits D'Angelo Russell in the face. They call a foul. The Nuggets call for a review, oddly enough. And it appears that the video shows it's a foul, but instead Scott Foster says marginal contact and overturns the foul.
Oh, well.
So LeBron, after the game, after this heartbreaking loss that falls him down to 0-2, probably, I don't want to say sticks a knife at him. They're going down to L.A. We'll see what happens. But and lots of teams that go back from 0-2. The Warriors and the Kings last year, right? Yeah. But LeBron sat down after the game, and this was a strategy now. He's trying to plant a seed for future games. But instead of talking about him missing a shot down the stretch or Jamal Murray getting that shot off, this was LeBron's post-game strategy here.
I said it. I think I said it this year or last year, whatever. D'Lo clearly gets hit in the face on a drive. what the do we have a replay center if it's going to go? It doesn't make sense to me. It makes no sense to me. It bothers me. I'm sorry I didn't answer your question, but that is like. And then I just saw what happened with the Sixers Knicks game too. What are we doing?
Okay.
Oh, come on, LeBron.
Well,
cry me a river, build a bridge, and get the hell over it. The play happened in the third quarter. You notice how he's not giving that same answer about him clanking a wide-open three-pointer from the top of the key, tie ball game, 99-99, 15 seconds left.
He had hit two bigger ones. He had hit two big ones prior to that.
Yeah.
He was playing out of his mind. I find myself being a LeBron defender.
I was going to say, you're a LeBron apologist
now. I
now.
am turning into a LeBron apologist.
He ain't got that clutch gene, Murph.
I am. Should he have taken that ball to the rack, perhaps, instead of sitting back there and shooting that three, because he's not necessarily a three-point guy.
But this is classic LeBron. He's going to create a distraction so that people aren't talking about his missed shot. He did the same thing last year after the Joker and the Denver Nuggets swept him in 4 games. Oh, I'm thinking about retiring. I'm thinking about calling it a career. Just because he didn't want people talking about the fact that he got swept by the Denver Nuggets, a guy named Nikola Jokic, who he refused to draft last year or 2 years ago in the All-Star game. And then yesterday, the dagger from Jamal Murray, who still somehow has never been an All-Star in his NBA career.
When are we gonna start recognizing Jamal Murray?
They'll put some respect on Jamal Murray's
and he
name.
just took it. He said, and by the way, Mike Malone does not call timeout there. There's a big moment there. And you see Jokic wave off. As soon as they get the rebound off the LeBron miss, Jokic has the presence of mind to wave his hands like twice. And on the Twitch, you can see me doing it here. Getting my Jokic thing. Saying, don't call time. Let's just go. Let's just go. Which I always support, by the way. I always support that.
Gru says go, Murph.
Shout out, exactly. Shout out the 1987 Indiana Hoosiers. Same situation. National championship game did not. Bobby Knight is considered a genius for not calling timeout, leading to Keith Smart's jumper. Shout out future Warrior head coach Keith Smart to do that. So it's always kind of fun to let it roll. Timeouts kill the drama. And the theory is don't let the defense get set up, right?
Exactly.
And Jamal kind of, he got a screen, came around. And AD had just gone on a rant prior to the game about not being a Defensive Player of the Year finalist.
Oh, perfect timing.
And so, I mean.
Cue the curb music.
Yeah. Yeah, you're right. And listen, AD is a great player. And he said, I can guard 1 through 5. He said, the league doesn't like me. And then Murray hits the shot.
Dude.
Bum.
And literally sat his ass down on the Denver Nuggets bench.
Yeah.
AD got caught underneath the dog pile.
He lost his balance and stumbled into the Nuggets bench, which was going crazy.
He sat him down.
Oh, man. And here's what is this the radio call from Denver? Or is it the TV call? What is this here?
It's not labeled, but I think it's radio.
Let's just hear it here. It's a happy Nugget with a taunt.
4 seconds. 3 seconds left. Why are they not fouling? Jumper Murray. Got it in the horn. Denver mounts the comeback. They come back from 20 points down. They win game number 2. 101 to 99 is the final. And the Lakers can take that L on the way out.
Take that L on the way out.
He's going with Mike Malone earlier in the year.
I love
Remember
it.
Malone said that to.
I love it.
Was the Celtics fans who showed up in Denver?
Yes.
He goes, yeah, a lot of Celtics fans here tonight. They can take that L out on the way home, baby. Didn't he say that in that New York, that Brooklyn accent of his?
He did.
Or Bronx, whichever it is. So funny. So good. So anyway, you hate to see officials be part of it. Here's Joel Embiid after his game. By the way, Embiid with weird body language had his head down in his hands the whole time.
It almost looked like he was crying.
Yeah. And Barkley called him out and said, you're a leader. You can't have your head down like this. But Embiid was just saying that the refs didn't do it right at the end of the game.
Joel, did you think you guys had set aside if you thought it was a foul? Did you think you guys had gotten a timeout in?
Yes, we did. I mean, everybody on the floor was trying to call a timeout, myself included, Nico, coach on the sideline. But they didn't give it to us. But, forget about the timeout. There's a bunch of fouls. Like I said, that's unacceptable.
So here we go.
He also went on to say that they're the better team and they're still going to win the series.
He did say that. You're right.
Despite being down 2-0.
Did you read the Athletics NBA Draft Confidential thing yesterday?
Mm-mm.
It was pretty good. I should probably get into it a little bit. There's some good stuff in here. They do the confidential thing. By the way, we need KNBR Confidential. That's what we need.
Uh-oh.
Yeah. They survey all the NBA players. They're like, no names. Say what you want. God, could you imagine?
Yeah,
man.
I'm not buying that it stays anonymous either.
Yeah, well, definitely not here.
Well, at KNBR, there'll be leaks.
Yeah, for sure. But at the NBA Confidential, let me get it for you here. Here it is. And they talked about officials. And it's funny, I've been for years and years and years. I'm like, you just can't complain about officials. You just can't. I'm like, it's like a losing battle. There's nothing you can do. You just got to kind of go with the theory that it'll somehow even out. And then we played our 6th grade semifinal.
Oh,
now I understand.
Yeah. I've seen those highlights, Murph.
Now I understand.
Oh,
So
man.
anyway, point is,
flagrant, Murph.
but they did talk about officiating. One of the questions was, I'm trying to scroll down here, getting past all the stuff about overrated players and underrated players. And you know who comes out really well in the poll? Just underrated, Drew Holiday. As he should, dude.
Of course, dude.
And by the way, here's another one on my way down to the referee one. They asked 133 NBA players anonymously, who's the greatest player of all time? Michael Jordan, 45%. LeBron James, 42%.
Ooh.
Are you ready for this?
He's closing the margin.
In 2019, it was Michael, 73, LeBron, 11.
Kids these days. They're done with the 90s, Murph.
Well, I think it was
By the way, Michael Jordan would have made that shot last night.
Yeah. Yeah, he would have.
He's got that clutch gene.
Yeah.
LeBron doesn't.
Man.
Yeah, shout out Kyrie saving him, and shout out Ray Allen saving him also.
Here it is,
I'm
guys.
just taking shots at LeBron this morning.
God, I'm going down here. God, it's such a long poll.
Hold that
I got to
L.
get all the way down to the officiating here. What letter grade would you give the officials this year? Only 3% gave an A, 27% gave a B, 48% gave a C, and 13% gave a D. Here's some of the stuff they're saying. It's saying here's a guy who gave a D. He says it's a different sense of entitlement they feel. They get a little bit more sensitive than they have previously. Some of them are blatant. I've seen better years. The voter who gave a C says the issue is just too much volatility and inconsistency. I say there's 8 elite officials, great officials, and then when you have the rest of the 50 that are just, it makes it hard on those guys. So the rest of them are just bad, says the person who gave it a C. Anyway, this is a Fitz thing for years about officials. Now they can affect a game. And last night, in both games, they were a storyline. All right, guys, fun NBA stuff. Lakers fall down 0-2. Should they have tanked for the Oklahoma City Thunder? We're proudly sponsored by Marin Health with top physicians, surgeons, and clinicians right here in the North Bay. Marin Health puts you closer to your best health. World-class care, closer than you think. Dwayne Kuiper after a win. And then the big hit is the 49ers, John Lynch and Brandon Aiyuk. Next on The Sports Leader.
They can take that L on the way out, baby.
question, we've got the best in the booth. That's why we all mimic his call. Time for Murph and Marcus to catch up with Kite on KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM.
All right, we got him after a win. How exciting. Hey, Dwayne Kuiper's brought to us by NorCal Honda. Honda is value. Get a great deal now at your NorCal Honda dealers. Kuiper, not only after a win, but I feel like we should put a spotlight on you as you enter the show, my friend. The new world of spotlights, Dwayne. How are you? Good morning.
Hey, morning, Kuiper.
Yeah, that was pretty interesting because for about, 3 seconds, 4 seconds, Mike and I thought that basically the electricity went out and we were going to be there for a while.
We're down.
And, at that point, the Giants are, 3 outs away from walking away with a nice win. And if the electricity goes out, that ain't good. But here it was all planned. And, look, I'm not opposed to having some fun. It doesn't affect the game, and our fans seem to like it. So, good for everybody who had the idea.
Yeah, I mean, it's a whole new world. And also the strobe lights for the home runs, too. I mean, it's a little more, it's not as dramatic as turning out the lights and putting a spotlight on Camilo Doval. But what do you think, Dwayne? I mean, it's like you lived long enough to see both a disco demolition night and this.
Well, remember, don't forget 10 cent beer night.
10 cent beer night. That's what I'm thinking of. Yeah. Yeah.
I missed that, though. I got called up right after that. But, when I got called up, the stories about 10 cent beer night were fabulous. It was like, geez. What about the disco demolition at Comiskey Park?
Yeah. It's incredible.
But none of that compares to what's going on now. We saw a dramatic change at Dodger Stadium once Magic Johnson got involved in the Dodgers. And Dodger Stadium used to be a place where it was fairly quiet, not a lot of glitz and sound, and Magic wanted Dodger Stadium to be like the Staples Center. Basketball with all the noise and fires and, all these kind of things going on. And it really changed the atmosphere at Dodger Stadium. Not for guys like us that have to sit in the booth and try to work through that. It made it difficult. And now with the Giants, they've added a few more things where, they got a new speaker system, they got new lights, and it really is all pretty cool, to be honest with you. And look, if this is what our fans like, and if this is what they want, I'm all for it. I really am. I just, there's a few things I don't like about what goes on with celebrations and all these other things, but I think this is fine.
Yeah, and Kai, one of the guys that got the strobe light treatment last night was Michael Conforto. He goes deep. How much do you think that means to Michael Conforto to go deep against his former team?
Well, I think it's important for him. I mean, anytime you do that against your former team, it's great. But it's also the third home run he's hit this year against lefties. And he would not have gotten that opportunity with the group of people that were in charge the last 4 years. And I think he relishes this now that he's a everyday player. And I think if you can go home at night and lay your head on the pillow and think about you being an everyday player, it definitely makes a difference when you put on that uniform.
Wow, it's really, really cool to see him do it. And he's the guy who told Susan Slusser, it's been a while since they had 30. He's got 5 now. Let's keep it going. But we got to talk about number 67. We were joking earlier in the show. My favorite number 67 in Giants history. And then we looked it up, and there had been a few. A guy named Henry Ramos in 2010, Sam Selman, Roberto Gomez. They've all worn 67, but we have a new 67. His name's Keaton Wynn. He came from the cornfields of Iowa with a split finger like Kevin Gausman and Roger Craig. Dwayne, I know we got bad news about Alex Cobb going to the 60-day IL, and this guy is making that bad news a lot more palatable. I mean, my gosh, he's been a revelation, and last night the Mets couldn't hit the splitty.
Well, look, hats off to everybody in that rotation because they're all really good, including the guy that's pitching tonight. And Keaton Wynn right now is their best starter. And when you look at it, he's also their fifth starter. So, I mean, this guy's going to be really good. I mean, he's a horse. When you stand next to him, I mean, you don't realize how big he is. I mean, he's 6'4" and extremely athletic. Mike did a little digging about, his history in Iowa. Really small town, but his high school had 1,200, 1,300 people. And he was a fantastic wide receiver of all things. And we watched him cover first base. And, I mean, he moves. And he looked like a wide receiver. This guy's not going anywhere. And, I mean, look, they're going to have some numbers issues, when Cobb and Robbie Ray come back. But Keaton Wynn is making a strong impression that he won't be moved. And Jordan Hicks is making the same impression. So it'll be really, really interesting to see what happens when the Giants get these other guys back. By the way, these other guys are all pretty good.
Yeah.
So we'll see what happens. It's a really terrific problem to have.
Yeah, I think Giants fans are enjoying seeing number 67 in the rotation right now. But moving on from number 67 to number 16, Kipe, I want to ask you about Nick Ahmed. I think a lot of baseball fans knew about the 2 Golden Gloves and how good he is defensively. But I got to say, I'm a bit shocked to see him hitting 296, had 2 more hits last night, 2 RBIs. How much of a pleasant surprise has the bat been of Nick Ahmed?
Well, when we watched, Nick Ahmed when he was with the D-backs, it really was all about defense. And I have to tell you, when the Gold Gloves were announced, I don't even know, 8, 9 years ago, whenever Nick Ahmed won back-to-back Gold Gloves at short, I was like, really? Yeah. He's better than Brandon Crawford. Brandon Crawford doesn't win the Gold Glove. Nick Ahmed does. But he was more known for that than he was for swinging the bat. But, hey, he's found a groove offensively. Defensively, he's just really solid. Super solid. The ball gets hit in his area, he's going to make the play. He's probably going to be a lot like the first guy I played with in the big leagues. His name was Frank Duffy. He came out of Stanford. He was Jim Plunkett's backup quarterback.
Oh, is that right? That's a great stat. I never knew that. He's a future Red Sox. He played with the Red Sox.
He ended up getting traded from the Indians to the Red Sox.
Yeah.
And
Frank Duffy, all right.
He would throw out Boog Powell and Mickey Rivers by the same amount at first base.
Style.
So the fastest guy in the league and the slowest guy in the league, they all get thrown out by the same margin. And Nick Ahmed's a lot like that. If you watch him in the way he throws and the way he plays, he knows just enough what to get on each throw to make that play at first base. And you know what? He's terrific in the clubhouse. It's a great combination on that left side with Matt Chapman and Nick Ahmed. And I think we're seeing the dividends, especially when you get guys that pitch and throw a lot of ground balls like Wynn did last night. So, yeah, Nick Ahmed's been great. And, when, the keys to shortstop kind of were handed to the Liriano kid, and it didn't take very long in spring training to realize that we might have to go in a different direction. And being able to pick up somebody like Nick Ahmed was a sensational move.
Yeah, that just played out right in front of our eyes as Ahmed just played better and better all through Scottsdale. Dwayne Kuiper joins us every Tuesday. Tonight, Giants try to make it 2 in a row against the Mets, who are a hot team, but the Giants cooled them down with Keaton Wynn last night. It's Logan Webb tonight, the ace, against Luis Severino, former Yankee, right? Mm-hmm. Yeah. So a lot of positives, Dwayne. A couple of guys I wanted to ask about that weren't as positive. So when the Giants face a lefty, we see Tom Murphy at catcher sometimes, not all the times, but we have. We saw Jordan Montgomery Friday and a lefty last night. And we see Austin Slater in right. Those guys are both under the interstate. I know it's only been 24 games, but those two guys must be in the clubhouse just grinding it. Murphy was signed for his bat, and Slater historically has such great numbers against lefties. So any thoughts on those two guys grinding it there? And if they get going, what that means for the team?
Yeah, I mean, you got to put them out there to get out of it. I mean, it's really hard to get out of a funk if you're not playing. So you kind of have to stay with your routine where if a lefty's out there, then Slater's going to play. And Murphy's got to play, at least once, maybe even twice a week, so you can get Patrick Bailey off his feet. So they got to play. And, that is literally the only way you can get out of it. You cannot get out of a funk if you're sitting on the bench. So, we got to keep watching, these two as they try to get out of this funk. And they've got enough history on the back of their baseball card to tell you that they eventually will. But I know they're miserable. I mean, I've been through it. Look, my second year, I had a great first year where everything I hit was a base hit. Weak little ground balls, flares to the left. And then my second year, there was something to this sophomore jinx. I'm hitting under 200 at the All-Star break. And the first half was miserable. I even got platooned the second half. And that broke my heart because, when you're used to playing every day, getting platooned is like a major slap in the face. But you got to play to get out of it. And I ended up having a great second half to even things out. But I wouldn't have had it if I wasn't playing all the time. So you just keep your fingers crossed that these guys are going to snap out of it because you're right. If and when they do, it's really going to change that lineup.
And Kai, we knew that the plan going into the season in right field was to platoon Yaz and Slater, but I want to ask you about the hottest hitter in Sacramento right now, Elliot Ramos, who has had a couple taste of the big leagues. He's got 5 home runs this year. He's hitting 324. Do you think it's possible that maybe they put him into a platoon with Mike Yastrzemski in right field?
Absolutely not. You've got a guy that's got some history of being a really good player, and even a good player off the bench when he's not starting. Look, yeah, that could happen, but it's not going to be right now. You have to give a guy a chance to get out of his funk. And if you're still worried about him in June or July, yeah, maybe you could see something happen. But nothing's going to happen right now.
All right. Well, that's a good answer there. And Kai, before we let you go, man, you sent me down a Frank Duffy hole. I forgot he was the Giant who was in the George Foster trade. Holy moly. That's on me. So he was originally, out of Turlock High School, so in our listenership area. I can't believe he backed up Jim Plunkett. And then he goes in the Foster trade, and then he's traded to you guys with Gaylord Perry for Sam McDowell. Or pardon me. So he goes from the Reds to the Giants for Foster. Then he goes to the Indians with the Giants getting Sam McDowell with Gaylord Perry. Oh, my God. Frank Duffy's got a whole – are you still in touch with him?
No, I haven't seen Duff in a while. I saw him about 10 years ago. He came to our park. He was always really like the smartest guy on the team.
Well, Stanford.
And Buddy Bell and I were really close, and we'd go out to dinner with Duff or breakfast, and Duff was married but no kids, and there were no kids on the horizon. We go into a restaurant, and he'd go, "We're not sitting over there. There's too many kids over there. They're too noisy and loud." Right? And Buddy and I are like, "Duff, will you relax?" "No, I'm not sitting next to any kids." Turns out he moves to Tucson, and he's got a barrel full of kids now.
He's in the Stanford Hall of Fame, it says here. How about that?
So, he's Frank Duffy was really the perfect guy for me to break into the big leagues with, because he was really, really smart, And he knew how to play that position.
That's awesome.
I love Guff.
All right, great stuff. Well, listen, after a win, we're so glad, and we'll see if they can, take 2 out of 3 from this tough Mets team. Maybe even sweep them. Who knows? But all I know is that we're going to have a spotlight follow you and Mike into the booth. That's all I know.
Well, I mean, we're having fun.
Yeah.
Mike now with his new chair.
Yeah.
It's changed the world for him. And at some point, we'll talk about that a little bit.
Yeah, we'll do that a little bit later. Maybe on an off day we can get into that or something. So, Kipe, have a great call tonight, and say hi to the spotlight, and we'll talk to you soon.
Yeah, thanks, Kipe.
All right.
The great
Thanks, guys.
Dwayne Kuiper, as brought to you by NorCal Honda. Honda is value. Get a great deal now at your NorCal Honda dealers. All right, the big hit, shifting gears. The NFL draft is Thursday. What did John Lynch say about Brandon Aiyuk? 808 KNBR is the phone number. If you want to chime in, 415-808-5627 is the Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line. What you guys thought about what John Lynch had to say about Brandon Aiyuk. Next on the Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
The NFL draft is this Thursday night. So come join me, Adam Copeland, and John Dickinson down at 21st Amendment for the KNBR draft party. We'll have $3 pints, special food menus, and of course, a good time breaking down the 49ers draft. So join us and check out all those details and more. Available now on the KNBR socials and KNBR.com.
now? This is The Big Hit.
Sponsored by Benjamin Moore Paints. Experience the Benjamin Moore retail difference at their independently owned authorized retailers today or at benjaminmoore.com.
On KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM, the sports leader.
Obviously, you welcomed Aiyuk contract questions, so I was going to ask you.
Wrong.
Is there any chance he is not on this roster Friday?
I wouldn't anticipate that. Yeah.
All right, John Litz, there's some wiggle room there, isn't it? I wouldn't anticipate that. And again, we get into the existential questions that are asked down in Santa Clara. Will you be alive on Sunday?
I can't guarantee that anybody in the world will be alive Sunday, so I can't guarantee who will be on our roster on Sunday. So that goes for all of us.
So when you walk into 4949 Centennial, you better take it minute by minute, baby, because you got no idea what's coming. By the way, what's coming is I'm a little pissed to see this at Greg Cosell's joining Tolbert and Copes. Why not us?
Ooh.
Why not us?
Now we
Young
got
Tone,
beef.
you got news?
He's joining us Thursday. Thursday morning.
You know, I had a good text exchange with him mourning the passing of Dickie Betts of the Allman Brothers. We had a great exchange. And he said he had to put on the Allman Brothers during his film study. He said, Murph, I had to go down to the whipping post.
Nice.
That's what he said.
Nice.
So, all right.
We'll queue up some Dickie Betts on Thursday.
Yeah, we will for sure.
8:15 on Thursday morning, draft day.
As opposed to 8:15 today with the electric Mike Silver, who will have strong takes on what the Niners are going to do. He's the guy who said the inflection point will come in late April. He wrote that in mid-March. Well, boys and girls, it is late April, and Thursday is the draft, and the Niners will be on the clock at number 31 unless they trade up. And if they trade up, that means they're probably not going to trade the Brandon Aiyuk pick. But it is open. It is open for discussion because we've seen them do this before. They did it with DeForest Buckner after Lynch gave very similar quotes on our show, coincidentally, in 2019. We see DeForest Buckner being a Niner for a long, long time, right? So let's keep the door open again. Silk Sonic, my friends, as I tell you, you're listening to KNBR AM and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station. By the way, Keith from Nevada, who gave me that vinyl on opening day.
Oh, shout out, Keith.
He's got to know that's up in my home. That is prominent. It's like a work of art. Looking at Anderson .Paak and Bruno Mars, like just hanging out in their 70s shades.
I mean, him coming by and dropping off a vinyl at the table was already an all-time moment. But the fact that he knew the bit, the Silk Sonic bit about leaving the door open, shout out to my guy, Keith.
I don't know if it's getting. I want that over my pancakes, by the way. This is the fact that he left wiggle room. Now, we think strongly that they're not going to trade Brandon Aiyuk. DeForest Buckner is the only time they really made that kind of move. Although, I guess the Trey Lance trade, right, would be another one. Although they traded picks there, not a player. Is there a possibility that there's other moves going on, too? Is there a possibility they would move anybody else on draft day? Is there a possibility that, Deebo Samuel's got 2 years left. They don't have any other receivers other than George Kittle. I guess one of my questions to you would be, like, if they traded Brandon Aiyuk, which we don't think they will, but if they did, or if they moved Deebo Samuel for some reason, can they win a Super Bowl with either Deebo and a rookie or Aiyuk and a rookie? That's the question.
Well, Murph.
Rashee Rice and the Chiefs just did it.
That's absolutely true. And let's take a look at the difference between the Chiefs and the 49ers. Kyle Shanahan wants to run the ball. Or should I say, at least that's the way his system is set up. Now, of course, me and you have discussed multiple times the 6 straight passes he had in the third quarter after Patrick Mahomes was throwing interceptions in the Super Bowl.
Yelling at the TV.
So maybe getting rid of one of these wide receivers will encourage Kyle Shanahan to run the ball more with his actual all-pro running back, Christian McCaffrey. I like to see that. But, Murph, I think in this system, we've seen it before. Now, this is the best wide receiver duo that the 49ers have had for a while. But I think you could replace one of these guys if needed. Now, the question is, how long is it going to take to replace a Deebo or a Brandon Aiyuk? Because you're not going to have a rookie wide receiver step in Kyle's system and put up the same type of numbers that we saw from Aiyuk last year.
All very true. So anyway, more Lynch from yesterday. Opening statement about wanting Aiyuk to be here forever. Cut C.
Before, questions, I know a couple years ago, there was a lot of talk about another receiver, Deebo, and I said the same thing. But with BA, BA, I've communicated on a couple occasions, on many occasions, our wish, and our wish is that he's here and a part of the Niners for the rest of his career. We're working through that. And, as such, I was a player once, and I never liked my business being out in the public, and so I'm going to respect that. I'm not going to speak for their side. I can say we're having good talks, and I'm just going to leave it at that, and we'll focus on the draft here today. But that's just want to understand you guys have a job to do and respect that, but that's kind of the tone I'm going to take there.
Yeah, so he was, but, they weren't going to leave it at that, so they went right at him. I believe the first 6 questions were about Aiyuk, so including our 8:15 guest, Mike Silver, with the next question. Are you communicating via emoji? Very funny line from Mike because of the money talks, bull, dookie, walks emoji from Brandon Aiyuk.
Yeah, shout out to the whole segment we spent trying to decode not only Brandon Aiyuk's emojis, but George Kittle's emojis also.
That's right. So here's Silver and Lynch here, yeah.
With that, I'll open up for questions.
You guys communicated, did you use emojis or words?
There you go, the first question. We communicate well, and we love the guy, so thank you.
He didn't say. Maybe they are emojis. How's John Lynch's emoji game? How's your emoji game, by the way?
I think my emoji game's pretty strong. I like to throw in a nice emoji on one of my tweets.
What do you?
I feel like it grabs the people's attention.
You know what? You sent me one. You'll send one when you think one of your takes has been validated with that smirk.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That nice little smirk.
Yeah. Young Tony, how's your emoji game, buddy?
It's good. I will say some people like over emoji. Like they'll send 10 emojis in one text and you're like, bro, relax. Or like when the laughing emoji, they'll send too many of those.
Is that?
I keep it to like 2 or 3.
Yeah, I'm going to say I'm max 3 emojis.
Yeah.
I can't go deeper than that. How's a Brian Murphy emoji game?
I mean, you guys tell me. I text you. How is it? I mean, I kind of
black and white, no emojis at all from you.
Yes, I do. Yeah.
Oh, really?
I
don't think I've gotten any of them.
Okay, well, maybe you and I haven't gotten to that stage.
You don't have that special relationship. Wait till Murph hits you with those eggplants, Tony.
I just sent I'll send a GIF if I think it's funny. I mean, it has to. I understand you don't want to be the old man sending too many GIFs, but a buddy of mine was saying he's very down on Mike Yastrzemski. Then he found out that Mike Yastrzemski's walk-up music is When the Levee Breaks, and he's a huge Led Zeppelin fan, so he wanted to give Yastrzemski a second chance. So I sent him a gyrating Robert Plant emoji, and he enjoyed it. So there you go. That's like an example. I mean, GIF, pardon me.
Yeah, I like the breakdown, but we're to like the 3rd, 4th, 5th chance for Mike Yastrzemski now. He's had that song as his walk-up his entire Giants tenure.
That's what I told him. I said, where you been, buddy?
Yeah.
Yaz, by the way, up to 178.
Hey, he's starting to swing it, but still waiting for that platoon to get over the Mendoza line.
Yeah, correct. Here we go. Now more. He wasn't done. They asked, Matt Mayoko comes in. Asked another question.
Sure. We received calls about a lot of players. Yeah.
Given permission to his side to go?
I'm not going to get in all those details. We're really focused on BA being part of us. He's under contract, and we're looking forward to that.
Tim Kawakami wasn't done. He came in and asked him, well, is he here? Is he at the facility? This would be cut F, son. Young Tone.
Where is he?
There it is.
Been here for?
He's not. Yeah, he's not here right now. No.
But has he been here previously at all?
No. Yeah.
Okay, all right. And then finally, he gets another one. He's like, listen, we get these things done. I'm proud of our record. Here it is.
I think there is, human nature is that deadlines force these things. But, I think you can always learn from situations, and you'd be a fool not to. I'd like to have our business tidied up at a little, those things, they ran the course they needed to. And I'm proud of our record of getting the guys we want to get done. But I'm right there with everyone else. I'd sure like it to happen sooner.
All right. Well, listen, we get to that inflection point we were talking about as I put on my jacket here. It's a little chilly. And that is that I'm leaving the door open to the possibility. I think he'll be here because I think they think their best chance to win a Super Bowl is that. But let's go other way.
Okay.
Let's go into that argument of if you did trade him, you can get younger, you can get cheaper, you can have more money for Brock Purdy's contract next year, for other things. Now, the counter to that is that the cap isn't really real, and if you structure Purdy or Aiyuk's contract the right way, the first couple of years will be cap friendly. So I think more like the evidence is just higher and higher that he can get the deal he wants here at a cap friendly first couple of years. The cap isn't real. The Niners have paid their guys. Got to give Jed all the credit in the world. He keeps writing those checks, and that they want to keep running this Super Bowl. And also, Aiyuk is only getting better and better with Brock Purdy and the way he knows the playbook and runs his routes, and he's a young man.
And really, the only benefit that the 49ers have to doing this contract extension right now is to move that $14 million cap space for next year's salary cap to later on down the road. Now, obviously, Brandon Aiyuk is going to get a contract that's more than $14 million. But the way that they can structure it so that maybe he's getting the big hits, the big paydays after the Deebo Samuel's contract expires over the next couple seasons. I think that's the question, Murph. If not, they can just play him this year under contract and slap him with the franchise tag after that if they really wanted to drag this thing out.
Yeah, I'm trying to think of the last time they franchised a guy. It's been a while, hasn't it? And those things are always weird. Now, you get the average of the top 5 players in your position, so you get a lot of money, but you don't get that long-term security.
Correct. You don't get the guarantee.
That's the Saquon thing here, too. 209 checks in and says, if Brock as a rookie can come in and succeed, I think another rookie can, too. As far as Aiyuk, he was putting his all in on blocking part of the offense, and it wasn't until then that he blossomed. I'd keep him here. 650 on the Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line says, the wording tells me Lynch is at least listening just in case someone offers us something ridiculous for Aiyuk. So what would you consider ridiculous? And would it be that you could get Malik Neighbors? Because you're probably not going to get Marvin Harrison Jr. or Roma Duzne, right?
No.
I mean, those guys will be gone.
Mm-hmm.
And what about Neighbors? Will he be gone? And what about, is there the fourth receiver that they want?
And again, just to me, I think drafting a rookie wide receiver, moving on from Brandon Aiyuk, is not only just a lateral move, it's a step backwards for a team that is competing for a Super Bowl right now. Like, that's my bottom line. You should be all in. But, Murph, you did ask the question, would they trade anybody else before the draft or even this offseason?
Yeah.
And I want to give credit to the 707 who just hit us with a text on the Golden State Lumber and Building Material text line on a thread I didn't even think of, referencing the Bill Walsh rule about getting rid of a guy a year too early instead of a year too late. They threw out the idea of maybe trading away Trent Williams, getting a pick, drafting an offensive lineman, and taking advantage of his value before he decides to hang it up and call it a career.
Oh, I don't see that. I don't see that happening just for a couple of reasons. One, they need him so much, and two, I don't know. He might retire rather than go somewhere else.
Yeah,
he might just say, "I'm done."
I agree. I thought it was an interesting take, an interesting thread, and quoting the Bill Walsh rule. But right now, again, that goes to my argument of trying to win right now. You want Trent Williams on the team.
You know who I thought you were going to say was Deebo.
Ooh.
A year or two, because there's a lot of dings on that car body.
You're right,
that chassis.
Man. That shoulder gets hurt a lot. Those hamstrings get pulled a lot.
It's a brutal, relentless, ruthless game. And when you get near 30, which is where George Kittle is, so they need tight ends.
Yeah, and that's the question. I know Deebo Samuel is hard to replace in this system, but we also had John Lynch yesterday talking about bloodlines. And you know who has a bloodline in the draft? Christian McCaffrey's little brother. Maybe you draft him, throw him in a Deebo Samuel type role. He's a guy that played running back and wide receiver. Just throwing that idea out there.
By the way, Dane Brugler's mock draft, he has the 3 receivers going in the top 10.
Ooh.
He has Harrison, Oduzne, and Malik Neighbors all gone by 10. Yeah. Now, I don't know if, Dane Brugler could be wrong, but so if you're the Niners, you're not going to get any of those 3 guys. And then the next guy up would be this guy, Brian Thomas Jr. from LSU. He has him going at 17. Now, that would be maybe a little more realistic.
But they are saying that this is one of the deepest wide receiver classes in recent history. So I would not be surprised. I don't think they're doing it in the first round. But later on throughout this draft, with those 10 draft picks, John Lynch, I would assume, would add another young wide receiver to have some depth beyond Brandon Aiyuk and Deebo Samuel.
I mean, again, this is just Brugler's mock, but Adonai Mitchell, the wide receiver out of Texas who ran the fastest. Oh, no, was it him who ran the fastest?
You're talking about the wide receiver out of Texas?
Yeah. Was it him who ran that one? Anyway, he has him around at 30, 31, 32, and he has him going to the Chiefs. Imagine the Chiefs getting another one like
More
that.
More speed for the Chiefs.
Man, this is very interesting. And like we said, the inflection point comes Thursday night when the Niners will be on the clock. Now, the Niners are at 31, so you're talking about the end of the night. Or maybe you're talking about somebody making a call earlier in the day and saying, we'll take Brandon Aiyuk and give you our number, whatever.
Yeah, and Murph, I was just talking earlier about hosting the KNBR draft party Thursday night at 21st Amendment, and I would not be surprised when me and the people are drinking a couple $3 pints that we get a call that John Lynch and the 49ers have actually moved up in the first round. Yesterday, he talked about the first-round talent on the 49ers draft board. They said they had 22 players ranked with a first-round draft status. When you're at 31, you either got to hope and luck that someone's going to fall to you, or you got to make the move, call somebody up, and go get one of those 22 guys.
Yeah, 925 checks in on the Golden State Lumber and Builders Materials text line, says, Waterboy was talking about a year too early. I was thinking George Kittle.
I've heard that thought come up too.
George Kittle, but they don't have any depth at that position at all. 916 says, sign Aiyuk, then draft and develop a receiver, just like they tried to with Danny Gray. Not working out. Draft and develop a receiver, then trade Aiyuk or Deebo next season if you need cap space in your new receiver pans out. 925 says Debo's contract is the problem. They're paying him top-tier value. His value is unique to the Niners, whereas Aiyuk is a potential top 5 receiver. Long-term, Debo is expendable. 209 says it would be a step back in wide receivers, could be a step forward in multiple positions here, too. And 209 says, hot take, Debo on the trading block to make room for a BA contract. And 707 says, don't you guys remember the last franchise tag? Robbie Gold.
Wow.
Robbie Gold.
Nice shot, Robbie
Gold. The only one from Lynch.
That's the only one. 831 says, I would trade Debo. And 650 says, hey, if we're talking bloodlines in the draft, did you know Brendan Rice, Jerry's son, is out there too?
Oh, we're talking Brendan Rice. We're talking Frank Gore Jr. We're talking Luke McCaffrey. We're even talking Tariq Owens. There's a lot of 49er bloodlines in this draft.
T.O.'s kid?
Yeah, he was down at the local pro day down at Levi's last week.
That's the first I've heard.
Tariq Owens.
Okay, where do he play college ball? Do you know?
No, good question. But we asked Matt Mayoko about it last week. We'll ask him again this week.
Okay, man, I guess I missed that. What was I doing? Was I reading a text?
Yeah, probably.
All right, guys, here's the deal. That's your big hit. We continue to mull over the Brandon Aiyuk thing, and I'm going to say, I'll leave it at this. I'm not ruling out anything because I follow my Mike Silver, and Mike Silver said in February after the Super Bowl loss that difficult conversations are being had, and that preceded the Eric Armstead departure. So what is the difficult conversation having this week? Mike Silver from the Chronicle next on the Sports Leader.
When you guys communicated, did you use emojis or words?
Alameda. Shout out to you for supporting KNBR, Alameda's sports leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Matt Mayoko stopped by the afternoon show yesterday with Tom Tolbert and Kerry Crowley to talk about our KNBR draft party on Thursday night, but to also talk about the actual NFL draft, Brandon Aiyuk's future, and John Lynch's press conference yesterday. To hear that podcast and more, check it out now on KNBR.com and the KNBR app.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Murph and Marcus keep rolling on the sports leader and streaming live on YouTube at KNBR 1045.
Before, questions, I know a couple years ago there was a lot of talk about another receiver, Debo, and I said the same thing, but with BA, I've communicated on a couple occasions, on many occasions, our wish is that he's here and a part of the Niners for the rest of his career.
There he is, John Lynch, doing that dance where you're allowed to lie on draft week. And we continue our lights rejoins because of Camilo Doval's Spotlight was debuted last night. This is your second Springsteen. Even though this is Manfred Mann, this is a song written by Bruce Springsteen. And you did Light of Day earlier, which was a Joan Jett song covered by Bruce Springsteen.
Correct. This is Cousin Vinny from Gilroy, his request.
One of our great listeners.
Shout out Cousin Vinny.
Yeah. Shout out Gilroy. Shout out Jeff Garcia.
Mm-hmm.
Shout out the Dwight Clark event next May 16th at the California Theater in San Jose, dwightclarkaward.com.
Mm-hmm.
All right, Mike Silver needs a couple minutes to get settled, which means we can tell you a couple things. One, that draft amendment, that party at 21st Amendment.
Tell him, Murph.
You're going to be there.
Ooh.
Pounding $3 pints?
I'll be there, Murph, Thursday night starting at 5 p.m. I believe Tolbert and Copes are actually doing a live broadcast starting at 2, so you can come by early. And yes, 21st Amendment, great beer, and Murph. For the draft special, they're putting on $3 pints.
That's incredible. Did I see that? So down at Santa Clara will be Todd Husak, who's going to join our show at 8:50.
Mm-hmm.
Greg Papa and John Lund, right?
Correct.
And
so
then
they'll be live at Levi Stadium in the War Room.
Cutting back to you with the heat on.
Exactly.
All
And
right,
anytime they need a live look-in, they'll call up me, Copes, and JD. And we'll let them know what the people are saying.
Are you going to say, is this Papa?
Hey, Papa.
Is this Papa?
As long as Mike Holler puts me on with the right host this time.
And then the other thing I want to tell you is that Bay Area Sports Hall of Fame enshrinement dinner is Monday night, May 6th at the Hyatt Regency in Embarcadero. Reception at 5, dinner program at 6:30. I'll be there trying to keep it moving. The 2024 Bischoff class, Jenny Thompson, the great Olympic swimmer, won, I believe, more gold medals than any female Olympian in U.S. history. Chris Wondolowski, Wando, the face of Bay Area soccer. JT, John Taylor, returning punts for touchdowns. Patrick Marlowe, the greatest shark of them all, skated more games than any man in history of the NHL. And then in the distinguished category, Brian Sabian. He doesn't do public stuff much. This is really, really cool to have Sabes. And as we know, his inductor speech is going to be our buddy from yesterday, Chris Berman. Tickets are $250. You can buy a table. Visit Bischoff.org, B-A-S-H-O-F, Bischoff.org. Part of the proceeds benefit Special Olympics. There's a lot of celebrities there. Remember last year, Will Clark and Barry Bonds sitting at the same table?
Dude.
We were like, that's a lot of hitting.
Yeah.
It's a lot of sweet swinging lefties there.
A lot of talent at one table.
Yeah, very much so. And while we wait for Mikey to call back, he needed a few minutes. Chris in Richmond is checking in at 808 KNBR. What's up, Chris? How you doing, man?
My guys, how you doing?
What's good, brother?
Same old. Can't believe we're already talking draft. That means football's right around the corner. Makes me a little happy. Yes, sir. So I had a little crazy idea. I'll make it quick, short and sweet. Great show, by the way. But what do you guys think about getting rid of Kittle and trying to pick up, since I know the draft is going to be more focused around quarterbacks, wide receivers, starting off kind of early. That kid, Brock Bowers, man.
Yeah.
Generational. I think it'd be really smart to pick him up and use our later picks for those wide receivers.
I mean, I hear you. You understand Brock Bowers is long gone.
Yeah, he ain't falling to
Long
31.
gone. Yeah, so
it would have to be a
that's what
trade
I'm
up,
saying.
Chris. Yeah.
Yeah, definitely trade up. That's what I'm saying.
Well, I mean, they're talking like
trade him up.
top 10. So
that's fine.
That would be you'd have to trade up a lot.
Yeah, and I think honestly, with everyone focused on the wide receivers and the quarterbacks, I don't know. I think he might slip down maybe a draft pick or two and fall right into our lap if we're smart about it.
Well, you know what's interesting? I saw this stat about history of tight ends drafted in the first round. Not great. I don't know what's up with that.
True.
And you know, the latest is Kyle Pitts. Like he was supposed to be. I mean, Kyle Pitts was the man.
Yeah,
and he was. I mean, he was like Brock Bowers on steroids, and he's yet to find his groove. Another one, Noah Fant was drafted in the first round by the Denver Broncos.
Shout out Samuel Laporta.
T.J. Hawkinson was drafted in the first round. Hayden Hurst was drafted in the first round. David Njoku was drafted in the first round. Evan Ingram was drafted in the first round. These are all good players, but not totally. O.J. Howard was drafted in the first round. Eric Ebron was drafted in the first round. Tyler Eifert. So not super duper duper stars.
Yeah, but just circling back to Chris's point, I have heard the idea of moving on from George Kittle. Of course, salary cap relief. We're talking about George Kittle, who's now 30 years old. Again, quoting Bill Walsh, better to get rid of a guy a year too early than a year too late. But here's the thing about George Kittle. He was arguably the best tight end in the league last year. Led the NFL in receiving yards by tight ends. And we know how important he is in the run game. He's the best blocking tight end in the league. And that's why I just think he's so valuable. And again, you can't be getting rid of these guys when you're trying to win a Super Bowl.
Yeah, I'm with you, buddy. I just don't see Kittle as that move because of the depth and because of what he means to that offense and because of his blocking in the run game. So, but I do say, man, that there is something brewing. Something could happen. I'm open Thursday night. Now, if they do nothing and they just sit at 31, you know, you can go get whether it's a tackle or whether it's a receiver or whether it's a corner. It's very conservative. You've talked about trading up to go get which player? You talking about a D lineman? You talking about a tackle? You talking about a receiver?
To me, I think the number one priority should be corner, should be defensive back. Because you look at the team that beat you in the Super Bowl last year, it's Patrick Mahomes, and you got to think of a way to slow him down. I know he's not in your conference, he's not in your division, but if you want to be the man, Murph, you got to beat the man. So you got to figure out a way to slow down that attack. Then you look at the other teams in the top of the NFC. We're talking about the Philadelphia Eagles with A.J. Brown and Devontae Smith. We know they can throw the ball downfield. You look at C.D. Lamb. You look at Justin Jefferson. You look at all these top wide receivers in the NFC. You need to slow down those teams. So I would focus on the outside. I'm going pretty defensively heavy here. I know we're not supposed to throw out names with the John Joe Curley rule of radio, but I'll take a Kool-Aid McKinstry. I'll take one of these DBs at the end of the first round.
Yeah, for sure. By the way, 916 says Vernon Davis, first rounder. All right, that's one that worked out too. 510 says, shout out to the days when the draft was 10 rounds because Dwight Clark was drafted in the 10th round. I want to say Jesse Sapolo was drafted in like the 11th.
Yeah, that's insane.
Too. So anyway, listen, with Mike Silver, here's the deal. I know we're all silver heads. I'm a silver head. And so he had something going on. He needed a couple minutes. Who knows? He having like a bowl of cereal? Maybe some granola? Maybe some Raisin Bran, young Tony.
Maybe
you down with Raisin Bran, kid?
No.
You had some Raisin Bran?
It's not my first choice, but I'll eat it.
You down with it? How about
it's not my second or
let me tell
third
you something
either.
that was going on in the 70s that's just not.
my ninth or 10th.
I never figured this out.
My 30th or 40th.
I never figured out grape nuts. What? You guys ever have those?
Oh, dude.
Dude, those are like BBs in a bowl. They're like BBs in a bowl, and I never understood. Like, is there like a prank being played on me here?
Shout out to the afternoon host I used to work with here at this station that was big on grape nuts.
So somebody likes grape nuts?
Oh.
They like break your teeth.
I'm well into my grape nuts, Murph.
Wait, Tommy?
No, we're talking Mill Valley man up north. You know who I'm talking about.
Oh, is he a grape nuts guy?
Murph's well into his 50s.
I saw him Sunday.
And
okay.
MW likes himself some grape nuts.
What the hell? I mean, they're unless I got like every time I bought them, I must have got the stale box because they hurt your teeth, and you can't soak them in milk long enough to soften them.
I had no idea that they were even a cereal until it was brought to air. Who wants grape nuts?
I guess I should revisit my grape nut take. But anyway, you don't know them, kid? Grape nuts?
No.
Yeah.
While we're on this, what's your favorite cereal while we're talking about this?
I mean, that's like a pandemic day.
Uh-oh.
I mean, bro, you really, I mean, you're just kicking down a door. I mean, that could last for hours and hours and hours.
I don't hear an answer.
And honestly, I could change by the hour. I mean, I'm such a lover of cereal. I'm like, one day I could give you Captain Crunch. Next day I could give you Crunch Berries. Next day I could give you Honey Nut Cheerios.
Ooh.
Next day I could give you Next, I could give you Cocoa Pebbles. I can give you Fruity Pebbles.
I'm a Cinnamon Toast Crunch kind of guy, too.
I give you Cinnamon Toast Crunch.
Apple Jacks as well. Underrated.
Yeah, that one I would never put number one.
Wow.
I mean, I'm not saying number one. I was just saying.
Well, you just said favorite.
Well, you named like 8 cereals.
I know.
So what's your favorite?
They're all vying for number one. I guess if you put the proverbial cereal spoon to my head, and I get only one for the rest of my life, it might be Captain Crunch.
Wow.
It might be Captain Crunch.
Surprised you're not going Raisin Bran.
I don't mind. My Nani used to give me Raisin Bran. She has to give me grape nuts too. I was like, Nani, what are you doing? You trying to kill my teeth? I don't hate a Raisin Bran. I don't hate it, but it's definitely, just something you play in the preseason.
Yeah.
It's not varsity.
No.
But anyway, all right, so we're going to make a decision on Silver right now.
Silver next segment, yeah.
We're going to punch him in the next segment. And I got to get into it with 530. He says, I love Jenny Thompson, but Katie Ledecky now has more gold medals than any female squitter for the U.S. I'm going to go ahead and tell you right now, 530, I'm going to go ahead without even double checking my research and say, I think I'm bringing you a bomb right now, and I think Jenny Thompson has more. We had this discussion in the Murphy household just last week. Check with Candace because the NBC promo for Paris came on, and it said, see if Katie Ledecky can become the most decorated Olympian of all time. We're like, what? Katie Ledecky isn't? And we looked it up, and Jenny Thompson has more. Wow. Jenny Thompson has 12, including 8 golds. Okay, 12, including 8 golds. And your gal, Katie Ledecky, has, let me give you the exact number right now here. Katie Ledecky has 6 golds. So 530, I think you owe me a bowl of Captain Crunch.
He owes you a bowl of grape nuts.
You came at me, and I actually returned serve into the corner. Point Jenny Thompson.
You know what Murph just did,
Young Tony?
Tony?
To putting some respect on Jenny Thompson's name.
Yeah, exactly.
All right, so
he came at you with that take, and you rejected it like Draymond.
I hear your case, and I reject it like Draymond Green. Yeah. There you go, guys. Okay, guys. Hopefully, Mikey's ready to go on the other side. Is Mikey ready to go on the other side?
Confirm for next segment.
Mike Silver next on the Sports Leader.
faithful Murph and Marcus keep your morning moving. Streaming live at twitch.tv/thesportsleader.
You guys communicated, did you use emojis or words?
There you go. The first question. We communicate well, and we love the guy. So thank you.
That's a great question from the great Mike Silver on the UMA guest line. What is the emoji of the day, Mikey? And welcome back to Murph and Marcus. How you doing, brother?
Hey, morning, Mike.
Thanks for having me. The emoji of the day is probably the shrug, right? Because there's still a lot of intrigue as we head into Thursday, and maybe even Friday. And I'm writing about it. It'll post soon at the Chronicle for those of you who have access to such things. And there will be a lot of detail. But, the Brandon Aiyuk intrigue continues as we head into the draft.
Ooh, I am a digital subscriber. When's that thing going to drop, buddy?
I'm hoping soon. I'm hoping in the next couple hours, maybe sooner. So, here's the thing. So we know that they have the Purdy extension presumably after next season coming, and that will change the way that they've got one more year of this beautiful gift of quarterback on a rookie deal, and then it gets harder, and they have a lot of veterans who make a lot of money. So every decision like this where you're thinking about paying another one, is kind of seen through that prism. And, the receiver market is exploding. You've got Justin Jefferson and Jamar Chase coming up. And so, I think it's tricky. And then you look at a receiver-rich draft, and they're listening, if nothing else, and putting feelers out. Would it actually happen when they're on the clock? Potentially, if someone was there that they thought they could replace him with. But I think if you put it all together, it's a tricky situation.
And, Mike, we've been sitting here all morning trying to dissect John Lynch's comments about Brandon Aiyuk, comparing it to his comments about DeForest Buckner a couple years ago, comparing it to Deebo Samuel, and comparing it to the comments he said last year about Nick Bosa. Did you read into anything that John Lynch said yesterday from Brandon Aiyuk or about Brandon Aiyuk?
I mean, he clearly was not unequivocal. He did not say we are not trading him, which he kind of was with Bosa. So, all my reporting tells me that is accurate. They are considering all possibilities. They have kind of back channel put out feelers, I know, to at least one team, wondering if that team had some interest. Other teams are very aware that he is, quote, in play, but they're not dumping him. In other words, you've got to offer them something that they think is enough, and so far that hasn't happened. They seem to be dug in on a first-round pick, though that could theoretically change. Where in the first round, I think is an issue, and then Buckner is a good thing to look at, right? Because they were able to get the 13th overall pick in that draft, so. The value of that, they believed, was, okay, we're going to pay Armstead instead of Buckner. We will trade Buckner. We'll get the 13th pick. We'll be able to replace him. Now, that part didn't go so well, but in their minds, that's what they were thinking. That was the same draft, by the way, where they traded back up from 31 to 25, I believe, to get Brandon Aiyuk. And, he's matured, he's developed, he's everything you'd want. So they love him. They want to reward him. I think all things being equal, he wants to stay. But these things are tricky, and you can't pay everybody, especially after you pay your quarterback. If they were not in all-in mode and so close to potentially, having another championship level run in 2024, it would be an easier decision because you'd look ahead and say, well, we're not paying him and Deebo and Kittle. Let's probably start planning now. But I think there's a compulsion to at least try to keep the band together for 2024. And then that gets us into another scenario where if they can't agree on a number, do they try to get him to just come in on that fifth-year option, which is way less than he wants, and try to ram it down his throat and see if that works for one more season and kick the can and then figure it out.
Mike, I had a really serious football question, but you just caused me to digress and say, you're saying you're going Sir Dennis Eaton Hog on me and get the record company to ram it right down their throat? Is that right? All right, that was from me to you, buddy. That was from me to you. It was anyway, so back to the serious football question here, buddy. Actually, it was Ian Faith who told Sir Dennis Eaton Hog.
What kind of sandwich would that be?
There's an emoji for that. Okay, so one of the things that you've always said through the years is that the cap isn't real. So it's like you can do whatever you want with the cap. And so if that's true, and using the Eagles as an example, they're paying Jalen Hurts, Devontae Smith, and A.J. Brown. And so if the cap isn't real and the Eagles are pulling it off, what's stopping the Niners from just saying, yeah, we can pull this off and just kick the can down the road and play cap games and sign Brandon Aiyuk, and we'll just kick it down the road and play cap games?
They can definitely pull it off. So, yeah, they can pull it off. Now, I think in terms of roster construction, they would say we could pay him now, but probably given wear and tear, age, and contract numbers and allocation, you wouldn't keep Deebo and Kittle and him at top of market the next year. You could, but once you're paying your quarterback, you can do less. And, I'd have to look at the Eagles player for player, but the 49ers are paying their left tackle, understandably. They're paying their fullback a little less, but still top of market there. They're paying their running back top of market, which the Eagles are not. And by the way, they probably owe him more in a fair world. They're paying 2 defensive linemen. One of them is the highest paid non-quarterback in the league. And a third decent money in Leonard Floyd. They're paying one linebacker top of market deservedly and another one good money, although Dre Greenlaw's probably worth more. They're paying Charvarius Ward at a high number, and looking at him and Diamador Lenore being free agents at the end of the season. And Hufanga's coming up if that works out. So you've just got decisions, and I agree. You can fit a lot more, and you can go all in, and they're trying to have sustained success. But as long as they have this nucleus still, they should try to go after it. But I think a lot of teams would say if you're paying your quarterback and you're paying one elite receiver, you should probably look to try to not pay the second one big money in terms of allocation.
Yeah, and of course, a big reason why the 49ers have so many all-pro players with those big contracts is, of course, the Brock Purdy contract. So I want to ask you about the draft this year, Mike, and the 10 draft picks that the 49ers do have. Now, in my estimation, I don't think they have 10 open roster spots. So how active do you think John Lynch is going to be on draft night, either trading up or down?
They're open to everything. They're pondering all those scenarios, staying at 31, getting up, getting down, and then making moves as the draft goes on. I would say this, first of all. They believe that this is a deep draft, like into the first, say, 5 rounds, and that there are, especially at positions that aren't usually deep, your cornerback, your offensive tackle, receiver we talked about. But so they think there's a lot there for the taking. But when you get into the later round, there's a sense that with NIL, more guys are staying in school. And because of that, the 6th and 7th rounds are a lot thinner than what they typically have been. And so if you look at it that way, I think you're motivated to try to move up at times and maybe part with the later picks if it suits your purposes. So I would say that alone makes me think there'll be some movement just because, yeah, it's hard to make their team, and especially if you think those later rounds aren't that good. Now, mind you, this is a team that used the 252nd pick on a guy that's pretty important not long ago, so you can't think too much like that, but that's kind of the vibe right now.
We're talking to Mike Silver of the San Francisco Chronicle, who's working on a story right now about the Thursday night. It's funny, Mike, we've been talking to, I worship at the church of Mike's reporting, and when you wrote in February after the bowl, you said some difficult conversations are being had, and then a couple weeks later, Eric Armstead was gone. So, and then you wrote, I believe, in March about Aiyuk. You said it will reach an inflection point in late April. So are we still going with that this thing will ride all the way up until Thursday night?
Oh, absolutely, because, they can't really make that decision almost until they're on the clock, right? Because they need to win now, or need to be all in to win now, they'd have to get to a point where, they just believe it's going to be messy, right? Like, they're not going to agree on a number. If they try to ram the fifth-year option down his throat, there you go, Sir Dennis, he doesn't have that many options under this system, but that it'll just be messy and ugly, and they don't want to deal with the drama. So that's the first thing. The second thing is, okay, who's going to play wide receiver? And, if you could get one of those top three guys who might all be gone around pick 10, I think then you're going, okay, well, we could do that. But then you'd really have to like one of these other receivers and believe that receiver could step in immediately and be pretty good. Kyle Shanahan typically doesn't vibe with rookie receivers in his system real well. It takes a while. So there's all that, but let's say somebody was there that they thought was worth doing. Well, maybe that happens on the clock. If the team that, if they're in position to draft that guy and then someone's offering them a pick, do you do it then? Or do you just take, if someone's there at 31 and you can take them a receiver, which I think is a little less likely, you could then theoretically have all Thursday night and Friday to try to then trade Aiyuk in response. But, a lot of things would have to align. I would put it this way. Teams know around the league that this is a thing. They're pondering it. They're floating it. They're assessing how much they would give up and whether it's worth it. For example, you look at the New England Patriots, right? They want a receiver. They have the third overall pick. Would they offer the third overall pick for Brandon Aiyuk? That would be really aggressive. If they did, I think the 49ers would turn in that trade like while they were being offered it. They would jump at that. They also have the 34th pick. Would the 49ers do it for the 34th pick? Probably not. Could you sweeten that and say, okay, well, another 2 next year, something like that? Then I think, you at least start to have pretty interesting conversations. So, a lot of balls in the air, a lot of potential scenarios, but I don't think you reach an inflection point until the draft is actually playing out and people are on the clock. The 49ers are absolutely aware of all this and open to it and assessing it and willing to deal with it in real time. So it's absolutely a thing, and it's not accurate to say, oh, they're not trading him, it's not going to happen. But I think the people out there who are saying there's no way they're trading him will probably be able to claim victory after the fact, because I think the likeliest scenario is that they either end up paying him or they just say you're coming in on the fifth-year option and we'll deal with the fallout.
Yeah, and Mike, I know it seems like all the attention is on Brandon Aiyuk right now, but John Lynch did say at his presser yesterday that they take phone calls for a lot of guys. So do you think there's a scenario out there that teams might be calling up Thursday night about someone like George Kittle or Deebo Samuel?
Yeah, and I don't think they're going to entertain those scenarios. My reporting tells me that they're not trading Deebo and Kittle. They just restructured, so I think that makes it a lot less likely that they would deal him. They need a second pass catching tight end in general. Maybe in this draft they'll address that too. But I think if you're trading Kittle, you better have a new George Kittle. And last I checked, it's tough to find that. So I don't believe they would trade Deebo or Kittle. Now anything is always possible, right? If someone calls up and says, we'll give you the X pick for Deebo, and it was a good enough pick and they thought they could get Marvin Harrison Jr. or something, then you're at least listening. But I think if one of those three is traded on draft night or the next day, that it would likely be Aiyuk.
Well, I can't wait to read the piece and you drop it. We'll ram it right down their throat. And Mike, I'll leave it at this from me to you. And so say all of us, tap into the NFL draft. All right, buddy?
And also if you call something sexist, the response is, "What's wrong with sexy?"
It's not being sexy. We had that on the soundboard forever. By the way, while you were talking, I just dialed it up. I just sent you a link, buddy. You're going to laugh your balls off, man. Can I say that on the air, by the way? Every detail is so spot on. It's unbelievable.
You literally had Derek Smalls in your studio for
that's
so
true.
long.
That's true.
It's unbelievable.
Absolutely incredible. All right, buddy. We'll look forward to this piece at sfchronicle.com. Hot reporting from Mike Silver, the latest and greatest. Keep your phones on, everybody. All right, buddy. Thanks for the time.
Yeah, thanks, Mike.
Thanks, man.
There he is, man. So what do you think, man? I hear, listen to all that. You just you leave the door open?
I'm leaving my emojis ready to go, Murph.
You leave the door open? I keep saying, you gonna leave the door open? Thank you. I just needed that. All right, Todd Husak. He's gonna be on our draft coverage. Todd Husak next on the Sports Leader.
From the Chilton Auto Body Traffic Desk.
Hey, what's up, everybody? Happy Tuesday morning. It's Marcus, the Waterboy Boucher, here to talk to you about Prize Picks, because the biggest moments in basketball are happening right now. So get in on the playoff action and win up to 100 times your money on Prize Picks, as you and the world's best players take the game to a new level during basketball's postseason. I love the easy gameplay, the quick withdrawals, and the huge selections of player and stat options. Just select 2 or more players and place your entry. It's that easy. You can now win up to 100 times your money with as little as 4 correct picks. You can turn that $10 into $1,000. And Prize Picks has something for every sports fan, from basketball and hockey to League of Legends and everything in between. I told you guys yesterday, take Nikola Jokic over half a point. That's all he needed, 1 bucket, and he definitely got that with the Lakers. I paired that up with Keaton Wynn over 4.5 strikeouts, and cha-ching, cha-ching, your boy is a winner. So join us right now on Prize Picks, and we'll match your first deposit of up to $100. Just download the Prize Pick app and use the code LEADER. That's code LEADER. Prize Picks, pick more, pick less. It's that easy. Eligibility restrictions apply. Visit prizepicks.com for restrictions and details. Always game responsibly.
Murph and Marcus continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
We're continuing with our lights rejoins after the debut of the Camilo Doval Spotlight last night. And this one, keep it a little current here. Is this one is it at the Super Bowl halftime show? Isn't he running through all those mirrors?
Dude, I was just doing it right behind you. He was just running around the entire show.
And it became a very funny meme right away there. All right. Well, listen, we'll see how much more young Tony can do before the end of the show. But right now, time to talk NFL draft with a guy who's going to be part of our coverage. He's a longtime friend of the program, Todd Husak, of course, Stanford quarterback, played in the NFL, and of course was down at the Rose Bowl. And he and I trade texts all the time, whether it's Little League, high school football, Pac-12, you name it. So great to have you back, brother. Todd on the UMA guest line. How you doing, man?
Hey, morning, Todd.
Good morning. I'm excited to be part of the KNBR draft coverage. And real quick, before we get into it, you guys were talking about Jenny Thompson going into the Bay Area Hall of Fame. I got a good Jenny story. I was a freshman, and she was a senior, and just an absolute stud of an athlete. And all the athletes work out together in the weight room, and she was doing the lat pull, lat pull back machine. And she had 3 plates on either side, and she was done. It was my turn. I had to pull some plates off. She was an incredible athlete.
She has more gold medals than any Olympic women's swimmer in U.S. history. And she swam in the 92, 96, 00, and 04. Dude, but at Stanford, Stanford's bonkers. Like, you turned around, you bumped into Tiger Woods after that. You know what I mean? It's like, it's crazy down there. You guys have so much craziness down there.
A lot of, that was, I think, one of the draws for a lot of people is you come in and you're just one of the crowd. Like, those people weren't necessarily celebrities because there's a lot of other people who are going to go on and start companies and be very successful in whatever they choose to do. So, yeah, a lot of great Olympic athletes during my time there.
All right, man, Niners. We just talked to Mike Silver for a long time, and so obviously this big, giant, controlling question about trading Brandon Aiyuk, and he's saying, he's leaving the door open, but he leans towards the Niners keeping him. I guess my question for you, and you're going to be in the room with Greg Papa and John Lund, which will be great Thursday night. We'll look forward to it. Is so if you're John Lynch and Kyle Shanahan and Parag Marathe and John and Jed York, and you're looking at the salary cap, and you're looking at what Aiyuk brings to the table, and you're looking at your window to be a champion, are you keeping Aiyuk, or are you capitalizing on his draft, on his capital, and going and getting a younger guy that would be available at 31 and start the clock all over again with receiver contracts?
I think you keep Aiyuk. I think he's such a big part of what they do. And we talked about it when McCaffrey came in. What he added is they put so much pressure on a defense because there's so many weapons. They can attack every part of the field. You can't focus on just one. And you know what Aiyuk is. He's a proven commodity. He's one of the top receivers in the conference and maybe in the NFL. You have to keep those pieces to keep that offense balanced, to put the pressure on the defense. I think there's ways to structure it where you can sign him, keep him, still keep some of that cap flexibility because it's not going to be long before you're going to have to pay Brock a lot of money, and then you have to make some really tough decisions on what pieces to keep. But I think you keep him for at least one more year, see if they can run this thing back and actually take home the title.
Now, Todd, you mentioned the name Christian McCaffrey, so of course I'm going to ask you a Stanford question because Christian went there, Ed went there, but Luke McCaffrey did not attend Stanford. What do you think about the ideas? I know John Lynch addressed the question yesterday about bloodlines in the NFL. There are plenty of players this year, Brendan Rice, Frank Gore Jr., Tariq Owens, and of course Luke McCaffrey. Do you think those are players that the 49ers have on their big board?
I'm sure he's on the board, and he's a versatile player, right? He brings some of the same traits that Debo does. Yards after the catch, they can play different positions, slot, outside. You can create matchup problems. I think that's what Kyle Shanahan loves to do, is they have some of those versatile pieces. They can spread out Kittle. McCaffrey can run routes from the slot. And so a piece like that, I think that's where Shanahan can really get creative and create matchup problems. Who's going to cover him? A safety, a corner, a slot? And all of a sudden you might have another matchup on the other side that you like even better. So I think getting those pieces that can play different positions and can get the yards after the catch, which is a huge part of that Niners offense, would be a big boost, regardless of who the player is. I think they like players like that who can do different things.
Yeah, anytime they add a toy, you get excited, although they have missed on some receivers. I mean, Danny Gray, I mean, keep going back to him, but he's not the only one. So when you look at the receivers in this draft, how deep do you go? I mean, obviously the big Marvin Harrison Jr., Rome Oduzne, Malik Neighbors are some viewed to be gone in the top 10. There's others that say they would go in the first round. How deep do you go on receivers here for what you think can be really good NFL players?
Well, receiver's an interesting position because it's not just, I think those three you mentioned are a cut above. Like those three in any other, Marvin Harrison is by far, a top 3-4 pick. But the other guy, Neighbors and Odunze, could be the top wide receiver in last year's draft or next year's draft. So I think you do have an elite skill set with those three. But the NFL, if you can find the right piece for your offense, you look at what Puka Nacua did coming in last year, perfect fit for them. There's qualities that make him tough to stop in the NFL. The route running, the quickness, of course, the hands, the body control, right? It's not just straight line speed. It's how do you use your body to create some separation, to make tough catches in traffic, to get yards after the catch. There's a deep enough wide receiver pool where I still think you can find a guy 3rd, 4th, 5th round who can come in and contribute. And I think they're going to have to, because keeping Aiyuk, Kittle, and Samuel a year from now is going to be tough, if not impossible, with some of the upcoming contracts. So how do they build, right? You're not drafting necessarily for this year only. It's how are you going to build and replace some of the players that might not be here. So I think they have to go wide receiver eventually, maybe not first round, but I wouldn't be surprised to see them pick up one in the first 3 rounds.
All right, Todd Husak, the voice you hear, he's going to be on our coverage Thursday with Greg Papa and John Lund. That'll be awesome. Todd, of course, you heard for years and years calling Stanford football and, of course, played at Stanford in the NFL. You are listening to KNBR AM and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station, Mark.
And Todd, I already know on Thursday down at Levi Stadium, Greg Papa is going to have his big board of all of his power rankings of players. But Todd, I want to ask you, when you're looking at your big board of these players this year, how would you power rank the position of need for the 49ers?
It's a good question. I think O-line, when we saw a couple times where Trent Williams and Deebo Samuel went out, and that's where the offense took a step back, and Trent Williams is not going to be here. I'd be surprised if he's here past next season. So you have to pick up a piece that can step in, hopefully play this year if needed, but certainly look to replace Trent Williams, who's been such a steady piece of this offense and really the best left tackle in football. It's not going to be easy to replace him, but how do you backfill that position? I think that's one of the top positions. At DB, we talked about the receivers in the NFL and how they've all seem to be getting bigger, stronger, faster, and the pressure they can put on a secondary when you have a good quarterback who can spread the ball around. So look to replace or get some more talent in the secondary. And then we talked about receiver. And then if I'm a GM, I'm picking up a quarterback every year in the late rounds, because we've seen players like Brock Purdy who can come in, develop, be able to play. If you can pick the right guy, even if he sits as the third on the depth chart, develop a guy and maybe keep him on the practice squad. But if you can get a guy who can play in 2 or 3 years, he's not going to replace Purdy necessarily. He can be a good backup. Or it's incredible how thin the NFL is right now in quarterbacks who can play. And the old game manager, it used to be a game manager was almost an insult. There's a lot of teams who would love a game manager right now. Somebody who can come in and not make mistakes, run the offense, throw a few touchdowns, and not turn the ball over. There's, I think, more of a premium on that position than I can remember in the NFL. There's probably half the teams are still looking for their franchise guy. There's a handful of teams last year who would have loved a guy who could just play. So I wouldn't be surprised if every team should pick up a quarterback almost every year, because you never know. And the way these guys are getting hurt, there's just if you lose your guy, it's going to be tough to win games. So having guys on the bench who can come in, learn your system, play, develop, is always key.
And Todd, while we have you, just for a preview for Thursday, the quarterbacks. Caleb Williams from SC, you saw him. I've heard Dan Orlovsky say on ESPN, Jaden Daniels is better than Caleb Williams. I don't know what to make of Drake May. I did not watch a lot of North Carolina football. Some people love his film There's wild cards like Michael Penix up in Washington, who was in the national championship game, but comes off a lot of injury history. There's the rise of J.J. McCarthy with your buddy Jim Harbaugh stoking the fires, calling him like the greatest of all time or whatever. There's Bo Nix, another Pac-12 guy. I just threw 6 names at you. Which thread do you want to grab?
I think it's one of the most fascinating drafts because of the teams that need a quarterback. You're gonna see guys probably go higher than they should, but every team is looking for that guy that can lead them for the next 3 years on a small contract so they can build around it. That's where the NFL has really changed. Teams are looking for that guy early in their career who can develop, become the man, and then all of a sudden you have $50 million extra dollars to spend to build around him. Caleb Williams, I think, is interesting because the Bears have been all in on him seemingly since the last day of the season. I mean, there's no doubt that they're taking him number 1. His tape is interesting. He's talented. He's athletic. He's not that big. He could be a guy who comes in and plays at a high level early. I think there's some questions about him that I'm sure people are asking, but from a leadership perspective, when things went south in SC, he was not the guy out in front and things are going to go south in Chicago. They're not necessarily built for success this year. How does he handle that in a city that can be really tough on quarterbacks? I mean, that's historically not a great city for quarterbacks. Jay Cutler is the leader in all-time passer for the Bears. You know who number 2 is? Sid Luckman.
Sid Luckman. Wow.
Number 2.
That's black and white movies, young Tony. Black and white movies. Yes.
I mean, it's been a long time since they've had a guy come in and throw for a lot of yards year in and year out. It's a tough place to play. And so how does he handle that adversity, I think, will be fascinating to watch. I think Jaden Daniels has established himself as the number 2, and he'll probably go to Washington. I think there's questions about him. Yes, he's athletic and won the Heisman and super productive with 40 touchdown passes and another 10 rushing touchdowns. He's not very big, a little over 200 pounds. How does he take the NFL pounding? You're not going to run around as much in the NFL as you did in college. Can he sit in the pocket and pick apart a defense and be accurate? At times he was. At times he made some bad decisions and wasn't as accurate with the football. I think Drake May is interesting because he has the upside, right? You talk about the ability and the athleticism and the arm strength. He hasn't played a ton in college, unlike Jaden Daniels. And so is he NFL ready? I think he has some mechanics to work on. And that's something that, as you look at the NFL, they draft guys who aren't necessarily as polished. Some of those coaches don't know how to necessarily coach up the fundamentals of the position. And a lot of the quarterbacks we're talking about take every snap from the shotgun. They're not used to the 7-step drop and the timing. And that is so much of the NFL. And I go back to Caleb Williams, too. So much of his time under Lincoln Riley was improvising, right? That first one isn't there. I'm going to run around until somebody gets open. You can't do that. You got to sit in the pocket and hit it with timing and be accurate, put it on the right shoulder, upfield, throw it behind them when you need to. And then there's J.J. McCarthy you were talking about with Harbaugh. You watch him last season or 2 seasons ago, he's okay. This year, I think he made a big jump. Is he worthy of a top 5 pick in most drafts? Probably not. But you got so many teams that need that franchise guy. Are they going to trade up or take a shot at him when there's a lot of questions about him too? So I think there's pressure on GMs to find the guy, pressure on franchises to find the guy. And is he the guy? Is he capable of being the guy? Put him in the right system, potentially. But I think there's questions about all of them. I think Penix has a chance to come in and be a very productive pro early. He's played a ton of football. He throws as nice a ball as you're going to see a college quarterback throw. He's surrounded by great talent, but what he did in college, both at Indiana and at UW when he was healthy, which he was the last 2 seasons, he put up some big numbers, but I think his ability to throw from the pocket on time, read defenses, pre-snap read, get the ball to the right guy on the right shoulder where there's yards after the catch, I think he stands out when you watch the tape more than the others.
And the last thing I wanted to ask you about, Todd, is John Lynch going into this draft? Because we've seen over the last couple of years valuable pieces from this front office be plucked away from other NFL teams, whether we're talking about Rand Carthon or Adam Peters now going to Washington. How much extra pressure do you think that puts on John Lynch and the 49ers front office going into the draft on Thursday?
Well, based on their success, I think he's in a pretty good spot. and they've managed to. They've missed on some pretty high draft picks, but I think what John Lynch has is both a near-term and a long-term vision, which is not easy for a lot of GMs, especially guys who are maybe coming up on the last year or two of their contract and they feel like they have to make a big splash. I think the entire 49er franchise has stability. John Lynch and Shanahan have job security. I think they can make the right decision both for guys who can come in and play now, and also pick up some pieces to build around the ones they have in place. And they've done a great job of keeping the ones that they want in 49er uniforms. So I think every 49er fan trusts this front office to make the right decisions. Maybe they do trade up and take a guy that they really like. But I trust that they will make the right decision. They do a great job scouting. They've done a great job finding guys who can come in and not just start, but play at a high level in the third, fourth, fifth rounds. So they do their work, and I think it's going to be an incredibly fascinating draft to see where these pieces fall into place, what teams move up to pick the guys that they love, because there's some really, really high-end talent in those top 10, 15 picks. And then there's a bunch of guys. And so how do they value that next crop of players? It's a great time of the season because every team hopes and this is our guy. This guy is going to come in and be a Pro Bowler for the next 15 years, where in reality, you go back to the 2021 draft with the 5 quarterbacks. It's not that long ago. 4 of those 5 aren't even with the team anymore, and one of them here in San Francisco with Trey Lance. So there's no exact science about it, but I think where the 49ers have an advantage is they have their system that they come in and they can coach to, and they can give guys the right development to be the most successful. Where you look at other franchises, they haven't been able to do that. They don't have the right coach. There's constant turnover. And where I think the 49ers have that stability. Whoever they pick, I think will have a great chance to succeed. And that's a credit to ownership and the coaching staff and the GM.
Thursday night, KNBR, Papa London Husak. Let's go get it, man. I know you love doing this, man. So it's great hearing your voice again. We'll do it again soon, and we'll listen to you Thursday, Todd. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks, Todd.
Anytime, guys.
There he is, man, ready to go. I don't know. There's something about Caleb Williams and the Bears that I got no film to back this up. I just got a gut instinct that it's not going to work out.
I mean, it's the Bears. Usually it doesn't work out.
I like the idea of Jaden Daniels being better than him, too. And who are you guys going to get? Yeah, you damn well you find out when we're damn ready.
Hey, all I'm saying is Antonio Pierce was at Arizona State when he recruited Jaden Daniels.
You think you got a shot?
There's a connection. If he drops down to number 4, maybe the Cardinals trade out, but I don't think he's going to drop down to 4.
There's some static between Washington and him. It's weird. Hey, Marcus Thompson after a monster night in the NBA last night. And, of course, Postmortem Warriors on the Sports Leader.
Livermore, shout out to you for supporting KNBR, Livermore's sports leader.
From the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at ODFIGroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
The NFL Draft is this Thursday night. So come join me, Adam Copeland, and John Dickinson down at 21st Amendment for the KNBR Draft Party. We'll have $3 pints, special food menus, and of course, a good time breaking down the 49ers draft. So join us and check out all those details and more. Available now on the KNBR socials and KNBR.com.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Now, back to Murph and Marcus on the sports leader and streaming live on KNBR.com and the KNBR app.
Okay, we're keeping the lights going here on the Camilo Doval Spotlight, even though all we're talking about is the NFL draft. We're not talking about that. You found a Scott Strazzante picture from the Chronicle.
Oh, phenomenal photo.
Where it's like bathed in orange, huh? Yeah.
It's Camilo Doval walking in the spotlight, and everybody else looks like they're in the middle of Clockwork Orange.
Okay. Well, we'll get back into that after we talk to Marcus Thompson, my man, who we have not talked to since the Warriors were eliminated. Marcus, we haven't talked to you since the Warriors got eliminated. Marcus, the Warriors got eliminated. How you doing, man?
What's up, Marcus?
Oh, did they?
They did,
really?
bro. They did. They got Marcus. They got trucked by the Sacramento Kings.
They got trucked by the 9 seed that then got trucked by the 8 seed.
Yeah.
So both of them are out. Is that a consolation prize that the Kings didn't make the playoffs?
You know what? Actually, I've read somebody hit us on text line, says, I don't care what you guys say. Our Kings season, we get the prize because we knocked you out.
What prize?
That's what he said. It was just one listener.
Yeah, Marcus, I heard they're actually raising a banner up at Golden One for the Kings beating the Warriors in the playing game.
They do get to claim Northern California superiority.
They do.
The Kings, they get that. And you know what? If you're the Kings and the history you've had, that's something.
It's true.
Right? Last year you had a better record and you got bumped by the Warriors, so you couldn't even enjoy having the 3 seed. So this is, little steps, small victories, baby steps.
Okay.
Let's see what they do next.
So it's been a week. The game was a week ago. How have you processed the chatter, the decisions? I mean, the Klay Thompson one's the easiest one to talk about, but there's other things to talk about too. I mean, like for you, after hearing Kerr, after hearing Dunleavy, after hearing all the players, what's your feeling going into this next into this summer, do you think the Warriors are, I guess my question is, are the Warriors trying to win a championship come the fall?
I think I don't know if they're going to try to win a championship like this fall. I mean, obviously that's the thing, but I think they're going to look at this as, can we get one title over the next 2-3 years? Like while we got Steph and Clay and Draymond. Like whatever they have left, if it's 1 year, if it's 2 years, if it's 3 years, can they get a championship in that window? To me, when you miss the playoffs, now it's about getting back into the playoffs, perhaps putting yourself in position to get to a Western Conference Finals. I think that is a reasonable next goal. Now, if they get a big swing and take it and puts them in championship contention, they're going to take it. But I just think Mike Dunleavy sees this as more of a process than trying to gamble and go big. Like, if they put themselves in position to win one more title while Steph Curry is still Steph Curry, that will be a reasonable goal. And I think they're going to start trending that way. Like, how do they build a championship? Like, you got to look at it different now. This ain't the same big three from 4 years ago. You got to think, how do you win a championship with these guys, but they're different now? So that's the new perspective.
And Marcus, I saw you wrote an article about the Warriors dynasty, and I saw you also throw out the tweet when they were eliminated that this is the first time when Steph, Clay, and Draymond are all healthy that they have now missed the playoffs. And when you look at this team big picture, they've now missed the playoffs 3 times in the last 5 years. And for at least the third time in the last 5 years, people were asking the same questions. Is this the end of the Warriors dynasty?
I mean, we don't know. Like, it looks like the end, but see, that we thought it was over last time, but then they got Wiggins and tweaked it a bit, and they won again. And it's like, oh, does that still count as a dynasty? If they make another trade and get right back in there and win again, does the dynasty still go? Is that still the same dynasty? Like, that's the part we don't know. We don't know what's going to happen. You don't know how. I know if they run this team out there again, the dynasty's over. But that's just not how the Warriors do it. They find a way to retool. So the Andrew Wiggins acquisition might be out there. The superstar. I mean, here's the thing about in the past. Like, Murph, we've talked about this for years. If you're coming to the Warriors, like, where were the minutes in the past?
Mm-hmm.
Like, it was like, you might get the 9th spot, right? Nobody wanted to come because of the minutes. Remember, they got turned down by, like, Nicholas Batum and all these other guys they wanted. Ended up getting Otto Porter and Nemanja Bjelica, who worked out great, but they didn't have any options. Now you basically offered up a starting spot with the Warriors. You're like, look, we could bring Clay off the bench and you could start. You know, like, so there's like an actual chance to be a pillar on the Warriors moving forward. So it's a little bit more sexy. I wouldn't be surprised if they did get somebody pretty good.
Talking to Marcus Thompson of The Athletic, man, and Mike Dunleavy Jr. has that map in front of him, that road in front of him. It's incredible. So let's go back to Clay. You mentioned this window with Steph, Clay, and Dre. That was the big talking point for 24 hours after the loss to the Kings. But it sounds like you're thinking he's back. I remember you're the guy. You famously said KD out. Are you saying Clay in?
That's funny. I'm not. I'm gonna make this a rambling.
You don't want to get clipped.
Aggregation. Yeah, so I walk into practice and KD like, man, what's up? I'm like, dang, I was just talking. My fault. No, I don't think Clay's going anywhere. I think they want him back. I think he wants to be back. I think it's possible another team might throw a bunch of money at him and he might go. I don't think the Warriors are gonna match him some huge salary. They're just not. I don't think they're gonna do that. I don't know that he's getting a huge salary offer. I mean, it's possible, but I mean, his last 2 elimination games, he's 3 for 29. Like, that's not good. And it makes sense that at the end of the year, he's worse for wear considering what he's been through. But I think he comes back. I think he takes, they give him a deal that he could swallow and a deal that helps them, and he stays with Steph and Draymond. But it sounds like he needs to be open to that bench role. I mean, even Steve Kerr brought up again, unsolicited. Like, you get a good guy who can start next to Steph and not small, like they did that with Chris Paul, Podziemski, not small, but an actual 2-guard next to Steph. Now you've got arguably a 6th man of the year type coming off the bench. I think that's the future for the Warriors right there.
And Marcus, we've been hearing the rumors all season long about maybe a team like the Orlando Magic throwing the bag at Klay Thompson, Now, watching the first 2 playoff games against Cleveland, it definitely seems like they need a shooter. They're down 2-0. Yeah. Do you think their struggle so far will entice them to maybe throw a bigger contract at someone like Klay Thompson?
You know what? I think the whole playoffs is that, right? Absolutely. If you look at Orlando and they can't score, they might be inclined to say, man, we desperately need a shooter, and do they overpay for one, right? That's a very real thing. Like, we were looking at Oklahoma City struggling against New Orleans without Zion, right? Like, they need some veteran experience too. You can tell. Like, in the playoffs, they look a little bit like fish out of the water a bit. As you look around the league and see how it works out, that's where the options come up for Warriors free agents, but also for the Warriors. Who's going to be the disgruntled star, unhappy and ready to get up out of there because it doesn't work, and they realize it doesn't work. Looking at you, Giannis, right? Like, I don't know how this shakes out, but I do think the playoffs will impact the Warriors roster next season, without question. I don't know how, but I'm watching to see how it works out. What if Dallas gets swept by the Clippers, right? Like, or what if the Clippers lose the series after being up 1-0 because Kawhi can't get healthy, and now Dallas moves on? Paul George is a free agent, right? Like, there's all kind of these little elements that are out there that are possibilities that I'm sure have turned Mike Dunleavy into Professor John Nash in his war room.
That's really intriguing to watch these things play out and see how it affects the Warriors. That's really good stuff. Marcus, just from last night, dude, I mean, people hyped up like crazy. Multiple ESPN talking heads calling it the greatest round 1 night ever. It certainly was dramatic. Which one grabbed you more? The Sixers' inability to close out the Knicks and maybe their beefs with the refs, or LeBron choosing to go after the replay after that game, even though there was a lot more that went into blowing a 20-point lead, and how the Lakers wound up with the Nuggets after winning that game? Maybe they should have tanked. I don't know. There's so many different threads. What jumped out at you?
Yeah, Lakers and Nuggets easily. I mean, no disrespect to the Eastern Conference, but Joel Embiid is out there like on a pogo stick instead of a leg. Like, it's hard to watch him look like this. That's a great series. It was a pretty ugly game. It was a great series. I just can't get enough of watching Jokic, and then watching like good AD for the first half, and then LeBron close, and it's like, yo, this is kind of riveting. And then Jamal Murray, like, just having an absolutely awful game, come alive down the stretch. Like, yeah, that was NBA theater. I'm going with Lakers Nuggets with all the storylines. Their inability to beat this team that is 10 in a row. But can I say LeBron is right? Like, it's not the reason why they lost, but the only time in the NBA you can actually hit somebody in the face is after the ball is released. Any other time you hit a player in the face, it's a foul. No matter what. If you're on offense and you accidentally hit the player in the face, automatic offensive foul. He's right. Like, he hit the guy in the face. Maybe it's not a shoot foul, but it's at least, a loose ball foul if you don't have the ball. But they just like, it's cool that he punched him in the face because the ball was already gone. Like, it's kind of stupid. Also, not even close to the reason the Lakers lost. So, good for LeBron. Great distraction method, by the way.
Yeah, I know, right? And planting the seed, too, for game 3. By the way, that means Nikola Jokic's brothers get called for an offensive foul. There's a viral video of them punching somebody in the face.
Hey, and shout out to homeboy who took that punch.
He
from
did.
The 6'8", 310 Serbian pounds. He ate it. Like, what? If Devin Haney would never.
Marcus told me he ate it, and I was like, I guess that's what you kids say. He ate it.
Devin Haney would never.
Oh man. Hey, I know on the way out, the Athletic, your Athletic put out this anonymous player poll. There's so much to get into, but the one that jumped out was how LeBron closed the gap mightily on MJ, and then George Karl called Nikola Jokic the greatest player of all time. But anyway, where do you think this next generation, by the time this next generation is my age or even your age, LeBron will have passed MJ as everybody's all-time great?
Oh, yeah, no question. Yeah. I mean, it's how things go, right? When I was coming up, people were still talking about Kareem.
Yeah, well, I do.
Yeah. It was like, oh, man, Kareem.
Actually, Marcus, tell you the truth, no joke. If you and I were doing this hit in the 90s, dude, I was adamant in the 90s during MJ's run. I would take on anybody. I said Magic and Bird were better. I used to tell people Magic and Bird were better. I fought that fight in the 90s.
You were one. You were valiant. You were like Braveheart going down.
I was like, you guys don't understand. They're more complete players. It was tougher competition. Anyway, I had my arguments.
You gotta make that. Look, if you want to be the GOAT, you gotta stand up to these arguments, right? I do think there's gonna be and then like it's the player poll. A lot of these dudes are playing with LeBron. They have a chance to be like, I'm gonna try to guard this dude, but I can't. Like, and now that impacts how I view him. Like, I can't do anything against him. Like, he's the GOAT. So it's going. But I don't even think it's gonna be that long. I don't think they gotta wait to be our age. I feel like in the next 5 years.
No, he closed the gap.
It's gonna be unanimous.
From 2019 to 2024, it went from like 73 to 19 to now like 45, 42. So I think you're on it.
I got a question for y'all though.
Yeah, I'm in.
There was 2 votes in there that we should obviously investigate. I want to know who you think said them. One had Paul Pierce as the GOAT, and another had Steph Curry as the GOAT. I wonder who would you assign those?
I'd say
votes to?
Clay said Steph.
Yeah.
How's that? You think that's a good guess?
I can go with that. Yeah.
Who would stick up
Somebody
for Paul
in the Warriors
Pierce?
locker room, right?
Who would stick up
Paul
for
Pierce one is a
Yeah,
wild.
what?
Is it Tatum?
They don't love him like they love Kobe, Marcus. Who loves Paul Pierce like that?
What if it was Draymond?
Might have been just for fun. That's a great question, though. Let's find that out. Hey, you got sources there. You know the guys inside the Athletic. Let's find out.
No, I actually know the answers. I'm just not allowed to reveal it. We don't reveal our sources.
All right, let's get you down to the old ship. Get him a couple of drinks. We'll find out. All right, Marcus. Hey, always great catching up, man. We'll keep reading you.
Yeah, thanks, Marcus.
All right, have a good one, fellas.
Marcus Thompson. All right, cooler content to finish the day strong. Next on the Sports Leader.
All right, everyone, chill. This is the Cooler. You're not sending me to the Cooler of content.
Sponsored by Mancini Sleep World. Sleep better, live better. Visit sleepworld.com. And by Marin Health. Marin Health Medical Center and Marin Health Medical Network world-class care. Closer than you think.
On the Sports Leader.
All right, the Cooler content a little later today because we had some 49er chatter with Mike Silver around 8:30, 8:15. So hope y'all are still sticking around. Thank you. Giants got that win last night. We didn't call it in yet. We don't usually, it's interesting about the call-in of the Giants score. We always do it early.
6 a.m., you got to call it in.
And then we don't really return to it. Sometimes we do. It's like we kind of haven't really.
Well, how many times do we have to call that clown, Rob Manfred, and let him know the official score?
Should we just make it the one call-in early?
I like it early
the rest of the day?
For the 6 a.m. crowd.
Yeah, for the 6 a.m. crowd. And we introduce, you got to wake up early and hear the new home run call.
That's it.
Got to hear the new home run call. Controversial. Maria Lopez is riding with it.
And shout out Maria Lopez, who was also down at Oracle Park last night to see the Camilo Duvall spotlight. We were actually texting each other saying, look, Camilo Duvall's up in the bullpen. Do you think tonight's the night? And Murph, it was.
Okay, so I'll offer this to you. Like, it was cool. So it wasn't a save situation. And so you're spotlighting just a player coming into the game differently than any other player. Now, I get it that in a closed situation, he's the guy to close out the game. But in a non-save situation, should he get the spotlight?
I don't think they should do it in non-save situations, if I'm being honest with you.
Yeah.
Especially when you look at Camilo Duvall's past pitching in non-save situations. Things got a little dicey last night. But, Murph, this is just kind of one of the new trends in baseball. How often do we riff about Edwin Diaz and the trumpets and him coming out in the ninth inning with the New York Mets?
Yeah.
So this is just what they kind of do now for the closers.
Now, sorry to interrupt, but does Diaz get that during non-save situations?
That's a good question. I'll have to ask some of the Mets fans at the game tonight. But, yeah, you would think that they would only do it for safe situations.
Yeah,
and here's the thing.
Otherwise, I'm like, hey, why don't I get that when I come up?
And that's my question. What if it's back-to-back games where a safe situation is needed? Bob Melvin and Brian Price don't want to throw Camilo Duvall back-to-back nights or 3 nights in a row. Does Ryan Walker get the spotlight treatment?
These are all great questions. This is what happens when you open up the spotlight. But right now, most people were just kind of excited here. I do see Duvall said in Spanish, I knew they were going to do the light show, but I didn't think it was going to be like that. It looked like a movie. Keaton Wynn had a comment on Cooler content.
Yeah, that was so sick. I saw it on the TV and I was like, oh my gosh, I wish I was outside for this. Yeah, that'd been cool to see in person. But hopefully they do that more often. It was so cool.
I have starting pitchers in entrance.
Yeah, maybe if we were like, having a good game and going to the ninth or something, then get spotlight.
I kind of like it. You know what I mean?
I'll take it, dude. If Logan Webb pitches into the ninth inning tonight, turn that spotlight on.
So you guys know me. I'm the cranky old head. I got no problem with the spotlight. I got none. I got no problem with it.
What do you like more, the spotlights or the strobe lights?
Probably the strobe. Yeah.
Interesting.
Just, you know why, young Tone.
Of course.
Why do I like it? Come on.
Of course. There's only one reason.
There's only one reason. There's 52 reasons, really. And then Ryan Walker, who pitched well last night, by the way. He came in with 2 on, nobody out, and got a nice inning. He commented on NBC Sports Bay Area on the new light show.
And that had to have been one of the coolest things I've ever seen. I mean, we've been waiting for that moment for how many games now, and we finally got to see it tonight. I mean, the spotlight is so cool, and I'm sure for him, I wonder what he feels like, I wonder what that feels like with the spotlight on you. Everything's dark. Man, it's got to be a great feeling.
Yeah. I'm going to plant the seed. I'm wondering when some Giants are going to be like, hey, how come I don't get that?
Yeah, where's my spotlight,
Yeah,
Murph?
seriously. What if all of a sudden they start shining a spotlight on Marcus when he walks in?
Well, they should, Murph, because I've been to 11 straight games, and just like Ryan Walker, I've been waiting all season long to see this spotlight.
No, I meant them in the studio, and I'm just sitting here like a D. You know what I mean?
we
you
should do that. Let me get a spotlight on me, Tony. Block out Murph on the camera.
I smell a KNBR digital bit, don't you? All right, guys, so there you go. There's the 2 comments on the light show. They both liked it a lot. It looked like the spotlight was kind of missing him a little bit, too. You're not sure where he is. You got to shine the spotlight on
they
him.
don't got the pace down of that Camilo Duvall slow jog.
I'm going to make a deep pull here now. Another one of my crazy deep pulls. Not everybody reacts to the spotlight the same, young Tony, like, wait for it, Michigan J. Frog. He didn't like the spotlight. Come on, Curly. Come on, Marcus.
Is that the frog with the hat?
Hello, my baby. Hello, my honey.
There it
Hello,
is.
my
I got it.
ragtime gal. Curly.
Oh, yeah. It was like a walking stick or like a magic stick,
In old
right?
Looney Tunes, there's a cartoon of a guy, he's got a frog that sings this Broadway song. Hello, my baby. Hello, my honey. Hello, my ragtime gal. And this guy goes crazy, and he buys the frog, and he sells singing frog tickets, and he puts them on the billboard and everything, and they sell out the theater. And as soon as the frog comes out and they shine the spotlight on him, he just goes, Rabbit. Rabbit. And then everybody boo. They throw tomatoes. They want their money back. And as soon as they leave the theater, the frog jumps up and goes, hello, my baby. Hello, my honey. Hello, my... It's pretty funny.
Yeah, Murph, some people...
By the way, Michigan J. Frog.
Yeah.
All right?
Some people have a problem performing in the spotlight.
Are you saying that Michigan J. Frog could have used some of the pills we advertised?
Hey,
here?
now.
All right, so there we go.
Now.
Anyway, last night was NBA craziness. Here's Mike Breen calling Dante DiVincenzo crushing the Sixers. The reason why we're playing it is, speaking of those pills, a double bang. A double bang.
Out top to DiVincenzo. His shot won't go. Hartenstein the rebound. Hartenstein gets it out to Anunoby. DiVincenzo a three. Bang! Bang! Knicks take a 1-point lead.
How do you like the double bang?
Bang! I always love a double bang, Murph.
Okay. I was thinking about the Mets last night and how they were such third banana, fourth banana to that game. Like in New York, they're like, where are the Mets? They're out on the West Coast. Who cares? Well, I was also thinking about the Yankees. They played a day game, and we believe it was for Passover, right?
I believe so.
Although the Knicks didn't honor Passover. They went ahead and played at the Garden at night. But anyway, so it's an early day, Yankee Stadium, Monday morning, very chill.
Against the Oakland A's.
It doesn't get any more low wattage. Yes. Top of the first, and there's a check swing, and Aaron Boone says something.
Yes, after Ruiz gets hit on the foot.
Is that it?
Mm-hmm.
And then Hunter Wenzelstedt, the home plate ump, takes off his mask and tells him one more thing and you're gone.
Gives him a nice little warning.
Aaron Boone then says whatever, and then Aaron Boone literally is checking his fingernails. When somebody behind the dugout yells, Hunter Wenzelstedt tosses him. Boone loses his mind, says, I didn't say a word.
I didn't say blank and nothing.
This is the way it all played out.
I'll make that call.
You're not yelling at me. I did what I was supposed to do and check. I'm going to get hit by the pit. You got anything else to say? You're gone.
Okay, Hunter. Well, you know what? We're not going to need a John Boy breakdown of that one. We got a very clear, there you go. And now Aaron's saying I didn't say anything. Aaron's saying, hold on a second, I didn't say a word.
I didn't say anything, Hunter.
I didn't say anything, Hunter. I didn't say a blanking word.
And he's right.
Yeah.
And Hunter Wenzelstedt apparently after the game said, if it came from a fan, I don't care. Aaron Boone's responsible for it.
No, he's not.
That's what he said.
Get the hell out of here, Hunter.
Hunter Wenzelstedt said he is responsible. Did he say that?
No. And for anybody who missed it, there was a fan sitting behind the Yankee dugout who was yelling at the umpire, and that's why Aaron Boone was framed, and that's why he was ejected in the first inning yesterday.
He was framed, dude. So the umpire, so here it is right now. It says here he doubles down. He will not apologize.
Oh, come on.
For ejecting him after the game. This is a classic case. He said he had to go. So two batters in the game, Hunter Wenzelstedt and Boone, blah, 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 got picked up on the Yes Network microphones. And then I'll scroll down here after the game. Aaron Boone, this is the statement from Wendelstedt. Aaron Boone is the manager of the New York Yankees and is responsible for everything that happens in that dugout.
Well, it didn't happen in the dugout.
I don't want to eject a ball player. We need to keep them in the game. That's what the fans pays the scene. Aaron Boone runs the Yankees. He got ejected. Apparently what he said was there was a fan right above the dugout. This isn't my first ejection in the entirety of my career. I've never ejected a player or manager for something a fan has said. I understand that's going to be part of the story or something like that because that's what Aaron was portraying. But I heard something come from the far end of the dugout that had nothing to do with his area. But he's manager of the Yankees, so he's the one that had to go.
Wow.
Umpires gone wild.
Yeah, and people thought we have problems with NBA referees. Tell LeBron to get a load of this.
Do we have
Screw you.
Do we have Nicky T checked in? He was getting his hair cut.
Mm-hmm.
He supports Aaron Boone. Nick Turturro here.
For all the things I give Aaron Boone and a lot of hard time for, you know, I feel bad for you today, Booney. You know, that fan got you fired. I wouldn't get you fired. I mean, I talk a lot of But you know what? I'm behind you, buddy. I'm behind you. Ejected, not fired. All right.
Nicky T's a little disappointed he didn't get fired after that one.
All right. That's good.
I talk a lot of S about you, Booney.
Last one is, you guys heard about mic drops.
Not fired.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah, see, he's like, you ruined my riff.
That disappointment.
You guys have heard of mic drops, right?
Mm-hmm.
When do you ever see a mic drop, though? They're always metaphorical. This is a literal one. Anthony Davis, after getting burned by Jamal Murray's game-winning shot, just comes to the post-game podium, literally says this, drops the mic on the table, and walks away.
To kind of piggyback off that one, can you take us through that last play and just what happened and what unfolded? And what was, I don't know if you were screened or what happened on that last play.
Jamal Murray made a shot.
And he walked off. Ooh, that clang is incredible.
Bang.
You might need to revisit that clang.
Jamal Murray made a shot.
That's what it sounds like when you drop a mic.
Yeah, Anthony Davis also forgot the part where he made the shot over himself on a day where he was publicly complaining about not being a finalist for Defensive Player of the Year.
Incredible. All right.
And here was Jamal Murray literally sitting him down on the bench after that game winner.
A very fun cooler of content. I didn't say a blanket thing, Hunter. Oh, man. I'm with you, Booney. Fired, not ejected. All right. You ruined my riff. Yeah. Ejected, not fired. All right, guys. We'll finish up with our Giants injury report, and then there's some things young Tony learned today on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
I did not say anything, Hunter.
From the Chilton Auto Body Traffic Desk. Murph and Marcus continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Who we got here, buddy?
Antidote by Travis Scott.
What happened to the lights?
In the song, he references lights.
Okay. I thought it had to be in the title. That's why I gave you City of Blinding Light by U2, which was the song they were playing in Entourage when they went and saw him, and Johnny Drama yells, "Your two rules."
That's a show I have seen.
Yeah. Woo!
All my friends would tell me in college, that's a great show I need to watch. Highly recommended.
We got Young Tony on that. That will not make What Did Young Tony Learn Today? So, or you could have gone Journey Lights or any of the ways. But anyway, it was all in honor of Camilo Joval and the Light Show. All right, I'm going to have to experience it to give my full review, but I'm fine with it. You know, listen, it's what I'm all about if it gets the kids in, bring them in.
That's it.
Bring them in. You know what I mean? And again, I want to tell you this real quick because I know we got to do the Sutter thing and all that. Sounds good. So I was walking on the right field arcade Friday night. Tons of kids in the 20s demo out there on a Friday night. So people say baseball's dying, and it might be, but I mean, you were at the bleachers Friday night.
Well, I was one of those kids sitting behind the San Jose State marching band.
You would be old by these standards.
I'm an old head, Murph. I'm a man. I'm 30.
So there were a lot, all right?
Oh, yeah. Kids are coming out every single night now. The Giants are doing a lot of college nights early in the year.
USF last night.
They had Santa Clara night. We had the Gators in the swamp the other night when the wave was going around at Oracle Park. So they are trying to get kids out there. But I don't know what else is better to do on a weekday night in San Francisco than go down to Oracle Park to catch a ball game.
Yeah. Also, did you guys see MLB had its best attended weekend in like a long time? That was a story they put out. Like MLB attendance. Yeah, there's a story. The MLB attendance this past weekend was the highest it's been in like X number of years. Like all good news. All good news. So,
that's great. It must be the light shows, Murph.
Or it must be your Sutter Health injury.
Ooh.
Yes.
Time now for your Giants Health Report, sponsored by Sutter Health.
All right, we'll see if the Giants are breaking out the light show for Luke Jackson, who has officially been reinstated from the 15-day injured list. Maybe we'll turn down the lights and praise Dale and raise hell, Tony.
Praise Dale or raise hell.
That's right. Luke Jackson rejoins the bullpen after missing 22 games with a lower back strain that he suffered on opening day. Now, to clear a spot for Jackson on the 26-man roster, the Giants set down Nick Avila, who allowed 7 runs over 7 2/3 innings in 6 major league appearances this year. And that is your Giants Sutter Health Report. From the doctors who never stop answering your questions, the cardiac specialty centers that never stop helping hearts, Sutter is more than 220 hospitals and clinics that never stop caring for California's SutterHealth.org.
Praise Dale or raise hell.
That's why on Saturday, MLB had its highest attended non-opening week April day in 8 years. Once again, its highest attended non-opening week April day in 8 years. Yes! Something.
Mm-hmm.
They're flocking back for the pitch clock, buddy. They're flocking back for the pitch clock. And like I said, I saw on Friday night, I mean, it's always been that way. I mean, I just feel like, I don't know, there's something about baseball. I just, is it going to be around in 50 years? I think the short answer is yes.
Absolutely.
Okay, all right, good.
It's been around for the past 50. It was here before that, Murph. It ain't going nowhere.
Well, I mean, but in 1920s, boxing and horse racing ran the show. That's like the warning sign. Like boxing, like in 1920s, the most popular athletes in America were Jack Dempsey and Seabiscuit. You know what I mean?
So yeah, but Murph, we're talking about going in different directions. Boxing has kind of fell off a map, but I will give a shout out to the Devin Haney-Ryan Garcia fight this past weekend that our guy Marcus Thompson referenced when we were talking about the Jokic brothers throwing punches last night.
Incredible. All right, it's that time when Young Tone, he lets us know what's going on in the world here. Yep. Mm-hmm.
Murph and Marcus want to know, what did young Tony learn today?
Well, so the joke is he's very, very young and innocent.
Hey, I know that now! Okay!
All right, today is a couple of items. Number one, we were talking about Keaton Wynn as the Giants pitcher, and I said he's easily he's on my Mount Keaton more.
How many mountains are on that mountain?
So we tried to start coming up with a Mount Keaton more. I said you got to go to Michael Keaton. You know, it was just everything he's in, I love. I'm a huge Michael Keaton fan. And then I said, of course, for my guy Woody, his best gal Diane Keaton. And then I couldn't come up with another one, and listeners poured in with 2 nominations that we put to young Tony. Silent film star Buster Keaton, and again, coming up empty, huh?
No.
Are
Is
you
that
down?
Buster's cousin? That's what I said earlier.
That's what he asked about
Yeah,
Buster Posey.
I know Buster Douglas. I don't know Buster Keaton.
Buster Keaton was one of the first ever film stars in this country's history. You know those guys, Tony, they would do like all the hijinks because they had no dialogue. So you got to do like the hijinks, you know what I mean? I don't know, winding up all their, I can't do it. I was not a silent film star. The other one was from the 80s, Alex P. Keaton, played by Michael J. Fox in the show Family Ties. You said no, you didn't know it, right?
I've heard the name.
I said, well, of course you didn't know it because it came on after or right before Cheers. Thank you very much. The other one we got was the Grape Nuts cereal. You said you'd never heard of Grape Nuts. Is that right?
Never.
Yeah.
Not once.
Yeah. So here's your assignment.
No.
Don't watch Cheers and eat grape cereal.
Nobody
Grape
wants
nuts.
grape nuts.
I was gonna lay a booby trap for you, buddy. I was gonna say, no, I think you should go to Safeway and get some grape nuts, and then we'd all share a big laugh at your expense. Because it's the worst cereal ever.
I mean, it looks terrible. It's got a terrible name. Who wants to sit there and say, I wake up and eat grape nuts?
Who does this?
Not me.
Grape Nuts Army kind of came at us on the text line saying
The Army.
They're saying that they now have them in flake form.
Flakes?
I'm like, well, if you have to change the form, that shows you how bad the cereal is.
Then they're
You know
not
what I mean?
nuts anymore. They're grape flakes.
Exactly.
What are we doing here?
Another guy said, well, if you wait for the 2-minute mark, the sweet spot
come on.
hits, where the milk and the sugar kick, any whatever.
What? I got to set a timer for my cereal?
Exactly.
I'm not doing that. Come on.
Exactly.
Take a hike, grape nuts.
Take a hike, as Kevin Bacon said in Diner, take a walk, Cornell. All right, guys, that's it. So tonight you'll be at the ball game?
Oh, I'll be there. Logan Webb, Luis Severino, sign me up. It's going to be 12 straight. The streak continues, Murph.
You're going to keep that streak alive. All right, Young Tone, great job today. John Joe Curley, nice quarter zip. And what we'll do is we'll hand it over to Papa and Lund one day closer to the draft, y'all. And when it's time for a change, think Speedy Oil Change and Auto Service. Your trusted oil change, tune-up, and brake experts. You are listening to KNBR AM and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station.
And the Lakers can take that L on the way out.
What the do we have a replay center if it's going to go? It doesn't make sense to me. Jamal Murray made a shot.
That's the end of the game.
Ladies and gentlemen,
Prepare yourself.
prepare yourselves for Greg Papa
Sleeping Boy is Superman. San Francisco.
and John Lund.
It's 10 o'clock. Let's hit it.
This is Papa and Lund
That's right. We're getting it going.
on KNBR 104.5 and 680. The sports leader.
Before, questions, I know a couple years ago there was a lot of talk about another receiver, Debo, and I said the same thing, but with BA, I've communicated on a couple occasions, on many occasions, our wish is that he's here and a part of the Niners for the rest of his career. We're working through that, and, as such, I was a player once, and I never liked my business being out in the public, and so I'm going to respect that. I'm not going to speak for their side. I can say we're having good talks, and I'm just going to leave it at that, and we'll focus on the draft here today. But that's just want to understand you guys have a job to do and respect that, but that's kind of the tone I'm going to take there.
It's been good. Obviously got married, went on a honeymoon, got some time away, and picked up the training again, and so now we're back here, ready to roll, so I'm excited. It's been good.
All right, we had a minor malfunction. We are fine. That was Brock Purdy here, little John Lynch. We'll recap all those things for you, and you did hear John Lynch on the show yesterday. NBA playoffs were fantastic last night. Oh, LeBron crying and cussing and all that kind of stuff. We'll get into that. Plus, what if Keaton win is really good? He was really good last night as they beat the Mets. We got a ton to get to today. tremendous guest list, including Sergio Romo, who has a new gig. Good morning, my friend.
He's going to be on Giants pregame and postgame live with our friend George Contos. I believe it was I that gave them the nickname the Core Four. I may have stolen it from Henry Schulman. I can't remember. I did have Late Night Lamont, which I get no credit for. No, I think it was because the Yankees had, the Core Four. It was Derek Jeter, it was Jorge Posada, it was Bernie Williams, and it was Andy Pettitte was the Core Four. And right after their dynasty, the Giants rolled into one. I mean, it's interesting that Brian Wilson, the original closer, is not. He didn't last long enough, and George was kind of the fifth guy hanging around a little bit. He didn't get credit, George Contos, but hey, I can't wait to check in with Sergio as he makes his conversion to like Javi Lopez and like I remember breaking Jeremy Affeldt in the studio years ago. I think we had him fake that he tripped coming in the studio and breaking a bone or something. And but Sergio will be great. We'll talk no dot slider and all of it. So. This is the week, John. It is Tuesday. The draft comes up on Thursday. John Lynch mentioned this yesterday at the top of his Q&A with the media right after they got into the Brandon Aiyuk stuff. And then Pat Kerwin from NFL Radio, Sirius XM NFL Radio, mentioned it yesterday. And I think how I would answer, but you love some draft big time.
I do.
Do you like the draft better than the games themselves?
Ooh, that's a great question.
You love the draft.
Well, I love the entire offseason and the whole everything surrounding it. But yeah, I here's why I love the draft. And people call it dorky and all this kind of stuff. But the reason I love it is because what's going on right now? Who's going to take who in the lying season and all, possible trades and all the different things. And then once the thing starts, who's been lying and who's like. For example, this morning, Adam Peters comes out and says, we are absolutely not moving pick 2. New England says we're open for business pick 3. Do people really love J.J. McCarthy like they're saying? I mean, there's all this stuff that's going on. And then, you add these guys to your roster. And I mean, it's just the whole thing is just amazing. It is the original, to me, reality TV. I mean, it's just what it is. And Lynch was even talking about 2019, how they pulled that off. I just think the whole thing around the draft is fascinating. Now, the one thing I don't like is the endless mock drafts, but I understand it. And I don't know if you're like me, like Charles Davis was on this yesterday. I hate them, but at the same time, I click on them every single time. And I don't know why I do that.
You know what I think of? Well, yeah, and teams do them. They have an exercise where they go through, and you just have to kind of have. But the thing about Charles, like what's great, Charles has got 4.0, and then he'll have a fifth one that'll drop, and one he has Drake May going 2 to Washington. And now this next one, he's going to have Jade Daniels. So he's just doing it to create clicks and interest. But it's fun. I've only been to one NFL draft myself, and that was the Jamarcus Russell ill-fated one at Radio City Music Hall. And the irony, I mean, the environment there, it's like all 32 teams are playing in the same game. It's even better than the red zone. They're all on the same field. And, they'd all, this year, even the Rams have a pick in the first round. The 49ers have a pick in the first round. You got the Bears have 2 picks. Minnesota has 2 picks. So, there are a handful of teams that have multiple picks, but Arizona has got 2 picks starting at number 4, which leads the discussion about Brandon Aiyuk. And you heard John dance around it, and I understand why people are curious about this because he doesn't have a contract right now. And it may drag out beyond the draft. Certainly it will. It's going to drag out probably to July. Hopefully it doesn't drag out to Labor Day and the start of the new year. But we are going to have somewhat of a deadline. And I remember a couple of years ago, you and I being in the conference room at Levi's, and the Deebo Samuel offseason that year got contentious. Deebo was not happy with a number of issues, and he wanted to be traded. He made it clear he was not playing. He was not playing nice. He wasn't playing. So what did the offer actually come in from the New York Jets and Robert Saleh and Joe Douglas then? We thought, you got to get at least a first-round draft pick for Deebo to maybe even talk about it off the year Deebo had. He had one of the greatest wide receivers / running back seasons in the history of the NFL. I think it was definitively the best. So he thought, can you get a top 10 pick? Well, yeah, the Jets offered you a top 10 pick for Deebo, but they wanted Deebo and your second-round pick back the other way. That's not the same. So here's my point. Brandon Aiyuk is a special player. I think in some respects he's untradeable right now. You got to work out the contract, and they'll work it out. And this is just my own opinion. People think because I work for the Niners, they tell me things. I've not discussed Brandon Aiyuk with anybody there. But I know how much Kyle loves him as an ex-wide receiver and how well he blocks and what he means to the team and the quiet leader he is. But there are a lot of good wide receivers in this draft. There are. But there really are only two that you would even entertain the thought of trading up high enough to get to replace Brandon Aiyuk. You've got three elite receivers in this draft, John. Malik Neighbors, to me, he may be the best of all three.
I think he's the best. I do.
But he's not an X. He's not a pure X wide receiver. He doesn't have the size. They line him up all over. He lines up at all three positions, and he runs routes to all three levels. I don't think he's as refined as the route. He runs a hell of a stutter and go. I've seen that one over and over and over again. It's big time. But he's not the route runner Odunze is. Rome Odunze from Washington. Of course, Marvin Harrison Jr. is just different. And those two guys are X wide receivers, X's. Brandon Aiyuk is your X on this team. Debo is your Z. The Z is the split end, the move guy. And they line up Debo everywhere where, 11 Tyson, he's in the backfield. Deadpool, he's a running back. He's different. Jennings can play that, but he's not that. He's your F, he's your slot. You really don't have an X. So the X is the guy that is the split end. He's on the line of scrimmage. He's on the opposite side of the tight end. And he's the guy. When it's 3rd down and 7, and you got to hit your back foot, you need someone to run a power slant like a DK Metcalf. Brandon Aiyuk is that guy. He is your X wide receiver. Those guys are special. Marvin Harrison Jr., Rome Odunze are X wide receivers, and they are huge. 6'3", 209, 212. Do they block like Aiyuk? Hell no. Harrison Jr. don't. Odunze does some. Does he get a block like Kyle wants? So as you talk about money and draft picks and all this and playing the board, the bottom line, you can't trade Brandon Aiyuk. You don't have an X wide receiver on a team that went to overtime in the Super Bowl, scored first, should have won the damn game, should have won one or multiple Super Bowls the last 5 years. You're so close right now. You got to bring it back and try to win that last game. So give me a scenario, John. You're not. You got to call Monty Ossenford or Elliott Wolf and Jonathan Kraft in New England and say, give me number 3 or 4 for Brandon Aiyuk. They're not doing that. They don't want to pay Aiyuk that money and trade out of that spot. These young receivers are cheaper, so you just can't do it. I understand the contract's got to be done, but you can't. Kyle Shanahan, you can't go in and say, we got to trade our ex-wide receiver, Brandon Aiyuk, when we went to overtime in the Super Bowl. He's just not doing that.
I've agreed with that from the beginning. The other thing what people have brought up is because they traded Buckner at one time for Kinlaw, that they'll do it again. What that tells me is they're not going to do that again because that didn't work. And if they weren't in a Super Bowl window and all these different things, I honestly don't know why people keep bringing it up, because I was on a couple of different shows last night and this morning. I was on a podcast last night, and everybody kept bringing up Brandon Aiyuk. That's all they wanted to talk about, kind of like the media yesterday. And because he hasn't signed, the one thing that I think is being overlooked in what John Lynch said about him, and some people are saying he didn't say it emphatically enough. Like last year, he said Nick Bosa's not going anywhere. People are somehow taking that into, well, he wasn't as emphatic with Brandon Aiyuk yesterday. And I thought to myself, he said exactly what he had to say, that the guy's not going anywhere. But the one thing he also said, because I brought this up before, when you look at the contracts they signed from the guys that they drafted, so you're looking at George Kittle and Deebo Samuel and Nick Bosa and Fred Warner and all these different guys they've gotten done, they've been deals that have either gotten done in late July, August, or September. And last year, because Nick got done so late, it affected his season. Well, what did John Lynch say yesterday? He wants to get it done before that. Now, it doesn't mean it has to be done today or tomorrow, but to me, Devontae Smith, who's 25 years old with similar statistics, and you can go to DK and you can go to Debo and you can go to McLaurin. All those deals are 3-year deals, anywhere from 65 to 75, 40 to $50 million guaranteed. It's laid out. It's there. They can get this deal done, and I think they will actually sooner than they have for other guys. But honestly, nobody's come to me, to your point, nobody's come to me with a compelling reason why the 49ers should trade him.
How do I replace my ex-wide receiver?
When you're in a Super Bowl window, too. Like, how does it – here's the question
Harrison
I would ask
Jr.
you.
is good, and he's great. That guy's great. I wondered, how fast does he run? They had him on the GPS during games because he didn't run 23 miles per hour. That joker's huge. He don't block, though. He's Randy Moss. He does not want to block.
But if you want to win a Super Bowl, to your point, if you want to win a Super Bowl,
you can't trade Randy.
How are you better if you trade him? And then here's the other issue I always have. You traded you used a first-round pick on him, and then you developed him over all these years, and then you're going to get back a first-round pick and start over. The only advantage to that is financial. And they've got financial issues. There's no question about it, but it's not this minute. They're not signing Brock Purdy this minute. They're going to make another run at this thing for a Super Bowl before they sign him long-term. So it doesn't make your team better, and everybody gets excited about a first-round pick. They spent a first-round pick and all this time on the guy. So you're resetting for what? Financial purposes only. Not because it's going to make you better. It's not.
And why would anybody that's out, in order to get a Dunze or Harrison Jr., you got to have a top 4 pick. There's going to be a run on wide receivers at like 4 and 5, somewhere in there. Rand Carthon's sitting at number 7. He's a friend. Would he take Brandon Aiyuk back and give you number 7? Why would he do that? He can just draft a Dunze, and he'll probably draft a lineman but I mean,
they could all be gone by 6, by the way, because right, I think Harbaugh is going to take a lineman, but 4. If the Cardinals stay at 4, I think they're going to trade out. But if they stay at 4, it's Harrison. The Chargers could take the second receiver at 5, and the Giants could take the third receiver at 6.
And, if you offered Brandon Aiyuk for sale right now, say you said he's for trade. I mean, go back to Debo, and Debo had an historically good year a couple of years ago. The Jets offered the 10th overall pick in the draft. They wanted Debo and your second round pick back the other way.
Basically a pick swap.
It was 10, and the Niners were back at the end of the draft, so it was different. In any event, what are you going to get for Brandon? You're not going to get anywhere in the top 5 to draft one of those 2 wide receivers. And why would anybody that's young and developing like New England or Arizona, pay Brandon Aiyuk all that money when they can just develop their own young wide receiver? So I understand he doesn't have a contract, and that'll be the big talking point whenever the Niners are discussed between now and Thursday. But there's a point in the draft where you get to like pick 10 and these other receivers are gone. Once Harrison Jr. or Dunze are gone, then it's done. There's no way you're doing it. But just tell me a world in which you can talk Kyle Shanahan into trading his wide receiver, Brandon Aiyuk. He ain't doing that.
All right, 808 KNBR, thoughts about the NFL draft. I love your passion about it, man. We're just about, 2.5 days away from the NFL draft. We have a great time with it every single year. We go down to HQ, 5 o'clock on Thursday. Make sure that you are tuned in for that. Give us your thoughts after the first round. Hopefully we can put all this to rest because it's been a huge talking point. I think you and I have been on the same page. I have never seen a world in which they're going to trade this guy. Give us your thoughts at 415-808-KNBR, 415-808-5627 on the Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line. It's calling line as well. Sergio Romo is going to join us at 10:50 and talk about his new gig. Mark Spears, 11:30. Man, the NBA playoffs were awesome last night, especially in Denver and in New York. He's going to help us with that at 11:30. Nick Bumgarner does a great job with the NFL draft with The Athletic, senior writer and NFL draft analyst. So more draft talk. That coming up at 12:30. Plus, we had a ton of great sound today. If you missed John Lynch, we'll recap that. If you missed Brock Purdy, we'll recap that too. A ton to get to. It's Pop and Lund on your, what is today? Tuesday? Stay Tuesday?
Tuesday, John.
Tuesday, yeah.
Tuesday.
I just told you, Thursday. Yeah.
Thursday
Tuesday
is the draft. Are you feeling it?
Yeah, I am ready, man. I'm excited.
You love the draft.
Believe me, I did. Like I said, I was on a 2-hour podcast last night, and we did a breakdown of the draft. I was like, bring it on. Bring it on.
You were on 2 hours last night podcasting? You do a mock?
No, yeah. I was with some friends, and we did a bunch of stuff, and we broke it down, man. We broke it down. It was good. So, yeah, I'm excited. That was kind of the precursor to what we're going to do on Thursday. I'm feeling good. There's a couple of tough names in there, by the way, amongst the offensive tackles. I'll let you handle
Pronunciation?
those. Yeah. But
all the FAUs?
Yeah, those kind of things.
All the gold guys?
But it was good. Nah, we got those down. We got those names down. It's good.
Todd Husak knows them. They're all from the Pac-12.
Yeah, that's true, huh?
Except the Penn State kid.
Yeah, that's a good point. All right, we'll get into all of it coming up next. Again, wide open, your thoughts on the text line, whether it be NBA playoffs. Lots of good stuff. Great job by Keaton Wynn last night. New lights for Camilo Duvall coming out of the pen. We got tons of stuff to get into. We'll do it all next on a Tuesday. Pop and Lone here on the Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at ODFIGroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Mike Silver, of course, of the Chronicle, joined Murph and Marcus this morning, discuss the 49ers targets in the 2024 draft. Check out that podcast and more, KNBR app, YouTube, and KNBR socials.
Begin laser ignition sequence.
I think that's actually what they did when they did my short procedure. Actually, they didn't have Dr. Evil there. But I'll tell you this, Laser Eye Center of Silicon Valley, and I can see again, it is life-changing, it is awesome, and it is simple. I'll be honest with you. And look, when you're talking about your eyes, in all seriousness, I went to the Laser Eye Center of Silicon Valley. I wanted to make sure that they trusted everybody down there, and Dr. Craig Bindi and the entire crew, awesome. Papa had the procedure. I had the procedure afterwards, and I'm telling you, it is awesome. But I can tell you until I'm blue in the face, but you can find out how CLR, custom lens replacement, is the permanent solution to readers, contacts, glasses, and never develop cataracts. And it's at the Laser Eye Center of Silicon Valley. It's a free CLR webinar, and it's this Friday at noon. Now, you don't have to be there. Space is limited, but you register, so it doesn't cost you anything. But register at lasereyeclr.com. That's lasereyeclr.com, and they're going to tell you everything you need to know. So as an amateur, I can tell you, it worked for me. It was simple, all those great things. You trust the doctors. You ask all the questions. I went through the procedure as a patient, obviously, but it's a great opportunity for you to find out about custom lens replacement. They're going to answer any questions you have, the difference between CLR and LASIK, and I've had both, by the way. If you're a good candidate, what's the cost? Is there financing? How long does the procedure take? All those type of things, by the way, very short procedure. But all those things are going to be answered at the webinar. So again, register right now, and you can get FaceTime with the guys who are going to do this procedure for you. And it is an awesome procedure. lasereyeclr.com. That's lasereyeclr.com.
There's a party happening on our podcast page. Hear every interview from every show on demand at knbr.com/podcast. Now on with the show on the Sports Leader.
We're going to do the Giants bottom of the hour, which will lead us to Sergio Romo at 10:50. He's going to be on Giants pre- and post-game live, which is going to be very, very cool. Mark Spears, 11:30. Nick Bumgarner to talk draft with us from The Athletic at 12:30. Your thoughts? You want to get into a little draft, guys you like, draft crushes, how much you like the draft or hate it. The Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line, 415-808-KNBR, 415-808-5627. So we just talked about the Brandon Aiyuk situation. We heard a little bit from Brock Purdy as well. He sounds fired up, looks a little more buff. What else did we learn from John Lynch yesterday? Anything when we played that at noon? Anything jump out at you from the Lynch presser yesterday?
That the draft is not as deep with all the NIL money that college players have, the name, image, and likeness. And how much money is Caleb Williams? How much more money does Caleb Williams make last year to play quarterback at USC than Brock Purdy made to play for the San Francisco 49ers?
I think they said he made 5.3 in NIL money yesterday.
I mean, Brock's doing well, endorsement, but it's just, the guys that have gone back into college football that John mentioned, the guys that they mentioned were draftable players are back in the draft, are back in college football. What did they say, 83 of them, and 35 are starters? I mean, it's a great draft at the top of the draft, I think, early. Niners are going to get a good player on Thursday. But as you look at the later picks, and obviously the sweet spot for the Niners has always been the 5th round where they got Fred Warner and others. But, how will they manipulate the board? I mean, they got 31 on Thursday, and then on Friday in round 2 they have 63. And then on Friday in round 3 they have 94. And that's it for days 1 and 2. And then they get the comp picks. They get the Trey Lance pick number 124 from Dallas early on Saturday. 132 is the compensatory. So the election, they have 135, they have 176, they have 211, they have 215. So we'll see if they want to pick. I mean, obviously later in the draft where they got Brock with pick 262, do you want to pick at 215, 211? Do you want to bundle those up and move up? So it's great that they're in the in the first round. But this is one draft, John, that does not have incredible depth. And what did John say yesterday? They only have 22 players that they have given round 1 grades to. They're picking 31. Now, by and large, your 22 are very different than the NFL's 22 or all the different mocks. But what do you do if the guys that you have a round one grade on, that won't happen. They'll be able to find a guy. There are guys that they value differently. They just look at the game differently on both sides of the ball. But in theory, what happens if you come around and you're sitting there picking and the 22 that you had first round grades on are all gone? Are you compelled to move up from 31 to get up and get that guy? Or if the 22 are all gone, and I don't think that'll happen, but just laying it out there because you got to have all these simulations. If you don't have a first-round grade on a guy, do you have to take him at 31, or do you trade back and take him where you have the grade on him?
Well, I think that when you have 10 picks and 10 guys aren't going to make this team, it gives you the flexibility, I think, to move up. And you said this yesterday. They moved up for Brandon Aiyuk. I think they're going to move up. And the other key thing he said, and this has to do with Brock Purdy and the finances that are on the way. Yeah, they have positions, and they may not be guys who are going to start this year, but he mentioned this. You got 2 free agent corners. I don't know if you can sign both of those guys, given the fact that you've got to sign Brock. So they could use a corner that they need a 3rd corner anyway and decide, is Demo going to go inside or can you get an inside guy? That's a screaming need. He kind of played down the offensive tackle thing. A lot of people have talked about getting Trent, getting somebody for Trent in the next couple of years. He said there's some versatile linemen. We've talked about that. There's guys who can play tackle and guard and possibly even center. I think they would entertain that. We've talked about this with Brandon Aiyuk. I think people will freak out if they take a wide receiver. I think they're in the wide receiver market. I really do. I think they're in the tight end market to finally get that once and for all, to get a guy behind Kittle that might even take over for Kittle here in a couple of years, who's getting a little bit older. I think that one of the things he said that was key was we might be drafting for the future. And that has to do with finances. That has to do with guys getting older. that has, all these kind of things, because as much as you can manipulate the cap, and it can be a fluid situation, you can't manipulate the cap when your quarterback's going to go from $1 million to $40 million plus. That's real money. So they have to get
honestly,
in order.
Unless they take a cornerback in one of these really good corners, but I don't know if they're going to be there at 31. They may have to move up. I don't know if they're going to be able to draft a starter on Thursday night.
Maybe a guard.
I don't know if they can.
I think a guard or a corner.
I don't think they're going to take a guard that early in the draft. There are a lot of position versatility there. I don't think a guard's going to walk in here and start. Maybe because of Feliciano's versatility. I think ultimately you want Feliciano to be your super U. And then, what happens if Jake Brendel gets hurt? Feliciano's got to go play center. So I don't think, it's possible, and John did say they have 22, first-round grades on guys, and how many of those are actually going to be starters. It's a hard team to walk in and start. You are, without question, drafting the future. Colton McKivitz, the 49ers, drafted him with a fifth-round pick in 2020. They cut him off the football team. He was released, and they brought him back and put him on the practice squad. McGlinchey leaves, and now he's your starting right tackle. That's the way it works here. And even John said what you said about 10 making the team, but it's not just your 53-man roster. There's 16 guys on the practice squad, so that's 69 guys. And when you watch them practice during the year, I honestly, sometimes you can't tell who's on the practice squad versus who's on the actual roster. I mean, mainly you can with the starters, but the guys that are jumping in with scout team, and they rotate, those guys get a lot of reps. So, and you got a lot of veterans that are on the practice squad, like Chris Conley, where he was able to come from. So it's more than just the 53. You've got 16 extra spots after COVID for the practice squad. So really it's a 69-man roster, and then you got, injured list and moving people around, and you hide people. So really you're talking, maybe 72, 75, whatever it is. So we'll see where it all goes. I don't think they have a glaring need. If they stick and draft at 31, John, I think that player, it'll be hard for him to come in and start right away unless it's certain positions. All right. Fuaga.
Yeah.
Fashanu.
Mm-hmm.
And how do you say the guy's name from Washington? Fashanu. How do you say the guy from Washington?
I got it.
Fatanu?
Yeah.
Fatanu?
I like it. See, that guy, that's a guy I would trade up for. I like him. He can play guard tackle. That's the kind of guy he was talking about. That guy can play. That guy's nice.
Yeah, I don't see them trading up for a lineman, to be honest.
All right, let's get into a little bit of Giants last night. There was a lot of stuff going on, from lights, fireworks, all that kind of stuff going on. But the biggest thing is the win, and Keaton Wynn looked good in the win. Get it? We'll get into that conversation. And then Sergio Romo coming up at 10:50. It's Pop and Lund. Thanks for joining us on a Tuesday on the Sports Leader.
Wherever you are around the globe, stream your proud home of Giants baseball 24/7, 365 on KNBR.com. This is the sports leader.
Now here's a bunt by Ahmed. Off the third base side of the mound. Over to barehanded Lopez, and he fumbles it. Fumble! Oh, Nelly! And the Giants have recovered at the 12-yard line.
Got to win the turnover battle, John. And if you do that, you got a great chance to win the game.
All right, we're going to have to play that again because I'm watching Papa. He didn't hear that. So I'm sorry that this is going to be redundant, but when he gets back, we got to play it again. Because he's
what happened? What did I miss?
You're a football. Well, you're an.
I was talking to Zach King of Residency 3, John. It's a big day in the hat business, which we'll be.
By the way, I like that
talking
New York hat. Yeah, and there's a reason
why. I went from Zach sent me a new box of the Residency 3s. It's
what do you got for me?
A big 50% off. We're going to surprise you a little bit later on. So I know. All right. I think you and Rand Carthon.
Yeah.
There was Rand Carthon that turned me on to those guys. Now
good guy.
Maybe I should get maybe if we trade him Brandon Aiyuk, I can get a Tennessee Titan. Ad for Holler.
I like those, man. Yeah, don't get anything for Holler. He's fine.
No. So what did you play?
I got to play this for you. We got to play this for you because we'll get into some Giants. Keaton Wynn was great last night, et cetera, et cetera. But you do all the teams, but football play-by-play guy, I want you to evaluate how John and Dave did here. They actually related a football call to a baseball game. So take a listen to this.
Now here's a bunt by Ahmed. Off the third base side of the mound. Over to barehanded Lopez, and he fumbles it. Fumble! And the Giants have recovered at the 12-yard line.
Got to win the turnover battle, John. And if you do that, you got a great chance to win the game.
He went Keith Jackson.
That's awesome.
He went, whoa, Nelly.
Oh, it's beautiful. Oh, Nelly, let me tell you.
Dave does a lot of college football, obviously.
Look at that.
When I'm popping on these players, and I go silent tape and don't want to hear any announcers, but Dave's on like half of them. We got to get Dave on before Thursday because he knows all those guys. John has done all the sports. He's done football. I know that. He's done hockey. I think he did the Oakland Golden Seals for Charlie Finley before they were the California Golden Seals. And John was a great soccer announcer, the other version of football. And
there isn't a lot of dead time.
There was a play last night involving Jorge Soler where the ball got kicked a little bit.
What the hell was Jeff McNeil doing on that play?
It was a kick save. I don't know.
It was the weirdest play. It was like you're in the way of the guy, and then you just kick the ball. Like, how about getting out of the way? I mean, I'm glad he did it and everything, but my God, it was like, you half asleep, bro?
I don't know.
What are you doing?
I don't know.
I can't imagine John Miller doing soccer because there's no dead time for him to vamp.
Now, who did he do? He did a team, was it the New York Cosmos League when Pele was in? John did soccer back in the 70s. We got to get John.
We got to dig that up.
Next time we have a Tuesday with the Big Kahuna.
I think during the pandemic we talked about that with him. Now,
we talked. Believe me, we talked about everything. We talked about, especially toilet paper.
We did do a lot of toilet paper. Right?
Yeah, we got into that talk.
We might even found some soccer. We got to find that. Because
so Nick Ahmed was in that call.
Yeah.
I know you were skeptical.
Yeah, I gotta apologize.
This is baseball.
Yeah.
He's going to look good. He's going to look bad. He got off to a good start in spring. The way he holds his hands is different.
Yeah.
And I thought, can he get on top of a high fastball? But, man, I think what he's doing was, and maybe Yaz wants to incorporate this a little bit, a lot of times players have a weakness, and they compensate by, making sure they get on top of a high fastball by holding their hands pre-pitch low and then bring them up so they're on top of the ball. And Kipe said it last night. There are a lot of guys on this team. Matt Chapman got a curveball, and he laced a double down the line. And Yaz, has a hard time with the above-the-belt fastball. Brandon Belt, a lot of guys have that hole. But Kipe said, does Nick Ahmed cover that pitch better than anybody on the team? I think he does. And it's surprising. But offensively, he's solid. He is solid. The guy's a good hitter. We saw him in Arizona come up, and he did look like the next generation. This generation's Mark Belanger. He stole a couple of goals away from Craw, but he really could not hit. Craw couldn't hit much when he first came up.
Right.
Came up with timely hits big time, and then all of a sudden they're hitting homers. And Nick Ahmed had some years where he hit, he could drive the ball. I'm like, that's the same Nick Ahmed I just saw last year. They get better, and he's coming back off the shoulder, but he's so good defensively. He's just so good. And then last night, he almost doubles down the line and hooks just foul, comes right back, gets on top of one. It's one of the big hits along with Chapman. So the one thing, do we want to stop pinch hitting for him? Sunday's game to send up Jorge Soler. If you had a left-handed hitter, maybe. But, if you do get that hit, don't you want Nick Ahmed's defense in the game at the end? And then what happened? Soler bounces out on 2 pitches, and then Nick Ahmed's not there at shortstop to take the throw by Matt Chapman on the bunt by Jake McCarthy, John. So I think, we've been kind of talking around it, and I know people love Brandon Crawford, but Farhan clearly made the right call in not giving Brandon Crawford a fully guaranteed $2 million salary. He's just not an everyday player. Going to get Nick Ahmed for the veteran minimum. He's making $850,000, and he's playing every day. And defensively, he is so fundamentally sound. Everything is right between the knees. Guy is just textbook. And then as far as a 9th place hitter, he's coming up with a lot of big knocks for you. So far, Nick Ahmed has been really impressive.
Yeah, and look, it's only 76 plate appearances, but I thought he was going to be a 0 at the bottom of the order. And he's hitting 296. That's a respectable OPS of 700. He's not going to give you a ton of power, but like you said, you can go back to a number of games this year and said, geez, Nick Ahmed has gotten a key hit in that game, and he kind of tomahawks those high pitches, and he's been really good defensively. So at least early on, I got to apologize to him because I was saying the bottom of the order is going to stink. Well, between he and Patrick Bailey, a lot of times at the bottom of the order. Now Tyro's struggling, but he's had his moments. The one guy I will say, and I like him personally, I've seen enough Austin Slater. I know it's early. I know it's 29 at bats, but my God, he's hitting 083 and it's just non-competitive. And I know that Yaz has struggled too, but in Bob Melvin, and I give him a ton of credit, and Bochy's like this too, they're going to give veterans their time because against left-handed pitching, Austin Slater's been a good player in this league. So I get it. But as you continue to look, and they'll give him a little bit more time. But again, a guy like Ramos, who was at one point, Elliot Ramos, who at one point was thought to be a pretty good prospect. Maybe it takes guys longer because he's down at AAA, hitting 330, has 5 home runs. I'm not panicking. It's about 80 at bats for him as well. But if Austin Slater continues to have the at bats he's having, they got to do something because he's leading off last night, and I'm thinking, really? We want him leading off because we have the concept of your leadoff guy now and your 2-hitter, you want him up a bunch. I don't want Austin Slater up a bunch. They're non-competitive at bats.
I would say the same thing about Nick Ahmed. I think it's not been fair to him. He's coming off an elbow surgery in the offseason. His spring training was incomplete. Up until just like right now, they haven't faced much left-handed pitching. I think it was 4 starts going into the Jordan Montgomery start on Friday. They saw lefty last night, Quintana, not a hard thrower. They'll get the big Sean Manaea on Wednesday. So we'll get a chance to play a little more. I mean, that's just the way the roster is constructed right now, is Austin Slater is in against left-handed pitching. And look at his numbers throughout his career. You don't want him in right on right. He has had to make a transformation from center where he's been good. And he's a good right fielder. He's fundamentally sound. All those guys, they just get lined up to the target. They're throwing. They're good outfielders. He's just, I think because, I don't know if it's the elbow injury or mainly, John, I think it's just inconsistent playing time for him. So I think Pittsburgh's throwing a lefty over the weekend as well. We'll see. But he's finally getting with, Jordan Montgomery on Friday, last night against Quintana, and then tomorrow against Manaea. He's getting a chance to play. So I'd give him a little more time before I'd make that call.
Okay, I will. I'll try to stay patient. I just saw him at the top of the order.
Nick Ahmed had 21 homers one year, by the way, John.
How did he do that? Because I'm not. I mean, he did, but his swing is not conducive to that. I mean, he's your typical punch.
He almost hit one last night. He hit it right down the line.
I actually thought that was going to be yeah. That would stink. And I give him a credit because he hit a single up the middle after that. But after you hit a double, you think you knocked in a couple of runs. You're standing out there and like, it's foul. You got to go back. Oh, yeah. Man, I'd be like, a strikeout.
So we're going to have fun coming up. Sergio Romo.
This is cool.
And he's going to be on TV
He's going to be
tonight.
Good. He's going to be good.
The Core 4, 3-time World Series champion, but really, and they're celebrating the 10-year anniversary of the 2014 club. We had Hunter Pence on earlier, and obviously the Core 4 is going on the Wall of Fame this year, but I know on Giants Post they're going to highlight his 2012 year. In that Cincinnati game, that epic at-bat, that battle with Jay Bruce. How long did that last. That was like longer than a Lenny Bruce set. His battle with Jay. I thought he's not. That was the one matchup I didn't want. Was the right-hander Sergio with the no-dot slider coming into the lefty Bruce, but he learned that sinker away, and then obviously Miguel Cabrera, where Cabrera's thinking, slider, and he threw an 88-mile-an-hour fastball. But the 2012 year, they all had, different. It was more Brian Wilson in 10, obviously, and Bumgarner and Casilla in 14. But how's Sergio Romo going to be on TV tonight? I think he's a natural, like immediately, like Hunter Pence and Javi Lopez and Affelt. He's just great at it.
Yeah. I just think
he's not going to get nervous. We know that.
No way. All right, so let's talk to Sergio about it coming up next. We'll hit up on some Giants, but it's going to be really cool to see him. And like you said, it's a 10-year anniversary, so he was around for him, and I think he's going to be great on TV. We'll talk to him about it next. It's Bob and Lund only here on the Sports Leader. Oh, hello, friends. Let's grab the keys. Let's go to Modesto Toyota. And get a new Toyota from Modesto Toyota. It's time. Spring, summer, you got all this stuff coming up. So let's head out to Modesto Toyota. And, of course, you can count on Modesto Toyota, like I have many times, for great savings. So you come in, you check out all the new models and deals, or this is what I did. I went to ModestoToyota.com, looked at all the incoming vehicles, and then I picked out the one I wanted. And I wanted to save money. I wanted to save gas. And so that's the big deal, because right now, there's all sorts of great deals on cars, SUVs, and trucks, and you can save big time on gas. Got the RAV4 hybrid. It is awesome. I can go forever. If you just want to say, you know what, done with gas, sick of it, prices, etc., the all-new electric BZ4X, get that at a great price or an incredible lease deal. So it's time to grab the keys to your new Toyota. And do you know, since 1965, Modesto Toyota has had thousands of happy customers because of great service and great prices. So now's the time to grab those keys. Head out and get your new Toyota at Modesto Toyota. Did I mention no dealer markup, which is awesome. That's what they give back to you. No dealer markup at the time's never been better. So that's where I get all my Toyotas. That's obvious. My son's as well. So come find out for yourself at Modesto Toyota at ModestoToyota.com.
and Lund continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix, Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Votto at second. Ludwig, the possible tying run at first. 2 down. The 1-2 pitch. Sliders struck him out swinging. The Giants have won it. And the celebration begins. Romo's teammates come flying out of the dugout, and they're jumping all over each other out there in front of the mound.
Oh, very nice. Very nice. Got to make him feel at home, man. Sergio Romo, NBC Sports Bay Area tonight, and he's going to be awesome. He is going to be awesome. Of all the guys they put on, man, this guy is a natural. And I got the Mets and the Giants tonight, and Sergio joins us courtesy of the Uma guest line. How are you, man?
Hey, what's up, fellas? Good morning. Pretty excited. You know, I got a couple new things going on in my life, and some fun adventures. I'm just looking to keep adding into those fun adventure times. You know.
Yeah, we can't wait to watch you on TV tonight with your guy George Contos. We always talk about the core four, but he was right there as well. So, what are your thoughts? I can't imagine you're going to be nervous at all. It'll be like you're just coming out of the bullpen and looking to get out some right-handers. So, what are your thoughts going into your TV debut tonight, sir?
I'll be honest. It's a lot of excitement, you know, but it is a little nervous excitement. Just more so, I was told at the very beginning of my career that if I wasn't ever nervous, then it means it didn't mean that much to me. You know, I feel like I'm really well received in the Bay, and I get treated, very, very well, and I'm thankful for all of it. And I just kind of want to keep giving people reasons to, to think highly of me, or to just continue to make me feel as visible as they do.
Sergio Romo's joining us. You're going to see him before and after the game tonight with the Mets. And like you said, George Contos is going to be there. I got to believe that a guy who can close out a World Series game in the fashion that you did in all these situations that you were in as a Giant, this is going to be nothing for you. And I just think you're a natural. I mean, you're going to get on there and you're just going to talk ball, which is what you do anyway. I can't wait. I think you're going to be great at it.
No, thank you. I appreciate the faith. I appreciate the confidence and thinking that I could, take on a task and actually, do well in it. I'm in the position where I've missed baseball enough to where I kind of want to start getting back into it, and if this is the closest thing that I'll have to feeling a part of an organization that, is much greater than I am individually. I'm just trying to add, get to hang out with Georgie, get to hang out with, a couple of the other new colleagues, and also seeing like Randy Wynn, seeing Flannery around there, Sean Estes, men that I've known for quite a while now and I feel comfortable around. So it's so far the behind the scenes, couple days that I've had behind the scenes there and watching, like everybody's been very welcoming. And then being around Georgie, it's kind of cool though, looking up to Georgie in a different way and sitting there going, "Hey Georgie, it's funny because when you came over here, I was about 5 years into my big league career, and then now I'm jumping into something that you're about 5 years into. So I guess it's always been a give and a take relationship with Georgie. So now I'm taking advice from him, trying to see what's up in those regards.
Trust me, I worked with him on TV for a long time. He will teach you how to properly apply the makeup. He's that guy. He's the ultimate metrosexual. The hair has to be perfect. The makeup, the outfit, it'll be suited and booted. He arrived in 2012, that magical year for year, and we just heard John's call of the final out in Cincinnati. So I know David Tedlow is producing Giants tonight with you, and you're going to love working with Ted, Serge. He's a great guy. They're going to do something special on the postgame, where they're going to pick out some memories of your 2012. And 14 obviously was epic, and 10, they're all great. But 12, we were just talking about that epic at-bat against Jay Bruce in Cincinnati. If you had to pick out one, would it be that at-bat getting through the tough lefty, or, the one to win the World Series, Miguel Cabrera, the first ballot future Hall of Famer, he froze on a 88-mile-an-hour fastball. Can you pick out one moment of that October run, or are they all just great?
Oh, man. I mean, it's kind of hard to not sit there and think that they were great, because they all led up to something ginormous in a sense, something that was just humongous in Giants lore. I mean, we were able to put not only just our first World Series in San Jose, we were adding a second one that year, and to be part of what we know is Bochy's, Hall of Fame tenure as a manager, and for us thinking like, wow, we just kind of put the real stamp on his resume with that one, not even knowing that we would be able to do it again 2 years later. So it's just tremendous experience all the way through. For me to, how do you say, feel as visible as I did on the mound, because of the way my teammates treated me, because of the faith and the confidence that they showed me, that as much as I was playing Robin, being the setup man to Wilson, prior to that, I could also be Batman a little bit, So I took a lot of pride in being that last guy and just trying my best not to let them down. It's hard to not think, the chess match between Cabrera and I wasn't the one that stands out the most, especially because we all got to dance after that.
That was awesome.
We all got to dance on the biggest stage, and we could call ourselves again, World Series champions. So I think there's a little hidden story in between there. Game one of that World Series at home for us between Miguel and I. So
what happened?
Maybe I'll get into that a little. Let's put it this way: there was a foul ball that Scutaro hit in between the third base coaching dugout, coaching box, and the dugout, and I would sit on the top step of the third base side dugout for the first, 3, 4, 5 innings of every game, before I started my my routine, to get into the bullpen and get ready to possibly go in the game. And Miguel picks up the ball and he pump fakes to me in the dugout like he's going to toss it to me. And I just kind of look at him like with like a half smile, like, kind of like nervous, like, okay, what's up, And he goes, "I'm ready for your slider."
Oh,
Romo, I'm ready for your slider.
I never knew that.
And what's kind of funny that now I'm going to be working alongside Contos again. Georgie was the one standing next to me when he said that, and Georgie's like, "Did he just tell you he's ready for your slider?" And I was all, my response to him was, "Miguel Cabrera knows who I am." That's so cool to me. I was like, "Whoa, he knows who I am. That's crazy, right?" And then I had never faced him up to that point, And if you were right-handed and you had never faced me and you're stepping in the box against me, hey, man, I was betting on myself 100% of the time anyways, but I really liked my chances of getting you out if I'd never seen you and you were right-handed, and he's right-handed, and I had never faced him up until that game 4, that final out. So I liked my chances. I wasn't afraid of him. I respect him, of course. It's kind of hard to not respect a Triple Crown winner. And even before that, he was putting up numbers since the day he showed up in the league, So I just knew that I just knew it in my heart. I knew it in my soul that that was just my moment. That was the moment for us to be crowned World Series champions again. And it was just my moment to be the last guy standing. So I went out there very calm and collected and confident and thinking, man, like 3 outs away, like, heck yeah, I'm the last guy on the mound. So I was really proud of myself for that.
That's why you're going to be so good. That's an amazing story. Sergio Romo's joining us, NBC Sports Bay Area. He's going to be with our guy, George Contos, tonight for the Giants and the Mets. So it probably doesn't factor in, but, you remember that moment he said he's ready for your slider. Did that factor into the fact that he went, "Oh, yeah, you're ready for my slider? Here's a fastball"?
I think that's kind of why I noted a little bit. Like, it was such a chess match, I think Buster and I were the only 2 people in the entire world that knew that we were throwing a heater there. And the fact that the previous 5 pitches I had thrown all sliders, 5 straight sliders, and the count was 2-2. He had fouled off the 5th one. And prior to every pitch, those first 5 pitches, actually all 6 pitches, I shook every time. I shook before I said yes every time, and the first five pitches that I shook, Buster put down 3 again. We're throwing slider here. I was like, okay. And then that last one, and I shook and I go, give me one. And he put down the 1, and I'm like, oh, hit the glove. Like, it was just one of those things where it was fun to be a part of, because not only were we competing at, on the grandest of stages, but, we were playing our game, and we were doing what we felt that we could do, and it was a chess match. It was a little bit of like those small little jabs to like get you to thinking, okay, cool. Like, he just shook off how many times for the last 5 pitches, and he still threw the pitch that I knew he was going to throw. And then at the very end, surprise, it was a fastball.
And you had a second ring, and you had a third one. They're going to celebrate the 10-year anniversary of 2014 coming up, and the Core 4, you're going on the Wall of Fame this year. But I want to get into the game today. And obviously, you guys worked so well together after Brian Wilson left, and Casilla could do everything, and Affelt, as a lefty, could get lefties and righties out. But it was the combination of you and Javi, where if you look at the hands of a clock, Javi's coming sidearm from the left side at 9 o'clock, and you're coming sidearm from the right side at 3 o'clock, and it was just such a great combination, and Boch worked it perfectly. But the 3-batter minimum rule, I think, has changed the game. It has changed the bullpens. I understand why they did it, to speed the game up, but now we have a pitch clock in baseball. The game's fine. When you watch the game today, do you think you guys would have been as successful with a 3-batter minimum rule? And do you think that, do you like that rule? Does that rule need to go away, where a relief pitcher comes in and has to face at least 3 hitters before he's taken out of the game, Serge?
I sold out to the cause prior to the 3-batter rule. I sold out to just wanting to have the ball in my hand, and my coaches, Boch, in particular, like if Boch felt that I needed to be the guy out there to face one hitter in a tough situation, a tough spot, and I took tremendous amount of pride in going in there and trying to get that one out if that's what I was asked to do. And I think Bochy, he knew us so well. He, especially when speaking specifically about the combination of Lopez and myself, and how literally I would go in there, face the 2 righties, and then third hitter is a lefty, and then they would have a switch hitter or a righty, and then they would bring in whoever else, if we weren't able to get it done. But we complemented each other so well. So we were more sidearmed than we're very different in our approaches with it. Javi was just very, very sinker first, and I was very slider first, and those are our pitches. Those are our main go-tos. Do I feel that we would be able to succeed at this point? Yeah, I feel that we could have. We weren't just one-trick ponies, although we did rely on our best trick more often than not, So I think our competitiveness, the way we approached the hitters, we would find a way to adjust. I know I had some trouble with some lefties here and there throughout my career, but the adjustments were made, to where I was able to stay in the league a lot longer than even I thought I could, really. The game has been changing so much, and it's not an easy sport to play, especially at that level. And then, the last couple of years of my career, getting a chance to experience that 3-batter minimum, I was not afraid of that, challenge. I really wanted to just be out there on the mound and contribute the best way I knew how to, and I felt that I brought more to the table while being on the mound, So I'm not afraid, very confident in myself and my own.
Sergio Romo's doing this again. Go ahead. Sorry, we lost you there for a second. Keep going.
Okay, yeah, I take a lot of pride in being that, the guy on the mound in any situation, especially the tough ones, not being afraid and not backpedaling at any point. I think I do all right, just from a competitive standpoint.
Now, you figured out a way to get lefties out when you had to, like Jay Bruce. You figured it out.
Yeah, that's a good
I had to. You got to dig deep sometimes, but then most of the time really is you just got to find the ability to tell yourself the truth. This is what I can do. This is my strength. and these are what I can do against lefties. All right, lefties are having a hard time, with the backdoor stuff, the backdoor breaking ball, the sinker, that ran away from them and then developed a changeup. I had to really, really, pick some brains in there and for my pitching coaches and find out what it really would take for me to have a consistent changeup. And I think that helped me out a lot towards the end of my career.
It's going to be great seeing you on TV, and obviously we saw you last year. You finished up, and you were on the mound there in spring training, but at Oracle Park. So what have you been doing, and kind of what led you to say, you know what, I think I want to jump on TV?
Well, not speaking poorly about it, but I've been getting phone calls to try this new adventure for like the last, I'd say 5 years. Mm-hmm. The last 3 years of my career playing wise, maybe 4 years, I'd get that phone call and they're like, first question is, hey, are you going to still play this year? Because we want you to come along and help us out and see if you can do this. And I was like, no, I'm not done yet. I'm a baseball player still, but always been intrigued by and excited when, by the notion of being in front of the camera and talking and speaking on just my experiences, not necessarily that I know it all or nothing. No, once I get on air tonight, I think I'll start to really show that all the things that I'll be speaking about are based off of my own experiences and the knowledge that I've gained through my trials and tribulations, through my successes and my failures. And, and there's reasons why, I was able to stick around for as long as I was. And it wasn't always that I was that great on the mound. It was a lot more of being a student of the game and trying to evolve as much as the game was evolving around me. Always trying to find that edge to stay competitive and to stay productive. So I think my point of view, my seat at the table or my seat at the stadium, was very front row. And I got to watch a lot of baseball and being a reliever and not pitching every day, but being ready to pitch every day. I learned a lot about baseball as well, and trying to see, reading body languages and trying to think, all right, what would they be thinking, or putting myself in their shoes, like, all right, in this situation, if I had what that guy had, I'd be doing this. I'd approach him this way, even against my own teammates, because, I'm glad I did some of that because I ended up facing, a few of my old teammates later on down the road. So I kind of really, really enjoy just watching the game of baseball. And the game can tell you a lot if you really pay attention to it. And maybe I can, at this point in my life and my career adventures, I can kind of shed some light to some of those things that helped me out.
No, you're going to be great. And you did it all as a 3-time World Series champion, 137 Major League saves, including Game 4 of a sweep of the World Series against the great Miguel Cabrera. But one of the things I think about in your post-Giant career, Serge, is May the 19th of 2018, when Kevin Cash and the Tampa Bay Rays decided to start you in a game. And I remember looking at it, I'm like, what? Romo starting against the Angels? And they have all those right-handed hitters, Upton and Mike Trout. You did it, a handful of times in your career, and you're the first ever guy, I think, to really be an opener in baseball. And we see it periodically. I mean, just give me your thoughts on when they asked you to do that and your thought, a guy that closed so many Major League games, World Series games, about being an opener. Did you like that concept?
No, I think I understood the reasoning behind it, and I think I was more supportive and willing to do it more than maybe even the Rays thought that I would be at that time. They came to me and they approached me. They're like, hey, we have this idea. We're going to go into Anaheim. They only have one lefty in their lineup. If Ohtani was pitching or the day before Ohtani pitched, he wasn't in the lineup. And they really wanted me to show that, at that point I was blessed to have received my 10-year service time that year. And they wanted a younger guy to do it, Ryan Stanek, if I remember correctly. And he was a rookie, and they were like, hey, they just wanted them to show, hey, we got a 10-year veteran that's willing to do this for the greater cause, the bigger picture. You couldn't really say no to that if you got a veteran that's already bought into the concept. Do I feel that I take credit? Should I be given credit for being the first opener? No. I mean, there's plenty of relievers long relievers that took the ball prior, if it be for an injury or illness or something that the start of that day couldn't go, so then they just threw them out there and then they patched it together as a bullpen type game. So, but it was a fun adventure for me. I went in there and I did it a handful of times, and the funny part was my first start in the big leagues came after 500 and some odd appearances as a reliever.
Wow.
And the fact that for those 5 games, that's the most pristine, most crisp mounds I'd ever seen in my big league career.
That's a good point. And being beat up.
You had your own landing spot. You had your own hole.
Yeah, it was probably the most uncomfortable part about that experience and getting some starts was literally the mound was unscathed, and I'm over there going, man, how do I make this feel more comfortable? Should I be kicking a hole in here? And then I happened to get a start against Ohtani the second day. I did that 2 days in a row the first times that I did it. And I remember kicking the mound, looking down in the dugout, apologizing to Ohtani, going, I'm sorry. You guys got a chance to do this for multiple innings, and I'm over here for one and just kicking a hole in the dirt, So I just, for me, it was fun. I can honestly sit there and say that I started games in the big leagues. I can honestly sit there and say that, not only was I, late inning reliever, I was also a guy that pitched in just about every inning possible in a baseball game.
That's awesome, man. Well, look, we're looking forward to seeing you tonight. It's always great catching up with you, and we know you'll do great, man. Thanks for spending some time with us. We appreciate it.
Yeah, thank you for having me. Thank you for believing in me still, especially in this new adventure that it is unknown. It is an unknown for me. So, again, very open-minded and positive going into it, but appreciate the support nonetheless.
You're the best. Thanks, man.
Break a leg, brother. You'll be great.
You'll be great at it. Sergio Romo with our good friend George Contos. That is very cool. By the way, speaking of openers, and I don't know, I got to look back on the numbers the last couple of years with Gabe in the dugout, but this is pretty amazing. I had seen this morning, and it triggered me. So the Giants are 11-13. They've played 24 games. Games where a starter pitched 6+ innings, the Giants are 4th in baseball, 12. Half their games they've had a starter go over 6 innings, and that's early in the season. Only Detroit, Kansas City, and Philly have more. Philly's got 15, Kansas City 14, Detroit 13. The Giants have 12. Half their games, their starting pitcher has gone 6+ innings. How about that?
And how many of the 12 involve Blake Snell, John?
I was just going to say none. Oops. And wait till Blake Snell gets going, right?
It's all right. You got Webby.
Yeah, and you got Keaton Wynn last night.
Jordan Hicks.
So anyway, I mean that's quite the departure from either a opener or 5 and fly or whatever. So
now they got to figure out how to get the outs in the 7th and 8th.
Yeah, that'd be nice.
To Camilla. We should have asked Sergio about the entry. How about the entry?
Oh,
in the middle of the ball?
Yeah, we should.
What was that?
He would have loved that.
What was
Get
that?
the spotlight on you.
Wow.
Well, the funniest part about that whole thing is that when they show him in the bullpen, he throws a final pitch, and then it goes dark before the catcher can catch it. And you're throwing 95 at me. Could you keep the lights on until I can catch it? I don't know what happened to the bullpen catcher there. Can we check in with him? It was like all of a sudden he throws 95 and then it goes dark and it's like, did the bullpen catcher no one told him hey, let him catch this and then hit the lights? Nope. Anyway, we'll get into that and everything last night. Then we'll get you ready for the bottom of the hour. Mark Spears is going to join us. Of course, senior NBA writer and Scaped in ESPN. That was crazy, especially in Denver and New York, the way those games ended. What is the residual effects? We'll get into it with Mark Spears at 11:30 only here on the Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at ODFIGroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Javi Lopez joined Tolbert and Copes yesterday to discuss Blake Snell's struggles early and how he can improve. Check out that podcast and more on the KNBR app, YouTube, and KNBR socials.
Dub Nation, filter out the noise and kick it with KNBR on the gram for everything blue and gold. Follow the sports leader on Instagram at KNBR.
For seconds. 3 seconds left. Why are they not fouling? Jumper Murray. Got it to hard. Denver mounts the comeback. They come back from 20 points down. They win game number 2. 101 to 99 is the final. And the Lakers can take that L on the way out.
That was a Lakers radio broadcast. No, it wasn't.
That was not John Ireland. That was not Champagne and Nuts.
Man, no, it wasn't.
Michael Thompson.
Denver survives. They were down 20. We're going to talk to Mark Spears at the bottom of the hour. LeBron complaining there's a way that the game is being called now, and then you add the playoffs on top of it. But Denver comes back from 20 down. Anthony Davis didn't score in the last 19 minutes. LeBron James pushed a defender down, had a wide-open three. Michael Jordan hit that in 1998. LeBron did not last night. That would have given him a 3-point lead, and then he was complaining down the court. You heard Jamal Murray over Anthony Davis. He didn't even see the thing go in. He just said he heard the arena erupt. And then on the other side of things, Dante DiVincenzo, how about that? With a big three. Looked like there might have been a couple of fouls in there, Tyrese Maxey. But they come back. They score 8 points in the final 28 seconds, and the Knicks take a 2-zip lead over the Philadelphia 76ers. So, man, what a couple of crazy.
What a night. Yeah. It was a manic Monday. Just outstanding. And just the Jamal Murray play. He was not having a great game through 3 quarters, but that guy, and they were down 20. The way he and the Joker and all of them walked it down and just methodically got that game down, and the Lakers pushed back and made big-time shots. But the one-on-one against Anthony Davis, the way he was able to drive him hard to the baseline and then take the step back and the fade over him, and as he went down to the court and the baseline, one of the great moments in the history of the NBA, he didn't even see the ball go in, and his teammates all dive on him, and that was a special shot. We'll talk to Mark Spears about what it all means for the L.A. Lakers proceeding forward, but that, it's going to be hard to come back from a loss like that. They had that game. They controlled, most of the game last night in the first quarter and a half of the game on Saturday, and they didn't win either game. And then, what happens with Darvin Ham, and, what do they do here when you lose a game like that? And then the earlier game in Philadelphia, in New York with Philadelphia, they made a coaching change. They bring in Nick Nurse, great coach, beat the Warriors in the finals, going to his Yankee defense, and just the inability to get the ball inbounded after Jalen Brunson made the first three, John.
He had 2 timeouts, too. You had timeouts. I mean,
he was trying to. He called timeout. Nick Nurse was calling timeout. John Goebel, Courtly Kirkland, Petritis, Butler, they didn't see him. They didn't.
But
your
inbounder, right? I mean, after a minute, wouldn't you think your inbounder would be like, okay?
Well, it was Kyle Lowry. He was trying to inbound the ball fast. There's 2 ways to do it. You get the ball and you can run the baseline, and LeBron's so great at that. When he's in that situation, you don't have to be stationary. You run the baseline. Lowry's a veteran player, was trying to get the quick inbounds. It just never uncovered. And then you saw Nick Nurse trying to call the time. Was he emphatic enough, the way Spoelstra is? How does Kyle Shanahan, when he wants a timeout, or Sean McVay, they run on the field, they run down the side to get to the down judge, and he didn't get the timeout. I think the official was looking right at him. They didn't give it to him. And then, Josh Hart makes a hell of a play. There's a lot of banging going on. Hartenstein gets a huge offensive rebound, and Dante DiVincenzo makes an amazing play. I think in this game, Philadelphia lost the game. In the other game, Denver just made big shots to win the game. But what will be the fallout here? I mean, Joel Embiid, and I don't agree with Charles very much, but he's right. You got to pick your head up. He put his head down. He's barely talking. He's mumbling. And you're the leader of the team, and you just got to rise above it. You're going home now. You lost the first 2 on the road and get back into the series. But, what's the fallout there with Philadelphia? What's the fallout of the Lakers? If these 2 proud franchises do wound up losing, what will they do? And we'll bring in Mark Spears to analyze everything. But did you read what Scott Ostler wrote today in the Chronicle?
I did not.
He proposed the concept of trading Steph Curry. And it's something I've talked around.
He should be fired immediately.
Well, I mean, if you want to, you're the one that wants to trade everybody else. There's no return on those guys. It's a bold statement. I mean, from a business model, it's really hard to do
sell
it.
Tickets. I'd be for it, except for the fact that, if you could get something back.
The other guys are not going to. The other guys are not going to get back what you're, And Scott's, and I've mentioned it. Steph's contract's up in a couple of years. What would he want? But it's so out there from a business model. That building is Steph Curry, obviously. Is it just off the table? Willie Mays got traded, and that was a different financial world then. Joe Montana got traded. There was a different physical world then. They already had Steve Young on the roster, and Joe was clearly breaking down with the elbow, then later the back, and the Leonard Marshall hit and all that. But, then what the concept would be, what could you get back for him? I don't know. You can get Joel Embiid for him. Philly's not going to do that, but it's out there. But it's just when you see teams like this, big market teams, lose the way they lost last night. Josh Harris is now, he runs the Philadelphia 76ers and has been not only going to pick number 2 in the NFL draft Thursday with Bob Myers and our friend Adam Peters, but he owns the 76ers. They've tried everything. They changed coaches and just can't get over the hump there. A lot of it is Embiid's, just breaking down. But what will be the reaction with that loss last night if they do go out in this series? And then what do the Lakers do with LeBron and what they do in the offseason? But, Scott just kind of threw it out there with Scott. You don't know if it's partly tongue-in-cheek, but he made some points. Would they even consider that? Is that even being discussed, or is that just completely off the table?
All right, let's talk to Mark Spears about it coming up next. A couple of the games last night. And by the way, Orlando couldn't throw it in the ocean. That was the other game against Cleveland. They need a shooter. I wonder if there's a shooter available in free agency in this offseason. We'll get into all those things with Mark next, only here on the Sports Leader.
Imagine waking up this time next week and being 100% debt-free from credit cards, car loan, and personal loans. Loan Pronto's Equity Express line of credit can make it happen. Homeowners are turning their home equity into cash almost instantly. With Loan Pronto's AI-based system, you can get approval in about 10 minutes with almost no documentation, no appraisal, and no hassle. You can get hundreds of thousands of dollars out of your home. You can use that money to pay off all your other loans. The average homeowner saves over $850 a month by doing this. Listen, your home value is going way up. You can use that to wipe out all those credit cards, get some money for a home improvement. Literally hundreds of thousands are at your fingertips, and approval is just minutes away. So what are you waiting for? Call right now, 415-808-5721. That's 415-808-5721 or loanpronto.com. Number one more time, 415-808-5721.
Up Nation, his work is global. But on the sports leader, his focus is local. Here's senior NBA writer from Anscape.com, Mark Spears with Papa and Lund on KNBR 104.5 and 680 and KNBR.com.
I said it. I think I said it this year or last year, or whatever. D'Lo clearly gets hit in the face on the drive. What the do we have a replay center? If it's going to go, it doesn't make sense to me. It makes no sense to me. It bothers me. Sorry I didn't answer your question, but that is like. And then I just saw what happened with the Sixers Knicks game too. What are we doing?
There's LeBron post game. Not about Anthony Davis not scoring since early in the third quarter. Not about a throwdown and then an open three, which Jordan hit in 98, but LeBron didn't. The Lakers up 20, lose in Denver. LeBron is frustrated. Anthony Davis said Jamal Murray hit a shot, then he did a drop of the mic. Can the Lakers come back? And, of course, Philly and New York was huge. Dante DiVincenzo hit a big shot at the end, and there's some controversy around that one as well. So let's get into it. Plus, Scott Ostler wrote a piece, The Unthinkable, trading Steph Curry. What would that be like? Let's get into all of it with Mark Spears at Mark J. Spears. Make sure that you're checking him out, ESPN and Anscape as well, and he joins us courtesy of the Uma guest line. What's happening? How are you?
Oh, man, Scott Ostler, that's my guy. That's my guy. But you know what? The first thing that came to mind when I read his article was, I covered the Celtics when they won in 2008, and the general manager at the time was the great Danny Ainge, who's now president of the Jazz. And he told me that he told Red Auerbach during Bird's last years that they should trade Larry Bird. And he said Red Auerbach looked at him like he was crazy, and obviously they didn't. And Bird had, a lot of back issues and injury issues toward the end. But I couldn't have seen Larry Bird wearing another uniform, right? Like or Magic or anybody like that. But his point was Larry was such a big star that just think of the value that the Celtics would have got for him. And he probably wouldn't have been worth what they got from him. But, to me, that just sounds ridiculous with Steph, unless Steph himself wants to be traded.
I forwarded Mark the story from Scott Ostler, and he send me this emoji, John, the raised eyebrow.
Oh, I see. Very nice.
Good work, Spears. But we reference Red on this show a lot because Parrish did move on to Chicago. He wasn't a Celtic to start his career. He's a Warrior, but McHale was there. Yeah. Red just wouldn't do it, and he was like Al Davis. He wouldn't let his great players leave. He would say, I can't do it. Bill Walsh would get rid of you. He would trade you or let you leave in free agency. But again, it's out there, and he is the business model. It's a lot more. I think that's more of a Brandon Schneider, Joe Lacob, debate than it is Mike Dunleavy, Steve Kerr. But, even if they wanted to do it, and I understand what Scott's saying, you could get a return back, but it's not worth – if you put Steph Curry up for trade right now at age 36, Mark, as great as he is, what could you get back for him? Could you get Joel Embiid back? Hell no. What could you get back for – even if you talked about it as a business model and Steph wanted to go, what could you get back for him?
I'm asking for the stars. I'm asking for the moon. I'm asking for the sky. I'm asking for everything. I want Wembanyama, right? But that's what I'm asking for.
Right.
You get Steph, you're filling the seats, you're selling jerseys, you're selling merchandise, you're selling a ton of things, right? And you could raise ticket prices. He's just, to me, young or old, he's worth too much. The people of the Bay Area, there'd be people crying if they moved him, right? They'd never forgive the franchise. People would want to get rid of their tickets. All of a sudden, the place would be half empty. They better milk this man until he can't, if he has to play in a wheelchair, he'd still be able to shoot. I'd still roll him out there and let's go. You know what I mean? I think the bigger question to me is Steph committed to being in mediocrity? And that's what you've seen the last 2 years. This team, it's interesting. They talked about how bad that team was last year, but I think the team last season could have beat the team this season.
I agree.
Like you see Dante DiVincenzo hitting a big shot for the Knicks yesterday. Like we always talk about how much offense was lost with Jordan Poole, but you got to give Dante was a huge player loss too. Dante was 12, 15 points a game, and they didn't. So the Warriors not only didn't replace Jordan Poole, they didn't replace Dante either. And so, and as those two guys, that I think their departure certainly made it a lot more difficult for Steph to be successful. So, I mean, to me, I think there's respectfully a lot of pressure on Dunleavy, man. You got a young GM who, is thrust into typically a position like this doesn't come to a young GM. You usually get a veteran guy who'll get in charge of a team that has a dynasty, that has had this much success. And so, I mean, I think a lot of the blame in terms of the roster last season has to go on him. They didn't get anybody to be the number 2 guy with Steph, and we can't act like we're surprised that Clay has digressed and can't be that consistent threat anymore. And so they didn't replace Jordan, they didn't replace Dante, and now they didn't even make the playoffs, which is really, really embarrassing, in my opinion.
Mark Spears is joining us. A piece Scott also wrote in the Chronicle today, even broaching the topic of trading Curry. Let me go back to just a couple of things you said. First of all, you know this. We're from here. I mean, people are Warriors fans, but you take Steph out of Chase Center. I mean, we're seeing what's happening with the Giants, and they're having trouble still getting people back. I mean, we love stars around here, man. This isn't the East Coast where we're just going to go. I mean, if Steph Curry's gone, that's the business side is massive, and obviously it's massive to Joe. But the other side of what you said, and I agree with you 100%, the only way Steph's ever getting traded is if he asks to be traded. I can't see the organization. The fans would go bananas. I mean, I just can't see it.
No, and if you're the Warriors, you're like, hey, man, we got to let people know that you want out.
Right, exactly. Like, dude, you forced our hand. Like, sorry, we didn't want to do it, but, Steph's the bad guy.
And I can't see him doing that. I mean, but if I'm Steph, I'm like applying a little bit of, I don't want to do this, but if you don't fix things this summer, hey, you know what I mean? He certainly has the power. He has the aura. I mean, and the legendary Greg Papa could answer this better than me. I mean, he surpassed Montana. He surpassed Ricky Henderson. He surpassed Bonds. He's the highest person on that Bay Area Mount Rushmore. Tell me if I'm wrong.
Now we've had the discussion. Willie Mays and Joe and Jerry and Barry and he's a 4-time champion and he's done it his way. And who he is as an individual. But Joe Montana was traded. Willie Mays was traded for different reasons. But just moving on, because I agree with you. I mean, the business model is just bigger here. But you are in a bit of a quandary how to get better, which leads to the basketball we saw last night in Denver. And, guys missed shots, but they made a hell of a lot of shots. That was a high-quality back-and-forth game. I think Denver just walked them down. And they got into a position where a great player made a great play over another great player, and they won the game at the buzzer, and it's like, wow. But you walk off that floor, and you're LeBron James. You're Jeannie Buss, Rob Pelinka. What's the fallout here? What do you do with Darvin Ham? And then more big picture, I mean, Joe reached out to Jeannie about trading for LeBron. I don't know how that would even happen. But what happens to the L.A. Lakers if they lose this series in 4 or 5, Mark? What's going to be the fallout there?
Yeah, obviously there have been some people trying to push Darvin Ham out all season, right? Like, how is that fair, unfair? I don't know. I mean, to me, like, the Lakers gave them their best shot last night. I mean, that was about as great as I've seen Anthony Davis play. I respected how aggressive he was against Joker. And then he ran out of magic in the fourth quarter, right? And it's also, you got to remember, they're playing the champs. Like, they're playing the best team in the league. So, you knew they were going to come back. You knew they were going to throw another punch. And then they remind you that, Joker's not the only other star there. Jamal Murray is sensational. So to answer your question with LeBron James, you never know. I mean, because obviously now, let's see if his son decides to stay in the draft instead of, because I'm sure he'll want to play with him. But I wouldn't be surprised if LeBron opted out and saw what he could do, or maybe opted in and wanted to have a trade with him. You just really never know, man. You remember in the last season he was talking about he might retire and all this stuff, which Michael Malone and everybody else thought was laughable. But I mean, do you see the Lakers getting better from here? I think they'll be the same. I don't think they'll be a championship caliber team. He seems like a guy that would push himself to what he believes would be another championship. That being said, when you're him and you see those statues, right? You see those statues outside of Staples Center. You know the aura that comes with having the Lakers jersey, and he's made a ton of money off the court, got tons of connections off the court. Like, do you want to leave that? I mean, I think I think people assume they would retire his jersey in LA. Does that give him a statue in LA? I don't know. If he leaves, I don't know. So I think now he has to start thinking about, does he care about his legacy with the Lakers? And if he doesn't, I think he's going to go to the greatest suitor next year, or consider it at least.
Wow. Mark Spears joining us. As far as the games last night were concerned, obviously LeBron was upset, although he pushed a guy to the ground, and then
nobody gets more calls
exactly
than LeBron James.
Well, and that's kind of my point, right? I mean, you throw a guy to the ground, you have a wide open three that probably wins that game. You don't get it done. You're up 20. Anthony Davis is not scoring. I mean, there was a lot of different things to that game last night. But then you had Knicks and Philly. I could be in the minority in this. I love the way the game's being called. It's not only the playoffs, last second half of the year, but I like it. I like less calls.
It's a reminder of our old days, right?
Yeah.
Of our youth, right? I mean, I could certainly see the Sixers having an issue. I can see them having an issue with Nick Nurse not calling a timeout. It probably should have called a timeout. And then he can't compare that game to the Lakers game. I mean, they're down. The score's tied, and LeBron shot a three and missed. He didn't need a three-pointer. He's speaking about getting fouls. Nobody's better at putting their shoulder down. Being Magic Johnson at UCLA, for those who get that reference in pickup ball, being that old guy at the park, like getting that last foul to save the game. Nobody's better than him. And if he would have just put his shoulder down, I'm sure he would have got a foul and got 2 free throws to really put Denver in a bad position, but he settled for a three-pointer. So that one foul call doesn't make losing a 20-point lead, does it? I mean, I just think Lakers kind of sounded like spoiled children after the game. Give the Nuggets credit for coming back.
No, I mean, and Jamal Murray, he did it on Saturday night when they came from behind and they run that high pick and roll, and he's going to get the action because you don't want to deal with Joker. But the shot he made over Anthony Davis, the way he set it up with the hard drive into him and the step back, I mean, an incredible shot. Never made an all-star team in his career. We used to say that about Rocket Rod Strickland for years, Mark, that he was the best player to never make an all-star game. I mean, Jamal Murray and, champion of where he's at. Is he the most underrated player in basketball right now?
It's funny. I've been sitting on this story on him. I interviewed him about a month and a half ago where we talked at the Chase Center directly about that. And he's like, I don't need to make an all-star to know that I'm one of the best players in the league. I don't need that to prove that to me. He certainly has the confidence. I think his biggest nemesis has been health. If he had been healthy, I think he'd have an appearance or two. But come playoff time, man, if you look at your all-playoff show-up team right now, I mean, there's not a lot of people you want over him, right? He definitely shows up and makes big shots and was amazing in the finals. And I don't know, man, you could have made an argument that he could have been finals MVP. I think Joker had the one big game, the loud game, but Jamal Murray was great in the entire finals. So no, I'm with you. He's certainly one of the most underrated players in the NBA. But after he got that championship, I don't think he cares.
That's a good point. Mark Spears joining us. By the way, obviously the two big games we talked about featured Knicks and Philly and the Lakers in Denver last night. But I was watching Orlando, and the only reason I was watching that game was because Orlando can't throw it in the ocean from the outside, and I think there's a guy that can shoot that's going to be a free agent.
Yeah.
How aggressive do you
expect? Throw it in.
He couldn't either.
Mr.
That's
Donut,
a good point.
Mr.
That's
0
a good
for
point.
10?
That is a good point.
What are you talking about?
But how aggressive do you think teams will go after him? I mean, we've heard Dallas's name. Orlando needs shooting. They're a young team. I mean, from what you can gather, I mean, is Clay just set on being here and he would take less money? Or what if a team offers him $5 or $10 million more? I mean, most athletes take the money.
Well, I look at two different people, right? I look at Ray Allen and I look at Tony Parker. And Tony Parker had a great career with the Spurs, and they wanted him to come off the bench, be a reserve guy, get behind DeJounte Murray. He's like, I ain't doing that. He left, signed a 2-year, $16 million deal to play with his buddy Michael Jordan, and hated it. Hated being in Charlotte, hated not knowing that they weren't going to be in a playoff run. And but that was his only other option. So he's the only guy I know that retired with money left on his contract. But then you look at a guy like Ray Allen, who went from being a starter in Boston to being a reserve with a big three led by LeBron James, Wade, Bosh in Miami, and ended up hitting a big shot to win another title there eventually. And so I think you're only as good as your options, right? I mean, Tony Parker had one and went bad. Ray Allen had a great option to go play with LeBron James, and I think that's how Clay needs to look at it. Like, if he gets an opportunity to, like, play for Denver or gets an opportunity to, I don't know, play for the Celtics, like, it has to be something championship worthy, great team, team with a legacy. Maybe going to LA playing for the Lakers would mean something to him, because there's just so much familiarity here. So much that goes with just wearing one jersey your whole career. When they do statues, you expect him maybe to get one. Like that, all that kind of changes a little bit when you leave. So my guess is that he'd want to stay if the price is right. And Draymond had a good point the other day. He's like, man, this franchise stuck with Clay, stuck with, Draymond, but it stuck with Clay when he had his injuries that kept him out for a long time. So, I mean, if I'm Dunleavy, I'm mentioning that. Like, hey, man, like, we stuck by you. What are you going to do for us? Can you look out for us this time? But, I don't take Clay as some greedy dude trying to get paid. I see the Warriors figuring it out, but the question is at what number, how many years, and is another team willing to just not only give them a pretty penny, but also give them a chance to win another championship? And to me, it has to be money and a special opportunity to even consider leaving.
Great stuff, man. What are you doing? What are you covering?
I'm going to New Orleans this weekend.
Nice.
We're going to do games 3 and 4 of that. And I don't really travel much in the first round. I thought I was going to be in Chase or Golden One Center. But right now they're probably putting concert stuff out on the floor as we speak for whatever concert is next. So, but I'm either going to do the West or East. But I wonder. I would love to see New York and Boston, boy. I think that would be super fun. So we'll see.
Good stuff. See. Hey, thanks, man. We always appreciate your insight. We'll talk to you in a couple of weeks.
All right.
Thanks, bro.
Thank you, Hall of Famer.
All right, that is Mark Spears. We'll get into it. We didn't have a chance because we just went into Mark, but the concept of Curry. Also, Mike Silver said some things. We're going to get back into Brandon Aiyuk. We'll do that more in the noon hour and talk more about the draft. But the concept of Curry being traded, my God, man. We'll get into it. It's Pop and Lund on the Sports Leader.
Papa and Lund continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix, Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
I mean, I'm asking for the stars. I'm asking for the moon. I'm asking for the sky. I'm asking for everything. I want Wembanyama, right? But that's what I'm asking for. You get Steph, you're filling the seats, you're selling jerseys, you're selling merchandise, you're selling a ton of things, right? And you could raise ticket prices. He's just, to me, young or old, he's worth too much. Like, the people of the Bay Area, there'd be people crying if they moved him, right? They'd never forgive the franchise. People would want to get rid of their tickets. All of a sudden, the place would be half empty. Like, they better milk this man until he can't, if he has to play in a wheelchair, he'd still be able to shoot. I'd still roll him out there. Let's go. You know what I mean?
That's Mark Spears responding to a piece. He was just on with us, responding to a piece by Scott Ostler. Could you do the unthinkable and trade Steph Curry? And let's discuss, and then we'll hit you up on the Golden State Lumber Building Materials text lines. Wide open. Hit us up, 415-808-KNBR, 415-808-5627. That is both the text and the call-in line. Before we get to the on-court side of it, what he's talking about there, that was my first thought is, I'm Joe Lacob. I'm not trading the meal ticket. I got this place that needs to be filled up. So there's a basketball side of this. But really, for me, the main reason I wouldn't trade Steph Curry is I got to fill that building. There's a business side of this, and I want Steph Curry to maybe be part of my ownership later. I want him to stay in the Bay. I want him to – there's all these reasons off the court that I want Steph Curry, but first and foremost, it's business. I can't trade Steph Curry.
I just hope the Hall of Famer Rick Welts is out of town or out of the country or something, and he's not listening to us, because we would be our inbox would be bombarded. It's a non-starter. We've never really even had this discussion on any level. On a business level, it's almost undoable He just, everything you're saying, the business model would completely change. I'm not saying he's the guy that built Chase Center, but he was the driving force behind the move from Oracle and the value of the franchise and what he's worth. So, but, things do change and they do end. From a business model, he's still very profitable, obviously. He's making big money. I mean, right after they won the championship, they signed him to the super maxerist contract you could give him, the maximum. 4 years at $215 million. So he made $48 million the first year, $51 million this past year, almost $52. Next year, his age 37 season, he will transfer when, when Pi Day hits on March 14th, Steph will turn 37. He's making $55.7 million in the final year of his contract, almost $60 million, 59.6. But he's worth it from the value of what he brings back. And especially this offseason, Steph Curry is going to go to Paris, France, and represent Team USA with Steve Kerr as his head coach, and more than likely, along with a galaxy of NBA stars, including LeBron James and Kevin Durant, he's going to win a gold medal, which he's never won before. After the 73-9 year, he hurt his knee, and he begged out of that one. He couldn't do it. Never played for Team USA. So it's going to be even bigger, with Steph and what he's able to do. And the business model's not just in the Bay Area. On their jerseys, it says Rakuten. I mean, and he does ads for Rakuten. I never dance in public ad. That's a Rakuten ad. How many ads is Steph Curry? He's not playing in the NBA Finals, or in the NBA playoffs, but he's on more than anybody else because he's on constantly during the commercial break. So from a business model, it's a non-starter. And I also think, although he does anybody in the NBA have a no-trade clause, even LeBron? Did Clutch Sports get him one? I don't. If there's maybe a couple guys have no trades, but that's just something that's not given out in the NBA. But you're not trading Steph Curry without Steph Curry saying, "I'll accept that." And I think that's where it's a non-starter.
Don't you think
he'd
have to demand something just because the outcry would be so badly? I mean,
no,
wouldn't it have to be?
No, I'm saying the other way. You couldn't get his approval.
Right.
But he would not accept a trade.
Right.
From the Warriors. He's not doing that.
But I'm saying
Draymond
from a public perception, wouldn't it have to be something where he said, "Look, like next year, I'm just hypothetically speaking. I don't think it's ever going to happen, but hypothetically speaking, they go through another frustrating year, and Steph's like, "Look, I want to win. I've had it." I don't think he would because he understands the business side too. But I don't even think you could start the conversation. I think it would 100% have to come from his side, and then I still don't know that if I would do it.
No, what I'm saying is you'd have to get his approval.
Sure.
And he would not approve that right now. He just would not. He's going to raise his family here, and he's not going to do that. And he's, Draymond Green signed a 4-year contract. He's finished year 1 thinking he's going to be with Steph. He's not bailing on him. Steve Kerr just signed a 2-year extension. Steph's going to be my guy. He's not doing that. Now, when his contract is up, then, when he turns, for the 26, 27 year, and he moves into his age 39 year, then, what do you do? I mean, things don't last forever. And what Scott is saying is if you really wanted to improve the basketball team, from a business model, Rick Welts is spitting up. And so is Brandon Schneider. They're not doing it. How are we going to justify the ticket sales, our business model for the 41 home Warrior dates? And, they didn't have a playoff game this year. They lost $7 million a playoff game. They're just not doing it. They're not the same cachet without Steph. You could go get Wembanyama, although Pop's not doing that either. He's going to try to go get Chris Paul. He's not going to trade for Steph Curry. I don't know what you'd get back for Steph. I mean, a good return, but enough to even consider it. From a basketball standpoint, you could have a discussion. From a business model standpoint, no. But from the bottom line is he does not have a no trade as far as I know. I don't think very few people do in the NBA. But he's not. You could not get his approval, and he's not. If he doesn't want to go to a new team, they're not trading for him. So I mean, we talked about Charlotte and the hometown team, and at some point in his career, is it possible he plays for another franchise? I don't know. When he turns 39 and 40 and his contract's up, that's a different situation right now. What Scott wrote was interesting. Again, with Scott, and he's so, going back to the days with the L.A. Times and, that great section with Mike Downey, they're just, they were more comical. I think it's partly tongue-in-cheek, but he laid out a thought about it. Ordinarily, you would never consider it, but is there any scenario where you have to prepare for the future at some point with him? Are you going to re-sign him and give him another max contract as he turns 40 and beyond? I mean, there's going to be a point where he's not going to play forever. Is he going to be a Warrior forever, or is he going to follow the path of Joe Montana and Willie Mays? And at some point, if he wants to continue his career, and he's talked about playing until he's, mid-40s like Tom Brady, maybe he does come somewhere, or is he just one of those generational players that you ride out, and he, Tom Brady did go on and play somewhere else. But I don't know. It's an interesting concept. Even if you put him on the market, what would the league tell you? Because what Mark Spears said, you want everything. As a league, I mean, there's no way Greg Popovich is trading Victor Wembanyama for anybody. I mean, but what could you get back for Steph Curry if he just made a basketball trade?
Yeah, I think it would be difficult because what you have to do is, like you said, as great as he is, teams with young players who are building are not going to trade for him as great as he is and financially as good as he is. I think you brought up Joel Embiid. I mean, he's a guy where, okay, Philly's frustrated, and I want Embiid and I want Maxey, and Philly's not going to do that because then they have nothing around Curry. I think he's impossible to trade because you can't get value back, and it's not only basketball value. That's what I mean is I'm having a hard time even wrapping my brain around it, not from a basketball standpoint, but from I'll ask listeners this. Would you go out to a Warriors game that didn't feature Steph Curry? I mean, I guess it would depend on who you got back.
Won? Well, what if you won now?
Yeah, but
Steph's not on the roster, and you're a 55-60 win team, and you're in the playoffs, and you're playing till deep May.
Okay, yeah, probably. But here's the other thing, too, and I learned this much more so with the Giants. I've always been a believer in the concept of if you win, they will come. But they haven't with the Giants. They had certain people that during those runs that they loved to watch every single night, and it doesn't seem like the 2021 team that came out. I thought the next year in 2022, that's when you get the residual effect from that kind of success, but they didn't have it. And Farhan went out and signed a bunch of these guys, and I looked at attendance figures yesterday, and you and I always talk about this. Attendance is flat at Giants games. Now, we're only 20 games into this. They haven't played a ton of games at home, but even games on the weekend, it was a glorious day on Saturday. That place wasn't full. I mean, they still haven't survived that. So if I'm Joe Lacob, I get it. I'm the Warriors. But one guy out of five, especially when he's the star, the caliber of Steph Curry, is the difference between you going to a game and not. I mean, we're not in New York City. We're not in the Midwest. We're good sports fans. We're not hardcore. We're going to go every single time. Steph is a reason for the people who are not hardcore fans, the casual fans, the barely fans. They go see Steph Curry because he's that big of a star. Even if you're winning, but if you don't have the star power, I don't know if you fill that place up.
Yeah, but the model right now is they re-signed the head coach for 2 more years after this. Draymond's got 3 more years.
Draymond doesn't bring me to the arena.
I'm just saying, as they're laying out their financial plan into the future, what do you do with Steph when his contract expires? What do you do with a 25, 26 year? When his contract is going to, do you extend him? And now you're talking, I don't even know what they're going to make for Supermax deals then. They got a brand new TV rights deal they're going to sign. They're going to have a streaming service. They're going to bring NBC maybe back into it. And again, you'll make more money, so you could justify the salary, but his salary could jump to $75 million a year.
Yeah,
so what do you re-sign him at age 39 into his 40 years and beyond and keep that business model going? I mean, there's going to be an end at some point. Do you want to let him decide what he wants to do? I think right now the bottom line is he's not going to approve a trade. He does not want to go. Steve is re-signed. Draymond is re-signed. We'll see what they do with Clay. They want to keep going. They want to keep the band together, but it's not going to last forever.
He's one of the rare players that you run it into the ground. I mean, there's a lot of players that I would say that you make that trade and you try to get better but there are certain teams who just ran it into the ground. And with Steph Curry, because he's such a special, unique kind of a guy, you do run it into the ground. I mean, but if you look at, like the Bulls at the end. I was covering that team. I mean, Jared Krause just said that's why there was the last dance. They said, no, we're done. We're done doing this, and we're going to start this over. Reinsdorf did. But at the end of most people, I mean, MJ played for the Wizards. LeBron's played for a bunch of teams. Wilt played for teams. Kareem played for multiple teams. Shaq. I mean, go on down the line of who you think is the greatest of all time, and he mentioned it. Bird, Kobe, Curry. I mean, there's certain guys. Right. I mean, there's just certain guys where you just say, look, we're going to run it into the ground. And we may be bad at the end of this, really bad at the end of this, but that's just the way it's going to be. I'm not an advocate of thank you contracts, but Curry did build that place. I mean, without Curry, there is no Chase Center. And I'm not a thank you contract guy. And nowadays, it's what are you going to do for me a lot more than what you did for me. So they don't do many of those anymore. But I'd advocate that for Steph. He means that much to the organization, to the area, to the finances. I mean, people are going to come out and see Steph almost like it's a circus act. Like, come see old Steph Curry now. I mean, that's what people will do, won't they?
Ultimately, I think just as, and Scott wrote something interesting, and it's worth it. We've never discussed this before because it was never really a consideration, and I don't think it is now. But it's his call. It's his call. And you could not get his approval right now to be traded. He's not going to accept a trade. He does not have a no trade, I don't think. But it doesn't matter. He has a no trade. If he doesn't want to go to the new team, he ain't going. But when his contract is up, what does he want? Does he want to re-sign here and be a lifelong Warrior? And then, his guys start to retire. Draymond's gone. Clay's gone. Looney's gone. Andre's already gone. Does he take on a new coach? Where's Steve going to go? They gave Steve 2 more years to be concurrent with Steph's contract. He will make the call. Does he want to continue to play here? Does he want to retire? Would he accept going somewhere else to play at the end of his career? I mean, ultimately, as we're having this discussion, it's really not anybody's decision. I mean, obviously, Joe would make the call and Peter and the owners, but really it comes down to what Steph Curry wants.
Yeah, no doubt about it. All right, give us your thoughts. Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line is open, 415-808-KNBR, 415-808-5627. Pop and Lunch, sponsored by good friends at Redwood Credit Union. Watch your money grow with a high-yield savings certificate at Redwood Credit Union. See how much you can earn at redwoodcu.org. We can take some thoughts, calls, and texts on that as well. Is there any scenario in which you would do this? Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line and call in line the same. Give us your thoughts. Mike Silver was on this morning. With Murph and Marcus, and then he came out later, just a little while ago, and wrote a piece. We had been talking a lot about Brandon Aiyuk. We'll get into that. We'll take some of your thoughts on Curry. We'll do it all coming up next. It's Pop and Lund, only here on the Sports Leader.
From the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at ODFIGroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Todd Husak is going to join us on Thursday for NFL draft coverage. He joined Murph and Marcus this morning. You can check out that podcast. KNBR app, YouTube, and KNBR socials.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. KNBR at your pad on your Apple HomePod. The Papa and Lund Show now continues on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
What's happening? Thanks for joining us. Tuesday edition of the show. We'll take a few of your thoughts on Steph Curry. People are very angry. How could you even bring this up? But if we announced on the show, this just in, Steph Curry traded to the Philadelphia 76ers for Joel Embiid and Tyrese Maxey and 5 first-round picks. That would be 5. What would be your reaction? Scott Osler writes in the Chronicle, maybe you consider it. Don't take this. My football just got stolen from me. We'll get a little bit into Brandon Aiyuk as well, because Mike Silver was on with the morning guys this morning, and he didn't say what he wrote, so we'll get into that conversation too. But let's hit out, talk a little Curry. Start with Brett in Walnut Creek. Hi, Brett. Welcome.
Hey, guys. Thanks for taking my call.
Of course.
I don't think there's any way possible. It doesn't make any sense at all to trade a Steph Curry, and I'm going to just throw out 2 reasons for you. Number one, I think there's a difference between a me player and a we player. Steph Curry is a we player. And what I mean by that, it's not about just him. It's about the team and what he brings to the team and everything and all the joy he's been to us. And how he moves the needle as it relates to, as you guys said, off the court. I mean, if golf was a team sport, you would never trade Tiger Woods. I mean, it's like the guy shows up at a tournament and the numbers just go off the charts. And granted, he's 43 now, so
no, that's a good comp. That's a good comp for like TV and people going like, you know, if Tiger pulls out of a tournament, man, the TV numbers, the ticket sales, it totally changes things. That's a good comp.
Exactly. And again, LeBron, great, Dak, great, but those guys were more me players. That's what it was about me. That's why, LeBron, I'm taking my talents to South Bay, and then he takes his talents to L.A. Dak goes from Orlando to L.A. I mean, so these guys were more me players, great players, but more me players. Steph's a we player. And he's undeniably one of the greatest movers of the needle. I mean, my gosh, if you were a music producer, you trading Taylor Swift? I don't think so.
Ooh, look at that comp. Thanks, Brett. Appreciate it. Taylor Swift.
Yeah, she has a new album.
She does.
She does.
Yeah. That's going to be ridiculous. I read some
a little folksy for me. I'm not a big fan of the new one. Anyway,
you listen?
I hear what he's saying. So now, again, you're going to have to get his approval. As far as the business model,
let me ask you this. What if he asked you to be traded? Would you trade him?
Well, he's not doing that.
I know, but I'm just saying, if we're going to play the game, I mean, if he asks, are you trading him?
Well, it's the opposite going on. He's not even going there. You couldn't get his approval.
I still wouldn't trade him. I'd be like,
I think
sorry,
there's an
dude.
issue.
Can't.
Well, if he came to you, you'd have to have a discussion with him. I mean, well, they just signed Steve Kerr. They signed Draymond. He's not asking to be traded. The issue is going to be in a couple of years, but the one point he's making about money, and there's no question when it comes to butts in the seats and Chase, that's all Steph. But a big reason why Jerry Reinsdorf decided to move on from Michael Jordan, and at the end, he was paying Michael one-year contracts, where he paid him like $35 million a year. That's still a great wage today. All these years later, go back 30 years, whole team's salary caps weren't that. But what Reinsdorf said was, it's the national ratings that my guy's driving for all of you, because they share that. You should all pay me to employ Michael Jordan, because I'm paying a salary where he's holding up the entire league. So Steph's not at that Michael level, but the Warriors are on national TV, when you include NBA TV, more than half of their games. So it's he is a huge draw, but those monies go to all the owners and the TV deal, and that's going to be reset. The TV deal is going to be open for negotiation now. That's all going to change in the NBA. So a little bit of what Joe Lacob is saying, you should all give me money to pay Steph Curry $60 million a year because he drives the league. And, Jeannie can make the same argument with LeBron, but the whole business model just doesn't work for the Warriors to trade Steph Curry. We're looking at it more from just a basketball standpoint. Business,
I'm
you can't
business.
trade. Well, but it's both. He's obviously, this is a team that's worth $6 billion now. What they generate, their payroll is $400 million. You can't differentiate the business from the basketball. What Scott is saying is just from a basketball standpoint, how do you get better? How do you really get better? They're not going to do it because Steph won't give you the approval to do it. But what if you just put him on the market? And, Mark said he'd ask for everybody. I asked for everything. Pop's not giving you Wembanyama. He's not doing that. I'm not even sure who I'd ask for back. I'd want, multiple guys. When Kareem got traded, they got 5 guys back. And still it didn't matter. I mean, who would you want, like the starting 5 of the Oklahoma City Thunder back for him? I mean, how could you even make a trade?
But that's why it's impossible to do it, because even Oklahoma City, they're not going to give you all those guys because then they have nobody to play with Steph. That's why, again, throwing the financial and business things aside, which would be very difficult to do, but just from a basketball standpoint, I don't think you could still get value. I mean, unless, again, let's say Philly gets knocked out and there's Joel Embiid sitting there, somebody like that. It's got to be a superstar type of player, because a team that's building like Oklahoma City is not going to do it. A team like San Antonio's building is not going to do it. Like individual players who are young, they're not going to give you that for Steph Curry. The type of team that's going to give you something for Steph Curry and the type of team that he would agree to go to would be a team that was going to win a championship. But the trickiness in those trades in any sport is if you give up too much, then Steph Curry's not on a winning team there anyway. So it's incredibly complicated. If Philly would work, but are you going to really do Embiid, who makes $46 million? I mean, they basically are comparable in their money. So you could throw a young player or two in there, but you're not. You still can't get value for Curry, I don't think. It'd be tough.
Yeah, I think. Don't even get me started on that. I mean, I don't want to trade Steph Curry.
No, I know, but
Joel Embiid's available, and there's reasons why he doesn't achieve. I mean, he's got knee issues. He's not always in great shape. He's got to be a better leader. That guy's a great player. I mean, there was talk about LeBron coming here. What if Steph went the other way and you took Anthony Davis back in a trade? I mean, again, this is just from a business model. It's so hard to even approach this, and Steph would not accept it. But from a basketball perspective, how could you, and even putting Anthony Davis on the Warriors, taking Steph off, how good are you? You're different. You'd like to have them both on the same team. There are some young players out there that are pretty damn interesting and exciting, but it's just it's difficult. Just look at it from a basketball standpoint, not the business side. They're not going to do it from the business perspective. They can't, and nor should they. And Steph won't approve it. But if you were just playing fun and from a basketball standpoint, if you did put him up for sale, what would you want back? What could you get back for him?
All right, give us your thoughts. Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line and call-in line the same at 415-808-5627, 415-808-KNBR. We'll get back to it. Nick Baumgartner is going to join us coming up next, senior writer, NFL draft analyst for The Athletic. He's going to give us his thoughts. He's got a piece out right now in The Athletic. You need to check out A Beginner's Guide to the 2024 NFL Draft, number 1 pick, trade rumors, full order, and more. He's going to give us his insights, and we'll get into Silver's latest piece. I hate to say this, but he's suggesting that the 49ers could be open for business. We'll get into that, too. It's Pop and Lund only here on the Sports Leader.
If you were a music producer, you trading Taylor Swift? I don't think so.
It is always great to talk to Steve Moskowitz. He has all the answers to your tax issues, even if you're late, even if you didn't file your returns. We're 8 days past, Steve, but you can still help the people out, right?
That's what I want to do. And I was just talking to one of your listeners yesterday, and it was the typical situation that I talk about on your show all the time. And you know what he said to me? He said, Steve, I didn't know you could do that. And what I felt like with somebody that was suffering with a medical problem, I was a medical doctor, and I said, well, look, there's a medicine that'll totally cure that. And he was just suffering needlessly. He didn't know there was this medicine that fixed it. And so often I hear that. Steve, I just didn't know you could do that. And then, could you do that for me? And I said, sure. The bottom line is, if you can't pay your taxes, that's okay. You're not an axe murderer. If you didn't file your returns, that's okay. We can file them for you. You don't have your records, we'll get everything the IRS and the state has on you. And the bottom line is, we have a free consultation. If you don't like what I'm talking about, you can always hang up on me. But we have a free consultation. Let me tell you what we want to do. Let us go ahead, take care of you, change your life, put this problem in the rearview mirror. Just give us a call.
If you didn't file your returns, you're 8 days past. You can't pay your taxes. Steve Moskowitz, as he just said, he has the answers for you. So don't wait any longer. Call 888-TAX-DEAL. That's 888-TAX-DEAL. Or go online to moskowitzllp.com.
Faithful, filter out the noise, and kick it with KNBR on the gram for everything 49ers. Follow the sports leader on Instagram at KNBR.
That's the sexiest sound in all of the world.
You're breaking into a cold sweat.
Oh, seriously.
What's a better sound for you, that one or me saying, drinks on me?
Boy, that is close. When you bring the red card out, boy, woo, it's on.
Let's kick this game off. You like the draft better than you like the game, don't you?
I mean, seriously.
Do you like the draft better than an actual game?
Some games, for sure. Tennessee, Jacksonville on a Thursday night with Color Rush uniforms. It's not even close. All right, Nick Baumgartner does a tremendous job. Senior writer, NFL draft analyst for The Athletic. Make sure that you're following him at Nick Baumgartner. And he's got a great piece out now, Beginner's Guide to the 2024 NFL Draft, #1 pick, trade rumors, full order, and more. And he joins us courtesy of the Yuma Guest Line. Hi, Nick. How are you?
What's up, fellas? Good. How are you?
Yeah, good. Do you get as excited as I do when you hear that sound? Can you play that for Nick one more time?
Of course.
Isn't that the best sound ever?
Do it.
Yeah, it's the best. I mean, come on.
Yeah, man, it's like Christmas.
Seriously.
I mean, one of my first draft memories is like a kid. I used to like listen to this thing on the radio back in the day, like way back when I was like, I'd go outside, mow the lawn, and have like the Walkman as a little kid. I'm dating myself.
Oh, the Walkman. That is awesome.
Yeah, man. And the answer earlier to is the draft better than a game, and sometimes is the correct answer every single time. Yes.
Yeah.
Sometimes
Many
and
times.
often.
Yeah.
More often than not. Sometimes, yes.
Yeah.
But yeah, good stuff.
Right. I'm so old, I remember Tuesday morning at 9 a.m. with George Grant hosting on ESPN, The Ocho. They didn't have an Ocho back then, but in any event.
Not then.
Somehow Mel Kiper Jr. is still going strong all these years later.
That's true, yeah.
So we have had, as we know here in the Bay Area, Nick, 3 quarterbacks taken 1, 2, 3 in the history of the NFL draft. It's happened a few times, including our Trey Lance went 3 after Zach Wilson and Trevor Lawrence. But in this draft, I think we're going to get 1, 2, 3 in some form. But for the first time ever on Thursday night, are we going to go 1, 2, 3, 4 quarterbacks, the first 4 picks?
It all depends on if, Arizona falls in love with one of these receivers. I think that's really what if no, and they got a trade offer they can't say no to, then yes. But then yes, we will see quarterbacks go 1 through 4. I think that Minnesota would love for that to happen. There's some other teams that are still trying to get up there, but I think ultimately it's going to depend on what those teams, and the same thing with top 5, really, even what those 2 teams, 4 and 5, have to say about Marvin Harrison and Malik Neighbors, most likely. But I mean, those are the 2 guys, that could be there behind Caleb and QB2, and so we'll see if that gets broken. I'm sorry, Caleb QB2 and QB3. So we'll see if that gets broken up at all. But I do think 1 through 3 will be it, and then I guess we'll see about 4.
All right, Nick, then let's start with Harbaugh at 5 because we in the Chargers, because we know Harbaugh pretty well, and he went to the meetings and was talking about how offensive linemen are such a big deal, and I believe him, but they don't have any receivers. So is a Harbaugh team going to, in his first draft, take a receiver? I just have a hard time with that. Would they go Alt, the kid from Notre Dame? Where do you think they go at a pivot point in the first round?
Yeah, I see no way that Jim Harbaugh takes a receiver in the first. I mean, unless maybe. I guess Marvin Harrison and Neighbors are a different deal now. They're very, very good, and they're super talented. But I think that there's a couple things working here, and you nailed it. Number one, I mean, it's not just Harbaugh. He hired Greg Roman. I mean, they're running it back here. This is not. I'm here in Detroit. I covered Michigan forever. I mean, they're not going to throw the ball a lot. It's going to be let's run the ball here. And if you look back at last season, what's coming back on that roster? Yeah, they need receivers, but they were one of the worst run blocking lines in football last year. So they're not going anywhere until that line gets fixed. And to me, I mean, I will be pretty surprised if it's not the top tackle, because for number one, you can do that, and then you can this receiver draft is so good, you can get back at it later if you want. And I think for me, having watched him for all these years and how he coaches, there's no way it's not going to be run game oriented.
All right, so obviously 5 is going to be a inflection point. But I go the pick before at number 4 in Monty Ossenfort in Arizona, and you have all the questions in your draft breakdown. Who has the most in picks in the NFL draft and the fewest? The most is the Arizona Cardinals, and they have 2 number 1s. They have number 4, and they have number 27. They could just take one of these wide receivers, Marvin Harrison Jr. at 4, or trade back. Since they have so much draft capital, do you think, and Monty's a trader. Remember him on the Ford last year? He's going back. He's going up. He wound up trading the Defensive Rookie of the Year to our friend in D'Amico Ryans in Houston. And we got to deal with the Arizona Cardinals, obviously, in the NFC West, being Niners, and got to deal with Marvin Harrison Jr., and one of these receivers. What do you think he does at number 4? Does he stick and stay and draft and take a receiver, or with all the draft capital they have, still trade back and get more?
I mean, it really could be where the draft starts, because you brought up a great point. I mean, they have so much stuff that they really need to do a trade back. But I guess the thing I thought about for them is if they do, let's say they do a trade back, and they get another, first in the whole arsenal, then maybe they package a bunch or something and come right back up. I mean, I can see them maybe trying to do that. I mean, like you said, Monty likes the deal. But, to me, I really like the idea of taking one of those receivers. I mean, they're going to go with Kyler Murray, it looks like, and they still have a lot of other areas where they can sort of, a lot of other areas in this draft, I should say, where they can answer some needs. They played well down the stretch. They beat, Philly and Dallas last year. I think this is very similar to Houston. Yeah, I mean, it's very similar to last year what we saw at Houston. I mean, the quarterback situation is obviously different, but this is a young team that's right on the corner. So if you can get enough really good players to kind of push yourself over the top, I think that's what you're trying to do. So I think if I'm Arizona, I'm going to be aggressive in this draft and try to get the best players I can. If that's Marvin, then that's Marvin. And if I have to go up in other areas to maybe max out the first round, I would try to do that too.
Nick Baumgartner joining us. A great piece in The Athletic now, a beginner's guide to the 2024 NFL Draft. Pick rumors, number one pick, full order, and more. Make sure you check it out in The Athletic. Of course, the draft on Thursday, and we'll be live at 49ers HQ. Other points of the draft, I'm looking at the Jets at 10, and they got a bunch of veterans along that offensive line to protect Aaron Rodgers now. They could go in that direction depending on who falls. But that might be at least the first place where you might see Brock Bowers go. What do you think? Do the Jets go in that direction? A team like the Colts can move up. Other teams that would want to move up in that area. Where's Bowers going, and could it be a 10 to the Jets?
It feels like that's the big temptation there for New York, and I think that's one that you could. The only other spot I've thought about for Bowers actually is with Harbaugh, because I think with the Chargers, because as crazy as he could be at times, I think Brock Bowers is actually sort of made to play in a Jim Harbaugh style offense. But all that said, similar to Kittle and all that sort of thing as well. But all that said, I think at 10, the Jets, I think they did some things this offseason. Maybe they're not totally, we have to have a tackle here. But I think long-term health-wise, that line is still not quite what you want it to be. But, I mean, your window is your window here. And Rodgers is not going to be around forever, no matter what he says. So I don't hate the idea of going with Bowers. I've thought about that for months now, that, if he's there at 10, he can help your run game. He's a very good blocker. And, he's an outstanding receiver in, more than just in line as a flex tight end. You can do anything with this guy. You can move him around. He's got a lot of really special stuff to his game, very high floor player. So to me, if that's the pick at 10, then there would be nothing wrong with that. And I think a lot of people need to take that TE off of his name when they're evaluating him. This is a terrific football player, probably one of the 5 best in the draft.
He lines up everywhere. To me, he's more of an H-back. I mean, he's not an inline Y. He's all over the formation, and they need to win.
Over, yeah.
They are coming to Levi's this year. We know Robert Saleh well. They need to win. That owner is not have any more patience for he and Joe Douglas, so they have to win, and we'll see what they do at number 10. Kwesi Adolfo-Mensah, who was John Lynch's analytics guy, is the Vikings GM at number 11. Everybody thinks they're going to do something with 11 and 23 and move up in the draft. Would they go up as high as 3 with Elliott Wolf and New England going back? And maybe if Washington does take Jaden Daniels, you got Drake May sitting there, and the connection, obviously, with Josh McCown, their quarterback coach. So is there a trade there? And just overall, what do we normally have, like 5+ trades in the first round on Thursday night?
Yeah.
How active do you think there will be as far as trading on Thursday?
I think it'll be relatively active. I think you could see, obviously I think you're going to see Minnesota kind of drive the market there for the first move up for a quarterback. I don't think it'll be New England. I thought about that. I do think Elliott Wolf plus Robert Kraft, I think he wants a quarterback as well. I think they seem to be in line for one there. But like Minnesota, I don't feel like you make those moves after losing Cousins to not go up and get a guy. But a lot of it is probably going to depend still on Kevin O'Connell's. He's a pretty picky guy. I mean, O'Connell is not, he passed on Levis last year. He's passed on some other guys. So if he doesn't love one of these dudes, I'm not totally sure. But I have to think that they made those moves with, let's go up and get one of these quarterbacks, knowing that, one of them, whichever it's going to be in those bottom 3 out of the top 4, is going to be good enough for them, or a guy that they can see themselves moving forward with. But I could also see, like we talked about those receivers being so good, I could see a market there for them too. I could see like if if somebody, I don't know how it would go, but I mean the Giants even could maybe have a trade market. Harrison and Neighbors, if they're sliding down, are so talented that I could certainly see somebody maybe even being aggressive and trying to go up and get one of those guys.
Nick, we want to ask you about the Niners, but you're sitting in Detroit, and they're certainly not familiar with drafting in this position. They're at 29, just a couple ahead of the 49ers at 31, which we'll get into in a second. But the reason why I'm bringing it up is there is a healthy fear here of what they're going to do, and it seems like Dan Campbell is building that kind of a bully. So where are they looking to try to get better?
I think that, corner and edge are the two big need areas for them, although they also need some help inside. They didn't pay Jonah Jackson. They signed Zeitler there in the offseason, so I think they still need another guard, maybe a guard center, too, as we don't know how much longer Frank Ragnow, he's been pretty beat up, so we'll see what happens there. But I'd like the Lions actually as a trade candidate, maybe either up or down. Down probably more than likely, but the corner situation, I don't know if they're going to love the entire depth of it. But if they want to be aggressive and they think that they're, hey, we got one more defensive back away, then I could see them maybe if Terrion Arnold or Quinyon Mitchell is sliding, the two top corners, if they might be aggressive and go up and get a corner. Otherwise, I think they might, try to trade down and let Brad Holmes sort of do what he's done, which is draft well there in the second, third round.
Well, we know the weakness of their team last year is the cornerback position, and the one corner, Sutton, is in big-time trouble off the field.
Yeah, he's not there anymore, so, they made some trades, right? So, I think they actually still could take two corners in this draft. The Lions still need some help back there for sure.
And they, they lost C.J. Gardner-Johnson. I think they have enough safeties, but they do have Kindle Vildor, who is probably most known around these parts for the face mask that gave us the B.A., Ricochet, the Aiyuk fluke,
That's
whatever
right.
you want to call it, the alley-ook, we call it. We lead the league in nicknames. You like that one? So a lot of talk here about Brandon Aiyuk getting traded. If the Niners were to put Brandon Aiyuk and the 31st overall pick in a package to move up, how high could they get up? Could they get up there and get one of those X wide receivers like Harrison Jr. or Dunze, or I think Neighbors is more of an X, Y, and Z, or an X, Y, and F. He plays everywhere. He's a three-position player. But anyway, they could make if you put Aiyuk and 31 together, how high could you go up there?
I don't think you could get Harrison or Neighbors, but I wonder if you could get Odunze. And that's the one I do wonder about because we don't know. I don't know if you can get in the top 10 with that. Maybe you could. I mean, it depends on, how badly some of these teams are. Everybody wants a receiver up there. There's a couple of them that do. And as we all know, a lot of times, a veteran is often better than a rookie. Not always, but often. Although in this case, I think that if you could get up there and let's say that the receivers are bumped down and Harrison and Neighbors even get bumped down, Odunze is also a fantastic prospect in this draft. And I think a top 10, maybe top 7, top 8 player in this draft. And if he's like in the teens, maybe low teens, or high teens or something like this, I certainly think that maybe you could do that. You might have to add a little bit more to it. I think there'd have to be more into it, but I think that'd be enough to get a conversation started. I think for sure for some of those teams up there that would be like, okay, I mean, that's a veteran we can work with, another first-round pick. Like, we'll do it. Like, if it was going to be that or a receiver anyway. So I could see that being something where it'd be at least a starting off point, yeah.
Good stuff. Nick, thanks, man. Great piece. We always love talking draft with you, and we'll talk to you soon. Thanks.
You bet, fellas. Anytime.
Thank you, Nick.
Make sure you're following him, Nick Baumgardner. And by the way, it's not that
That's
we
Baumgardner, not Baumgartner.
Not Baumgartner. Yeah,
different guy.
So the story around having him on, and he was absolutely great. But we had Dane Brugler booked from The Athletic, and Nick is also from The Athletic.
The Beast?
So, the Beast, and he writes
the Beast be with you?
Yeah, and he does all this great stuff for The Athletic. I'm sure people have read his stuff. He's awesome at it, and he does it year round, like Kuiper and all these other guys. He got strep throat this week. It's NFL draft week. This dude has been working for the past 51 weeks on the draft, writes The Beast, which is like the biggest draft guide you could ever imagine. He does this every year. His whole life is built around the draft, this dude. And the week of the draft, he gets strep throat. Oh, my God. I mean,
can't we get him like a Steve DeBerg box to like have a speaker in his voice? Can't they fix that?
He said he was supposed to be in Detroit and supposed to, anchor coverage there and everything, and he can't go. Guy has strep throat.
Strep is serious.
Oh, yeah. I mean,
don't
it's
want
terrible.
strep throat.
So, and it's highly contagious. Plus, you can't talk.
So he's done for all 3 days of the draft?
Well, it looks like that's what he told Walter. Unless he hates us, then he's just going to show up and be like, I don't want to go on that show, which is very possible. But I'm just saying, like, can you imagine, like, everything you do all year long, and then it comes down to this, and then you get sick? Brutal.
It happens. It happens.
Brutal. Is right.
Sometimes you get sick right before a big playoff game in Green Bay. Things happen.
Look what you did, though. You handled it.
The Beast is incredible.
The Beast. It is incredible. He does
I got to
an
get
awesome job.
CLR all over again, John. I've lost my eyesight trying to read that.
All right. There you go. There's my Niners draft guide, by the way. Would you like to, there you go. It's all-encompassing history of the Niners.
That's
all that
Peter's
stuff.
draft.
Yeah, it's very nice. We'll come back, and we'll hit the foreplay. But also, so Silver was on with the guys this morning, but he didn't mention it to this extent. So he must have got some new news or was just holding back on us. But he's got a piece in the Chronicle, and I think the very reason you brought up Aiyuk was because although we don't think he's going to get traded, they could be umping for business. We'll tell you what Silver said. We'll get to a foreplay. We'll discuss that, too. If you want to jump in on the Curry stuff, we'll get to that as well. It's Pop and Lund, a busy Tuesday on the Sports Leader.
Hey, it's Greg Papa, and I am reading The Athletic and Dayton Brugler's The Beast draft guide in my eye. Good thing I had the custom lens replacement surgery a couple of years ago. There's no way I could read that fine print. It is so detailed. So you've heard John talk about it. You've heard me talk about it, the CLR procedure. Well, the Laser Eye Center of Silicon Valley, they perform both of our surgeries. Dr. Craig Bindi is the boss there, and Dr. Joseph Lind is the hands of God who perform the surgery. They're having a free live CLR webinar this Friday after day 1 of the NFL draft, before day 2 at noon, Friday, April the 26th. So it's a great opportunity for you to find out all about custom lens replacement. At the webinar, the doctors will answer any questions you might have. What's the difference between CLR and LASIK? Am I a good candidate? What's the cost? Is there financing? How long will the procedure take? And why can't you get a cataract after CLR, which I didn't know? So find out how CLR is the permanent solution to readers, contacts, glasses, and you'll never develop a cataract at the Laser Eye Center of Silicon Valley's free live CLR webinar this coming Friday, April 26th at noon. Space is limited. Reserve and register now at lasereyeclr.com. That's lasereyeclr.com.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Mike Silver, of course, of the Chronicle, joined Murph and Marcus this morning to discuss the 49ers targets in the 2024 draft. Check out that podcast and more at KNBR app, YouTube, and KNBR socials.
Papa and Lund continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix, Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Thanks for joining us, Papa and Lund, on a Tuesday edition of the show. Getting into a lot of draft discussions as we're getting closer and closer. And I thought as we got closer, and we'll play some foreplay with Mike Silver is in it. Also, we've got little John Lynch and a couple of cuts from last night's game. The Giants get the win, and Keaton Wynn looks very good doing it. But we'll play Silver for you. But essentially what he's saying is, in his latest piece in the Chronicle, is that the 49ers could be open for Aiyuk. They could be asking for at least a number one pick. And then you brought up the fact, and this is kind of interesting, that, okay, you do that kind of a thing, but then you package 31 and Aiyuk. And by the way, they have 3 fourth-round picks. I don't know, you throw something like that in there. Can you get high enough? Can you get Harrison? Can you get Neighbors? I like a Dunze, but I don't like him quite as much as those first two guys. Is that something that you might be interested in, doing something like that?
Well, Michael, and we're the one that brought him on KNBR. Now everybody's stealing him from us. But Michael and I had a long talk yesterday. Right when he left John Lynch in the press conference, he called me, and we chatted for a while. And we went through all the different scenarios. He was nosing around. He's got quotes, just vague quotes from people in the 49er organization talking about, what they would do with Brandon Aiyuk between now and the draft. I mean, John, during his press conference, and we played it for you yesterday live at noon, wouldn't anticipate, him being off the roster, but then he's got quotes, anything's possible, very much in play. So, what he's trying to do is build a story here. And when he and I were talking yesterday, it was just, just conceptually, we talked everything out, and he was pretty clear on not trading Debo or Kittle. They just restructured George's deal, so I don't think they're going to do that. But Debo, there's going to be a mark with Debo, not this year, but next offseason. Or, there's ways to work things out. Nick Wagner wrote about it, from ESPN. So anyway, Mike got some quotes that drive a story, and that is basically under the auspices that he has new information, new intel, reveals that, Brandon Aiyuk is in play for between now and the draft and the first round. This is also, being driven by the Niners trying to get this out to his agent, Ryan Williams, and Athletes First, that, if we are far apart, we do have a mechanism where we could trade you. Unlike Deebo Samuel, who wanted to be traded, Brandon Aiyuk does not want to be traded. He wants to stay here. So that is a message you send where, hey, you guys are way apart. You got to be more realistic here. We could trade you. So, I mean, I just told you from a football standpoint, he is he's the starting X wide receiver. And there's very few guys on the roster that can play X the way I think Chris Conley could learn to play it. He plays them all. Debo's not an X. Debo's a Z and a wide back and some of the motion. Juwan Jennings is more of a slot, but he has that build. But as far as a pure guy, when you got to drop back and it's 3rd down and 7, you need an X wide receiver that can run a power slant and move the chains. And Brock's going to let Debo's, he can do it in a creative way, but Aiyuk is that guy. And the way Aiyuk blocks, he doesn't block like Jennings, but damn close. They get the hard hat from Leonard Hankerson. And so, to me, it's tough to trade him. But you got to get him signed. I have no knowledge of where they are, contractually. And believe me, my thoughts on this are just my own. Even though I work for the Niners, I don't ask these questions because I don't want to know. Sometimes you get in trouble when you know too much. But when I opened the show today, I could have convinced Kyle to do that. Well, maybe you get a structure and, all right, who do you like in the draft? Again, trying to predict who Kyle likes at wide receiver is hard. But I think now we have more data to go on, and talking to him over the years, he likes Julio Jones. He likes Andre Johnson. He likes Brandon Aiyuk. He likes big, strong targets. He doesn't, Dante Pettis didn't work here. He didn't want Jerry Jeudy. To me, if you want to trade your bona fide X wide receiver on a team that went to the Super Bowl last year, went to overtime of the Super Bowl last year, scored first in the overtime, and didn't win the game,
field goal,
and you're so close, you got to go get an X. And to me, that's Marvin Harrison Jr. and Rome Odunze are X wide receivers. They're 6'3", 209, 212. They can move them around, and they do, but they are classic X wide receivers like Aiyuk. Do they block like Aiyuk? Marvin Harrison Jr. does not. Can you teach him to? I don't know. Rome Odunze, my notes on him are you need more effort for him as a run blocker, but he gets into the NFL. You could teach him to do that. Aiyuk got better. Malik Neighbors a great football player. Kyle may love his yak ability, which is better than the other guy's yak, but he kind of a move-around guy where you put him in the slot. Could he become a true X? Does he have to be an X? I don't know. So Mike we talked at length about a lot of things, and, I think he was going this way, and now he's got quotes to back it up. So the bottom line is, I think I read where if you were to value Aiyuk right now, John, he would be worthy of the 17th overall pick in the draft. So if you took 31, which they have, and Brandon Aiyuk, and you made that available between now and Thursday night, how high could you get in the draft? Could you get up there and get either Marvin Harrison Jr.? Would Arizona trade you the fourth pick in the draft?
I don't think so.
Or how high could you get? If you couldn't get up to Harrison Jr., and he may not even go 1, Neighbors may go 1, could you get a Dunze? Could you make a deal with Rand Carthon, your buddy at number 7, or, somewhere there, John, to get high enough? Maybe Chicago at 9, they come back. Could you put 31 and Aiyuk together to go up and get a Dunze?
All right, let's get into it. Oh, don't you just love that sound?
The draft start?
It's absolutely amazing.
Did they make a trade?
And with the 5th overall pick, the San Francisco 49ers select. We'll get into all those
trade
things.
With Jim Harbaugh?
That'd be amazing, wouldn't it? Hi, Jed. Hi, Jim. Long time no talk. Love that you're back in the league.
Joe Ortiz and John Lynch talking.
I know, but it's more fun to say it that way. Yeah. All right, let's get to it. It's Pop and Loading on KNBR, AM and FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station. Foreplay time.
Time for some foreplay with Papa and Lund.
I'm Dirk Diggler.
4 chunks of audio that really get you going.
I have a gift, and I am trying to not be selfish about it, but to use it.
On KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
All right, we'll talk more about it because Silver's got some things in his piece in the Chronicle today. But here he was this morning with Murph and Marcus on, from a financial standpoint, if they can have 2 $20+ million wide receivers.
I mean, he clearly was not unequivocal. He did not say we are not trading him, which he kind of was with Bosa. So, but, all my reporting tells me that is accurate. They are considering all possibilities. They have kind of back channel put out feelers, I know, to at least one team, wondering if that team had some interest. Other teams are very aware that he is, quote, in play, but they're not dumping him. In other words, you've got to offer them something that they think is enough, and so far that hasn't happened. They seem to be dug in on a first-round pick, though that could theoretically change. Where in the first round, I think is an issue, and then Buckner is a good thing to look at, right? Because they were able to get the 13th overall pick in that draft, so. The value of that, they believed, was, okay, we're going to pay Armstead instead of Buckner. We will trade Buckner. We'll get the 13th pick. We'll be able to replace him. Now, that part didn't go so well, but in their minds, that's what they were thinking. That was the same draft, by the way, where they traded back up from 31 to 25, I believe, to get Brandon Aiyuk. And, he's matured. He's developed. He's everything you'd want.
All right, so there is Silver, and just to put a couple of things on it from his piece in the Chronicle today, he says he spoke to another team's general manager who insisted that because the 49ers and Aiyuk are far apart on negotiations, the receiver is, quote-unquote, very much in play. Also said that he reached out to one GM to gauge his interest. He said the GM in question chose not to engage, partly because this is a receiver-rich draft, which you and I have talked about. And then last thing he says, there's a sense among other high-ranking personnel executives around the league that Aiyuk is available for the right price, quote, unquote. But then another said they want too much. That's from a team who is in the market for a receiver. So, look, I don't think he's going to get moved, but this is the first time that I have heard that they were open to discussions. Before, there had been reports that came out that said the 49ers weren't talking about him. It is their job to listen, but it is the first time that I've heard. And then also in his piece, he said that they wanted a first-round pick for him. So that's what we know.
Yeah, I mean, John did say they get calls on all their players, and then they asked him flat out about Aiyuk. So his contract is up. I mean, they do have him under contract for his fifth-year rookie deal.
But he ain't playing on it, right?
Yeah, we'll see where it goes. I mean, we'll see where it goes. But this is where you're just taking value, and you're also sending a message to Brandon Aiyuk that very different than Debo. Debo asked to be traded, demanded to be traded. They didn't trade him, and they didn't get return. I mean, you look at some of the wide receivers that get traded. I mean, Tyreek Hill fetched a lot, but there have been a lot of good wide receivers this offseason. I mean, Stephon Diggs, what Buffalo got for him, and that was a little bit of a different scenario. They kind of had to move him off the roster. They love Aiyuk in the building. Buffalo needed to move him out of Orchard Park. But, I mean, if you just say you took the 31 out of it and all that, and you just traded Brandon Aiyuk, what could you get back for him with the team knowing we got to sign him?
Well, let me ask you this.
Contract.
Let me ask you this, because we were talking about, what it would be if you could, package certain things. I mean, the teams that have been talked about, Jacksonville, like you said, at 17. Pittsburgh's is absolutely desperate for a wide receiver at 20. I don't know. What if you could just keep 31 and 17 or 31 and 20 and the only thing is that in Silver's piece, and he's right, both of us have studied the draft. After those three guys, there's still good receivers, but beauty then becomes in the eye of the beholder. Mitchell of Texas, Ladd McConkey of Georgia, Xavier Worthy of Texas. I mean, these are all different kinds of wide receivers. Brian Thomas,
Jr.
right, of LSU. Xavier Legette from South Carolina.
Where Debo plays.
There's all these different kinds of receivers. But, again, what you just pointed out is what people have to understand, that everybody has a system in the league. And where does that player fit within that system? So we know what kind of receivers Kyle will and will not take. We know that. And so if there's a team that says, we value him at, we value Aiyuk at this versus that, and then let's just, for the sake of conversation, you can get 17. You mentioned, the value is 17. Let's say Jacksonville, because they missed out on Calvin Ridley, right? They may need a receiver. All right, they give you 17, and now you have 31 and 17. Would you take that to address multiple needs, or would you say 31 and 17 could get you in a position to take one of those top wide receivers?
Beauty is in the eye of the beholder. The beholder is Kyle Shanahan. So he's got to, if there's one wide receiver, and he may not like Odunze. He may not like Marvin Harrison Jr. He may love him, but it's just too high to get up there. I think Brian Thomas Jr. is interesting because he is an X. He's a different X, though. He's, because Neighbors moves all over their formation in LSU. Brian Thomas is just a deep threat. I mean, that guy with his size, length, and speed, and the deep ball, he catches the ball over his shoulder. He is unbelievable at it, but he does not catch the ball short and intermediate where he has to face the quarterback. It's amazing. I haven't seen too many guys like him. So as a pure X, he may line up there, but he runs more vertical routes. To me, he's not a guy. On a 3rd and 7, you're going to throw a power slant to that guy. You're going to run a stutter and a go or a sluggo, and he gets behind him. Now, can you teach him to be that? I think he does block. One thing with him is you see him chase it down on the backside. None of these guys block like Kyle's going to demand him to block, so they got to learn that. So I don't know. I think there's a lot of message being sent right here, and a lot of it is to, Aiyuk and Ryan Williams and his agency that Aiyuk wants to be here. But this is a really rich draft class. And also, you reset the wide receiver room by making a move. But the motivating factor, John, why would you trade back unless you just love Brandon Aiyuk? Maybe you are someone like Trent Baalke. You want a finished piece. You
want to win now.
Achieving, you don't want a rookie.
I think he's under immense pressure to win now.
Well,
and if you miss
these guys,
right? But if you miss out on the top 3. Then he might be the best that you think, and you can put him with Trevor Lawrence, and you can win now. Because if Jacksonville doesn't get to the playoffs, maybe Trent Baalke's gone. I mean, that's part of the thought process.
Let me ask you. So if you made a deal with Ryan Poles in Chicago, and you got up to 9, and you took Odunze at 9. Well, how much does the 9th overall pick in the draft make versus what you're going to have to pay Brandon Aiyuk? That's what you're looking at as well.
Much less.
Finances, right. So, that's where the Niners are motivated to do that.
But they did that last time, and that's when Mike said that before I vomited in my mouth, because it's like...
Were you talking to Forrest Buckner?
Well, yeah, because conceptually...
Situation.
I understand.
Forrest Buckner's a rotational player.
I know, but
Brandon
conceptually...
Aiyuk is your ex-wide receiver on a Super Bowl
But
team.
conceptually, it's a great idea, but but there is risk in the draft, and even if you think he's the greatest player of all time, it may not work out. So, look, I like these 3 receivers. I like Marvin Harrison Jr., and he looks like, just for the sake of conversation, Marvin Harrison Jr. looks like the safest receiver in this draft, and he would be an upgrade over Brandon Aiyuk. But it's not a sure thing. It may take him a year or two, and you're in a Super Bowl window right now. And if Marvin Harrison Jr., for some reason, even though it doesn't look likely, doesn't get up to speed for 2 or 3 years, then you've wasted a lot of veteran players, and you've lost a guy, and then how does your offense recover from that?
I don't doubt Marvin Harrison's ability.
I know,
to go
but I'm
catch
just saying
the ball for me.
nobody's flawless.
It's the question: if you want to play for Kyle Shanahan, you got to block. Will Marvin Harrison Jr. block like Brandon Aiyuk?
Not initially. It doesn't look like it to me. I mean, it took Brandon Aiyuk years to do that. I mean, we talk about doghouse. There was numerous reasons why he was in it early in his career, but one of them was he just didn't understand. And it took him time. And so, again, look, if you're a young team and you're trying to rebuild, I understand the situation. The issue I've always had with the thought of trading him is you're in a Super Bowl window now. You have a quarterback that is on the same page with him that you're about ready to pay a lot of money to. He just fits what you want to do. And the number from what we've seen based on Devontae Smith just getting paid and the other receivers that we've mentioned many times, Debo including in that class, DK Metcalf, Terry McLaurin, those kind of guys. It's a 3-year, $75 million deal with 40 to 50 guaranteed. There's not really anything outside of that. The parameters are set for him. That's not outrageous in today's NFL, right? So that's what he's going to get. And if the other thing we don't know is he out there saying, I want 5 years? And well, if that's the case and you're asking for something outrageous, then yeah.
Structure contracts differently. The one thing I think they want to be cognizant of is keeping the contract similar to Debo's.
Yeah, and that's absolutely doable because that's what Devontae Smith just got, a similar contract to that. They're both 25 years old. They have comparable numbers. Aiyuk's been in the league a year more, but that's a comparable contract. So he's not going to get more than that.
I love Devontae Smith, the Slim Reaper, but he's not the X on that team. A.J. Brown is their X receiver.
Yeah, but he's extremely productive. I mean, if you just look at the numbers, production-wise, they're the same. I mean, that's what it is.
They're different, though. I mean, you're looking at Kyle Shanahan's X-wide receiver. You got to go get an X back if you're trading him.
Yeah, but I'm just saying from a standpoint of contractually comparison, that I mean, between DK Metcalf's deal, Debo's deal, McLaurin's deal, Devontae Smith's deal, those guys are roughly all of the same age, similar numbers. That's what he's getting paid. Like, he's not getting paid any different amount of money from those guys. And if he's asking for that, if he's asking for extra years, extra money, more guarantee, then I could see them wanting to trade him because it doesn't seem like that would be possible. But given the fact that, that just doesn't seem like a whole lot of money. So if he did eventually get traded, and let's say he got a crazy contract, that would make sense that he would want out. Anyway, we've got more to give you, plus the Giants game last night. Keaton Wynn was absolutely great. The game's being rewatched in the studio. We got the TVs on in the studio of it. Keaton Wynn, we'll have Bob Melvin talking about Keaton Wynn, and then the entrance of one Camilo Duvall. I hope that bullpen catcher didn't get hurt. Well, he'll explain that too. We'll do it next, only here on the Sports Leader.
From the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Javi Lopez joined Tolbert and Copes yesterday to discuss Blake Snell's struggles early and how he can improve. Check out that podcast and more on the KNBR app, YouTube, and KNBR socials.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. We are your proud home of Giants baseball. KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM.
That's his mindset, too, is he wants to go deep in the game and take as much onus off the bullpen, shorten the game that way. So pitch count's way under control. It's basically been that way here for a while now. I think he was in the 70s when he went out for the 7th. Obviously got the first 2 guys on, but, his mindset is to pitch as long as he can. He's a really good young pitcher. And, when you only walk 1 against that lineup and give up 4 hits, 6+, it's a pretty good outing.
Basically, that's 2. That's Bob Melvin as we finish up your foreplay. I was just going to say, yeah. Or maybe it was choked up because that light show was so good. Something like that. But, yeah, a little congested.
No, he was still crying over Stu Sherwater.
Yes, I know,
the
right?
Day before. He sounded like he wasn't feeling well, Bo Mel.
So that's 2 in a row, by the way, for Keaton Wynn. So against Miami, 6 innings pitched, 4 hits, an earned run, a base on ball, 4 strikeouts. Against the Mets, very similar, 6 innings pitched, 4 hits, an earned run, 1 base on ball, 6 strikeouts against the Mets. And so I was thinking to myself, you got Hicks, who's rolling. You got Webb. You got Harrison. You got Snell. What if Wynn's good? Because all of a sudden, Cobb's had the setback, and Robbie Ray's not going to be around for a while. Keaton Wynn, his last couple of starts, he's looked good.
Well, last night he looked like Kevin Gausman. He doesn't throw as hard as Gausman, but it was mainly 4-seam fastball and a split. That's a different kind of split. He can throw a split for a called strike, where Gausman's was a chase pitch. So, yeah, he looks good. He looks the part. I love that he didn't have a good splitter his start before in Florida, and when he got home, Alex Cobb gave him the whole breakdown and all the video, and they went through and they refined the splitter. Bags wrote all about it. So the baseball gods have a way of just making it all work here. And for Alex Cobb, we thought, wow, he's coming back. He had that hip surgery, and he's going to rush and get himself back. And then he's had a setback with the arm, and now he's on the 60-day IL, not the 15-day. So the earliest Alex Cobb can come back is May 27th. And who knows how it'll go for him. You hope he can get back up on the mound. That he had a bad hip most of last year, right around, I think he started in Denver around July, and he just kept pitching around it. And he took that no-hit bid, deep into a start. And he wound up coming close, but he lost it, and they left him out there, even after he lost the no-hitter. And who knows? But that's a bad injury, and now he's got the arm injury. So who knows when he's going to be able to come back? But Keaton Wynn has been. We saw him last year, make that appearance in St. Louis. He pitched really well. He's got good stuff. So for me, he's going to stay in the rotation for at least the next month. And who knows? Things change. Something could happen to him. It's just the way the baseball gods will tell you. But I think he's a mainstay in that starting rotation right now. Webb had a good outing his last time out Thursday against Arizona, and Harrison is, in and out as far as his command. Jordan Hicks had a bit of a setback on Sunday. Overall, he's been great, but command is an issue with him, and then Blake Snell's trying to figure it out. So very quietly, your fifth starter is pitching like a top-of-the-rotation guy right now.
Well, and plus, he's giving you the innings. Blake Snell hasn't done that. Kyle Harrison, last time out, didn't do that, and he's a little iffy in that regard as well. And last time out, same thing for Jordan Hicks. I like what Hicks is doing. I'm impressed with what he's done so far, making the conversion, but despite the numbers, he wasn't great. And so you've got to get some innings out of your pitchers, and we talked about this before. They've played 24 games so far. 12 times the starters have gone 6+ innings. Part of that is they've done it, but the other part of it is that's just their philosophy. You and I, when Brian Price came on the first time, was saying, look, we want guys to go, to go innings, which hopefully that'll at some point rub off on the bullpen, and they'll be a little bit better back on that side. Speaking of the bullpen, here is Keaton Wynn. He wasn't talking about his outing. He was talking about Camilo Duvall's entrance with the spotlight. Here's what he said.
Yeah, that was so sick. I saw it on the TV, and I was like, oh, my gosh, I wish I was outside for this. Yeah, that would have been cool to see in person. Hopefully they do that more often. It was so cool.
You're starting pitchers in entrance.
Yeah. Maybe if we were, having a good game and going to the 9th or something, then get spotlight.
Okay, there are two things about the spotlight. Number one, they have to make sure that that Camilo Duvall is not throwing a 98-mile-an-hour pitch at the bullpen catcher's head when they throw. Then they switch the lights out, which is what they did. So I hope that person is alive. And then the second part was the spotlight person drunk last night? Because half the time they didn't even get the spotlight on Camilo Duvall. When he was and he wasn't running fast. It's not like you couldn't keep the spotlight on him. It was kind of, if that was like a drunk test, you have to do the one thing where you have to like balance yourself and walk at the same time. They were a little bit off. I'm just saying.
It's a work in progress.
Yeah, it's a work in progress.
The whole LED thing is more NBA than Major League Baseball, but I wasn't there to see it with my own eyes, so you want to be there to watch it, but they did shoot it off a little early when Nick Ahmed hit the top of the wall the other night. They thought he hit a home run, and he didn't. So they're trying to figure it all out. But it's a little – I wonder what the other team thinks of it.
When your closer's coming into that spot.
Well, Mariano Rivera, and they all had bits. He had the Sandman and Brian Wilson. But this is so over the top. And, Trevor Hoffman had a good one when he came in out of the bullpen in San Diego. But I don't know. And plus – it wasn't a save situation. It doesn't have to be, but it was a 5-1 game, and he did give up a run. He wasn't locked in. He pitched well, but he walked a couple of guys. I don't know how it's going to go over in the other dugout when they do all that.
I thought it was cool. I like this kind of stuff, but
It's a little. Who else does that in baseball to that degree?
A lot of teams have started to do it. I don't know if they're doing the spotlights,
with a closer?
But they are doing the home run lights and everything. A lot of teams are doing the home run lights now.
When you're bringing your closer in, you're doing all that though.
I'll have to check on that part, but I do know the home run lights, which I guess who is it? Raf. So we have a thing here. I'm not part of it, but they've got a bunch of. We have we got to keep ourselves entertained around here. We have short attention spans, and so the other day when Ahmed hit that ball off the top of the wall, I think it was Raf, one of our guys behind the scenes who does a great job. They do what's called what is it, Danny? The dong pool, right? The dong pool, and so everyone throws in, no money, of course, because we couldn't gamble around here, but whatever, some candy, and they throw it in the pool, and then whoever hits a home run that day wins the dong pool. And so he had Ahmed in the dong pool, and he thought he won the money, and then because they threw the lights on everything, but it hit the top of the wall. So
he was dongless?
Yeah, he was dongless.
I got an alert from Major League Baseball saying he hit a home run. And I'm like, what?
Because they flashed the lights.
Well, but it clearly hit the top of the wall. They got to work that out a little.
Well, how about the story? This was great last night. Kruka Kaiba, I think it was Kruka who said it, that when Jeff Kent, because they have that chevron thing there, and it's got a little bit of a lip right there, and Kent
the
said
chevron car.
Yeah, he said if he ever hit that lip and it cost him a home run, that he'd go out there with a chainsaw and cut the thing down.
That has been hit. I remember that being hit when the park first opened. I love that chevron car. The Woody.
Off, yeah.
That's not
But if you lost the home run.
That's my favorite Woody.
Yeah.
Love that Woody.
Yeah? It's your favorite one?
I love that Woody. Yeah.
Get that. All right. There you go. Did we play everything? Yeah, I think we're done. All right.
What's your second favorite Woody? Harrelson? Reader? The chevron car.
The woodpecker?
The Woody.
What else? What else, Woody? What else? What's your favorite Woody?
Yeah, that's the only Woody
4-5-808 KNBR.
Those days are long gone.
Yeah, that's for sure. All right, we still have some good sound for you. We've got a couple of stories as well. If you haven't heard Brock Purdy's commercial, new Toyota commercial, number 262, he has yesterday they asked him about it to give him a review of his acting skills. So we got that for you as well. We'll give you that as part of the caboose next only here on the Sports Center.
was a 5-shot revolver. It was loaded, wedged in the crack of her buttocks.
Papa and Lund presents the Caboose Pistol.
The old caboose pistol, everybody has one.
A few stories that slip through the cracks.
Did you say caboose?
I know some women who could hide a machine gun in there.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, we're getting off track.
On KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
262.
Toyota and the NFL present pretty good advice.
With the draft coming up, here's some advice for new players. If you're drafted last, don't stress about the name. It'll pass.
Mr. Irrelevant, what's up?
Also, don't slack on your game day fits. Got anything in khaki? Finally, don't just buy any new car. Get something that lasts, but also stands out.
This is nice.
Toyota.
All right, see you, Brock.
Let's go places.
Sweet car, man.
I like the khaki line. Get something in khaki.
Yeah.
Get something in khaki. No, it's not working for you.
What do you think of Brock's acting ability?
Well, let's do this.
I'm glad he looks off
good.
safeties with his eyes better than he delivers line. But you know, the star of that was Alan Roach, the greatest PA voice of all time. Roy Steele's the voice of God, and obviously Bob Shepard and John Condon in New York, but Alan Roach, who does Super Bowls and a lot of big NHL games, Minnesota Viking games. What a voice that guy has.
That is good. Yeah. He's got a little work to do. Here's Brock yesterday. Yeah. Among many things that Brock talked about when having media availability yesterday, he was asked about his acting chops in that commercial. Here's what he said.
As an actor, I think I still need some more classes or work for sure. But I've been trying to have fun with it. Obviously, I've partnered with some great companies and organizations, and so, you know, whenever we have to shoot a commercial or something, I give it my all.
You know he's going to work hard. That's
just
the
got to be
Brock style.
natural. I don't know. Does he need a drink or something? He needs to relax a little bit. That's all. Just needs to relax.
So how would you rank Brock Purdy and his acting ability? And what he does? Toyota?
Yeah.
He does John Deere with Colton McKivitz. Colton?
Yeah.
Colton?
Yeah, that's
Is
bad.
that you?
That's not good. That's not good.
Or Jimmy Garoppolo on the subway ad.
Oh, he's good.
Or
You
Stephen
talking
Curry
Italian?
in every single ad on television.
No.
Who's on more, Peyton or Steph?
You know what's funny about that? You brought up Steph real quick, and then we'll get back to it. So I guess Mahomes was asked to host Saturday Night Live, and he was afraid of the teleprompter and didn't want to embarrass himself. So, I mean, you know, he's got a long way to go. I mean, Steph.
He's no Travis Kelce.
No.
Kelsey
nailed it. Steph did the ESPYs. I mean, it's, you know, this stuff isn't easy.
Has Steph ever done SNL?
I don't think so. I don't think he has. But he could. I mean, that's what I mean is, like, this stuff's not all that easy. Although, like, I don't know if he's the best, but, like, Peyton Manning's pretty good at that kind of stuff. Like, you know, Peyton Manning would have nailed that Toyota.
Kelsey was so good on SNL.
He was good. He was very good.
Really good.
Yeah, so there's certain people that, you know.
LeBron ever do SNL?
I think he did. I think it was bad. Somebody back me up on that. I
know.
think he might have. He did something.
I don't know. Could
he
Steph
did. I
do
know
it?
he did. Yeah. LeBron wasn't good.
Steph could interview Fauci. He could host the ESPYs and sing,
Yeah.
Steph finally made it.
Right.
But can he do SNL?
He could. Oh, yeah. He definitely could. Yeah, and again, I'm not saying he would have been, like Peyton Manning did SNL. He's really good at it. You know, like you said.
Good at it. He was great at it.
Kelsey was really good at it.
Tom Brady do it? Brady did it, right?
I think he did. Jordan did it. And was
Joe
pretty
Montana
funny.
did it back in the day.
Yeah, I don't
didn't
think
he?
that went so well. Yeah. Jordan did it and was really funny. The Stuart Smalley thing, I'm good enough. That was a good bit.
Right.
Yeah, Brock's got
You think one day Brock Purdy will host SNL?
Oh, man. Now that we go back on that one.
Belt it out, brother. Steph's not afraid.
That was
Steph's not afraid.
Well, it was better than Kittle. I mean, what was Kittle at the NFL Honors? Remember that? The one in Arizona?
No, he did all right.
Did he sing?
stayed up
Cousins
there
was up there?
sang.
Oh, boy, that was rough.
Didn't we had him on and we had him sing? Remember when we were in Santa Clara last day?
Yeah.
Training camp. We had him sing
But
that
remember,
song.
he said that they kind of threw something at him. What was the story? It wasn't. They didn't give him the best. I can't remember what his.
Well, I think he
Last year at
Bosa
camp,
got
we asked
up
him
and
about it.
left. Bosa left the room.
That's what he was.
There were
Everybody
some
left him or
lines in
something.
there where he had to play to his teammates, and Bosa
They all
wasn't
left.
even there.
I think that's what happened. Everybody left it. Something like that. Speaking of doing stuff that you're not as familiar with, we were there on opening day for Fred Warner's first pitch. Again, he was available to the media yesterday and explained why it didn't go so well. Here's what he said.
The Giants game is sleep deprivation.
Yeah, so like the pitch, we can go in detail about the pitch, but I guess that's what happens when when you don't warm up. You overshoot it, and then I guess you don't overshoot, you undershoot, right? So I'll leave that to sleep deprivation. I like that. Yeah. I would love one. I would never turn it down. I don't care how bad I dirt it. Surprisingly, no. Yeah. I guess guys don't care about baseball on the football team, so. Yeah. Exactly. I was very underprepared for that one. Yeah, I should have been way more prepared. I'll get a couple more practice throws next time for the next one. So.
There you go. There's his excuse. Sleep deprivation.
That's the second time. Yeah. Well, he's a new dad. He just had Bo.
Yeah.
Was born. So he's a new daddy. That's where the sleep deprivation line came in. But that is the second time he did it. He did it a few years ago with Aziz Alshire and Trey Greenlaw, and they actually took BP. So, Fred, I did an hour and a half, 2 hour sit-down Q&A with Fred a couple of Mondays ago in the Sonoma Speaker Series. Luckily, Kathy does not roll video on that. I wanted to release some of the stuff. He has the greatest Nick Bosa impersonation.
Oh, you won't make it public?
Well, they didn't roll video. I wanted to play the interview on the air. I asked for a copy of it. She said, no, we don't roll video on that. A lot of the speakers, Fred not being one, but they have a lot of political speakers that open. Anyway, Fred was terrific, but he went into depth about that because we played it there for the audience, and he got out there with Debo. Wisnowski punted the football into the bay, but it was Debo and Fred. Fred put his hat backwards. He kind of styled it a little bit. But he really wasn't a baseball player growing up, so he bounced it. But earlier that day, when I was there that Monday, the Red Sox had that 10 a.m. game with the marathon, and Gronk came out and threw the first pitch, but he spiked it like he scored a touchdown.
That was awesome.
So I gave Fred the next time Fred does it, treat it like you just intercepted Jared Goff and you're running back for a touchdown and you get in the end zone, and don't actually throw the pitch, spike it like a football after a pick.
Gronk's spike was, the place went bananas. It was so Gronk.
Well, that's what he does.
That was crazy.
Anyway, Fred is a good guy.
And
his Bosa impersonation?
Oh, come on. We got to get that.
What does Bosa say? Unless somebody out there in the crowd rolled on it, you're not allowed to. I asked him, what's the typical Bosa speech the Saturday night before the game? And then he imitated them, and it was hilarious.
Oh, we got to get that public somehow, or he's got to do it again for us. All right, a couple of quick stories with the caboose whistle, and then we'll get to a couple of good pieces of sound. One, when we'll do this at about 1:45, 1:50, a good day in sports history, and the final two calls last night from our good friends Kevin Harlan and Mike Breen did a double bang, which is rare, so we got to play that for you in about 10 minutes. But this is a little bit strange. I don't know how DoorDash works. I don't use it as much, but DoorDash driver penalized for refusing delivery to nudist customer who planned on exposing himself. A female DoorDash driver claims she was penalized by the food delivery company for refusing to drop off an order to a male nudist. She said, I got an offer to drive a little over 8 miles. She said, I normally wouldn't accept this offer, but it was towards the end of my dash, and it would bring me close to home. So I decided to go for it. When I got to the restaurant, the food wasn't ready. I took a seat, started scrolling through Twitter, got a message from the customer saying, just to let you know, I am a nudist and will be answering the door nude. I responded, okay, I will be canceling, then went out to the car to call support. So she, for not completing it, then DoorDash penalized her. I'm not going to do a nudist's house.
Well, why does there have to be that interaction? Can't you just drop the food and leave?
All my food that's how I do it.
Why do you have to? So he was trying to. What he should have done was just wait for the doorbell to ring, kind of spring around her like Lance Rensel and all the laughter.
No, you're right. Sour. Yeah, you don't want to give somebody like, hey, I'm going to be
nude. He gave it
nude.
away. Just show up in a trench coat. But why does there have to be an interaction there?
There
doorbell
isn't
rings.
Anymore.
Wait. What is the proper time to wait so the Dasher or the Uberer leaves?
I wait.
Get off the premises. Leave. They're like, wait, I'm looking through the whole, like, are they gone yet? What are they waiting for?
Well, they don't even, at least at my house, they don't even ring the bell anymore. They drop the food, and then you get a text, and there's a picture of them. They drop your food at the thing. And
they have a little picture at the door. Right.
And then I know to wait another 60 seconds.
Now, certain items, if you Instacart, like drugs or something, you have to sign for it, right?
Oh, yeah,
well, I mean,
booze
like
or
Alka-Seltzer
right.
plus cold medicine.
Right.
that I'm going to make crystal meth out of right after you leave. And not give to Bob Melman because he has a cold.
He does have a cold.
No, I mean, well, what's the proper length where the dasher should be gone now? And now I could open. Because the other day, John, inadvertently, and I'm not a nudist, but at that particular moment,
you opened the door.
I was. And I opened it. I said hot Italian sausage. I was eating. Not that I
always wait.
happened.
I don't know why I'm weird this way, but like they'll send the picture and then I'll wait another minute. I want them to completely gone when I pick up my food.
So you wait a minute?
Yeah.
Well, you wait till you get the alert like,
wait till I get the alert.
Like they're gone.
Yeah.
And they send you the picture.
Mm-hmm. And then I wait like another minute after that. There's
always the ring and the wait, like they're hovering there. Like, can you just move along? I don't.
Yeah, I see their car outside and I just wait. I'm like, I don't want to go out
wait
there.
Till they pull away. But sometimes you're like, okay, that's enough.
No, you used to have to interact with them years ago, but obviously since the pandemic, you don't have to. They just drop stuff. It's the greatest thing ever. Unless, like you said, you order from a grocery store, which I'm not calling my wife out, but my God, the last time she was in a grocery store was like 1973. She DoorDashes everything. I mean, Instacarts everything. Like, I at least go to the grocery store. Like, a lot of times I will Instacart food. I'll say that because I don't want to cook or something. But it's like...
I find it fun.
We have like a...
There's nothing like going to a good Civis. Don't you love going to Civis? Waiting in that line? By the way, can you go into CVS... And all I ever want in there is like razor blades or...
Oh, not anymore. Those are locked up, bro.
No, everything that I want is locked up. Like, seriously? There's not a thing I got. Why?
No,
every single thing.
Yeah, I got
to get a padlock to get them open.
And then it's like, you hit the button and it's like, razors in aisle 4. Razors, aisle 4, customer service. And then you got to stand there and wait for somebody. And it's like, come on, man. Really? Seriously? Yeah.
All I need is razor blades and Prilosec.
Exactly.
Can I move along here?
Big deal. A little preparation.
What, they reselling it?
Yeah.
Are they making crystal meth from my Prilosec OTC? What are they doing?
And they do other stuff. Like at a drugstore, there's some embarrassing things that you would have to buy. And that's the whole thing is like, that's why people are, it's like, look, I'll buy this stuff. I'm not going to steal it from you, but don't put that stuff behind lock and key. I'm too embarrassed to ask somebody about it.
The rib condoms online on aisle 4.
Excuse me, we have the extra small colored condoms. We need some help on that. Those are locked up in aisle 3.
The worst ever when you went in as a kid to buy rubbers. Like, what do you want?
Excuse me?
What's that, son? Speak up. By the way, there's Father O'Malley is right next to you. Oh, boy.
Nothing wrong with that, bro.
Isn't that right,
wow, Tim Ryan?
Well, I tell you, the worst thing was, I think I've said this story before, but they had, back in the day when I was very, very young, they had the first Madonna nudes, and they were in a Playboy. But you had to go in like a 7-Eleven or a Circle K or something, and, you'd ask the guy behind the counter, and he'd be standing there. It'd be like 2 in the morning. Me and my buddies pulled up, the $5 you needed or something to buy it. And, we literally drew straws to see who had to do it. And, of course, I came up with the shorty. So I walk in there, which is no surprise. And then I walk in there, and I got to ask the guy. And I'm like, I'm kind of like in, I think I've seen this scene in a movie before, like, I get some, candy and some drinks and all. So I bring all this stuff up there, and then he's like, "Is that all?" And you're like, "And the Madonna Playboy." And he's like, "What? The Madonna Playboy?" It's so embarrassing. But then when I walked out of the 7-Eleven, I waved it like I had won the lottery. Like, yeah! All my friends were all excited. That was
How about the Madonna coffee table book? 6.
Oh man.
What did that cost? That was like $100.
Yeah, I didn't go for that one. And by the way, the issue that I grabbed, she had hairy armpits and everything, and they were black and white.
She's Italian.
It was a total ripoff. Total ripoff. Black and white, and she had hairy armpits, and I'm like, come on. I risked embarrassment, high-level embarrassment with the 7-Eleven guy at 2 o'clock in the morning for this thing. Oh, man.
Mary Ciccone. Didn't her son pitch against the Giants on Sunday? Who was that?
Slade Ciccone, yeah.
Wasn't that her son?
We shut him down, too.
I think that was a love child of Madonna and Jose Canseco.
Oh, my. Yeah, could be. Absolutely. There you go. He shut him down, too. All right, we'll play those cuts for you. It is a good day in Bay Area sports history, and you don't want to miss the end of a couple of our favorites, Mike Breen and Kevin Harlan, how they called the end of those games last night, the thrillers in the NBA playoffs. We'll do it next, only here on the Sports Center.
And then a guy goes, "Hey, what pitch do you sing?" And I said, "I play football, bro."
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk, learn more at ODFIGroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Mike Silver, of course, of the Chronicle, joined Murph and Marcus this morning to discuss the 49ers targets in the 2024 draft. Check out that podcast and more, KNBR app, YouTube, and KNBR socials.
Papa and Lund continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix, Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Out top to DiVincenzo. His shot won't go. Hartenstein the rebound. Hartenstein gets it out to Anunoby. DiVincenzo a three. Bang! Bang! Knicks take a 1-point lead.
Denver with the timeout. We are tied.
I love it. Don't call it. Tie ball game. Worst can happen. We go to overtime. Murray makes a move. There's Allen. The Nuggets have won.
Two of our favorites, Mike Breen with a rare double bang, and you got Harlan on the call. Man, those guys were awesome last night, on fire on those calls. Those are two of the best, man. That's really the great thing. And I mean, you as a play-by-play guy, you live for those moments, and you got to nail them, though, man. And boy, last night those guys nailed them both. Those are great calls.
Well, Mike's the voice of the Knicks, so that's a big call. And Kevin, he just had a great game. And what a game in Denver, and the Jamal Murray shot was one for the ages. But what the Knicks did, John, last night to come storming back, being down 5, the Jalen Brunson 3. First off, a wild scramble, and then the baseline out of bounds with Kyle Lowry, Josh Hart with the steal, and Hartenstein with the offensive rebound, and then the Dante's Inferno coming through. I mean, that's one of the – I was thinking of Spike Lee, remember with Indiana, what they did at the end to steal a game from the Knicks when he was a Pacer. And then you're going to play a game, when you look at it as far as, late game recoveries to come back, it was on this date 9 years ago, a baby-faced assassin named Steph Curry pulled it off against a guy named Anthony Davis.
Chance to tie it here for Golden State. Curry's got it. And Curry will let it go for 3. Comes up short. Offensive rebound. Curry again. And Curry hits a 3. Tie game.
I'm saying that's a great offensive rebound by Maurice Bates. Once he caught the basketball, it's amazing.
Maurice Bates, how about
was that? Brian Anderson on the call?
Yeah, how about that? VA.
He did the games 9 years ago with Grant Hill?
Yeah, I didn't even know that. That's when we listened to that before the show, we're like, BA. I didn't remember that he had done that, but there you go. Brian Anderson on the call.
Warriors were down 20.
Yep.
20 down going to the fourth quarter of that game, came storming back, and Mo Buckets, Maurice Spade, Steph missed one left above the break, got the offensive rebound and fed it right back to him. And that 3 tied the game in the corner, John. Really, Anthony Davis fouled him on that play. They should have been a 4-point play, and the Warriors win in regulation, but they wound up going to overtime. I think that was game 3 to go up 3-0, and then they wound up sweeping out Monty Williams and Anthony Davis and the Pelicans on the way to their first championship on this date 9 years ago. Wow.
Man, how about that? Sometimes I think to myself, that's the appropriate amount of time. Okay, that feels like that. I don't know, man, like you said, on the way to the first championship. Isn't that wild?
Yeah.
Man, that is crazy. So, anyway, there's some of the best stuff sound-wise, and some of our favorite broadcasters right there. The 3 of them, add BA to that list as well. A couple of things before we get out of here as well. Again, Thursday, we'll have the draft coverage for you. So 5 o'clock the draft starts. We'll be down at 49ers HQ. That's one of our favorite things. People on the text line asking us, yes, tomorrow we will be out at the patio. We'll be hanging out.
Yes. I don't believe Barbara and Mary Jane. Barbara's not going to be there. Barbara's having something done tomorrow. We'll be thinking of her and Mary Jane. But we will be at 58 Social tomorrow for an hour and 45-minute show. And then Sean Mania against Blake Snell tomorrow. But tonight, Luis Severino, former Yankee. Didn't he throw a no-hitter?
He did.
Not too long ago.
Yeah, he did.
And now he's a New York Metropolitan against Logan Webb tonight.
Yeah, that's a big one. And then tomorrow night, with us being in attendance, I believe that we're going to bring good luck to one Blake Snell.
Tomorrow in the daytime?
Yeah. Although I will say the other guy wanted Dylan Cease is 3-1 with a 182.
Did you see him last night in Denver?
He's the first guy ever to go 7 innings with 1 hit or less and no walks in the history of Coors Field. He's good.
Hideo Nomo threw a no-no there.
He did, yeah. So anyway,
he walked a few guys. He didn't. It wasn't a perfect game.
Yeah, I guess not. So I read that, but he's been good.
We'll be watching Giants and Mets, obviously, but big one tonight for Kevin Durant.
Really
and
big.
the Phoenix Suns at 4:30 our time in Minneapolis.
Yeah, make sure that goes. And one more thing that I just seen that I I just saw in my notes. Did you see this? Do you use Clear when you go to the airport? Do you use Clear?
I do. They're getting somebody wants to outlaw Clear.
Yeah, how about that? It says here, new California bill would ban.
Just in the state of California, right?
Yeah, new California bill would ban line skipping service Clear. It's not a line skipping.
Well,
like
you're paying for it.
Right.
You're paying for it.
And so what they're saying is, in the name of equity, if you don't want to wait, if you leave it, wait in the line, that's fine. It's your choice. You pay extra money. I love Clear. It's one of the greatest things ever.
It has saved me missing flights.
Right.
Only 50 times in my life.
I can't even believe that they're even talking about this.
And it's so easy to get. Have you gone through the whole TSA process to get access to that?
Yeah.
But that's like going in and getting a passport or something.
I'd rather do Clear.
It takes like a whole day to get it, doesn't it?
Yeah, Clear is so much easier. I like it a lot, and it's just as fast. And so I read that this morning, and I was like, come on. Like, that's a great invention.
But that was just proposed. It hasn't gone away
I hope it
yet,
doesn't.
right?
Yeah, that's what they're saying. So I hope that's not a thing.
No, I got it right here on my phone. I love when they put your eyeball.
Yeah, exactly.
You got to move back. Your eyes are too big, Marty Feldman. You don't
That's
need
what they
to be
do.
that
They
close.
tell me that too. Like, move back.
I love Clear.
Yeah. So anyway, that's a possibility. I certainly hope not.
No, I favor that.
Great stuff today. Appreciate Walter and Danny per usual. We had tremendous guests on to talk about the NFL draft. Sergio Romo's got his new role. That's starting today or tonight. Watch him with George Contos, Mark Spears, and we brought up the piece that Osler wrote on possibly trading Curry. That ain't happening. And Nick Baumgartner, not to be confused with Madison Bumgarner. There it is.
You're getting
that sound is better than porn.
You're sweating, aren't you?
Dude, I'm telling you, Papa,
sexy.
Papa rocking that hat looks like he plays in that era, or like he manages in that era.
Well, they got that jersey.
You know what
right?
they got coming up on Saturday is the Giants from the New York Giants.
I'm in with that. I like that.
Yeah, I want that New York Giants jersey.
I got the Bailey bobblehead. I was out there Saturday. Hell of a day on Saturday. Fun game.
Yeah,
fun game. There's one right here.
Well.
Yeah, you were there too, John. You didn't call me, John.
Yeah.
What's up, man?
We had a bunch of politics going on in my family that day.
Politics, family politics.
He
are
was
the best.
out in the kayak on the bay.
I would have loved to. That was sweet. Yeah, the kayak catch. That was nice.
You went to Belvedere for 420 with Clay, right, Pop?
Boy, that was.
I was there.
He said you were going up there. Yeah.
So where are you going on draft night? You're going to 21st.
I'll be at 21st Amendment. It'll be myself, John Dickinson, and Marcus Boucher, and we got a bunch of giveaways we're doing. We have prizes. We want to hang out with everybody while the draft is going on. You guys will be down at Levi's, and you'll throw it back and forth to us, and we'll kind of run down stuff that's going on. We'll get some fan reaction, and maybe the Niners are picking it at more than just one spot in the first round, and maybe it's not all the way at number 31. So we'll see how it shakes out, but it'll be fun. We got a big, expansive draft coverage, and Todd Husak joining us this year, joining you guys at Levi's. That'll be a lot of fun. He texted me last week, Greg, and he said, he calls me and he goes, hey, do you have like a draft packet? I'm gonna dive into a bunch of stuff this week. And he texts me back like 30 seconds later, he goes, never mind, I got it. I'm in. I'm good. So he's doing his homework.
It's called the internet. It's everywhere.
He was wondering if there was a specific pack we had, and he was like, no, I'm in. Because this guy's a college football junkie, too.
Yeah, he could do it without any of that.
I think he's doing his homework is what I'm saying. He wants to go.
Well, half the guys getting drafted are going to be Pac-12 guys.
Right. But quarterbacks, too.
Right.
All these quarterbacks.
Linemen.
Perfect guy. Good guy to have. Husak. So
perfect.
It'll be fun.
What do you guys got coming today?
We got Greg Cosell at 350, and we got Dante Whitner at 450. How about that?
Very nice. Now, those guys both know the
It's like November. That's what it feels like.
I know.
The weather and the guests. It's like November.
Is it better than a game, Copes? Is the draft actually better than a football game?
No, of course not.
Yes, it is.
No.
It's better than a lot of games.
Is it better than a game?
It's
no.
better than 75% of the NFL schedule.
Than a game.
That nothing can be better than the game. The game is why the draft
16
matters.
16 games because all 32 teams are playing at the
Jacksonville,
same
Tennessee
time.
on a Thursday night.
I'm there.
Better than the
loves
draft?
That game.
I didn't say that was better than the draft.
Well, that's what I just said.
So you're picking one bad game.
Well, no, but 75% of the games.
Dolphins Chiefs on a Tuesday.
Yeah, that's better.
We're getting one this year, right?
But that's other than that. I mean, there's a bunch of them. The playoffs are better. I'll give you that.
No such thing as a bad football game.
I think there are more good football games than bad football games in a season. On paper, that I'm looking forward to watching.
Mike Holler's
Tennessee Titans.
Titans versus anybody.
Anything that starts with Holler. Anything starts with Mike Holler, I want nothing to do with,
Anything, any Cardinals game, Titans game, Derek Carr Saints game. I mean, Panthers game.
Ooh, Panthers. I can get down with some. I can get down with some Panthers ball.
Oh, I know why. What's the spread? What's the render? That's all you're thinking about.
All I'm saying is I'm not winning any bets on draft night. I'm not a draft better. So
okay. All right, Tolbert and Cope's coming up right now. Pop, so we will see you tomorrow at the ballpark.
58 social, John. I'll have the Orange Bloodies waiting.
Yeah,
for you.
and Blake Snell better snap out of it. I'll tell you that right now. Or there's nothing I can do. All right, Tolbert and Cope's are next. KNBR AM and FM San Francisco. These Sports Leader, Cumulus Media Station.
Oh, boy!
The NBA brought him to the Bay, while his co-host was born and raised here.
Adam, that is great co-host work right there. That is amazing. You're lucky to have Adam, Tommy.
Oh, absolutely.
It's time for Tolbert and Copes. Let's get it on! Tom Tolbert.
Yeah, thank you. Now if I could ever get some beer.
And Adam Copeland.
Adam Copeland has arrived!
On KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
What is shaking? Adam Copeland, Tom Tolbert with you. We're going to be joined today by Dante Whitner and Greg Cosell. We're going to break down the draft a little bit, which Thursday we will be out at 21st Amendment, being out there hanging out. So anybody wants to come on by, watch us do this ridiculous thing called the show, and have some beer. Have some fine beer at 21st Amendment. I do got to say, though, I find it funny. It just kind of hit me that somehow Jim Peterson, one of my good friends, has just kind of inserted himself into our open. It's been there for quite some time.
Oh, dude, that is funny. That's a good
Every once in a while it hits
yeah.
me. It's just like, dude, Jim Petey's like just kind of inserted himself into the open there.
He's getting enough airtime in Minnesota.
It's
You know what I mean?
classic.
Come on, dude.
I'm not going to tell him, though. He's going to probably ask for royalties, whatever those are worth. Probably about the same as my basketball card.
Sure, like Mike.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly.
Somebody brought that up to me recently. It was like at a might have been at a Giants game this weekend. Some younger fan I was talking to goes, dude, I didn't know Tom was in Like Mike. And I was like, what do you mean didn't know that? We play the sound bites all the damn time. And he's like, I must not have registered that. I was like, what do you mean you did not know? I'm like, it's like been a bit on the show since long before I was on the show.
Yeah, man, it's hilarious.
So,
But just some of the stuff you get so used to hearing.
Yeah, right.
Because we hear it like every day. And just like all of a sudden it's like, the hell? I just kind of, it just kind of hit me for whatever reason that the Petey part of the show and doesn't even know it.
He's being complimentary of me, but keep my name out of your mouth, Petey, all right? I don't need to
if he's saying that, I would imagine you'd want his name in his mouth as much as possible. as long as he's
keep my name in your mouth, Petey, all right?
Keep my name in your mouth.
He's mean. He's 13.
There you go. There's a little Tom.
Yeah. Fantastic.
Dude, hell of a weekend. Some good. First of all, we get some good Giants ball on Saturday, and then some wacky officiating or umpiring on Sunday. That was a heck of a situation Sunday. Last night, pretty fun game, but really, NBA playoffs is what it was all about for me this weekend.
Oh, my God. There were some wild...
Rarely do I get into it like that, but yesterday, pound for pound, yesterday, one of the best... I'll qualify it by this. Maybe the best day of first-round basketball top to bottom that we've seen in a long time. How about that?
Yeah, it was just wild. It was wild not only because of the finishes, but because of some of the decisions that were made in both those games that had an effect on the game. Certainly the Philly-New York game was about the ending. And New York had an 8-point lead in the fourth, and Philly just went right by him, took a 5-point lead, and then one of the bigger gag jobs that I have seen. And I haven't seen the video yet. If Nick Nurse said he asked for the timeout like 2 or 3 times. Said he asked for it when Lowry had the ball underneath. I don't know when he asked for it. I did not get to see the camera angle of like when he asked for it because they're not going to give it to you late in the count. If it comes at like 4, they're not going to give it to you at that point. You got to ask for it before then. And then he said he asked for it when Maxey went down to the ground. By the way, I do think Maxey was pushed, and I think that very easily it maybe should have been a foul, but wasn't. But I don't know if Maxey ever had great control of the ball, so I'm not sure exactly when he asked for that timeout. I think he asked for it a little late, because he didn't have the ball in his hand.
That's kind of what I thought. He wasn't in possession totally.
But, just a complete and utter failure on so many levels on a simple out-of-bounds play. I went back and watched that 3 or 4 or 5 times.
What was that?
I'm just it was literally embarrassing. It's like they'd never inbounded the ball ever. And they knew pressure was coming. Of course you know pressure. There's 27 seconds left when that ball goes through the hoop. You know there's going to be pressure. And it was like they were just so unprepared for it. We just think we're going to inbound the ball. No big deal. We'll just kind of inbound the ball. But literally everyone, I've never seen that before. Everyone screwed that out-of-bounds play up. From not calling a timeout and then every player what they did. I was just sat there watching it going, these guys, it's like you just gave them a ball and go, okay, here's what's called an out-of-bounds play. You got to take it out underneath the bucket, and then everybody tries to kind of, you don't all have to, but it was embarrassing. Absolutely embarrassing.
Took me back to I remember this years ago. It was before I must have been in high school or maybe in junior college. I remember hearing Bill Walton talk about something like that on a bad inbound play that cost somebody a game. He went, you've got to teach inbound, but Rick Fox is the best inbound passer in basketball. I was like, dude, are we talking? I didn't even know how you qualify that. I didn't even know how to figure that out, but I remember it's one of my favorite lines ever by Bill Walton. Rick Fox, one of the best all-time inbound passers.
You there? Hello?
I was like, that's a hell of a take from Bill Walton. But we'll get back into these games.
Where would the Clippers be without Michael Olowokandi?
Where would they be? Don't forget the time.
Claus.
Don't forget the time he
dominating.
Dipped into a Robert Horry take with us that went about 15 minutes long, starting with his high school basketball career. The Robert Horry doesn't get the love as one of the all-time greats. Making some good points.
My favorite is when the Clippers were down 22 and they'd score 2 consecutive buckets, cut it to 18, and he'd say, oh, the Clippers right back in it.
That's so good. Tolbert & Copes with you on a Tuesday afternoon. We got a lot of good stuff coming your way. Greg Cosell, Dante Whitner are going to join us this afternoon. Like I said, it's like a November with the weather. We got a bunch of NBA to talk about and some NFL stuff to get into as it is draft week. But I will tell you, we got to wait for you to win tickets to go see the Imagine Dragons on October 20th, 2024.
Wow.
10/20/24. Tune in all week long between 2 and 6. It's going down at Shoreline Amphitheater. Again, on October 20th. We'll give you the cue to call. Be caller 10 to the studio, 415-896-KNBR. You'll win the tickets furnished by Live Nation. Official rules are at KNBR.com. Tim, what's the cue to call?
But I like you guys, so I'll tell you where it is. But first, I need to see something, okay? And it's going to involve both of you. I'm not going to lie to you. It's going to get weird. 2 dragons.
When you hear that, caller 10 in the studio, 415-896-KNBR, and you'll see the Imagine Dragons. You'll see Imagine Dragons, October 20th at Shoreline. Again, rules at KNBR.com, furnished by Live Nation. A heck of a night of playoff basketball in the NBA, from DiVincenzo's shot to what looked like a wrestling match at the Royal Rumble in that final seconds of the Knicks and 76ers game, to Jamal Murray's back-to-back step-back jumpers that end the attempt at the Lakers at evening that series at 1 game apiece. Just an absolute meltdown by LeBron and company. We'll talk more about that and the great night of NBA playoff basketball next, only here on the Sports Leader.
Shout out to you for supporting KNBR, Antioch's Sports Leader.
Mike Silver joined Murph and Marcus this morning and believes John Lynch not denying trading away Brandon Aiyuk leaves that door open. Listen to the podcast, KNBR.com, and the KNBR app.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Tolbert and Copes, or Tom Tolbert and Adam Copeland if you want to be formal about it. Got Google Nest? If so, listen to the sports leader at home. This is KNBR 104.5 and 680.
Out top to DiVincenzo. His shot won't go. Hartenstein the rebound. Hartenstein gets it out to Anunoby. DiVincenzo a three. Bang! Bang! Knicks take a 1-point lead.
4 seconds. 3 seconds left. Why are they not fouling? Jumper Murray. Got it to Horn! Denver mounts the comeback! They come back from 20 points down! They win game number 2! 101 to 99 is the final! And the Lakers can take that L on the way out!
Tell me a little something, KD. Don't you regret not coming to the Knicks?
Hell of a night of basketball. As 925 says, you say 1-1, it's 2-0 Nuggets. I said, no. A meltdown by the Lakers kept it from being 1-1. As what was as high as it got? I know it was 22 points
20.
at one point. 20?
No, I think it was 20. I think they got outscored.
Oh, no, you're right. I think it was 62-42, or it was. I think it got pretty high at one point. Maybe it was a little bit.
Outscored
68-48, that's what it was.
53 to 31 the last 10 minutes, the last 22 minutes of game time.
Oof.
They were up 20 with 10 minutes left to go in the third quarter and scored 31 points the rest of the game. I don't think Anthony Davis...
Lakers can take that L on the way out.
It's pretty funny.
Anthony Davis scored 2 points the rest of the game.
It's not good.
At the 10-minute mark. There was something interesting at that point that happened, but look, we'll start with the Philly game since that was the first game, because that was just, I mean... If you're Philly, I still think you're feeling okay, because I think Philly's better. I do. New York's good. They're scrappy. They got a bunch of scrappers on that team. My favorite guy on that team is Josh Hart. I mean, I love that guy. Dude had 15 rebounds. He's like a 6'7", 6'6" off guard. He's just a flat baller. 48 minutes. My man logged last night. I remember noticing he played 48 minutes against the Warriors when they beat the Warriors earlier this year at Chase. I was like, 40, this guy, because it was like fourth quarter. I was like, does this guy come off the court? And I was like, no, he hasn't. And then he didn't. And then nobody plays 48 minutes. I mean, this guy, he doesn't put up the biggest stats. That's Brunson. DiVincenzo leads the team in terms of three-point shooting percentage. And all that, and he just does everything. He rebounds, he defends, he's tough as hell. He can run the offense if you need him to. The only thing he really can't do is shoot threes, which he did at the end of game 1. He hit some big threes in that game, but he's just so good. But I mean, it's a really competitive series. Embiid's hobbled. You could tell that. I think that's the reason he wasn't grabbing. I know he's getting criticized for not getting any rebounds in the fourth quarter, but I mean, this guy was just, you could tell he's almost dragging that leg up and down the court and still going for like 34, 35 points. I mean, he's just so good. Him and Maxey are dynamic 1-2 punch, but give him credit. I mean, they battled back. They were down 8 in the fourth. They had a 5-point lead, and then they got the Knicks they're up 4 and got 2 stops on the Knicks. Lowry got fouled, made one of the 2 free throws, and then so the Knicks get the ball, right, with about, I don't know, it was about 39 seconds left, I think. Come down, fumble around the ball a little bit, and I give DiVincenzo credit on that possession because he dug out a ball that was loose, and if they wouldn't have got that ball, Philly would have had the ball up 5, and so he doesn't get the ball. Or he does get the ball, passes it out. Brunson hits that 3. A little bit of a fortunate bounce, front-rimmed it. and goes in. So here's where the fun starts. So Philly takes the ball out. Maxey, if I'm Lowry underneath the bucket, I'm looking at Maxey's up high right near the top of the key right side of the court. Embiid's in the middle of the court, and Harris and Batum left side of the court, about free throw line extended, kind of standing next to each other. So you know you're going to get pressure. So Lowry takes the ball out. First mistake is you don't run the baseline. He didn't even try to run. He didn't run the baseline. In fact, he ran like 2 steps left and planted himself underneath the bucket, which is the worst place to be, right underneath the bucket, because then you can't throw it to Embiid, because Embiid's standing in the middle of the court, so I can't lob it up to him because the damn basket's there, instead of running off to the left or running off to the right to give yourself a better angle. Maxey has to know that they're going to pressure. So as soon as that ball goes through, he's got to know as soon as Lowry touches that ball, Lowry should run right and Embiid should go as fast, or Maxey should go quickly, straight down. Steph does it great. You watch Steph at the end of games when he knows they're going to foul. He just beats him to a spot. He knows where his guy's going to go, Draymond or whoever's taking the ball out, and he just runs to that spot. Rarely teams will jump him, and they'll anticipate that, but usually they're a step slow. Step slow, you're toast. But Maxey kind of took his time. He waited till Lowry got the ball, and then he looked. He goes, "Oh, I need to get over there." By that time, Brunson's on him. By that time, DiVincenzo has a chance to turn his back on Lowry and pick up where Maxey is so they can double team him. So he goes left. Embiid's standing behind the bucket. Maxey is way too slow trying to get downhill to the ball. And then Harris and Batum are just standing there. Now, Batum, 71% free throw shooter. Okay, fine. Harris is a 87% free throw shooter. All he had to do was run straight downhill, veer into the inside a little bit, and then go straight, cut it in. And Lowry could have easily thrown it to him. And then New York can decide whether they want to foul at that point or not, because there would have been a 3-second differential. I don't know if New York had another timeout. I'd have to go back and watch it again. If they did have another timeout, they might have played it out, but they probably would have fouled. So 87% free throw shooter. They just stood there. They don't move the whole time. They just kind of stand there. So they're not in on the play. Embiid's behind the backboard, so you can't throw it to him. You can't lob it up to him or throw it to him. And Maxey's getting double teamed. So first mistake was you take the ball out, you run one side or the other, and then Maxey's got to come quick. If that doesn't happen right away, timeout. Immediately timeout. You turn to the ref as soon as you see, okay, let me look, don't have anything, timeout. Because you're not going to get that timeout with 4 seconds left. In fact, he didn't even ask for it. Nurse was the one that said he asked for it. But again, I couldn't get a great shot of that. So he runs left a little bit and then tosses it to, he didn't really run left. He just kind of tossed it to Maxey. He might have got grabbed, but he catches it and then it pops up. They knock it loose and it pops up. Second mistake was once Maxey got it and was on the ground, that should have been an immediate look at the ref's timeout. Immediately. He acted like he didn't have a timeout. So what did he do? He tried to throw it between a Knicks player's legs. I don't remember if it was Brunson and I think it was DiVincenzo, but it could have been. He tried to throw it between his legs. I'm like, what are we doing here? Literally, what are we doing? We have a timeout. Even a jump ball is better than that. That's something I would say that's the only time you would do that is first quarter. You don't want to waste a timeout. Let me just see if I can get it to a guy. But no one's going to be trapping you in the first quarter. Again, it looked like they had no idea what was about to hit him here. Oh my God, they're pressing. What do we do? So he tries to throw between DiVincenzo's legs. DiVincenzo gets the first three up. And this is where Embiid's knee, I think, really was a factor. Although no one boxed. I don't know why no one boxed Hartenstein out. But the biggest guy in the court.
Hell of a board by Hartenstein, too.
Yeah, he just ran. Well, he ran right down the middle. Right down the middle. And it was free runway right to the bucket.
I was thinking about you. I was like, you got to box out, man.
You got to box out. You got to hit him in the chops. Somebody's got to hit. Yeah, especially the biggest guy. The biggest guy you might want to get to. So he does a nice job getting that rebound. And then as he's falling, I think he threw it out to Anunoby. And then Anunoby threw it out to DiVincenzo, and DiVincenzo said, maybe once, but not twice, and then, bam, bucket. And it was, I was just stunned watching it. Like, what a complete, utter meltdown. I know Nick Nurse had sent a formal complaint to the league about asking for timeouts. He said they were looking right at him. But here's the thing. It matters when you ask for the timeout. Again, they're not going to give you that timeout if it's like 4 seconds left. They just won't do it. You got to do it before 3 usually. Is what I was always like. If you're going to call it early. They're not going to give it to you late. Especially when they get right to 4, they're not going to give it to you at that point. So I don't know when he called it, but it looked like when he was on the ground, it looked like he tried to call a timeout. But again, I'm not sure Maxey had complete possession of the ball. But still, forget the timeouts just for a second. I mean, again, it looked like they had no idea what was about to happen and weren't ready for it and never practiced it. Now, you go back and watch that. If you have anybody ever go back and watch that and watch those dudes just like, what's happening? What are we doing? They don't call timeout early. Lowry doesn't run the baseline. Maxey is late getting to where he wants to go to try to get the ball. Embiid just stands in the middle of the court. And Batum and Harris just stand there and watch the whole thing happen without even trying to get open. So it was almost like Maxey's going to get the ball or nobody's going to get the ball here. We're just not going to give the ball to anybody else. Like, it was one option. And the one option that they went to was the option the Knicks knew they were going to. That's why he was being double-teamed. But the fact that no one else moved and Lowry didn't run, it was like high school stuff. It really was. I mean, that was brutal. Because you should be able to get the ball inbounds. If you run the play properly, if you run a play, it's better. When you don't run a play, that's what can happen. Scramble, panic sets in, guys are freaking out. Oh, I got to get the ball inbounds. They're going to 5 seconds, going to run out. And then you panic again when you get the ball on the ground. You try to throw it between someone's legs. I mean, that was just complete and utter chaos, and it could have all been avoided. It could have all been avoided with a timeout. I mean, they could have called the timeout immediately. I know why Nick Nurse probably didn't, because if the Knicks score, they want to be able to have a timeout to advance the ball for themselves, because they had one timeout left. And with 27 seconds on the clock, it's reasonable to assume that if they foul immediately, then you miss one free throw, or they just let it play out, and you miss, they could call a timeout, advance it, and have maybe like 3 seconds to get a shot up. So, I mean, it's I still would have called the timeout. I would have said, look, let's just assume we're going to make 2 free throws. We have Maxey, 88% free throw shooter. Harris, 88% free throw shooter. Embiid's probably, I don't know what he is, 80+. He's a fantastic free throw. So they had guys that could make free throws. So it should have been, let's advance it. Let's just make sure we get the ball in. We have good free throw shooters. Get it to one of them. We hit 2, games over. If we make 1, then we'll worry about it at that point. But it was just, I was like jaw on the ground. Like, it just... And that's why I went back and watched it over and over and over again. I just could not believe that a team would not anticipate that and wouldn't figure out how to best attack it. It really was. It was like AYB basketball. Here's our best player. We have to get it to him. Nobody else wants to touch the ball. Let's make sure we get it to him when the other team knows that's who you're trying to get it to.
Yeah.
And that's what it looks like. That's exactly what it looks like.
And then there's all the pushing and shoving. We'll come back to this because these games don't get started or don't pick up again until Thursday night during John Lund's NFL draft. When that gets going on Thursday, then these games will be played again. And if you're coming out to the draft party, by the way, on Thursday, we'll be watching these games. We'll be watching the draft out at 21st Amendment Brewing. Make sure you come out. But a little bit later, we do have to talk about how demoralizing of a loss that was for the Lakers. And then LeBron making excuses.
Heart snatched.
Making excuses. I'm like, I love the teams that, I mean, nobody's going to file a grievance about officiating when they win. But, when teams lose, turned around and hammered the Sixers, by the way. We'll come right back to this in just a little bit. We do got to get to some of your calls and thoughts a little bit later on this very next topic because the latest on Brandon Aiyuk. I was out yesterday. I didn't get to react to John Lynch's presser. I got a thought on what it was that he had to say. Also, was asked by Matt Mayoko if they've given permission for Brandon Aiyuk to seek a trade. We'll talk a bit about that next. And then we'll get into your thoughts on all this, plus a big ol' NBA grab bag. It is a Tuesday afternoon. Brandon Aiyuk, a 49er, at least for now, only here on the Sports Leader.
sound right, boy. It sound right, boy.
Tolbert and Copes continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix, Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Dude, the Stones on John Lund, who in our face-off today, did you hear him, Tommy? He was like, yeah, don't you think the draft is better than games? I was like, what?
Excuse me, what?
That's exactly, I said, no. No, I don't think the draft.
Hell yeah.
I said, dude, the draft doesn't have any intrigue unless there are games to be played after said draft, right? So we'll get plenty into this a little bit later. I get
the
you,
draft
Dad.
is better than games. He's one of those guys that probably say the crust is the best part of the pizza.
Yeah, he's like, dude, don't you eat the crust first? Dude, I love cupcakes.
Hell yeah.
Whenever I get a cupcake, I always peel off the bottom part and I eat that, and then I throw away the rest. Same with muffins. I eat the muffin bottoms only.
That's what I do with pizza. I just eat the crust and throw away the pizza. So it doesn't even really matter what toppings I get.
Yeah, okay. What toppings you want? Doesn't matter. Put whatever the hell you want on it. It's into the
Doesn't matter.
We'll get into this.
Some crust.
It's a good riff. We'll get back into this a little bit later this afternoon. So I was out yesterday, and John Lynch had a press conference. I don't know why he did that when I was out. I was like, dude, I'm back tomorrow. Just do this tomorrow. I'll react live, you know? But we got to get into this a bit here. So here's I guess, the comment in question. Matt Mayoko asked John Lynch if they've been given permission to seek a trade of Brandon Aiyuk. Here's the interaction.
Given permission to his side to go?
I'm not going to get in all those details. We're really focused on BA being part of us. He's under contract, and we're looking forward to that.
And prior to that, he talked a little bit more extensively about the conversations with Brandon Aiyuk's side. When he opened it up, I guess is what it sounded like, right? Where he opens up the presser, talks more about, hey, this is about the draft. I know you guys have to do your job and ask these questions. I will say the conversations have been good. And then Mayoko follows up with that. And he cuts him off right there and says, I'm not going to get into that. So I guess the difference sounding in tone or discussion about this is I think we all very much assumed Nick Bosa would just be back, right? I think we all kind of agreed there's no way they're going to let Nick Bosa leave. They need that position. Because they have so many more expensive players here and they're in a different spot, Brandon Aiyuk I'd say still he's the best receiver on the team. And given the option between he and Deebo Samuel, we'll talk more about this a little bit later, and we'll get the caller's thoughts on this. But given the choice between the two as a better receiver, I think everybody is picking Brandon Aiyuk. My thought to this is Brandon Aiyuk, in my opinion, sounds to me more like if John Lynch is going to shoot this down and even acknowledge responding to this, it sounds more to me, and this is just my interpretation, that Brandon Aiyuk may be more about getting his dollar amount than about being a 49er. The 49ers want him here, but they want him here at the right price. Yes. Brandon Aiyuk knows that he's wanted. We've heard rumors about the Steelers, potentially a team that might be willing to give up a first-rounder. If there's any truth to that or merit, who knows? But if there is merit to that, other teams know that John Lynch has been given permission to seek a trade for Aiyuk because his side is out there trying to figure out where the best landing spot would be and if they could work something out to get him the dollar amount that he wants. That's my initial reaction to that. So Mike Silver then joined the morning show earlier today, Murph and Marcus, after he posted a new article. And in the article, he writes, quote, anything's possible. The 49ers are seeking a first-round pick for Aiyuk. They're still far apart on a new contract. Deebo Samuel has been assured that he will not be traded during the NFL draft, which, by the way, I'd assure if I was going to trade a guy in the draft, I would absolutely assure him it's not happening. Who cares? Who gives a damn? Like, if I do flip him, what's he going to do about it? Like, there's nothing that can happen, right? That's exactly what I would do. Dude, don't worry. You are here 100% until you're not, right? Until we get something that allows us to keep Aiyuk. Silver added on Murph and Marcus today that Lynch is not, he added that not shooting down a trade for Brandon Aiyuk leaves that door open. Here's Mike Silver.
I mean, he clearly was not unequivocal. He did not say we are not trading him, which he kind of was with Bosa. So, but, all my reporting tells me that that is accurate. They are considering all possibilities. They have kind of back channel put out feelers, I know, to at least one team, wondering if that team had some interest. Other teams are very aware that he is, quote, in play, but they're not dumping him. In other words, you've got to offer them something that they think is enough, and so far that hasn't happened. They seem to be dug in on a first-round pick, though that could theoretically change. Where in the first round, I think is an issue, and then Buckner is a good thing to look at, right? Because they were able to get the 13th overall pick in that draft, so. The value of that, they believed, was, okay, we're going to pay Armstead instead of Buckner. We will trade Buckner. We'll get the 13th pick. We'll be able to replace him. Now, that part didn't go so well, but in their minds, that's what they were thinking. That was the same draft, by the way, where they traded back up from 31 to 25, I believe, to get Brandon Aiyuk. And, he's matured. He's developed. He's everything you'd want.
I would say that a week ago today, Brandon Aiyuk being traded, I would have said like 20%. Today, after all these comments and after the reporting, I'm feeling more like 40 to 45%. Where are you?
Oh, I still think it's low. I do. All this contract posturing. Now, of course they're going to keep Bosa. Those guys are harder to come by than a wide receiver. Wide receivers are much easier to come by than defensive ends.
And in this draft.
Especially defensive ends that have won NFL Defensive Player of the Year. Those guys are really tough to come by. So, yeah. But I still come back to this. This team is built to win a Super Bowl now. Brandon Aiyuk can help them win that Super Bowl now. If you draft a receiver, is that receiver going to come in and help you win a Super Bowl? Is he going to be capable of giving you 90% of what Brandon Aiyuk gives you? And it's not like they have a bunch of receivers behind him waiting. They have Jennings. Period. Like, stop. That's what they have. So not only do they need to keep Aiyuk, they still need to draft another wide receiver because they need to have one. Like, if they had one waiting that'd been in the system for a year or two, and you thought, okay, he's ready to step in and be a playmaker. He's ready to step in and contribute. They don't have that guy. And it's not like people just step into Shanahan's system and like all of a sudden they're like, hey, that guy's a man. I mean, it takes a little while. And we know he can be tough on receivers. We've seen it. He was tough on Aiyuk. So I just think the time they've invested in him, the window of winning a Super Bowl being still pretty wide open, I can't imagine they do it. Why would you do it this year? You don't have to sign him to a contract. He could play his fifth year of his contract.
What if he doesn't? What if he holds out and then you don't have the receiver or anything back for him?
Well,
I'm just saying if there are things on the table, that's one of them.
I mean, is he going to sit out the last? I mean, you're under contract.
I know. I don't know. But football players do this.
Sit out the last year of your career, just say, screw it, I'm not playing.
It's the only job.
But not only are you under contract, you can be franchised. So, I mean, in theory, they don't want to do this, but they could have him for 3 more years. Because you could franchise a guy twice. So they could have him for 3 more years.
But wouldn't the franchise rate be higher than what they pay him annually anyway?
I would think so.
So then
that's why you wouldn't
do that. So you would just, and this is my thing, is I wonder where the market is for him, and this is why I can't get myself to like over a 50% chance that he's going to be traded. And again, this is just how I feel today after hearing these comments. I thought last week it was pretty low. I feel more like it's a possibility, but I can't remember exactly my feelings on the Debo thing. I never thought Debo was getting traded. I never really thought that was happening, but I also didn't see reason that, one, the team wasn't in the exact same spot as it is now. It's much better prepared to win a championship and set up that way. But I also wonder, based on the first-round talent in this year's draft at that position, how much of a market's even there? How many teams are poised to win right now, like the 49ers, and need a player like Aiyuk, or where he would make them that caliber? That's a small thing. So why not go the inexpensive route if you're a team that's building towards that anyway? Use your draft capital, take a first-round receiver, and go from there. So that's where I think some could play into the Niners' favor here, that there's not a market out there for a guy like him, for a team that's willing to pay that amount of money to a skilled position player, because it would have to be a team that he becomes the number 1 or the number 2 and is poised to win on that offense. Because why would a team do that? Why would a team spend tons of money on a receiver? It's like going to get a closer or a big bullpen arm if you're a mediocre team, right? Like what are you helping yourself with there?
Well, I think I won't say we will know, but I think we'll have we'll I would say 90% no by Thursday. Because if he's not traded by Thursday, then what are you going to do?
Not on day 2. No, if he gets moved, it's day 1. Yeah.
Player? I mean, you just so I don't think it's got to be. You could get a number 1 for him. Maybe you have to get back a 5th or something like that. One of those deals where you swap draft picks. You got to give him a 5th and Brandon Aiyuk, and they give you a 1, so it's not just a flat 1. Although the later you get in the draft, that's where the Niners really perform. So I don't know if
give us 4 5s.
Give us 4
5s.
Yeah. Okay, can you do that?
They'll all be all pros too, like within a year and a half. Right.
We want 4 5s. Really? Yeah, we want 4 5s. Really. So I still put the percentages pretty low. Again, we could pick any percentage we want, and if you get it wrong, you can go, yeah, but I said 30% chance. They had a 30% chance of not getting moved, or an 80% chance of getting. So it's right there. I just don't think it's going to happen. I do not think it's going to happen, just because of the window. They don't have anybody to replace him. He's still under contract. The Niners have the leverage in this situation, so I do. I think they're going to get it done. Or he'll just be here next year and play out his contract. But I think he'll be a Niner next year. I wouldn't be shocked, like, oh my gosh, that came out of nowhere. Of course, it's not going to come out of nowhere, but I don't think it's going to happen for a variety of reasons.
Gearzilla on the YouTube chat says, I understand Copes' point. It just feels like all smoke from the media, and Lynch has to stay neutral in his comments. I don't see anyone giving up a boatload for Brandon Aiyuk, nor will the 49ers give or take any less than like a first rounder for him. He said, all of that being said, I can't wait for NBA grab ass. I love that from Gearzilla. We want to hear from you, though, first. 415-808-KNBR, 415-808-5627. Mike Silver says Deebo Samuel was assured he will not be traded during the NFL draft, which to me is a hilarious thing. Like, was Deebo like, oh, whew. Thank goodness. Okay. Good to know. Good to know. Thanks, John. Between Aiyuk and Deebo, if one of them's got to be traded, not which one do you think, who would you trade? 415-808-KNBR. Who would you trade and who gets you more value? At 808-KNBR, you can check in on the Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line, the YouTube chat. You can check in on twitch.tv/The Sports Leader. 808-KNBR. Who would you trade between Aiyuk and Deebo? Your call's next on The Sports Leader. The Giants won 5-2 over the New York Mets with a new fancy light show for Camilo Doval. Club Camilo. What do you think of Doval's entrance last night? Let us know on our socials at KNBR.
Listen anywhere, anytime on the KNBR app. Now back to Tolbert and Kurps.
Tolbert, Kurps, how you guys doing, man?
Okay, dude.
On the Sports Leader.
Tolbert and Kurps with you on a Tuesday afternoon. We are still going to catch up coming up, by the way, at 3:50 with Greg Cosell, senior producer of NFL Films, and then Dante Whitner at 4:50. 808 KNBR 415-808-5627, the number to call and text to get involved in the conversation about who you would rather trade if one of either Debo or Brandon Aiyuk gets moved on or before draft day. Mike Silver reporting and telling Murph and Marcus this morning that Debo was assured he is not getting traded on draft day, which I think, again, is the most hilarious thing that GM can tell somebody, because once you trade them, who cares? Like, you don't have to deal with that anymore. Out to the Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line. 619 checks in and says, you should extend Brandon Aiyuk. That brings his cap hit down for the 2024 season. Trade Debo next offseason. If you do it now, it's $25 million dead cap hit. And you could draft Malachi Corley, he says, in the second round on Friday. He would take over for Debo. I do know the Malachi Corley-Debo comps, only because that's how I became aware of him as a potential fit there. People were saying that. I'm not as familiar with all of the cap hits and how that all works and the dead money and all that. I do know that the trading Debo next offseason is a cheaper option, and what he's saying would be, or this texter saying would be true about a Brandon Aiyuk cap hit for this year. If you extend him, that's why you'd want to extend him. He doesn't want to go into this season, get hurt, be a free agent, and he's got nothing to fall back on there. Also, you don't want to have the cap hit against him this year. You also don't want to have to franchise him. That would be more expensive as well. 925 on the text line says, trade Debo. Says trade Debo, marry Aiyuk, kill Burford. That's a pretty good text there for the 925.
Oh, no.
I like that. 623 says, can you just say NBA grab bag so that I can hear that soundbite? I did. I just said it there.
NBA grab bag.
408 checks in, says testing out trade value tells the 49ers Aiyuk's value in the trade market. Testing out trade value tells Niners Aiyuk value in the market to help with salary negotiations. Do you buy into that?
Yeah. Yeah, more information you get, the better. I mean, a lot of it is informational kind of fact-finding to see what the market would be. And, you know, I'm sure they're not going to tell you everything, but you get a sense for how teams may value your players. And I think that a lot of times that was why they used to put so many guys on waivers in baseball, just to kind of see how many people would claim him, and if they claimed him, what
big
they
names all the time.
Might,
I see him out there.
Yeah, might be offering for him, stuff like that. So I mean, I think everyone tries to get more information on their own guys. They're the ones that are going to have the most information because they're guys, but. My guys.
My guys.
I think, but I think they, the more information they can get from the outside, this kind of lets you know how he's viewed and what potentially, if you were to move him, what you could be expecting to get. You can plan accordingly. So, yeah, I buy that.
Let's go out to the phone lines here. Scott is in Fairfield. 808 KNBR is the number to call. Who would you trade, Debo or Brandon Aiyuk, if you had to trade one? Scott is in Fairfield. Who are you trading, Scott?
Hey, guys. I think it's a no-brainer. I'm going with Debo. Love Debo. Love what he's done for us since he's been here. But he's getting older. He's dealt with the injuries. In my eyes, Brandon Aiyuk is a true wide receiver. His chemistry him and Purdy have, you got to keep that going for the team, for Purdy, just to see his growth keep going. And I think you don't do it this year, but you look at it next year, teams are going to see the value in Debo as far as, he's a runner, he gets injured, he takes more, but his salary decreases, I think, next year is what I remember reading correctly. So I think that's the gamble you take, and you extend Aiyuk, keep him long-term, and potentially look at Debo, trade him next year.
Appreciate the call, Scott. Thanks so much. So the way this works is Debo's currently on the second year of a 3-year, $73.5 million deal with 58 of it guaranteed. Devontae Smith signed the 3-year, $75 million contract this offseason. Seems like Aiyuk wants to get paid more than Debo and Devontae Smith, and I think that would be warranted. Would you agree with that?
Yeah, I would think so. I don't know how much more. I don't. Do you want to? I guess you probably want to sign him before Jefferson signs his extension, don't you?
Yeah. Yeah, please. I'd like that.
But, I mean, he's not going to get anywhere near that. No. I don't think.
We don't want him sniffing right up under it.
You don't want to.
I don't want him to sniff like, oh, that's what he got. Then I should be getting right below that. Like you don't want that. You don't want that thought.
No.
No, I don't think so. I think he should get more than Debo.
Yeah, I would agree with that. I would agree.
And I think he's better than Smith,
and it's a couple years beyond the contract too. So everybody's getting paid a little bit more, and everything kind of price of living and all that all that good stuff.
Cost of living.
Yeah, cost of living. So, yeah, I would say so. But I don't know what it is. I don't know if he's looking for a 3-year, 4-year, 5-year. Who knows? I know one thing the Niners have been able to do is pay big signing bonuses, just like straight cash homie out of the gate, so they can lower the cap hit.
Debo got a $24 million signing bonus.
Exactly. So it lowers the cap hit as the contract progresses.
It's the way they were able to get McCaffrey too. Remember, so much of his salary for that year had been already handed out in bonuses that it was they were able to acquire him and not have a major cap hit.
Exactly. So yeah, I mean, look, I think he deserves it. He deserves that kind of money because I think what Devontae Smith is getting, and Devontae Smith isn't even the best receiver on the team. I mean, A.J. Brown's the number 1. Devontae Smith's the number 2. So, and he got a
my fantasy team found that out this year too, by the way.
Yeah, yes, they did.
Pretty easily. Yeah.
Yes, they did. So yeah, I would say that's probably a template for it. That you're probably looking at 26-ish, maybe 27 tops, something like that. Maybe with a little bit more in the signing bonus. But I wouldn't say he deserves a ton more than Debo. But maybe a little bit more than Debo, but who knows? I have no idea really how they kind of gauge these things, and him and Debo are so different. They're just so different. It's hard to even look at, like, okay, if he gets this, what does he get? I don't know, because they're different. They play wide receivers, but they're totally different wide receivers. But that, to me, probably sounds like the way to go. Extend Aiyuk, and then look to move Debo next year.
Well,
and not that I want to move Debo, because I love Debo. I mean, he's. I mean, again, I'll keep saying it over and over again. I think him and Kittle are the heart and soul of the team. At least, if you're gonna have 3 or 4 players, there are 2 of them, and you want to keep those guys. But he is getting a little more injury prone. The way he plays leads you to believe he's not going to be less so moving forward. He's such a physical player, so he may be that guy that. We talked about this a few months ago. You're gonna have to start getting rid of guys when Purdy gets his new deal. Who are the guys that are not going to go?
Not expendable, but guys who you're going to keep.
Yeah,
right.
Yeah, down to the guys that you don't want to let them go, but they might be the ones that have to go. And for me, he was always first on that list, just because of the injury. Kittle will probably be another one. I mean, Bosa will be here for sure.
You need him, right?
Probably going to be here. I can't imagine McCaffrey going anywhere. I mean, even if when it's time for them to resign him, I just can't imagine him going anywhere. He knows what life's like on the other side. He knows what life's like when you're not winning. So I think he'll be here for another 4 or 5 years, or until he really starts declining. I think he's going to be the running back. He was clearly the engine last year, but this is why it's so important to try to win that Super Bowl now. Because you're going to have to make some real tough decisions starting next year.
Well, many people have checked in both on the Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line and on the KNBR Twitter account. We put out the same question to the tweeters out there. Who would you trade between the two? Our guy at Michelob TFS says they won't need to trade Aiyuk. Sign Aiyuk and trade Debo away after the 2024 season, kind of like one of our callers was saying just a few minutes ago. That's the answer. Aiyuk is far too important to the QB position. I'm with you on that. By the way, everybody's saying the salary jump happens this year. Do you know what Debo's salary jump was? So they spread out that bonus still. So he got a $24 million bonus on the 58 guaranteed, a $71.5 million deal. What happens is he got $1.08 million last year in base salary and a 4.8 bonus. It jumped to 20.92 this year for 2024 for his base salary. Pretty good jump, $19 million jump.
Very, very nice jump.
And then next year it drops down to 16.01. They do have an out after 2025, or an out in 2025 is the way that goes. Let's go to Rob. Okay. Rob is in San Mateo. 808 KNBR is the number to call. Who would you trade, Debo or Brandon Aiyuk, if you were going to move one? Rob in San Mateo, you're on the Sports Leader.
Hey, Tolbert. Hey, Coach. How you guys doing today?
What's up, dude?
What up?
Nothing much. Tom, I think I have to disagree with you, man.
Okay.
As much as I like BA, I think the way
Take your time.
Take your time. You got it. You good. Okay. Why, so what did you disagree with Tom about?
Debo.
Why do you want to keep Debo?
I think just based on the way our offense is, I think Debo is a little bit more critical to our offense because of what he can do in the backfield along with McCaffrey. And don't get me wrong, I think BA is a great receiver, but based on our offense, I think Debo is a little bit more integral, and that's why I would keep Debo over BA. But
okay,
honestly,
I disagree with you, but I see what you're saying. I would say this. I would say I don't think he's as critical as he was before McCaffrey got here. Because McCaffrey does a lot of the stuff that they were asking Debo to do.
Sure.
They just didn't have anybody that could do what Debo did. Now they do have, and he's like their main guy. So what you need from him, like being that incredible Swiss Army knife, they don't really need it as much as they did back then. He doesn't run the ball as much as he did back then. And look, I'm with you. I'm a huge fan of his. The only component for me is Aiyuk's more of a true wide receiver, and Debo is older than Aiyuk, but he's missed some time recently with injuries, and I just don't know that the way he plays, that he's not going to continue with those problems. Like, he might not, but he is such a physical player. I mean, he is so physical that I just think that it's hard for me to invest more money into him. Like, I don't see them signing him to another contract after this one. And I just think Aiyuk is an elite receiver. I still think Aiyuk, the arrow's pointing up on him. I still think he's ascending. So for that reason, and look, I'm not going to completely or at all discount what you're saying, because he does fit that. Debo does fit that offense perfectly. He does do what Shanahan needs. He does give him that Swiss Army knife. It's not an easy situation. And when I say I would keep Aiyuk, and here's why, it's not a no-brainer for me. I'm not saying, oh yeah, of course I'd take Aiyuk, but I would take him for those reasons.
Do you think if they offered them both up in a trade that Debo would get the same value or less?
No.
More?
No.
Less?
No, I think he'd get less.
I think so too. I think he'd
get less.
It's a Draymond impact almost.
I don't think Debo. I don't think a lot of teams are equipped to use him like the 49ers.
He's more valuable to the Niners than other teams.
Yeah, and I think Aiyuk would fit in anywhere.
I'm with you.
I think he's going to be. He would fit in anywhere. Not like Aiyuk can. I mean, Debo can play anywhere. There's no doubt about that. But I believe that they would get more for Aiyuk. I believe if they had like a poll around the league, I think the value for Aiyuk's higher than the value for Debo.
Out to the Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line, 808 KNBR is the number to call or text. 925 says, any concern that Aiyuk has a down season like Debo did after the offseason drama of his deal? Yeah, it's always what happens. Yeah, you saying the guy might get paid and then have a down year? I mean, Bosa didn't have a great season this year relative to statistical seasons he's had in the past. I don't know that that's ever anything to put on a guy like that. I mean, Debo had a great season this year, I thought. Aiyuk had a fantastic year playing into what was a prove-it type of contract potential offseason for him. Bosa held out. And again, sometimes it's about getting up to speed, but I also think the Niner defense in general wasn't as good as we thought. So who knows? I think Aiyuk's been better with Purdy at QB than prior to Purdy as well. Fair to say with that? I mean, he's the best quarterback he's had. I think he's been better with Purdy. A lot of Aiyuk's great success has come with Purdy under center. 415 says, of all the crap being thrown around about the draft and trades and signings, the one thing I do agree with is that Kittle and Debo are the heart and soul of the team, and this team reflects their personality. I'm with that.
Yeah, again, that's why I've said that I think they provide more to that team than stats. Like, they just, the way they play. And defense, you kind of expect to be physical, but they're just physical all over. And offensively, it starts with those two guys. Because you're talking about a wide receiver and a tight end that not only are willing blockers, they relish blocking, and they're really good. I mean, Kittle's a dominant blocker, and when you get that, just permeates through a whole team. Like linemen, okay, you expect linemen to block. That's their job. That's what they get paid to do. But when wide receivers are blocking, and even feature backs are out there blocking, that says something, that everyone's committed. And these guys even more so than that. Not only do they block, when they catch the ball, I mean, are there really two more fun guys in the league to watch when they have the ball than Kittle and Debo? I mean, there are some that are really fun to watch, don't get me wrong, but these guys are just, I mean, they're like, oh, you want me to try to miss you, or you want me to run through your teeth? I mean, these guys are, again, you don't see wide receivers as physical as Debo, and tight ends can be physical too, but they usually can't run and have the wiggle that Kittle has. Like, he can make guys miss, but he's just like, I'm going to hit this dude.
Yeah, right.
I'm just going to run through him. And then, like, another guy has to pile on, like, dog pile to, like, take him down because he's just – and I've said it in the past, like, maybe he should be a little less physical, try to get, like, every third of a yard. Like, there's a law of diminishing returns here. Like, you're not getting the ROI you want on that third of a yard. It cost you a little bit of flesh on that one. But, look, that's the way he plays. That's the way Kittle plays. He's a maniac out there. And Debo's the same type of physical guy that he just wants to hit dudes. So I think that does give them an edge, and it gives them kind of the backbone for what they are as a football team. So when they do leave, if they leave or just retire, like, they're definitely going to miss that from those guys, because that's hard to replicate. Like, either you have that or you don't have that. And look, I know Iowa, you got to block at Iowa, and they have good tight ends at Iowa. But you look at all the receivers, like, and I haven't watched Laporta enough or Hutchinson enough, Fant enough. Those guys went to Iowa too. Fant. And I know you got to block when you go to Iowa. I don't remember watching those guys do what he does. Like, he's different.
He's pancaking guys.
Iowa. They're all really good, but he's just different. And those are like things you can't replace. So I'm hoping they stay as long as possible. But again, if you're asking me to choose, then I'm taking Aiyuk. It's not a decision I'm like, oh yeah, it's an easy one. I want to make that decision. But that's the NFL, man. When your quarterback starts making money, you have to make those tough decisions. Do you think Kansas City wanted to get rid of Tyreek Hill? Like, you know what? I'm kind of tired of him.
They won more without him.
Yeah. But I would. I bet you right now, if you asked him, hey, would you like Tyreek Hill back? Sure. If he'd come back at a decent price, we'd love to have him back. But what are you going to do? Where are you going to go? You have to make decisions, and that's the decision I would make.
Teams get expensive. Where are you going to go? We got time for one more call here. Rosenbag in San Jose. Rosenbag, who you trading, Debo or Aiyuk? You're on the Sports Leader.
Good afternoon, fellas. First off, hope you're having a wonderful day.
You too.
Appreciate it. I would go with Debo only based on availability, but I also look at it in a different way too, because when Debo was injured, we fumbled the bag and lost a few games as well. So, I mean, it kind of can go both ways. But if you're going to give me anybody, it's going to be Aiyuk based on ability alone, and I can't really see any other way around that. I agree with Tolbert. There you go.
Appreciate the call, Rosenbag. Yeah, something that a texter brought up earlier too is he's an elite pass or a run blocker. Is Brandon Aiyuk? How much does your run game lose if you don't have Aiyuk out there? That's something that we can talk about at 350 with our guy Greg Cosell and at 450 with Dante Whitner. One more text here on the Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line says, any concern Purdy goes full diva now that he's rolling in all that corn seed money? No, I don't think so. I think we're good. We got a bunch of other good texters and texts that I'll get to here in just a few minutes, but we got to get back into what happened yesterday. Last night in the NBA, we went through the Knicks game, we went through the Sixers game. How about, let me ask you this, Tom. Would you be surprised if I told you that LeBron has an excuse for what happened last night?
No.
Well, you're going to hear about it next. LeBron and the Lakers biff a 20-point lead over the defending world champion Denver Nuggets. They're now down 2-0 in that series, which resumes on Thursday during John Lund's NFL Draft. We'll get more into the game winner from Jamal Murray next on the Sports Leader.
Using the #1 corn seed on the market.
KNBR Draft Show is happening this Thursday live at 5 as Greg Papa, John Lunn, and Todd Husak react to the picks from Levi's. Go to KNBR.com and the KNBR app for more details. Colbert and Coach back with you here on a Tuesday afternoon. Plenty to get to when it comes to the game from last night. We're having some technical stuff behind the scenes. We'll get all that taken care of momentarily here. But we got the two huge NBA tilts from last night, the two playoff games that were in Game 2, Sixers and the Knicks, which came down to the game-winning shot from Dante DiVincenzo, and then, of course, the game winner from Jamal Murray over the Lakers. So the Nuggets took a 2-0 lead. By the way, I had Nuggets money line in that game. Took it when they went down early, and then mid-third quarter, I was like, whatever. Loss. That's fine. I can swallow that. Then do that hell of a finish. Jamal Murray, a couple of step-back jumpers. After, who was it that cut through the lane? D'Angelo Russell at one point cut back through the lane with about a minute left, gave him the lead. Then LeBron had a layup that gave him the lead after a Jamal Murray shot. and the step-back game-winning buzzer beater for Jamal Murray. Everybody goes nuts. Just your reaction to that highlight, to that taking off.
I mean, that game might have just snatched the Lakers' heart from them.
It was demoralizing.
Because that was one. Look, the Nuggets missed so many open shots. Like, I think the score was not deceiving, but the Nuggets don't miss those shots very often. So that was like a perfect opportunity to go in there and take that game. And LeBron was doing his thing, and AD was incredible for the first 2 quarters and 2 minutes. D'Angelo Russell had 7 threes. They were just playing really, really well. Defense was really good, but they did give up open shots. So the defense wasn't as good as it appeared. But I thought they did play some good defense. But there were times they were just Jamal Murray's missed some open shots, and it just. So here at the 10-minute mark, Denver calls timeout, and Mike Malone decides to put Aaron Gordon on Anthony Davis. And from that point on, I think he scored 2 points the rest of the game. Now, it wasn't all Aaron Gordon, but Aaron Gordon's defense is much more suited to guard Anthony Davis. He's big, he's athletic, he's strong. He's not going to be at a quickness or athletic deficit to Anthony Davis. Not quite as big as AD, but big enough. Whereas Jokic, they're putting him in a lot of pick and rolls, getting AD going downhill. I think at one point it was 14 for 15 from the field. And then they just stopped. Like, as soon as that happened, now I'm not going to say it was just because that happened, but when they switched Aaron Gordon over to Anthony Davis and put him on him with at the 10-minute mark, I think they scored 31 points the rest of the game. That was it. 31. They had 68 points through 26 minutes of game time, and then scored 31 points the last 22 minutes of game time. Like, their offense just, it was like it ran out of oil. It was just, the brakes were just slammed on. So once the game got close, Denver always has the ace in the hole. They have the Murray-Jokic pick and roll.
Yeah.
And it's about as devastating a play as there is in the league. I mean, you have 2 tremendous players. One is an incredible shot maker in Murray, and he wasn't last night until he needed to be. And then you have the best player in the game, who's an incredible decision maker. You drop it off to him, he can shoot that little 14, 15-footer, take a dribble, get down the lane, shoot a little 7 or 8-footer. He could back AD in, like just kind of turn his back on him and do what he had to do. Or he can take a dribble and just flip it up to Aaron Gordon. And we've seen Aaron Gordon come flying in from the baseline for that dunk. I mean, it is a devastating play. They get so many good shots out of that, and they just run it over and over and over and over. I was a little surprised the Lakers went away from the AD LeBron pick and roll, or maybe they were running a different variation of it and they just weren't getting as good looks at it. But like, you can't ask for much more from Anthony Davis and LeBron James. I mean, those guys were busting their ass out there and they were playing so well. And you also get 7 threes from Russell. You're thinking that's a game we got to win because they're not making their shots. And it's like that championship medal. Like, they've been through it. They know what they need to do. And that crowd got going. You can see the Lakers looked a little tired. That's what 52-80 will do for you. For people that think that's all in the head, trust me, it is not. That altitude kicks your ass. It's hard at the beginning, and it gets hard at the end. And they just wore him down. And then Murray does what Murray does. Guys like, damn, Michael Jordan the last 5 minutes of the game. He just doesn't miss shots.
Yeah, he's nuts.
I mean, he could not buy.
He's done this before too. He's done this before.
Yeah.
Remember the bubble? Yeah. He and Donovan Mitchell going back and forth. I think they might have both had 50 or something in that game.
Yes.
And they were trading blow. Like, he's done this a lot at the end of games. He's clutch.
He is big time clutch. So it's just, again, it is a brutally tough play to stop. And the Lakers don't have, nobody has that play. Nobody has anything like the equivalent of that play. Like, we know we're going to this, and we know we're getting something good out of it. And we have not only the best basketball player in the game today involved in the play, we have the best decision maker in the game today.
Yeah.
And then what was great, I mean, like Jokic, you knew he had a really good game, but then you look at the stats, you go, God dang, that dude had 27, 20, and 10. I heard his stat today. There are 8 such games in the history of the NBA playoffs. 25 points, 20 rebounds, and 10-plus assists. 8 of them. He has 4 of them. He has 4
of the 8 total?
Of the 8 total.
To have ever occurred.
That ever occurred. He has half of them.
That's insane.
And, like, he didn't even try to score much until the end. Like, that fourth quarter, last 6 minutes, like, all right, give me the ball. He does little moves, little do, flip it up right-handed, do, pump fake, let me get an and one, throw it up off the glass. It's just silly watching him. It's like, it's just so easy for him. It really is. And the thing I love about him, there's no histrionics. There's no looking at a guy after he scores on him. They just, I just scored, and they go to the line.
As a matter of fact, yeah.
Yeah, let me just get back on defense. And he would rather pass than shoot. Like, he'll shoot. Like, hey, you're going to give it to me? Of course, I'm going to score. But you can just tell he loves passing. He loves involving his teammates. That's why he's my favorite player to watch in the league. But, yeah, that one hurt. Like, big time hurt for the Lakers. Because that was one that you're up 20. In the 10-minute mark of the third quarter, you have to find a way to win that game. You just have to find a way to win that one. And that one, again, that just reminded me of that scene from Roadhouse when Dalton just snatched the guy's heart from his chest, just like whop. It was like, oh, it's over. I think it was his throat actually, but you get the point. That's what it felt like for the Lakers. Like it was like, oh, we got it. Oh, we're dead. We're like we're toast.
Oh, honey, take a picture of hang gliding. Oh, I'm dead.
I'm dead.
Well, let's get to a piece of cig.
I can't imagine him coming back.
No,
I can't. They can play him tough again because it's not an easy matchup for Denver. But if it's close at the end of the game, the Nuggets just have the ace in the hole.
I'm not buying it. Yeah. Here's what Anthony Davis had to say after the game about the shot from Jamal Murray.
Can you take us through that last play, just what happened and what unfolded? What was, I don't know if you were screened or what happened on that last play?
Jamal Murray made a shot.
Right you are, Cotton. That was Pepper Brooks, actually. Right you are, Pepper. One more here. Here's LeBron. I told you.
I love the mic drop.
Yeah. I asked you, would you be surprised if I told you that there was an excuse from LeBron already? Here's LeBron on the officiating in last night's game.
I don't understand what's going on in the replay center, to be honest. I think I said it this year or last year, whatever. D'Lo clearly gets hit in the face on a drive. What the do we have a replay center if this is going to go? It doesn't make sense to me. It makes no sense to me. It bothers me. Sorry I didn't answer your question, but that is like. And then I just saw what happened with the Sixers Knick game too. What are we doing?
What are we doing? He left too after that.
Yeah, dude.
He just got up and walked out. For them, the Knicks thing was different because the Knicks thing was if he's talking about the very end of the game. For those people that don't know, a call has to be made to be able to challenge
replayable,
something.
right?
Yeah, you can't challenge
nothing, right?
Exactly. You can't just stop and go, "Hey, wait, Brunson grabbed Max."
There's no call to challenge,
which he did, by the way. But you can't do that. But what he's talking about was, I think, where Russell got hit in the face after the ball was released. I thought it very easily could have been called a foul, and it was weird because Scott Foster came back after they reviewed it and said the grab of the arm was marginal. I think that was the term they used, marginal, which means it didn't affect the play. But I was like, what about the head? What about that thing that sits on his shoulders that they got hit after he let the ball go? Like, we protect everyone's heads now. It's like anytime somebody gets hit in the face or the head, it's like, oh, let's stop
above the shoulders. Yeah, we got everything.
Yeah. So, but I thought that was probably a foul. I don't know why. They're looking at the arm grab and not the arm to the head. But whatever. But that's not why they lost the game. I mean, that didn't help. But Denver just executed better. They one call. If you're complaining about one, I mean, I'm with him on it. But I don't know that I would choose that tact. You had a 20-point lead. Like, you can't look at that call and go, yeah, if we would have had that, that was a.
What are we doing?
No, 20-point lead in the second half. You got to find a way to. You just have to find a way to win that one. And it's not his fault. He played great. That steal and dunk he had late in the fourth quarter, that was incredible. I mean, 39. This guy's still doing this stuff. I mean, it's incredible. But here's the problem. Can you ask him and AD to do that again? Because they've both been really good the first 2 games, like really good, and they lost both games. So it just, again, these guys are the champs, and I know there's probably people out there going, I told you they should have lost and played for the 8th seed. Like,
no.
Stupid take. But still, you don't want to see these guys. You just don't.
Tolbert and Copes with you on a Tuesday afternoon here. LeBron with excuses about the officiating. And by the way, we'll get back into that a little bit later in the NBA grab bag in terms of the officiating.
NBA grab bag.
There may be some other gripes about said officiating. I told you earlier, John Lund asked me during the face-off today.
Yes.
Do you enjoy the draft? Isn't the draft better than games?
I know, he's serious.
and then he came with arguments. He's like, oh, what, you want to watch the Jags and the Titans on a Thursday?
What do I have to watch the Jags and the Titans?
You act like I have to watch it. Why do my point is there are more good games than there are great moments of the NFL draft throughout an NFL season. Derek Papa disagrees, as does John Lund with his NFL draft, which comes up on Thursday. Is the draft why the draft is it's as equally ridiculous as it is intriguing, except if you're Tom. Tom just hates it all. We'll get into the draft.
Yes, I do.
It's outrageous, yet it captivates a nation every single year. We'll talk about it next on the Sports Leader.
But I like you guys, so I'll tell you where it is. But first, I need to see something, okay? And it's gonna involve both of you. I'm not gonna lie to you. It's gonna get weird. 2 dragons.
Tolbert and Copes continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix, Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Once again, what kind of a f***ing loser just sits there watching round after round? The Jets are up next. I think they need a cornerback. They need to improve the defensive line. Dude, that's like going to everybody who's graduating and just sitting there. They're going to have the whole list the next day. They'll have everybody who drafted, who, when. Got to sit there and watch that shit. The stupid interviews. Hey, you're a member of the Buffalo Bills. How does it feel?
Well, it's a blessing. I want to thank God. I'm going to try to do my best. It's a great organization. And same the last 80 guys said. So, yeah.
Tolbert and Copes back with you on a Tuesday afternoon. The NFL draft, as Bill Burr puts it pretty aptly there, it's like watching a graduation of a bunch of people who you don't know. He's like, why do that? They're going to put the list of the names in the paper the next day. And the draft does have intrigue. Don't get me wrong. It's become a behemoth that's part of the NFL's owning basically every day of the year and having a sports story. It's the only draft that has the impact that it does, that people care about it in the way that they do. The NBA draft certainly has a following. I mean, even the
They need to improve the defensive line.
even the lottery has a bit of a following, while ridiculous, as ridiculous as it may be. John Lund earlier today on our face-off said to me, "Don't you think the draft's better than games?" I was like, "Who are you talking to?" No, I don't think the draft is better than games.
Hell yeah.
The reason is because there's no games. But like, the draft is there to help support the game's quality. And I get if you're saying there are crap games in the season, but how could you like the draft more than you like games? And then Tom and I started riffing. Tom said, "Yeah, it's like John Lund eats the crust and then throws away the pizza." What toppings do you want on that? Don't worry about it. Just toss it. I'm gonna toss it anyway.
I'm good.
Somebody else checked in, said John Lund his favorite part of a s'more is the graham cracker. 408 checks in, says John Lund prefers porn to sex. That's a pretty good one. There's like 100 pence signs. 503 says John Lund orders chocolate chip pancakes, then eats around the chocolate chips. So probably uses those 20-year-old packs of orange marmalade too.
Oh God,
pretty
it's like
funny.
my buddy used to go through the drive-thru and go, "I'll take a cheeseburger, but can you hold the cheese?"
Yeah. Scotch and water, hold
I'm
the
like,
scotch.
why are you going to make it difficult on these people?
Right, dude.
They're not going to just order a hamburger. He goes, "Well, it's funny." I go, It's not funny because they're going to short circuit. I'm talking about people working fast food, okay? And they're going to be like, and then they get into like a back. What do you mean you want so you just want a hamburger? No, I want a cheeseburger. I just don't want the cheese.
Yeah.
I was like, just give him
Just
a
order it.
hamburger. I'd have to yell over him, but yeah, it's like that type of deal. Like, not really. I don't even know why I brought it up because it just popped into my head.
Hey, guys, come on, get off those wallets. A little cherry pie.
Yeah, no. A little cherry marmalade.
I don't get it. I don't get the fascination. Like, I know why people like it. I do, but I just don't get it.
What's your gripe? What's your biggest gripe with the draft?
It's overhyped. And like everything. Is there anything with the NFL that's not overhyped? It's overhyped. I mean, they've turned the combine into a television viewing event. Dudes running around in underwear.
That's the one that gets me. That's the one that really irks me more than the draft. That bothers me. Yeah, I don't.
People watch that. I'm like, I don't have time. I don't have time to even talk about that. So the draft for me is watching an event where you don't know many of the people that are being drafted, and then the people that watch all 7 rounds are real sickos. Like if you're grinding this whole thing all weekend, you're a sicko. First round, you're probably going to know a lot of them if you watch a lot of college football. I do. So I'll know most of these guys. I'll have seen most of these guys. First round's okay. But a lot of guys I do not know. If it's an offensive lineman, I've seen him play, but I don't pay attention to offensive linemen. We only pay attention to, skill position players and then, defensive players if they're in your television screen. Yeah, but so great, you drafted somebody. I guess it's mostly about hope. Like, are we going to get better tonight? But you don't know how good a guy is, how many guys are bust over the years, tons and tons and tons. So for me, it's a recordable event. Like, record it and just kind of watch it, fast forward, watch it, fast forward. I know Matt Mayo was teasing me yesterday. He goes, "Tom, you can look online and it'll tell you who got drafted."
You don't have to
I
fast
still
forward
like
through
watching
it.
a little bit and getting some of the commentary on what these guys.
So you do get into some. So you do have some intrigue for it. You do think there's intrigue.
Well, intrigue may be strong. Mild interest. I'll say that. Like I'd probably watch it more so than the NBA draft, because the NBA draft, if you look at the mock drafts, I looked at one like a week or two ago. They're all foreign dudes. Like at the top of the draft, I'm like, well, I have no idea how good this guy is. Like none. And I don't want to take. Here's the only problem I have with it. I'm taking people's words for how good a person is, how well he'll fit somewhere, and I know a lot of them are just full of S, and they don't know. Like no one knows. So I'm gonna guess what I'm gonna find out how good a guy is. Week 1. That's when I'll watch and I'll find out like what this guy I think he can do, what he's able to do. Like I just always been just about the games. And I get it. The draft is hugely popular. Hugely popular. People love the draft. The NFL draft will probably do better ratings on Thursday than most NBA playoff games. which is incredible to me. But I'm a sports fan. I'm not a football fan. I'm a sports fan. And when it's playoffs, I watched a couple hockey games this weekend. I just love the playoffs. It's the best time of the year for sports. But most people aren't sports fans. They're football fans. And so everything football, they are in on everything football. So that's part of it. But, I mean, I understand want to see who their teams are drafted, want to see who gets traded, how does this affect the rest of the league. And, look, the NFL's done a great job of marketing itself. It is a behemoth now. It dwarfs every other American sport, not even close. But I just, for me, I've never been a draft guy, never been into the draft. I love all the games. I love watching as many games as I can, all that kind of stuff. But I would rather watch, like Thursday night. Draft will be on. We're going to be over at 21st Amendment, hanging out, doing the show there, little draft party. If anybody wants to stop on by, please do. Have a couple beers.
Draft at 5. We'll be there too, though. Yeah, draft's at 5. Come on out. We'll be there all day.
We're going to be there too. But I'll go home and I'll watch some of the draft. Probably hang out for a little bit and for a few picks, and then go home. But I want to watch the playoff games. There's NBA playoff games that night. I want to watch those. Like, I'd much rather watch the NBA playoff games than the NFL draft. But I'm in the minority, I guarantee you. I guarantee the NFL will crush the rating for both of those playoff games because it's a monster. But for me, I'd rather watch the games. Like, if I put the draft in order of every NHL playoff game that day and every NBA playoff game that day, the draft would be last for me behind each and every one of those games because they're meaningful. And that's what the draft is for anyway.
To make meaningful games. It's why John Lund is wrong in saying the games are better.
He's totally wrong.
So, by the way, 408 goes, wait, so you guys are having a draft party.
The Jets are up next.
Well done, 408 on the Golden State Lumber and Building Materials. So you guys hate the draft. You're having a draft party, huh? Yeah, you bet your A we are. We'll see you there, 408. More people checking in on John Lund here. Says 415, John Lund sucks the custard out of a donut, then he throws the donut away. 707 says John Lund buys tickets to a concert. He only stays for the sound check.
That's a good one. That's very solid.
415 says John Lund likes watching guys play video games over playing them himself, which
oh yeah, like he's a Twitch guy.
A popular thing nowadays. Yeah.
Yeah. What is that, by the way? We need to get into that.
That's a big deal with kids.
I tell my kids, like, what are you doing? I'm watching this game. I'm like, what? Hold on a second. Wait. What? You're not playing. You're watching somebody else play. And they're like, oh yeah, this ninja guy makes like. I'm like, what do you mean ninja guy? Like
this ninja guy
he plays Fortnite
His
online.
Name's Ninja,
people
Tom.
watch him.
His name's Ninja.
I mean, some of the stuff that happens now is like just beyond me. And whatever. Like, I'm old, so it doesn't make a difference. And it's going to happen to this generation too. But I play video games. I love video games. I haven't played them in a while, but I love video games. I cannot imagine sitting down, Ferdinand Karangadang, and watching somebody else play video games. Like, if you're in my house, maybe I could kick back, have a beer, watch you play a video game.
But not like sit down to do it as an event.
No.
Like, I'm gonna sit and hang.
Let me log on. I'm gonna watch this guy at 7:00. He's got like a gamer fest or something. Like, what? I mean, nerd. What are you doing? You're watching some play. You have that video game. Why don't you play that video game? I'm just gonna watch him play it.
More checking in here on the YouTube chat. Our guy Tacky says Lund orders cocktails with extra ice. Moore says Lund likes the live stream commercial music, which is pretty funny.
Oh my God!
Rocket New Era says John Lund is into astrology. Also says John Lund likes his beer warm.
Yeah.
Which is pretty funny. Tom, would you rather watch round 7 of the draft or the movie Draft Day?
Oh, God, that hurts. That's tough.
I'd do Draft Day 8 days a week. I would take the movie every time because we can riff on that. You know, there's riffable moments on that movie. Like, I wouldn't enjoy any of day 3.
Yeah, I think you're right.
Thank God, at least the movie was made for entertainment, you know? At least that was their hope.
I'd watch for Kevin Costner was upset because they had to bury his father, honor his father out in the practice.
He's pissed. He's like, dude, I'm trying to pick the guy that I was going to go with all day anyway. Don't you know that? Don't you know I got to pick the guy that I wrote down on the piece of paper in the middle of the beginning of the movie? I got stuff to do.
Now ask me how many of his teammates showed up at the party. Ask me.
I still don't understand what that was all about.
Just tell me.
I still don't get what that was all about. Was it ended up not really being a plot thing either? Like, It wasn't.
Well, it was a plot thing, remember? Because they were saying the quarterback,
Callahan, right? Yeah.
Callahan, they were saying none of his teammates were his friends.
His friends didn't show up to his birthday, man.
Now ask me, how many of his teammates showed up? I was like, okay, let's go.
Derek says both of us like the movie. We both are like quoting it. You know the movie well. I've seen it several times, by the way, like more times than one.
Yeah, I don't like the movie, but I have seen it. Well, because it's one of those things. If nothing else is on, you just like throw it on because it's a sports movie, and you're like kind of watching it, going, "This movie sucks," but I'm just going to keep watching it.
John, our guy Rockin' Nerd says John Lynn gets a package in the mail and he throws away what he ordered and plays with the bubble wrap.
Play with the bubble wrap.
650 says John Lynn drinks the foam and throws away the beer. That's pretty good. They're coming in way too fast.
This is like a whole new cottage industry.
That's what I'm saying, dude. This is like Hunter Pence signs or like the most interesting man in the world. Chuck Norris jokes even. John Lynn watched draft data research before his draft coverage, which is pretty good. 209 says Lund watches YouTube for the ads. 209 says Lund 925 says Lund smells the coffee but never drinks it. Lund wants calf implants. They're all over the place. Tolbert and Copes with you on a Tuesday afternoon. John Lund, who enjoys the NFL draft more than he enjoys the games themselves. A lot of the texters and tweeters and YouTubers are coming in with a whole lot of great stuff. This is hilarious. 503 John Lund goes on vacation at the Delta Lounge at SFO.
This guy says John Lund goes to the movie theaters to watch the previews and leaves before the movie comes.
John Lund orders steak well done. That's pretty good.
No, he eats the fat.
Yeah, right.
Gives the steak back.
John Lund waits until the DMV number gets called and then he leaves. That's not too funny.
What's so stupid? What is it?
It's such a dumb riff, dude. 808 KNBR, the number to call and to text. This is so funny. John Lund's NFL draft gets going on Thursday. And as much as we don't like the draft, we are having a party. You can come out.
Yes, we are.
As one of our texters or tweeters this weekend said to me, Tom, he goes, dude, you guys are going to be out of 21st Amendment at 2 p.m. until the Niners pick at 31. That's a hell of a lot of hell or high watermelons I'm going to have to get through.
Hell or high watermelon. Bingo.
Bingo, you nailed it. How about this? An off-season chat with one of our favorite guys, Greg Cosell, senior producer of NFL Films. He joins us next on The Sports Leader. KNBR Draft Party is happening live this Thursday at 5 p.m. as Marcus Boucher, John Dickinson, and myself will give you live look-ins from 21st Amendment Brewery right here in downtown San Francisco. Check out more details at the events page on knbr.com. Adam Copeland back here. My good friend Steve Moskowitz is hanging out on the line. Steve, tell the people what to do if they did not file their taxes.
If you didn't file your taxes, or if you just can't pay your taxes, give us a call. You know, just the other day, one of your listeners called me with that very problem. And when I told him what an easy fix it was, he said, I didn't know you could do that. And I felt like a medical doctor who said, look, you've been suffering with this medical condition all these years. There's this pill, all you have to do and you'll be fine. He just didn't realize what an easy fix he had. And, you know, that's true of this. I've dedicated my professional life to this. And a lot of people think that this is a horrible problem. There's no solution. You're just going to suffer and die with it. Not the case. There's so many good solutions, so many good options. I want to talk to you, explain it all. We have a free attorney-client privilege consultation. If you don't like anything I tell you, hang up on me. But I think you will like it. And let me tell you all the things we want to do to take care of you and get you out of this mess and just put you back into a normal life again. All you have to do is pick up the phone and call.
Give him a call, 1-888-TAX-STEAL, or find him at MoskowitzLLP.com.
Tolbert and Copes continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix, Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Adam Copeland, Tom Tolbert with you. It's been a while since we've talked to this gentleman, one of our favorites to talk to throughout the course of the NFL season. But with the draft just a couple days away, we thought we'd break down some of the prospects that are at the top and maybe some of the guys the 49ers may be looking at 31. Our good friend, senior producer, NFL Films, Greg Cosell. Hello, Greg.
Tom, how are you? It has been a while. I guess that's because I'm asking for Brandon Aiyuk money. So, we're working out the deal,
Good luck with that.
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
Anyway, he wants to be number one in the market, Tom. That's all. He's trying to set the market price. Yeah.
As well he should.
Yeah.
The rising tides are good for all boats.
Yeah.
Great thinking of everybody. Before we get to the NFL draft, we got to talk. Do you think the 76ers have ever worked on inbounding the ball under pressure?
I've been watching. It's funny. I've gotten to know Nick Nurse. It's been really cool.
He's a really good coach.
He's a really good friend of an NFL coach who's a good friend of mine, and he hooked me up with him. So we text every once in a while. I kept hoping he didn't, invite me to a game, but he didn't. I wasn't gonna text him and say, so hey, when am I coming to a game? I didn't think that was the right thing to do.
That was amazing. I told I think my producer Tim told me, he goes, I talked 11 straight minutes on the out of bounds play, which beats my previous high by 10 minutes and 45 seconds talking out of bounds plays. But it was amazing. They got fouled. I mean, Maxey got fouled, but it was amazing that everyone was just kind of standing around. Like, I was like, what are we doing out here? I mean, it was like they were totally unprepared for that, Greg.
Yeah, and that's one of those things. What time you play? That's one of those things where it should seem like routine and matter of fact. It shouldn't be a big deal.
Really shouldn't, but they made it a big deal. But that was brutal. Yeah. Anyway, I still think, and I said it, I still think they're going to win the series somehow. If Embiid, do
you really?
I do. I do think they're the better team. If Embiid doesn't have any more setbacks, I mean, you could tell he's kind of dragging the leg around, and he's still throwing up 34, 35 points a game. But yeah, I do. I just think they're better. I think, and maybe they're not. New York's good, but I think they're going to win Game 3 for sure, and then Game 4 if they win that one. I think they're going to win one in New York. I really do.
Well, we'll see. They're sure hoping that that happens here in Philly.
No, there's no doubt that they are. Well, let's start at the top of the draft, because certainly we're going to want to get to some guys that maybe the Niners may be looking at down at the bottom of the draft. But this is a massive, massive quarterback draft, and a lot of fun to talk about these guys. And let's just start right at the top. I'm curious what you saw in Caleb Williams, because he's obviously super, super talented. Last year, it seemed like he tried to make too many home run plays, like held onto the ball too long, scrambled around because he knew he could, because that was his college, right? And I'm just wondering how much of that is like he'll stop doing once he gets to the NFL because he can't, or just what did you see from him, positives and negatives from Caleb Williams out of USC?
Yeah, and of course, you and I, Tom and Copes, we don't know what's in his head. I mean, obviously they had a poor defense, and maybe he felt he had to put up 50, every game just to compete, and that changes the way you just play the game. But, he's obviously extremely talented. And one thing that I think is not often talked about, with the emphasis now, of course, on making plays outside of structure, above the X's and O's has become the new phrase. One thing that I think he does exceptionally well is control the ball. And by that I mean he throws with really precise ball location. And sometimes I think a lot of people in evaluating quarterbacks overlook that because we get caught up in the other things. But if you talk to coaches, that might be the first thing they say, because you can do a lot of things. You can be great at a lot of things. But at the end of the day, if you don't know where it's going when you throw it, you really have nothing. And he controls the ball exceptionally well. Now, he moves a lot when he doesn't have to, but there are quarterbacks in the NFL, great quarterbacks, that do that too. Mahomes moves when he doesn't have to. Josh Allen moves when he doesn't have to. Guys can live and be really good in the league doing that. Coaches would prefer not, but if a guy is so good at it and it's kind of in his DNA, you don't really coach that out of him.
Do we really have to come up with new sayings for out of structure? Wasn't out of structure good enough? Do we need above the X's and O's?
Yeah, I heard. Who was it? A good friend of mine on ESPN said it, and I kind of said, "Oh, I kind of like that. I think I'm going to use it." So I just said it. It's okay.
No, out of structure. You're just getting me comfortable with out of structure. Okay.
Yeah. Well,
you're throwing me too many.
Tom, I'm just trying to inbound the ball.
Well, don't fail like Philly did. Okay. Okay, let's go to a couple more of them. I wanted to ask you about Drake May, because he's a guy that most people assume was going to be the second quarterback pick, and now it looks like it might be Jaden Daniels. Still could be Drake May. I mean, who knows what's going to happen in the draft. But I'm wondering about May, because when I watched him play, it seemed like he was better 2 years ago than he was last year. And last year, sometimes his footwork kind of seemed like a mess to me, and he missed some easy throws that he should be able to make, and he missed quite a few of them. And I'm just wondering what you saw when you watched him.
Yeah, and I think that's fair. I mean, you could easily make the argument that he's the toolsiest, to use another term, the toolsiest quarterback in this draft class. I introduced myself to him at the Combine. He's 6'4", 225, and he's a big dude. And, you met me at the Super Bowl, and I'm not small, but I felt small next to him. He's a big dude. Even though he's only, quote-unquote, 6'4", he just seems bigger when you're standing right next to him. And that's a trait, by the way. A lot of people don't think about that, but that's a trait, that kind of size. Big arm, really good down-the-field thrower. The throws he misses are more of the routine, like 10 and under throws. And you're correct, though, Tom.
Yeah.
He misses way too many of those. And that has to be cleaned up. If it's not cleaned up, he'll always be inconsistent. If he does clean it up, he could be really good. The other thing which he has to clean up, which is fixable, is he tends to drift in the pocket. And so people can visualize that. When you take the snap, you have to go straight back on what we call the midline. You have to go straight back because that's how it's being protected. So if you move and drift, then what happens is you're creating your own pressure. You're moving into your protection. And he did that too many times. And that really screws up the timing, your timing, and the timing of the route concept. So that's very fixable. But again, a lot of things are fixable, but players have to do it.
Yeah.
Talking to Greg Cosell, senior producer of NFL Films on the UMA guest line. I wanted to ask you about Western Kentucky receiver Malachi Corley. He's a smaller 5'11" guy, had a visit with the 49ers, and everybody just keeps talking about him like he's Deebo Samuel, or has the potential to have that kind of skill set, is a better way to say that. What do you see between he and Deebo when he was coming out, and is that an apt comparison?
I got to tell you, I liked him, Copes. I didn't see him, and maybe I'm a minority of one, and maybe I'll be dead wrong. Believe me, it wouldn't be the first time. I didn't quite see that. I mean, I liked the player. I didn't view him as an oh my God when I watched his tape. I thought, wow, this guy's pretty good. I think he'll probably play in the league. I mean, I heard someone say he's Anquan Bolden. Now, to me, that's not even close. And in some ways, you could argue that Bolden and Samuel do have some similarities. But I didn't quite see that. Like I said, I liked him. I think he'll be pretty good. But I definitely did not see him at the level that I'm hearing from a lot of people I respect. But I just didn't quite see it that way.
Did you happen to watch film on Luke McCaffrey?
I did not, believe it or not.
Okay.
He's one guy I didn't get to, and which is crazy because I've seen, with the way I want to see guys in fine detail, I've probably seen 130 guys, and I have not seen Luke McCaffrey. Of course, you'd ask me about him. There you go. Yeah.
Who's a receiver that may not be one of the top, five? We know the top three for sure. There's Franklin, there's Thomas after that, and a few more. But who are some receivers you think that could be second round, third round guys that the Niners may? Because the Niners are not deep at wide receiver, and I think they're going to probably try to look to get one. Who were some of your favorites that you saw that weren't the kind of the top end guys?
I'll give you the guys I liked. I mean, I have no idea what John Lynch and Kyle Shanahan think, so I can't speak to that. I really like A.D. Mitchell from Texas. 6'2", about 205. He ran a 4.34. I really like his tape. I think he's an ascending kind of player. I don't think he's come anywhere near reaching what he can be. Really like Ladd McConkey out of Georgia. I mean, really like his tape a lot. He is an unbelievably good route runner. And by that, I know that phrase is thrown around a lot, but what good route running is, especially if you're facing off-coverage corners, is you have to get the corner off his spot, or you have to get his body turned, one or the other. And McConkey is a master at that. The other receiver I really like, who started actually in the Pac-12, is Ricky Pearsall, who ended up at Florida. I really like him, and I know a former GM that has worked with him this offseason, and he told me that he is all ball all the time, just loves it, and lives it every second. And I thought his tape was really good. So those are a couple of guys I really liked. I'm trying to think of it. There's so many receivers. It's just hard. I don't have a list right in front of me. But
what about Worthy? What about Mitchell's teammate?
Worthy. Obviously, it's so funny how the combine works. He runs the 4.21, and I was there. I mean, I was in the building, so I saw it. We didn't need to see him run a 4.21 to know he's fast. That doesn't change your evaluation of the player because he's fast. So his tape reflects that. I think he can be a little more than that. The league has changed, and the Niners obviously are a team that uses a ton of motion because now you're seeing receivers that weigh, 170, 165. Worthy weighs 165. 15, 20 years ago, guys, these guys would never have been considered in the top 3 or 4 rounds. People would just say they're too small. But because there's so much motion now, guys getting free access, guys being able to scream off the line of scrimmage, the weight is not as big an issue as it once was. I mean, look at Tank Dell with Houston. Look at Devonta Smith with Philly, 160. Jordan Addison last year was a first-round pick, and he was 173 pounds. Zay Flowers with Baltimore, about 180. The game has changed that lighter receivers are it's okay now because you can get them free access off the ball.
Yeah. I don't know if you've seen this guy, but I'll ask about him. And if you haven't seen him, no big deal. You can't see everybody. Roma Dunze's teammate, Jalen Polk.
Oh, yeah, I've seen him. Yeah.
What do you think of him?
I've seen probably 30 receivers. It's just McCaffrey is one
yeah.
I didn't get to.
I just I picked the one you happened to
Yeah, of course. Yeah.
What do you think of Polk?
Polk's an interesting guy because he's not really sudden or explosive. Oftentimes he's not even quick off the line of scrimmage, but he's big, he's physical, he can contort his body any which way, and he's got ridiculously good hands. So he catches everything, which is a pretty good starting point for a receiver.
Yeah.
So he's going to play in the league for sure. I think he'll end up being kind of scheme-specific how he's deployed within the context of an offense because he doesn't have all the traits, but he's those guys that catch everything, there's a place for those guys because that's the idea. You catch the football, you throw it to them, they catch it, and because he's got a big body and he's super competitive and physical, he catches balls even when he's covered. So he's one of those guys.
Got it.
Talking to Greg Cosell here on the UMA guest line. A few more minutes, senior producer of NFL Films. I want to ask you, because we've talked a lot about Brandon Aiyuk today and his value. And one of our texters earlier brought up an interesting point in that he's so big for them in the run blocking game. And I wonder, as a guy who watches the tape and evaluates, where would you classify him? Is he an elite run blocker as a receiver? Is he in the upper echelon? Just how would you classify what he does for the Niners in the run game?
Here's how I'll answer that, Copes. And I've had some really good conversations with wide receiver coaches. Because, to be honest with you, when I watch receivers, because I have so many guys I have to get through, what I do is I watch all their pass targets, okay? And one of the reasons I do that is when I have conversations with the receiver coaches, they say to me, hey, we're not drafting receivers because of the way they block. He said, that's on us as coaches. We have to teach that. He said, you're not drafting guys because of the way they block. I mean, Aiyuk, they traded up to draft him, I believe, 25th in the first round, if memory serves me correctly.
Yep.
They're not drafting him there because he's a good stock blocker. I mean, yes, in the 49ers run game, the Rams run game, certain teams' run games, it's important that receivers block. But you can teach that. So, is he a good blocker? Yeah, he's a solid blocker. But if the Niners, if they end up drafting a receiver feeling they need one early, first or second round, my guess is they're not going to draft a guy based on how he blocks.
No. Let me ask you about a couple defensive linemen, and if you've seen these guys. I think you've probably seen these guys, but Darius Robinson, Mizzou.
Oh, yeah. I love that kid.
Really?
He's an old-school D lineman. Like, if you go back 15, 20, 25 years, when everybody, when everybody had a tight end that was attached to the formation, he'd be like that old-school 4-3 strong side D end. But he's about 6'5", 285. In fact, his measurables were almost exactly the same as Cam Jordan when he came out of Cal. And Robinson is he's country strong. He is so powerful. I think he's going to develop into a pretty good pass rusher as he, develops further. But, he's not a pure pass rusher. Like, you wouldn't say he's bendy, but he moves really well for a guy that's 6'5", 285.
I wonder if anybody's ever been city strong. I'm not sure. I have to look.
There you
that.
go. You know what?
Yeah, I don't know.
Only you would come up with that, right?
I'm going to come
You're
on.
right. You don't say that.
I'm going to start using that.
I guess we say country strong and city slick, right? Isn't that kind of what we say?
There you go. Well, when you say country strong, everyone knows what you mean. So I mean, we get that. It's like out of structure. I know what you mean. Above the X's and O's.
Right.
Johnny Newton for Illinois.
Yep. He's sort of your classic 3 technique, meaning he lines up just sort of on the outside shoulder of the offensive guard. He's a one-gap penetrator. He'll shoot gaps. He's a better pass rusher than he is a run defender. The best D tackle in this draft is Byron Murphy from Texas. To me, far and away, he is one explosive dude. I'm not going to sit here and say he's Aaron Donald because no one is, but he's stylistically that kind of player.
No, I've seen him play many times at Texas. I'm trying to figure out maybe because the Niners. My default mechanism when it comes to the Niners draft, Greg, is just the Niners will take a defensive lineman in the first round, regardless of whatever else they might need. Defensive line, that's kind of who they are. That's their personality, and especially since the defensive line wasn't as good as I think people thought it was going to be next year. I know they had some injuries, but even other than that, they just weren't the defensive line of the year before. Yeah, go ahead.
Be interesting because what is your sense living there? I mean, obviously, I'm just seeing it, on social media and reading articles and that kind of stuff. Is your sense is that Aiyuk will not be a Niner?
My sense is he will be a Niner. Okay. I'm thinking he's going, but I don't think that I'm not getting a sense from the Niners. I'm just kind of putting the puzzle pieces together in terms of this is a guy that they drafted, they groomed, went through, maybe a rough year in Shanahan's doghouse, so to speak, came out of it one of the best receivers in the game. They've proved willing to draft, develop, and pay their guys, and the fact that they're in a Super Bowl window right now, and he helps them win as opposed to drafting somebody who's going to take a little time to adjust. So I don't know anything, but that's just kind of my sense, and based on what they've done in the past, that they're going to ask for a whole heck of a lot if you want to take him, and I'm not sure anybody's going to be willing to meet that.
Yeah, I mean, look, the salary cap went up. He's one of your core guys.
Yeah.
I don't know how they view the wide receiver position overall in the context of their offense. But in the context of the overall NFL, receiver is a critical position because the game's about explosive plays.
Yeah, no doubt. And that's why we kind of expect they'll take a wide receiver at some point because really it's Debo, him, and Jennings. And after that, it gets really light. So we're thinking probably a receiver, maybe two. And then they're still looking to fill that defensive end opposite Bosa. And I'm wondering, is Chop Robinson a guy? Can he hold up at all against the run?
No, I don't think he's a guy that fits. He's 248 pounds. He's more like a running back playing defensive end. Early in his career, he'd just be a pass rusher. He's the kind of guy that, and they don't do much of this, who you'd move around, you'd stand him up. I'm not comparing him to Micah Parsons by any stretch, but that's the way I think a team would see him, move him around on third down, look for matchups. He's not just a hand in the ground. Like Darius Robinson to me would fit, I think, the way they see it more. But, again, I do not know the answer to that because I'm not in their meetings. But I think someone like Darius Robinson would fit the way they see the position more so than Robinson. And, look, where do they draft? What number?
31.
I mean, you're right on the cusp there with Robinson, somewhere along the line.
Who else is there? Are there any other defensive linemen that may, kind of maybe they're late first, early second that you like, whether they be defensive ends or defensive tackles? Because I think they're going to be.
I've seen so many guys, and I'm not staring at my computer right now.
Yeah,
if you give me like a list, I could tell you because I've seen pretty much all of them, but I can't remember them.
I had them all written down. I had like 3 or 4 of them written down, but I had a few more written down. And I don't know what the hell.
There's a lot of pass rushers, those kind of edge players.
Yeah.
But then you're starting to talk about defensive tackles. That's a different breed.
Yeah, because I know it's not a huge. What I did want to ask you about, and offensive tackles. Because I feel they may go that way as well, and it's supposedly it's a great offensive tackle draft, and I've heard the names at the top. I just, again, when I'm watching college football, I don't pay attention to the tackles all that much. Are there tackles like that? Maybe the late
you mean
first?
Talking about like a little later round guys as opposed to
something like
early?
Yeah, exactly.
I mean, there's a guy that really interests me named Delmar Glaze from the University of Maryland. Again, I never know where guys are going to get drafted. He's not going to be, he's not probably in the top 9 or 10 of offensive tackles, but I think he's a really legit prospect. And when I say that, I don't want people listening to think that, he's ready to start day one. That's not my point. But I think that he could be a starting quality offensive tackle in this league based on his traits, based on what I saw on tape. He's someone that I think is pretty good. I'm trying to think. There are some guards.
What about Mims, the guy to Georgia?
Oh, my God. Mims, again, you have to feel really good about him in so many ways because of injuries. He's only started 8 games. But you could make the argument, if you're just talking about traits and talent level, you could easily make the argument that he's the most gifted offensive tackle in this class. But, like I said, that doesn't mean you draft him. You have to feel good about all the other things.
And Tyler Guyton, Oklahoma?
He's the other guy. Those two guys, to me, are the two guys that I think, in terms of pure gifts, athletic traits, would be 1 and 2. But Guyton's also a guy that's only started 1 year. He's 14 starts. Believe it or not, he's such a good athlete. He actually was playing H-back when he got to Oklahoma. So, I mean, this is a really, really good athlete. But, again, 14 starts, probably not ready to start week 1. I know I'm going to say I'm probably in the minority, but I've also talked to coaches who agree. I'm not this is going to come out wrong. I was going to say I'm not a big Joe Alt fan, but people are going to think that means I don't like Joe Alt.
Yeah.
That's not true. I don't think he's worthy of a top 10 pick in the draft. But that doesn't mean I don't like him. I just don't think he's at that level that some others think.
Got it. All right, we've got to run, but I got to ask you, I got to circle back to this real quick because I wanted to get your thoughts on two of the Pac-10 and the other Pac-12. Well, there's not even a Pac-12 anymore. Pac-2.
There's not even any of that
There's
anymore.
Not even a league.
Yeah. Guys who are on the West Coast is what you're saying.
Exactly. Bo Nix and Penix. I like Penix a lot more than I like Nix. I thought Nix played well, but the Oregon system, and he's not super accurate. He's pretty accurate. Again, it's like your argument. I'm not saying I don't like him. I just don't like him as much as I like Penix. So I thought threw a great ball.
The problem is I've been around both guys personally, and they're great guys. So Nix, to me, I really liked watching Nix, and maybe it's because I'm old school, and but he was so efficient. He was a ball distributor. He was an efficient executor. He doesn't have a power arm, but he does have movement. He's all quarterbacks are taught a system, obviously. For some reason, saying a guy's a system quarterback is a negative term, but it shouldn't be. But
no, it shouldn't.
But Bo Nix clearly has to be in a really well-defined system. But I think he can be a quality starter. Penix he can throw it now, and that offense. He's the best intermediate to deep ball thrower in this entire group. And that offense was built that way, throwing the ball down the field. So I like Michael Penix. He's got a big arm. For a guy that didn't move much at all, and this is kind of an interesting sort of contradiction in some ways. For a guy that didn't move, he never got sacked. So that means he was getting the ball out. We'll see where Penix goes. He'll go before Nix, in my opinion. But Penix is a very interesting guy because he can really throw it, and he can throw it down the field.
You're much more than a system analyst, Greg. I'm going to tell you that right now. I've missed you. I've missed talking to you. It's so much fun.
Not if you follow me on Twitter.
I try not to follow anybody on Twitter, Greg. Don't take offense. Try to stay off that platform as much as humanly possible. Well, enjoy the draft. We thank you so much. We know it's a busy time of year for you, and we really appreciate you coming on. So enjoy the draft, and best of luck to your Sixers the rest of the way.
All right, I appreciate it, guys. Thanks so much.
Thank you.
Thanks, Greg. Appreciate it.
Greg Cosell, senior producer, NFL Films. Love doing it throughout the football season.
We got a good laugh out of it.
Yeah, right there at the end there. So great stuff. You missed any of that? Great breakdown and some good thoughts there on Brendan Aiyuk and his blocking and how the 49ers could approach the first round. Okay, so we've talked to Greg Cosell. We've talked about the 2 playoff games from last night, or the 2 big walk-off winners from last night. We plan to talk to Dante Whitner in just a little bit. Haven't gotten into the Giants, which, by the way, a 5:45 pregame coming your way after a victory last night. But we do have some time here to jump in to an NBA grab bag. The NBA grab bag featuring a Zach Wilson trade. How about this? The 76ers have a gripe with officiating. There's an update on that. And Jokic's brother, who Marcus Thompson has told us in the past, he believes probably travels around his brothers with a plastic in their, that they can lay down on the ground.
Oh, yeah, like
in the back
Dexter.
of their trunks. That's next on the Sports Leader.
San Rafael, shout out to you for supporting KNBR, San Rafael's Sports Leader.
Silver joined Murph and Marcus this morning and believes John Lynch not denying trading away Brandon Aiyuk leaves that door open. Listen to the podcast, KNBR.com and the KNBR app. Hey, what's going on, everybody? Adam Copeland here for Underdog Fantasy. That's right. Playoffs are here. That's why Underdog Fantasy remains the fan favorite way to play fantasy sports. Regular season is over, but NBA playoffs are the perfect time for you to get in on the action with Underdog Fantasy and their Pick'em game. I'm taking a look at the Pick'em game as it stands right now. Trying to get some of these picks in. Actually, you know what I was looking at? Not even a basketball pick for tonight. I was taking a look at Logan Webb for his total number of strikeouts tonight. You can also get him for the total number of innings pitched. What they do is they give you a series of player stats like Logan Webb there. Maybe it's a number of points or rebounds for a basketball player. You select higher or lower on the given stat. You can pair up to 5 guys together, and if you hit them all, you can win up to 100 times your money in a single night. Fantastic stuff going on at Underdog Fantasy. Endless projections to choose from, and you create your own experience. Legal in California and a ton of fun to play along as you watch through the games. Underdog is easy to play, even easier to get started. First, you got to go to UnderdogFantasy.com or download their mobile app and sign up with promo code KNBR. When you do, they'll match your first deposit. That means you make a deposit of $10 up to $100, and they'll match that first one when you use promo code KNBR. Again, Underdog Fantasy, promo KNBR. They will give you they'll match that first deposit up to $100 plus a mystery special pick. Must be 18 or older, present in a state where Underdog Fantasy operates. Terms apply. Concerned with your play, call 1-800-GAMBLER or visit www.ncpgambling.org.
Hello. I like most of the sounders on KNBR, but the NBA grab bag sounder is really stupid and annoying, and you play it all the time. You can really do better. Please get rid of that stupid sounder.
It's just the best. That phone call it was like we made it up for this this segment. Should let you know Tolbert & Copes is sponsored by Redwood Credit Union. Watch your money grow with a high yield savings certificate at Redwood Credit Union. See how much you can earn at redwoodcu.org. The NBA grab bag, we get this big sack. It's a potato sack every week in the mailroom. Stenciled on it says NBA grab bag. So we open it up and we jump right into the stories, and here's where it starts. Now we have
NBA grab bag.
We have an update on this here in the NBA grab bag, so I'll tell you about that in a second. The 76ers are now down 0-2 to the Knicks. And Tom, do you think the Sixers still have a good shot at winning this series? I took them heavy after last night's game to win Game 3. I immediately went and put money on them to win Game 3, which goes down Thursday night during John Lund's NFL draft. And the plan, they plan to file a grievance. This was leading into today after last night's game. They were going to file a grievance with the NBA over officiating across the first 2 games of the series. Now, we have an update per Tim Bontemps. Here it is here. Tim Bontemps reports on a new ESPN story. The NBA said on Tuesday that Tyrese Maxey was fouled twice, and the officials didn't see Nick Nurse calling for a timeout in the closing moments of Monday's loss, though none of that changes the fact that the New York Knicks have a 2-0 lead in the series. I love when they admit, yeah, we missed that one. Galarraga doesn't get his perfect game back, though, does he?
No. He doesn't.
That's all she wrote. So
that's brutal. I mean, it's you know what? Our bad.
What is a grievance? I mean, that's what a grievance is. Like, it's funny because you file the grievance so that they admit it was wrong, but it doesn't change anything for you.
Yeah, I mean, I don't even know what the whole point is. I don't know where to go from there.
Yeah, what's it?
Like, what do you want? Apology? Yeah, we're sorry.
Yeah, we were wrong.
Thanks.
You're right. We missed it. Game 3 Thursday. Good luck.
I would imagine they'll get a friendlier whistle on Thursday.
Potentially.
Yeah, I would think so.
Why don't we move on here in the NBA grab bag?
NBA grab
We'll jump right into this next story where The Athletic ran, and they've done this for a few years, they ran an anonymous NBA poll. The most overrated player was voted on. It was like 115 players, I believe, across the league did it. The most overrated player got 13.6% of the vote, went to Rudy Gobert.
Yep.
How about that? Why do people have so much beef with Rudy Gobert? It's so funny.
I don't know, man.
By the way, he won. He won over Jordan Poole, who had an 8.6%, which is hysterical. The greatest player of all time. They polled these 115 players. Michael Jordan got only 45.9%. LeBron got 42.1%. So the guys who are playing with and against LeBron still like to give him the nod. Favorite non-NBA player, 13% of the vote went to Lamar Jackson, quarterback. But the greatest honorable mention went to Kirk Cousins from an anonymous player who said, quote, because he gets paid and doesn't have to win or do anything. He made $400 million off one playoff win. Legend. Pretty good. By the way, it's widely expected or assumed that Klay Thompson was one of the players polled because they asked for their favorite non-basketball player, and Trace Thompson was voted as one of the players. And Trace Thompson got one vote. He's currently in AAA for the Mets right now. So,
he outed himself.
I think we'd all guess that Klay's probably one of the guys in this,
yes,
this 115-person poll. Moving on here in the NBA grab bag. Who's the official quarterback of the Tolbert & Coach show, Tom?
Oh, we know who that is.
Well, he's coming a little closer to home.
Zach Wilson.
Our guy, Zach.
Yes, sir.
Tossing bombs and begging moms. Now he's going to be doing that in Denver. He's been traded to the Denver Broncos days ahead of the 2024 NFL draft. It was a late-round pick swap, which is what Zach Wilson went for. How about that? Boy, that heavy draft, that quarterback-heavy first round a couple of years ago, not so hot.
No, you know, anything that involves a swap, he's good with.
Moving on here in the NBA grab bag, which oddly enough has 3 NBA stories in it today, which if you believe this is an NBA story, why don't we go back to the hardwood and the site of last night's Jamal Murray game winner. The NBA and Denver police are looking into an incident in which a man reported to be one of Nuggets star, the brother of Nuggets star Nikola Jokic was seen punching a fan after Denver's buzzer-beating win in their 101-99 victory over the Lakers. In a video shared by TMZ and other outlets, a man is seen climbing over the seats to confront another person at Ball Arena. He then throws punches to the face. TMZ said the altercation happened Monday night just after the game ended. They complete that 20-point comeback. Quote, at this time, no one has come forward as a victim. The LA police said that they are looking into the incident and actively working to identify the person in the video who was struck. They encourage anyone who was involved or witnessed the firsthand contact to get involved with. I said LAPD, it's Denver PD. So there you go. Mark, I imagine nobody's coming forward, by the way. What we know about the
They're not
Jokic
coming
brothers.
forward because they looked over the Jokic brothers and they went.
They Googled them and they were like, no way, dude. Again, as Marcus Thompson said, they travel with big tarps of plastic, he believes, in their trunk that they can lay down for.
End up in a ditch in Serbia. So
it's about to not make a mess. That's going to do it for your NBA grab bag.
NBA grab bag.
On Tuesday, April 23rd, 2024. In about 25 minutes, we are going to catch up, or about 20 minutes actually, with Dante Whitner. Get a thought from him on the NFL draft. Always love talking to Dante. It's fun getting our football hits in today. But coming on back, we talked to somebody, we discussed earlier about the situation with DeForest Buckner when he was available to go seek out a trade. They got it from the Indianapolis Colts, a first rounder. They drafted Javon Kinlaw. That did not work out. How similar is the Brandon Aiyuk situation to that of the DeForest Buckner situation? We'll talk briefly about that next. And then Dante Whitner at 4:50, only here on The Sports Leader. Hey, what's going on, everybody? Adam Copeland here, reminding you yet again that the San Jose Earthquakes are here to host the biggest game of their MLS season against the rivals LAFC at Levi's Stadium. It goes down on Saturday, May the 4th, presented by Audi. The biggest Cinco de Mayo party on the West Coast returns with with special appearances and performances, a meet and greet with El Tri legend Osvaldo Sanchez, and a halftime performance by Ya Okabo. How about that? Artist and Marca MP. It's Quake Soccer on Cinco de Mayo weekend. You don't want to miss it. You can get your tickets at sjearthquakes.com. It's the largest Cinco de Mayo weekend celebration on the West Coast, and it kicks off with a fan fest featuring Mexico national team legend Osvaldo Sanchez, Reynoso, and Soltero of Give and Go podcast. Social media sensations San Jose Foos will also be in attendance. The fan fest will be open to fans at 1:30 just outside of Gate A and will conclude prior to kickoff at 4:30 Pacific time. The largest Cinco de Mayo celebration on the West Coast. It's the San Jose Earthquakes against LAFC at Levi's Stadium Saturday, May 4th. Get your tickets at sjearthquakes.com.
Tolbert and Copes continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix, Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Tolbert and Copes with you on a Tuesday afternoon. We've been talking a lot about Brandon Aiyuk as we lead up to the NFL draft after the piece from Mike Silver where he talked about basically John Lynch did not get rid of, or did not say unequivocally, we won't trade Brandon Aiyuk like he did with Nick Bosa. When you say, hey, we're not going to trade this guy absolutely, then the assumption is that you're kind of going to stand by that. It was reported that he did go to Deebo Samuel and say, hey, we're not going to trade you on draft day, which I thought was pretty funny. In terms of the Brandon Aiyuk situation, in 2020, the Niners had a decision to make between Eric Armstead, who was a free agent, and DeForest Buckner, who had 1 year remaining on his rookie deal. The Niners chose to keep Eric Armstead on a 5-year, $85 million contract extension, with $48.5 guaranteed, and Buckner was traded to the Colts for a first-round pick, 13th overall, and then he signed a 4-year, $84 million extension. At the time, he was the second highest-paid defensive tackle to this day, and even then, I think fans believe they made the wrong decision. Does it feel like Brandon Aiyuk's situation is similar?
Yeah, I mean, same position, although it isn't quite the same position. Here's a distinction I would make. I think they probably knew that there were defensive tackles that were equipped to replace DeForest Buckner, and they thought Kinlaw was going to be that guy. He wasn't, but they were drafting higher as well. I think maybe if you had a draft pick, let's say, in the top 13, 14 already, you might think about it, trade him. If you can get a late one, then you can trade. I heard somebody else say this today too. I'm going to stop myself because I hate when people say this. This is one of my pet peeves. Is when people say, "Well, it's a 34th. You can get the 34th pick, which is basically a first rounder." No, it's not. It's second rounder. Okay, it's in the second round. It's not basically anything. Because then I could say the 31st pick. The Niners are drafting in the first round, but it's basically a second rounder.
Two.
No,
yeah.
It's a first rounder. The first round is 32 and down. That's a first. 32 is not basically a second rounder. It's basically a first rounder. You know why? Because it's a first rounder. So people stop saying that. You sound like idiots when you say that. No, it's basically this. It's not basically anything. It is what it is, dumbass. So here, let me continue on. I think it's easier to plug a defensive tackle into and play.
Agreed.
And Kinlaw didn't fit the bill because he couldn't stay healthy. But I think if you just kind of look at it, okay, what could have a bigger impact the quickest? Defensive tackle. And again, I think the wide receiver position makes all the difference because it's not something that, I've been told, like I wouldn't know this, is that it's not an easy position for a wide receiver to pick up. Like it takes a little time. And it's all about timing here, the window. I've gone over it over and over, just the championship window. He's going to help you win. He's going to be better than anything you can get. So, and they have a high draft pick. Back then, they had lower draft picks. So it's similar, yes. I think it is. But I don't think they need to make that. And I do think that wide receiver is a more critical position than defensive tackle. Like if I were to go positional strength, I'd put wide receiver ahead of defensive tackle. Not ahead of defensive end, but ahead of defensive tackle. So I just think it's similar but different enough to where it's going to be harder to trade them. Although they did get a first rounder for Buckner. I mean, Buckner's a flat stud. I mean, he is an absolute stud. And you look back now, and Armstead was great. Don't get me wrong. And it's when you have to compare two guys that are really good, and you can say, well, I think one's better, almost sounds like you're slamming the other one, and that's just not the case. I think Armstead's been fantastic. This Buckner's better, and Buckner's incredible. That's why Buckner was going to cost you more, and that's why Buckner got you the first rounder. I think they got a first rounder for him. I'm pretty sure they did. But they were going to get more for him than they were for Armstead, and they were going to have to pay him more than Armstead, so they made that choice. And, it's not like they lost that much. It would have been great to keep them together, but they just felt like they couldn't afford it, and they could replace him. Maybe that should be a warning sign for the 49ers. Like, you thought you could replace Buckner. You couldn't. You didn't until you had to go out and pay for him in free agency to get that type of production. And I don't even know if Hargraves last year, I couldn't compare it, was better than Buckner's last year with the 49ers. I just know Buckner's a stud.
Yeah.
And that didn't work out as well as they would hope because it's always a risk. You could think you like somebody in the draft and you go get him. It's like, damn, not as good. Or he gets hurt. He can't stay healthy. That's with Kinlock. He just could not stay healthy. And even if he did, he wasn't going to replace Buckner. I think we could see that in the time that he was healthy. He wasn't that guy. Like, he looked the part. Like, he's a mountain of a man. But he wasn't Buckner. And so there's always that risk. Oh, we can get a 1 for him. And, we could do this. And then you get somebody, you're like, that guy's not as good as we thought he was going to be. That sucks. And, again, they don't. What receivers do they have? They got 3 dependable guys right now. 3. So I don't know. Again, I just don't think it's going to happen, but we will see. But, I agree with you. There are some similarities.
Yeah, I mean, choosing to keep Debo on a cheaper deal and potentially trading probably the better and more expensive player are similar to that of what we saw with DeForest Buckner and Armstead is kind of where I'm at. Like the matchup of the two, but you're right. The comp of the two types of players, there's a reason D-tackle is not called skill position, yes. Right? The insert and play. Now, I thought it was interesting what Greg Cosell was saying to us. I mean, it wasn't all that interesting. I believed him, and I agree with him when he says, I don't think that when guys are drafted in the first round at receiver that teams are looking at how good of a run blocker they are. But I do think that when a guy like Aiyuk becomes the run blocker that he has, you have to take into account what he gives to the offense, what factors he gives you, and what's making you better in certain parts of the game where he's not even touching the football. I don't know. Again, somebody asked this earlier on the text line. What number draft pick would you have to get in the first round to say, absolutely, I'm in on moving? And the funny thing is when we talked last week about Pittsburgh, you and I both went, ooh, Pittsburgh at 20 is the one that makes you go, I wish you said it's like a fantasy football trade where you go, all right, it would take X, Y, and Z. And then they come with that offer and you go, God, why'd you have to make me that offer? Now I have to think about it.
I didn't want the offer.
20 to me is like right there where it makes me really have to consider it based on the depth in the first round. But I don't believe they'll be better at the position if they make the trade. That's where I'm at.
Yeah.
Not,
that's what makes it so tough. Because I think you could justify that. And I don't think that's going to happen. But you could. You could say, hell, we drafted him at 25, and we're trading him for the 20th. We're getting 5 picks better 4 years later. Like, that's a hell of a deal. So I think long term, it might be a better deal, and you could certainly justify that one. Absolutely, you can justify that one. That gives you more money to spread around the roster, and you're going to need some for Purdy, of course. But again, you also have to look at it from the standpoint, okay, what happens if we don't get a guy that's nearly as good as Aiyuk? Where are we going to be? Like, I think, to me, the overriding factor here is they want to win a Super Bowl. If they win a Super Bowl, I think they'd be okay maybe letting a couple guys go and trying to, like, okay, let's try to navigate this. But until they get that,
right?
Like, they've been going all in on this. And I totally I agree with the philosophy. But if you're going to do that, I think you keep pushing those chips in the table until you just can't do it anymore. And if you get that one, then I think you would be more likely to say, okay, let's go ahead and reshuffle the deck, so to speak, a little bit. Like, we want to give ourselves a good chance. We want to be competitive, but maybe not just the all-in approach. Let's try to think a little bit longer term. Because I think right now it's a lot of short-term stuff. And, like, let's stack this thing right now until we have to pay Purdy, and then we're going to be forced to make some decisions. But I just think with Purdy still making kind of peanuts, relatively speaking, I think you got to stick with that philosophy. Like, hey, let's just stack this as best we can and try to win this. And then if we win it this year, perfect. Then we can make decisions next year when we got to pay Purdy and we can figure it out. But at least we'll have that trophy. I think until they get that trophy, I think they're going to want to feel like, hey, let's just keep trying to stack this deck and give ourselves the best chance possible. And I think you got to love that as a 49er fan. I think Jed York is like in this to win a trophy. And obviously everybody else wants to, but first and foremost, your owner has to be committed to doing that. So I just think you might justify that deal, and it may be a good deal, and it may not even be good organizationally to turn that deal down, because it could be good in the future. But, man, if you miss on it and the guy you get's not great and he doesn't give you as good a chance to win a Super Bowl, I don't see that. I do not see that with them right now, especially since they haven't won one. And they've been there twice, haven't won it. I think they desperately want it. And Aiyuk is better than any other option coming out of college. Like if you're going to trade for another great wide receiver, then okay, you could justify that. But you never know what you're getting in the draft. You never know. You go through the first rounds of the NFL all the time. You're like, oh man, oof. And then the third or fourth round, you're like, oh damn.
Oh damn, I fell that far. How'd his guys are all pro. Because the draft is not a perfect science.
Exactly. So God, that would be tough though. If you're the 20 would be a tough one.
How about Dante Whitner, number 8? Was that a good pick?
Dante Whitner, of course it was.
Yeah, Latham Wood, number 8.
Kidding me?
Should have been number 1.
You might be pushing it.
You should have taken the corner number 1.
Yeah, number 1.
By the way, 510
He's
says...
number 1. Dante is number 1.
It's a safety, excuse me. It's a corner. 510...
Michigan, hot 2.
Check, 510 checks in and says, yeah, but how many of Kinlaw's friends went to his birthday party? We'll have to call his coach and ask at South Carolina. Dante Whitner was the number 8 overall pick in the draft when he was selected out of Ohio State. He's going to join us on the other side. We'll talk to him about his thoughts on where the 49ers should go in the first round and what could happen with Brandon Aiyuk. Dante Whitner next on the Sports Leader. The Giants won 5-2 over the New York Mets with a new fancy light show for Camilo Doval. Club Camilo. What do you think of Doval's entrance last night? Let us know on our socials at KNBR.
Hey everybody, Mr. T here for Xfinity. Everyone's house, a little bit different, but you might have something in common. Bad Wi-Fi spots. You don't want those. Whether it's basement, attic, if you have those, corner bedroom, everyone has one where the Wi-Fi just doesn't quite reach. You don't get the speed and reliability you want. And with the gamers and the streamers and the workers and maybe even people going to school and whatever they're doing on any device they're doing it on, they want to have the same Wi-Fi the best spot in the house gets. Everyone deserves to have the same fast, reliable Wi-Fi you get from Xfinity. And you can have it with wall-to-wall Wi-Fi only on the Xfinity 10G network. Get wall-to-wall Wi-Fi from Xfinity for reliable connection throughout your home now through June 21st. New customers can get started with gig speed internet for $25 a month for 2 years with no annual contract and free Wi-Fi equipment included when you add unlimited mobile. Go to Xfinity.com, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit an Xfinity store today. You love sports, you love high def, you love fast, reliable Wi-Fi throughout the entirety of your home. You will love Xfinity.
Shepard and Copes continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix, Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Tolbert and Copes with you on a Tuesday afternoon, working to make the connection here with Dante Whitner, who we talk to usually every week throughout the football season. Haven't spoken to him, I don't think, since really the end of the season, since the Niners went down and lost Super Bowl 58 in Las Vegas. We can talk to him about which direction the Niners go. Also, by the way, at 5:45 tonight, in about an hour, under an hour, 55 minutes, we'll have Giants pregame coming your way. We'll talk a little bit about the Giants win last night, the Club Camilo entrance. See all that? The show lights. We'll get into some of that. We'll get into some of that tomorrow night. Yeah, you hit a home run now at Oracle Park at night. You get a light show too. There's a whole bunch of stuff going on.
You do?
Yeah, why not? Why not?
Home run?
Why not? Flashing lights and stuff.
Try that.
Because they got like spotlights and stuff flashing around. It's kind of cool. So we'll get more into this after, if and when we make the connection with Dante Whitner. Derek says his phone's off, so I don't think we're making the connection.
Shocking.
I don't think we'll make the connection here with Dante Whitner. Yeah, we do, by the way, have a couple more NBA games tonight, right? We got the Suns are playing tonight. The Bucks play tonight. So we got Suns are underway right now, by the way.
Yep.
Suns at T-Wolves, 8-0 Wolves. Early.
Clippers.
And Clippers, yeah. So Pacers at Bucks tonight, and then Mavs at Clippers. Anything else from over the weekend, hoops-wise, stand out to you from the Saturday slate?
Yeah, the game sucked.
Yeah. All home teams, I think home teams went 6-0 in game one. Is that right?
Well, home teams, if you count the NHL playoffs, home teams were 19-1 in the first round.
Oh.
First game of the first round. Yeah, I know. It's incredible. They may have been 19-1 or 19-1 against the spread, which there is no spread in hockey unless you play the puck line. But I know in the NBA,
hockey, basketball.
Thank you, Joe. Thunder were the only home team that didn't cover, but they won. The home teams were 8-0, but they were 7-1 against it. It was like home domination. But yeah, the games were pretty brutal. The Knicks and Philly was good, and the Thunder and Pelicans were good. Everything else was like almost over at half or over by midway through the fourth quarter. Yeah, it was a bad batch of games this weekend. What are you going to do? But last night made up for it. Hopefully this night will be really good. I'm really curious to see if Kawhi plays. I know he was at shoot-around today, kind of going through some stuff, and Clippers were one of those games where they just stomped. They just stomped Dallas. Like, every team that everybody thought, like, was going to win, like, kind of consensus over the weekend, everybody loved the Mavericks. Stomped. Everybody loved
109-97, yeah.
Yeah, everybody loved the Suns. Stomped. Everybody, look out for the scrappy Pacers. Stomped. I mean, just over at half. Like, I think Dallas was up 25. Clippers were up 25 or so at half. The Bucks were up over 20 at half. And the T-Wolves weren't up that much at half. I think they were up like 6, 7. But then they just blew them out in the second half. So, yeah, it's the playoffs are a funny thing. Because it doesn't really matter if you get beat by 30 or get beat by 1. It's just one game. And it's a race to 4. And you watch how quickly people will shift their narrative. It's just one game at a time. Like right now, the 76ers are in total trouble. They win game 1. They win game 1 at home, or game 3, I guess it would be game 1 for them at home. You watch, it'll be like, oh, they look good in that game. If they win this game, then it's 2-2, and oh God, now the Knicks got to win game 5. It's wild, the shifts. Like, I love hearing people, oh, this game's critical. This is the most important game of the series, game 3. Oh, game 5. Okay, game 5. And I always tell everybody, like, every game's the most important game of the series. You only have to get to 4. Like, that's it. It's not like you're playing the best of 20. It's the best of 7. So every game is critical. Every game's the most important game. And if you look at it like that, it's just one game. Like, that's one gets 25% of the way to getting there, getting to your goal, which is winning 4 games. So I've never bought the fact. The only game that's more critical than the other is if you're in risk of being eliminated. That one is critical. That one is a little bit more important because if you lose that, you're going fishing. So, but they're all super, super important. But the dramatic narrative changes from one game to the next It's just wild. I mean, look what happened in Philly or in New York. Now New York has a stranglehold on that series, right? Up 2-0.
Yep.
2-0. If they'd have lost that game, it'd have been like, uh-oh, now you're going back to Philly. You only got a split here. It's wild because when teams win games at home, it's like, well, that's what you're supposed to do. If you're supposed to win both games at home, you're at home. But if you lose one, it's just like so. That's why I love the playoffs because they're just so much fun to watch, and the narratives just jump back and forth. But you watch how people look at this when if unless say if the Lakers win, I don't think it'll shift that much. I think people will go, it's just inevitable. Lakers got to win at home, but hopefully my favorite playoff. This theory used to be great. It's not as good anymore because everybody knows about it. It's like theories aren't any good when everybody knows about it.
It's not a theory. It's just it's like something people do.
Yeah, but if a team is down 3-1 going home, bet them in the first half. But it doesn't happen. Like there were lines last year where the line was like -2 but -3 in the first half. It's like, wait, what? Makes no sense. Like you're -3 in the first half, but only -2 for the game. But that's again, everybody knows about so it's not even that great anymore, to be honest with you. But usually, what I like to do is go with the opposite of what happened in the first game and go with the second game. Worked twice yesterday. Lakers covered and Philly covered.
First half, yeah.
Yeah, but Orlando. No, they covered in the game.
Oh, they covered the game, right? Yeah, they lost by 2.
They covered the game because they're getting 7.5, and Orlando, Minnesota. I mean, Philly was getting 4.5. Orlando can't shoot. That's why they can't cover. I mean, jeez, make a shot. Like if Boncaro or Wagner aren't scoring, Franz, not Mo, then they're just in trouble. They can't. And I was hoping they'd win the series too, just because of the way Cleveland finished out the regular season by just handing a game, just like tanking basically, so you get a better draft position. But no, I mean, it's fun. I'm glad Kawhi is coming back. I hope Milwaukee stays in it long enough where Giannis can come back. It's kind of a bummer to see that Embiid's kind of dragging that leg up and down the court. That Zion,
he's still hurting, right? He was getting massaged on the sideline.
Yeah, exactly. Hopefully Zion will come back. But we'll see if Kawhi comes back tonight because that's a team. They're a team that can win a championship. They are. I just don't think they will because they're the Clippers, and something always happens. I always count on something happening that's like you just go, Clippers. That's the Clippers. Like it's one of those deals. But, I mean, they're talented enough. If Harden plays like he did yesterday, although the thing we know about Harden, that he's, like, really good at the beginning of the playoffs, and then just kind of goes slowly down the other way. But they're good. I mean, they're really good when they play their style of ball and get after you defensively, and so is Dallas. So, no, I'm looking forward to that. I got those games taped. Somehow I taped I do got to mention this since we have a little free time since Dante. I got to give myself a little pat on the back. I made it through last night. I finally made it through.
You going Murphy? I'm going to praise myself. You going Brian Murphy? I'm going to praise myself right here.
I made it through Vikings.
Oh, you finished it? Oh, good.
I made it through Vikings.
I didn't think you would. I'm glad you did.
I know. You were worried about me there for a minute.
I was. I'm like, you going to be all right? You going to make it?
89 episodes. I grinded through in like 2 weeks. Dude, I was like, that's why I don't start series. Because I'm like, once I get started, I've told you this. I play video games till 3 in the morning. I watch shows till 2 in the morning. Like, I just can't. Like, okay, let me do one more episode. And they snuck some extra episodes in on me.
I'm going to praise myself right now.
Yeah. That sounded... Okay, I didn't do that then. That sounded bad. There were 9 episodes first season, then 10, then 10. I go, oh, okay. We got 30 more episodes to go. 3 more seasons to go. 6 seasons. Dude, they snuck in 10 bonus episodes in each season. They went to 20 episode seasons.
It's like a network television show.
It was simple. I'm like, oh my God. I go, there's 60 more of these things? 60. And I finally got through it. So I recommend it. It's a grind. I mean, it's a haul. And that's the reason I didn't start it in the first place. I was like, 6 seasons? That's a lot. And I know once I get started, I just get after it. So I try not to watch too many shows, but I do recommend Vikings to to anybody that thinks they might like that type of. And it's historical too. Like it was on the History Channel, and a lot of the names are correct, and a lot of the. I mean, they probably.
A lot of the names are real. They're correct.
Yeah,
stories are all factual, 100% real. So you'll like it.
Well, I don't think they had the Norwegian Times back then to chronicle all this stuff.
You don't think, do you?
No, I'm pretty sure they did.
The Norwegian Times, breaking news. Yeah,
but there was somebody named Ragnar. We have breaking time. What happened to Ragnar? No. There was somebody named Ragnar, and Harold was the first king in Norway. So I mean, like a lot of it's kind of cool because a lot of it is based in fact, and I'm sure they had to fill in the gray areas a little bit here and there, but. I do recommend that show. It's a long haul. I just wanted to tell everybody because everybody's like, "Hey, you watch anything?"
I'm going to praise myself right now.
I'm watching Vikings, so I do recommend it. If you've never seen it, it's on Netflix. It started in 2013, and go ahead.
Well, congrats.
Thank you. I appreciate that. I feel like
Holmgren Cups with you on a Tuesday afternoon.
You know what I'm going to do? Bake myself a cake.
That was not a Minnesota Vikings convo, incidentally. That was a playoff hoops convo into Tom patting himself in the back for finishing the show.
Oh, they do say Skol a lot. Skol.
Can I get some praise from people?
No, you can't.
Cheers.
I think I cut that bite, by the way. Let's go out to the phone lines.
Can I get some praise from people?
I cut that when I was on the board. Let's go out to the phone lines here because this is just somebody's been waiting on the line here. Every once in a while, a professional wrestler will call us.
What?
And cut a promo, and this guy's called before the Mexican dream. It's not the Mexican American dream; it's just the Mexican dream. Oh, it is the Mexican
American dream, Mr. Big Shot Adam Copeland. Get it correct. That's right. It's me, El Sueño, and I'm back. I have two things I want to get off my chest today. First of all, Connor, I heard you call last week, Daddy. I heard you call last week, and you bombed per usual. Connor, just want to say, first of all, I didn't realize that you was just a boy, and you was using comedy to cover up your nervousness. Let me just tell you two things. One, I believe the children of the future, and I believe everybody deserves a second chance. And therefore, let me give you a piece of advice. Connor, you're still a young man, baby. Don't waste your time with the comedy. Just get to the sports takes and leave it at that. Leave the comedy to the professionals. That's why we have Lowell Cone. Don't worry about the comedy, young man. Just get to the facts. Thank you, and welcome back to the full, young Connor. Now, second, Captain Tom Tolbert. What's more American than apple pie? What's more American than baseball in the 20th century? And what's more American than Budweiser and Pabst Blue Ribbon? It's the Girl Scouts of America, Captain Tom. Yes, I know I'm a few weeks late on this, but I was very dismayed by you disrespecting the Girl Scouts of America when all this.
I'm a few weeks late on this.
Raise some money so they can go camping and they can build birdhouses and they can get merit badges for their little green fascists. Captain Tom Tolbert, you were very disrespectful to the Girl Scouts of America. So you know what you did? You know what you did by your disrespect? You put hard times on the Girl Scouts of America. You put hard times on the cookie sales, and you put hard times on the most American of all institutions, which is capitalism. Captain Tom Tolbert, let me tell you something, Daddy. Girl Scout cookies cost money, yes, but being polite doesn't cost a thing. Next time the Girl Scouts ask you to buy some cookies, you can say, no, thank you, baby, and run across the street. You do not have to be disrespectful. Mr. Tom Tolbert, do not upset the Girl Scouts of America. Next time, I'll have to warm up a 12-inch super burrito-sized tortilla, douse the edge of it with some tapatio, and sling it your way and smack you across the face and teach you some respect. Mexican-American dream is out. Odele way!
Yeah! Rack 'em. Rack the Mexican-American dream. I got to tell you, for the Mexican-American dream, it talks a lot about America. You know what I mean? It talks a lot about the American dream. Yeah.
That is such a good. I don't know how old that caller is, but that's an amazing Dusty Rhodes. Yeah. I mean, but it's like Dusty Rhodes is like 80s. Like that is like way back. Yeah, that's a really good Dusty Rhodes right there. That's very, very solid. Well done. Even though you're a little late on the Girl Scout
I
rant,
know I'm a couple weeks late on this, Mr. Tom Tolbert.
I think that might have been before Trump got elected the first time. So, but funny, but good stuff. Yeah, it's a yes for me. It's a yes for me.
It's a yes for me, dog. Yeah, I'll see you in Hollywood, Mexican American Dream. By the way, a few people have checked in here on the Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line. You can always do so yourself at 808 KNBR 415-808-5627. One of our guys checked in and said, dude, was that 3? It's 707 says, was that 3 NBA stories in the NBA grab bag? I didn't sign up for this crap. Eat ass, Derek. That's from our favorite UPS driver.
Hey, Derek!
up in Seattle. There you go. 831 says NBA barf bag, which is pretty good. More people checking in on the draft here, too, say, yeah, it's like a box of chocolates. It really is to the NFL draft. 707 says Brock Purdy was the last pick of the 2022 draft, which is basically like an early first-rounder, Tom, of the 2023 draft.
Stop.
That's pretty good. I like that one. 707 says, I like Norway, Tom, but I can't FJORD it. Fjord it. I like it.
Fjord.
There you go.
I can't afford it.
510 says this caller's awful. Please stop taking calls. No.
No,
absolutely not. 408 says, hey, Tommy, recently moved to Minneapolis, and people skull each other up and around town here. There's like
I know they do.
There's like roll up through Minnesota. Skull, what up,
Skull.
dude? Yo,
Skull.
What's up?
Skull. Yeah, that was the one thing I got out of watching that. They scold a lot there. They scold a lot. They love their drinking. They love scolding. Skull. 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 I'm going to have to use that one. Skull. I won't, because I'll sound like an idiot.
It's
at a
like
bar.
roll tide.
Skull.
Yeah.
People will look at me like, shut up.
Roll damn
What are you
tide.
talking about?
Yeah, that's really what it's like.
What you think you are, a Viking? You beat it, pal.
Would that be any different than Niners fans, like rolling past each other like, hey, faithful to the Bay? FTTB, baby. Like, that'd be weird. That'd be weird.
This dork over here yelling skull with an IPA in his hand. What are you talking about?
At the Mall of America.
Dork.
You know what I mean? He's like,
dork.
It's like in line at that roller coaster in the Mall of America.
Ferdinand Karangadan.
Holding an orange.
Put your grapefruit IPA down and stop yelling skull.
He's got an orange Julius and an Auntie Anne's pretzel yelling skull.
Although I will say the horns, like the horns they used to drink
Viking
out
horns?
of,
Yeah.
those are pretty badass. Like, I don't know how you set it down. That's a little bit of a problem. I'm not sure how that works. I think you probably need a receptacle to slide it in. But it is pretty badass. Like, if you're sitting around your house on a Sunday watching a football game, drinking out of a horn, pour the beer in the horn every time your team scores, skull. I mean,
I'll tell you what.
Does it get any better? Probably.
John Lund probably sits around at the draft drinking out of a horn, dude, instead of
the shoehorn.
Somebody got very upset with us earlier. Like, you guys are very small. You think this is funny to be throwing shade at one of your colleagues and coworkers like this?
Yeah, we do.
Yeah, I said, don't you have actually responded, I said, don't you have some small Midwestern town to ban dancing in or something? Like, what are you so upset about, bro?
Guess what? He'd find it funny.
Yeah, but John Lund would love this. By the way, here's where all that came from.
Copes, is the draft actually better than a football game?
No,
John
of course not.
Yes, it is.
No,
it's better than a lot of games.
What? What? I still think the worst football game that would be played in 2024, I would appreciate more than the draft.
Because it's an actual competition.
I'd watch Belichick run it like 50 times again where Mac Jones throws it 3 over the draft every time because it's an actual game. There's stuff happening.
Game.
There's things going on within the game. So
hell yeah.
510 says on the text line, I walk up to people in actually this is a good one. The 510 says I walk up to people in gear all the time and go bang bang and let them finish it. Actually, you know what, 510? I endorse that one.
Oh,
bang bang, not again.
No.
Yeah. I just tell people Aiyuk, and then I let them finish it from there. Tolbert and Copes with you on a Tuesday afternoon. Giants baseball coming up at 5:45 tonight. A pregame at 5:45. Logan Webb takes the ball against Luis Severino, a righty formerly of the Yankees, now of the New York Mets. Last night, the Giants got a win behind Keaton Wynn. Nice victory for Keaton.
Good.
Actually, I was at House of Prime Rib on Sunday night. I saw three Giants were having dinner together. It was Sean Jelly, Keaton Wynn, and Tristan Beck hanging out,
Jelly,
having their House of Parm. Yeah, Jelly. Jelly.
Wynn was good last night. He was really now.
He's been good last 5.
He got hit.
3.
You know, there were some balls that were Adam balls, like 3 of them early on, and they got hit right at people. It's baseball; it happens. But he was really good. Like if you're Quintana, you're like, what's going on here? These guys are like nickel and diming me to death here. just like blooping them in, bloop here, bloop there.
Foul double, and then the base hit up the middle. Then you get, what's his name?
But it's baseball. But yeah, that was a good win. Now can they put two together? Now can they get it? They did this twice against the Diamondbacks. Let's see if they can get that second one. Ensure the series, get two in a row, and get this thing moving. Like, get some traction. Get a win streak going here instead of one step forward, one step back.
Logan Webb tonight, take the under just because Giants won't score either, probably. Logan Webb gets the ball. We'll talk more about the new sights and sounds at Oracle Park. Club Camilo, the lights that come when he comes in. What are the best entrances in sports currently? We'll talk about that next on the Sports Leader.
St. Helena. Shout out to you for supporting KNBR. St. Helena's Sports Leader.
KNBR Draft Show is happening this Thursday live at 5 as Greg Papa, John Lunn, and Todd Husak react to the picks from Levi's. Go to KNBR.com and the KNBR app for more details.
Everybody, Mr. T here for Xfinity. Everyone's house, a little bit different, but you might have something in common. Bad Wi-Fi spots. You don't want those. Whether it's basement, attic, if you have those, corner bedroom, everyone has one where the Wi-Fi just doesn't quite reach. You don't get the speed and reliability you want. And with the gamers and the streamers and the workers and maybe even people going to school and whatever they're doing on any device they're doing it on, they want to have the same Wi-Fi the best spot in the house gets. Everyone deserves to have the same fast, reliable Wi-Fi you get from Xfinity. And you can have it with wall-to-wall Wi-Fi only on the Xfinity 10G network. Get wall-to-wall Wi-Fi from Xfinity for reliable connection throughout your home now through June 21st. New customers can get started with gig speed internet for $25 a month for 2 years with no annual contract and free Wi-Fi equipment included when you add unlimited mobile. Go to Xfinity.com, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit an Xfinity store today. You love sports, you love high def, you love fast, reliable Wi-Fi throughout the entirety of your home. You will love Xfinity.
Play KNBR at your pad on your Apple HomePod. Tolbert and Copes now continue on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
First ball swinging. Here's a drive down the right field line by Conforto. Deep, way back there, and it's gone! Onto the arcade and straightaway right field. Michael Conforto against his old team, the Mets, jumps on one, ambushing Quintana, and it's 5-1 Giants.
There's Michael Conforto homering yesterday against the New York Mets, and the Giants have been waiting. Remember they went that homestand, didn't have a home run at a night game, and they had all these new lights and everything that they were waiting to display, and Camilo had not entered a night game for a save situation, so the light stuff didn't get to happen quite as the Giants had planned, at least through the first homestand. And then yesterday they kind of ripped all the Band-Aids off of that stuff as you get a sort of a light show. It's cool. They got like these spotlights that sort of travel around the field now. Things flash as Michael Conforto is rounding the bases. It's certainly a more modern-looking home run celebration than just the water cannons, which we've become used to for 25 years or whatever it is. But Camilo Doval enters last night, and they do this thing where like the whole stadium goes dark and it goes red. And then did you see it? Did you watch his entrance, Tom?
I did.
See a video? You think it was pretty cool?
Yeah, it was a little weird.
Liked it. Yeah, it was weird, but I liked it.
The one part that I was wondering about was the lights went off when Camilo Doval threw his last warm-up
to the bullpen catcher. I was like,
yeah,
I was like, dude, what?
You're going to take one right to the chops. I mean, he has gear on, but you don't want 98 right to the chops.
Sliding 98, too, by the way. It's like cutting at you.
It's going to sting a little bit. I was like, yeah, you might want to time that up a little bit better. But yeah. Look, I could do with the old school stuff, but that was fine. Yeah, it was kind of cool. I thought the spotlight had a hard time kind of finding him. Like I thought the spotlight would be right on him, but kinks they could work out. But yeah, that was cool. Just try to dress it up a little bit more. If it gets people out to the ballpark and gives them something to look forward to, it's just. You can't be too stuck in your ways on stuff like that, I don't think. Like there's some people, just keep it old school. And I'm good with that. And there are things that I would like to see go back to the way it used to be. I understand why it doesn't. But this kind of stuff, yeah, I mean, absolutely. If you think it's going to bring more fun to the ballpark and the players dig it and they get into it a little bit more, sure, why not? I mean, it was pretty cool, actually.
Yeah, I mean, I go back to, and to me, in baseball, all the cool entrances have always been closers. And it starts with, I mean, was it Hoffman first with Hell's Bells?
Yes.
Hoffman and the Hell's Bells to me was, while I hated the Padres and hated having to see Trevor Hoffman trailing by a run or three in the ninth, Hell's Bells and then him entering from the dugout was always gong, gong, or entering from the bullpen in the outfield. That was one of the coolest things ever. Enter Sandman, just in and of itself, has to go down in history as one of the greatest entrances ever, because the Sandman putting you to sleep, and it's Mo Rivera. And you hear that music. There was something real cool about rock music and closers coming in, and whether it's a fire you up thing. What did Grant Balfour come into? Derek? Anybody? Grant Balfour? I can't remember what his song was. Grant Balfour came into something heavy. Again, I never like a closer whose name is Balfour. But Grant Balfour, the Coliseum would rock, dude. When that guy was running in like the yellow jerseys from the bullpen on the side, he would do the thing too where he would like pour a cup of water or a bottle of water on his head. He'd be like cursing at himself as he walked in. Guys who would psych himself into anger, like, and the crowd's kind of going nuts. Like I got chills even thinking. Grant Balfour.
Where you get Rob Nant?
The Angry Aussie, of course. That's where I was going next. No, put this away. I'll get to Timmy Trumpet, his lame ass entrance. Edwin Diaz. I was gonna say that to me, like FP loved that one. I think Timmy Trumpet's one of the lamest entrances ever. I think it's really, really dumb. They're like, that should play in every stand. I'm like, no, it shouldn't. If that's his entrance, cool. But Edwin, whatever. Smoke on the Water, that was my thing.
Lame as hell.
That was the coolest, because it was the old scoreboard with like remember it was the old black and orange, like the old stadium looking bead lights or whatever. But it would have Nen up on the scoreboard in flames, and that was the coolest thing to me.
Very cool.
It was Metallica 1 was Grant Balfour. That's right.
Oh, was it?
Yeah. Edwin Diaz and the Timmy Trumpet. What'd you think of that?
Timmy Trumpet?
Yeah.
Wasn't a huge fan.
Yeah.
It was okay.
They were like, he's here live doing it today. I was like, who cares? Who gives a damn?
Did he do it like 3 times before he got hurt?
Yeah, right. They got hurt in that WBC. They didn't play it then. Somebody.
The thing is, you can do the light show, You could do Enter Sandman. You could do Hell's Bells, all those. You could do those every game. It's kind of hard to ask Timmy Trumpet to come to every single game, sitting around waiting to see if Edwin Diaz might close the game.
It's 7-1. We don't need you
looks
to
like Timmy Trumpet's getting up. Oh, they blew it. They got a 7-run lead now. Trumpet's sitting down. He's going home. Like, what, are you going to have a live person just at your disposal? Like, hey, just wait around. We're not sure we're going to need him tonight, but in case we do, we need you here.
Yeah, as Tim says, it's kind of like why I never would bring a broom to a game where you're looking for a sweep, because if you lose, you better leave the broom there. You don't want to walk out into the stadium with your trumpet.
No, it's a bad
trumpet
look.
in the case.
Bad look.
You're polishing it up. 707 says, shout out Ricky Vaughn. Yeah, Ricky Vaughn, of course.
Ricky Vaughn.
A spoof of all those. Well, 650 El Machone for Sergio Romo. I love that one. El Machone was a good one. My Machone.
Yep.
Yeah, that was cool.
Yep.
And then the other is Jump Around, Brian Wilson.
Oh, yeah.
That was
a good
That was super
one.
fitting to him. Like, it wasn't rock music. It was very fitting to Brian Wilson, which I thought was pretty cool. Where it's like he kind of just wanted a party when he came into the game.
Exactly. No, that was pretty awesome one. I did like that one.
What about I guess you'd have to go. This is more like lineup entrance, but the '90s Bulls.
Yes,
that's more like introduction to the lineup. But that changed the way I feel like lineups are introduced.
No. Yeah, that was pretty odd. That was pretty cool. I was there obviously for a few of those. I think I might actually have started for a few of those games. We didn't get that treatment, by the way. The road team didn't quite get the light treatment, and it was just like, oh, now the Orlando Magic. We'd get done, and then they'd turn the
Tom
lights out.
Tolbert, stand in line.
Yeah, stand in line. And now, Tom Tolbert.
You guys riffing on you?
Yeah, exactly.
Were you ever part of any cool entrances as a player, like whether in college or was there ever any like for the Final Four or any? That's more pageantry like though. That's more like the feel of what it was being there probably.
No, we didn't really have that stuff. Like the Bulls really stood out. Now everyone's got the light shows, the fire, the pyrotechnics. Sometimes that the flames are so hot at Chase and what used to be Oracle. Oracles were like insane. If you closed your eyes, and you know where we are, we're at the top of the lower section, both Oracle and Chase. When they did the flame at Oracle, if you closed your eyes, you knew when they did the flame. And we were probably like a couple 100 feet away from the flame, but it was that hot. It was like, my gosh, this thing is steaming hot, and they still do that, but it's not. Yeah, it's not quite as incendiary. But they still do, the pyrotechnics and all that kind of stuff. But everybody does that. When the Bulls did it, it was like, whoa, wow, who thought of this? Like this is different. This is pretty cool, and it fit them. It was the Bulls are the best team in basketball, Jordan and all that kind of stuff, and the PA announcer was great. So yeah, it was really cool. But every arena you go to now, it's turn the lights off. You got the videos playing up there, and they got some fire going and some wild stuff going on. But yeah, it's super cool. Get you hyped up, ready to go, and then you actually have to go out there and play.
There's Ray Lewis had a pretty good entrance.
What was his?
He would just come out. Remember, he's like punching the air and like
I remember
his legs and like
dance
screaming.
That he did.
That was kind of. I'm not talking about the pump up dance or the thing.
Okay, yeah,
I'm talking about when he would just walk out of the tunnel and he was screaming in the air. Tom Brady had the one where he just runs out dead sprint like no helmet. That was his whole thing. Jimmy did that too, but not to the same amount of success. 209 says, Virginia Tech comes out to Enter Sandman. Vodtech football. That's right. That is a cool one.
That's a cool one.
That is a very cool one.
That's really cool. That one's cool. And then the jump around at Wisconsin.
That's a good one
quarter.
too. Yep.
That one's pretty good too. That one's not bad.
As 805 says, Dustin Hermanson got pretty psyched. Yeah, to put guys on before Wayne Franklin gave up grand slams. We'll start with that one. 707 says Brian Dawkins. I did see that one on a list earlier. I'd like to post two. One not as good as the other. We'll go Thunder Lips as one. Why are they carrying him? He's walking. Thunder Lips in Rocky 3. And then you got to go Apollo Creed. On the Bicentennial in 1976, dude, going up against Rocky for the first time. One of the all-time greats, dude, with the hat, and he's like got the gloves on, he's pointing, he's dancing with the women. Great entrance, Apollo Creed. Maybe the greatest movie entrance of all time for a fighter. All right, when we come on back, we think we have time for a little soup du jour before we get you to Giants pregame coming up at 5:45. As many people still checking in on John Lund. 707 says John Lund hates El Machone. Somebody else says John Lund shows up for a hockey game to watch the Zamboni and then leaves. Somebody else said John Lund shows up for BP and leaves before first pitch. That's That's John Lund and his NFL draft. A little soup du jour, and then you got the Giants taking on the New York Mets in Game 2 of a 3-game series, a chance to win the series tonight. We'll be on after the game tomorrow, by the way. Giants and the Mets day game. Papa and Lund are going to be out at Oracle Park at 58 Social, getting ready. 925 says, Chipper Jones, Crazy Train, Kenley Jansen, California Love. I got no love for any of those. Soup du jour next on the Sports League.
Hey, how do you spell Del Rio?
Hey everybody, Mr. T here for Alex Kugelman and the good people over at Kugelman Law. Feeling overwhelmed by IRS tax issues? Ugh, the worst. The stress that comes along with it. Am I getting mail today from the IRS? Am I getting a phone call that I don't want to answer? Maybe even a knock on the door? You don't want to have to deal with that. And you certainly don't want to go it alone. You're not supposed to understand the complexities of tax law. That's what Alex Kugelman and the team over at Kugelman Law do. Schedule a consultation, let them sit down, walk you through it, tell you how to work your way through it, give you what the pricing is, and then you can decide whether you want to move forward or not. But again, it's tough. Let them help you out. Let them take the bag of stress and let them worry about it. You can catch them at sftaxteam.com. That's sftaxteam.com. Kugelman Law, your tax, crypto, and estate planning attorneys. Alex Kugelman, managing attorney, 21 Tamil Vista Boulevard, Suite 202, Corte Madera, California, 94925. This paid endorsement does not constitute a guarantee or prediction of results.
I'm going to praise myself right now.
All right, let's do a little soupy doop. I got a couple stories here that trying to read through this last one, but yeah, I'm good to go. I don't think I need to get to the whole story, but there is a good little story in the story.
By the way, 831 says Bond's the next episode. That was a great intro. That was one of the best, I feel like, coming up to the plate.
You know what? I don't even remember anybody's
plate music.
Walk up. Yeah. The only one I remember is Michael Moore's.
Yeah.
That's the only one
somebody sang
I remember. Yeah.
I remember Franny's.
What was Franny's?
Well, Red Hot Chili Peppers. Snow.
Oh, was it?
Yeah.
Oh, I love that song.
It's a great intro.
I had no idea.
Yeah, he had a great intro.
Wow.
I don't know why I always remember Franny's. Yeah.
I don't know I don't know if I was a baseball player what I would use for my intro song. Oh, Tim says he does. What would it be? Oh, yeah.
Here's
That'd be
here's the thing. You have a radio show and you have an intro song. What do you mean? Tom's like, I don't know what I would use. I'm like, you use one every day since I was a kid.
Yeah, but I don't know if I'd use that, but this one. Oh, yeah, Benny Hill, you kidding me? That'd be aw- Can you imagine walking up to this every time? People be so tired of hearing that after a while. Oh, my gosh. Yakety sax.
Marty comes up to center field like, put me in, coach. I'm ready to play.
Great job, brother. All right. Okay. So for those people that think having a foot-long monster in your pants is like that's something you would aspire to. Look, take it from a man who lives over in England. Matt Barr is his name, and apparently I have it on good authority. Well, this article, he has one of the biggest schlongs in England.
Nice.
Now, I have no idea.
Is that what the story's about, or you just knew this when you saw the name?
I keep track of this type of stuff. I run in those circles.
It's almost like you know who that is, right? Yeah.
Yeah. No, I don't know who that is.
Heard of that?
Here to snake your drain.
What's his name again?
Matt Barr. Not the kicker. I do not believe.
Derek said I was about to ask.
Yeah, I don't think he's the kicker, but I'm not positive. They show a picture of him. He's not the kicker.
He does have a third leg, though.
Yeah, he definitely.
Thank you.
Definitely has that. He says that people have learned a lot of myths from porn, of course. They don't realize the implications that it would have when you're actually living with a situation on a day-to-day basis.
I'm here to flush your pipe.
Yeah, he said he's been kicked out of yoga class because he's in yoga class doing the downward dog, and people actually think he's erect when he's not. He goes, "Yo, that's just me. You don't want to see me when I'm erect." And they booted him out.
You don't like me when I'm angry?
Yeah, they boom. The great part about it is just because he's been living with a tripod his whole life. I don't know that I want his autobiography, aptly titled "A Long Story: Life with one of the world's largest penises."
Tim says we have audio.
Don't act like you're not impressed.
It's like it's a house guest. Like it's actually my man's house guest. Yo, it stays in the bedroom. Yeah, it stays in the guest room.
I bring it for special. It's like the Chinese. Bring it for special occasions.
It doesn't stay with me. He goes, it's difficult because it's not something you really spring on people as a surprise because it just scares people away generally.
It's actually an optical illusion. It's the pattern on the pants that it's not flattering in the crotchal region.
It's so good. He said, in terms of women, he goes, they love the idea more than the practicality of it. It's like,
Dude.
oh, wait, we're going to do that? Yeah. I don't know. Want to go see a movie?
It's the idea is better than the actual. Yeah, you don't want to.
Let's go see a movie.
Should we get that tomahawk steak? It sounds good. Look at that thing. It's huge. It's a better idea, really, than trying to put that whole thing away. You know what I mean?
Oh, yeah. I got
this is awkward.
Steak.
707 said he's a shower, not a grower.
He might be both.
707 says he's going to get a custom third leg made for his pants.
Oh, God.
209 just calls him Matt Iron Bar.
Matt Iron Bar.
Yeah, someone says he's doing downward dong. Yeah, that's nice.
Not the downward dong. Oh, my
this is
goodness.
awkward.
You know how many more people got mad about the NBA grab bag sounder than this segment? It's hilarious to me. How much more hate the sounder gets?
NBA grab bag!
Than like this. You know what I mean? People are like, well, we expect this, you know?
All right, here's a story. Now, I'm sure this isn't the first time it's ever happened. People have dreamt about winning the lottery, how it would change their lives. And hey, but you're not going to win the lottery. I mean, someone's going to win it. Not going to be you. It could be. That's why you keep buying them. You're thinking, well, someone's got to win it. That's why people keep buying lottery tickets. Someone's got to win it. Yeah, they do, but it's not going to be you. Well, this couple said they've had enough of that. They had enough of not winning a lottery. So what they did is they did something that I'm sure it's crossed everyone's mind and then thought, well, that's just really, really stupid. How do I think I'm going to get away with that? They took 2 lottery tickets, cut them in half, and then pasted them together.
Oh.
So the numbers would be winning lottery tickets on the front. Like it had the winning numbers on the front. Unfortunately for them, they never turned it over because the words didn't match on the back. The sentences didn't go together. Just like
that's gonna work.
Totally dumb sentences.
Did they tape it? How do they think it? Did they tape it together? What they do?
That was a pathetic effort out there. That was disgusting.
And the serial number didn't match. And by the way, this is going to shock you too. When they asked them about it separately, their stories didn't match. So obviously, this was a well-planned enterprise here, trying to get this done. It sounds like they did it on their way to like a taqueria or something, like on a Friday night. Like, hey, oh my God,
what we should do?
Look at these tickets. They got the winning numbers, but on the opposite sides. Do you think we could put them together? Genius. That'll be incredible. Should we look at the back? No. What's on the back? And nobody look in the back. Who's going to look in the back? I'm going to look in the front. What's right there?
They must have thought there was no penalty for this either.
Oh, they would be wrong.
What's the penalty? Did it say what they got? It
didn't say what the penalty is, but it is a felony.
Yeah.
So not only do they not win,
they're doing time.
Well, I guess they did win in a sense. They won a free lodging. They're probably not going to enjoy their free lodging. But man, like you just wonder. Well, I don't wonder anymore because I read these stories enough. But how stupid people can be. Like it surprises me every time I read these. Like, God, they can get that stupid. Like it said they don't show a picture of the ticket. Unfortunately, it said they crudely take two tickets and put them together and pretend as if they were $1 million winners.
Crudely.
You can only imagine what that is, like crudely. I mean, and they thought that, hey, this is going to work. This is really going to work. Like, they thought for $1 million, no one was going to check. Like, they thought it was maybe like one of those $20 scratchers or maybe a $50 ticket or something like that, where maybe you might get away with it. They might just look and go, okay, here's your $50, whatever. Like $1 million. They're not going to have some safeguards in place. Like the people that run the lottery don't think there's people out there like these idiots that are trying to figure out a way how to scam them out of $1 million, how to cheat them out of $1 million. And they still came up with a super lame plan. Like what do you want to do? I don't know. Let's just put the two tickets together. How hard it could be to okay. We'll take it in when it's dark. And kind of maybe take it in.
Nobody's going to run it. Don't they scan those things? So you're going to scan them? Like this again. I think, and somebody says 925 in the text line. Tom, you lived in Florida. I'm sure you came across a ton of stupid people. And then follows up saying, Tom, you know that this went down in Florida.
No, I do know that.
Yeah, okay.
I know there are a bunch of stupid people in Florida because we have Florida
this.
stories all the time. Trust me, there's a bunch of stupid people in California too. There's just a bunch of stupid people, and it surprises me how stupid. Like the bar of stupid. It sinks lower and lower every time I read one of these stories. Like, it's just amazing. Like, people, what's the other story? I don't even have to read the story. But who goes, I mean, and this probably has to do with the drugs itself. But seriously, when you have a bad batch of meth, like,
what happens,
you
Tim?
Call the cops to complain?
Tim, what's going on? Yeah.
I don't have anything to offer to this conversation.
I'm gonna call cops to complain that my meth is bad. Like
I thought we've had this story before.
We have, absolutely, we have. That probably has something to do with actually being on meth. I would assume that rots your brain somewhat, and that makes you make stupid decisions like that.
Carries out, yeah.
But I mean, think about that. Like how stupid. You're taking a drug that'll get you put in jail, and you got a bad batch. So you're gonna call the cops to rectify the situation.
That's beyond dumb. That's not dumb. That's not regular like process thinking. Like that's not.
That's I've been on drugs too long, dumb.
Yeah.
And my brain doesn't function properly, dumb.
Learn that, Cheech. Drug school.
Let's go back to the last story. Go back to the last story of our guy Matt Barr in the UK with the largest dong anybody's
Matt Barr.
ever crossed paths with. 707 says Matt Barr could be the NFL's first hands-free holder of place kicks. To which somebody else said. I think it was a 707 checked in on our guy Matt Barr and said, I think we found the Loch Ness Monster. Pretty good.
Oh yeah, but that is that's a big fella. That's a big fella right there.
A Diesel. Shaq Diesel.
Yeah, there's no doubt about that. Somebody's coming in here to join us on her little hippity hop. I love those things, by the way. Anybody else have a hippity hop?
Is that the ball you sit on?
Yeah, the ball that you sit on,
The little
and
handles?
you jump around. Yeah, the ball. I used to have the one with that was like an I don't know if you had one of those. It had it was like a horse, so it had the animal head on it, and you'd like jump around on the horse or the cow or whatever.
You don't want
it
to get
was.
back to this Matt Barr story while you're.
No, I'm kind of trying to stay away from the.
I thought we were on the hippity hop thing, and then sort of one and the same. Matt Barr and the hippity hop. Rarely does Tom get a visit from his granddaughter during the soup du jour, but I'm intrigued.
No, I'm not intrigued at all. I'm not really intrigued one bit. To be
He's
perfectly
like,
honest.
snake your drink. So the Loch Ness monster. You ever have a hippity hop, Copes? Yeah. It's funny.
You ever had like a big hippity hop shaped like a penis? No, I've never had one of those. I've never had one of those.
That takes us to the UK, Tom.
Please,
our next story.
Please don't tell your dad I said that. Let's get back to the lottery story. That seemed a lot cleaner, a lot dumber, but a lot cleaner. Not quite as fun, but time constraints and all.
Yeah, right.
Let's see.
It's 925 says, yeah, never mind. Never mind. I don't like it.
Like, you're making me uncomfortable.
707 says, Matt Iron Bar popped his hippity hop.
Nothing wrong with that groin.
He popped his hippity hop. It's a hippity pop now.
We could do the Florida monkeys to give you herpes.
Here comes some lube looking to make him slip.
Okay, that's enough.
500 just says, you ever seen a grown man naked?
Oh, very nice.
Yeah, and the hippity hop carried us to the end of the
the hippie hop did carry us to the very end. Kind of derailed the storytelling.
Just a circle,
for a second.
Bring it back.
Was fine.
Full circle 559. Only Texas texters ever sent. It says, "Oh Tom, thanks for the quote biggest schlong reference about Matt Barr. Now my 6 and 7-year-old daughters ride with me in the car, relentlessly hounding me to find out what that word means."
Tell them it's a hippity hop.
559, just call it a hippity hop.
Exactly.
209 just says, broke my neck, spinal.
Spinal.
That's such a dumb segment. We got to get out of here.
Oh, man. That could be a new market. Selling like adult hippity hops.
Is Tom?
No, that's not a Tom. That could be a viable business opportunity for us, I think. Okay, maybe not. All right, let's thank everybody. Who we have on today? We had Greg Cosell on.
That's it.
And we had Greg Cosell on. And that was it. We were supposed to have Dante, but Dante indisposed. So we'll catch up with Dante at some point. Derek, thank you very much. Appreciate it. Tim, well done. Good show. Fun show today.
Yeah,
really
fun.
fun show.
A lot of
today.
fun.
Lots of laughs today. Tomorrow we'll.
Tomorrow, not so much. All right.
Yeah, take a little Giants. yeah. We're all business tomorrow. We're all draft tomorrow. We're gonna dig down, and I'm gonna tell you the 7th best offensive tackle. We'll do that tomorrow. All right, time to get you ready for the Giants and the Mets right here on the Sports Leader. Take it away, Derek.
Oh my God!